World's Best Martial Artist Chapter 691 to Chapter 715. Mekmao. Fong Ping had just used flight step to arrive at the southern area. In the next moment, a golden light pierced through heaven and earth. Behind him, Old Manly cackled and said, "Come, break through." Fong Ping rolled his eyes. The golden light was not produced by Old Manly. It had emerged from a closed-door training ground in the southern area. Elder Lu actually broke through. Fong Ping ignored Old Manly. Instead, he was slightly shocked and surprised. Lu Polu had been stuck at rank 7 for too long. Fong Ping thought that he did not have much hope this time. He did not expect that he would break through in such a short time. The golden light pierced through heaven and earth, and soon, it attracted the attention of the teachers and students. Luo Yichuan and Zhang Jianhong, the two new grandmasters, also rose into the air and rushed over. Only then did Fong Ping realize that both of them had reached rank 7. Dean Luo, Dean Zhang. Both of you, Luo Yichuan also saw the two of them. He smiled and said, "I just broke through a few days ago. It's just rank 7. It's nothing." Elder Lu, on the other hand, is actually going to forge a golden body. Luo Yichuan's face lit up with joy. As for what he said, 7th rank is nothing, that was the truth. In the past, a rank 7 grandmaster would be considered a big shot in MCMAU. In the outside world, he would also be a top-notch expert. Now, however, the number of MCMAU grandmasters was increasing. At this moment, there were already 14 of them. At this point, rank 7 seemed insignificant. Despite Luo Yichuan's words, Fong Ping still smiled and said, "Dean Luo, don't be modest. A rank 7 is a grandmaster. If word of this gets out, those rank 7 grandmasters will come looking for trouble with you." As he said this, Luo Yichuan glanced at him. "You're only a rank 7, right? Are you saying that you want to make trouble for me, or that you don't treat yourself as a level 7? Luo Yichuan had no time to care about him. The golden light in the sky was getting brighter and brighter. Fong Ping had never seen any signs of a rank 7 advancing to rank 8. Old Manly regarded the advancement as a fake rank 8, not a true rank 8. After that, he took the path of myriad Dao unification directly. Fong Ping had never seen anyone else's elevation before. At this time, everyone flew towards Lu Polu's secluded cultivation area. In the distance, Gua Xingquan and the others also rushed over. Lu Polu was in closed-door cultivation in his crystal pagoda. However, it was not at the top of the pagoda. He was not as flashy as Fong Ping. Instead, he was in closed-door cultivation underground. At this moment, he could only see the golden light and not the person. Below the crystal pagoda, more and more teachers and students were rushing over. Fong Ping and the others landed in the air. As soon as they did, Li Hansong leaped into the air, carrying Feng Yuan in his hand. Behind him, Xianxia came with flight step. Xianxia and Feng Yuan were delighted to see Fong Ping. "Brother." "Fong Ping." Fong Ping nodded slightly. He glanced at the two of them and smiled. "Not bad. Yunqi is almost at peak rank 5. When she reaches peak rank 5, rank 6 won't be far away. You're around rank 2 now. Not bad." Feng Yuan had a proud expression on her face. "I've only been in school for a month, and I'm already rank 2. Of course I'm amazing." He stared at Feng Yuan for a while without saying a word. After looking at Feng Yuan for a while, he glanced at Bai Ruoshi, who had just arrived. His brows furrowed slightly. After a while, he said in a low voice, "Next time, you have to ask me first if you need anything." Bai Ruoshi said nothing. Old Manly kicked Fong Ping. Fong Ping staggered from the kick, but he did not say anything. The others pretended not to see anything. Bai Ruoshi was not a grandmaster, so there were some things she could not understand. As a martial artist, their aura was different whether they killed or did not kill. No matter how young Fong Ping was, he was still a powerhouse close to rank 8. How could he not see it? Fong Ping took a deep breath. He did not look at them anymore. Instead, he looked at the crystal tower. Old Lu is about to break through. MCMAU will soon have its 5th rank 8 powerhouse. Congratulations. Old Manly quickly changed the topic. He smiled. It's not easy for old Lu. His vigor is almost gone. Before this, he did not have any hope of achieving rank 8. Now that he can break through, his vigor is back. While they were talking, the golden light in the sky was blinding. Guide. At this moment, a loud shout came from the crystal tower. Everyone looked toward the sky. In the sky, a silhouette that looked like a Buddha appeared. A rank 8 breakthrough is a projection of energy. Watch carefully, in case you're clueless when the time comes. Old Manly said again. At this time, Fong Ping also watched carefully. After Lu Polu shouted, his projection appeared in the sky. A golden projection. The golden projection seemed to be transparent. One could even see his internal organs and blood vessels. They were all very clear. Fong Ping saw the blood-colored blood vessels turning golden instantly. The red blood also turned golden instantly, starting to flow in the blood vessels. The internal organs that were like crystals earlier had also turned golden at this moment. Where the head was, the golden light was even more dazzling. Golden body transformation, a true rank 8 powerhouse's entire body would turn golden. Their internal organs and blood were all the same. Under normal circumstances, they were no different from an average person. However, when they unleashed their full power, a rank 8 powerhouse would become a golden man. Old Manly knew that Fong Ping was close to this step. He explained quickly, see? Mentality has reached it. It's starting to guide the bone marrow to hone and turn the bone marrow golden. When the bone marrow golden transformation is done, it rapidly transforms other human bodies, turning the human body into a golden body. The reason why you call it a fake golden body is that your internal organs haven't completely turned into a golden body. That's why when you're fighting the enemy, your internal organs are easily crushed. It's only because you have many life-saving items. Otherwise, you'd have been beaten to death long ago. At this moment, the golden silhouette in the sky was no longer a silhouette. It was showing signs of solidification. Fong Ping saw the situation and asked curiously, how is this projection formed? It's very powerful. It's projected on its own. Fong Ping nodded slightly and said, the projected silhouette should be similar to old Lu's. I noticed a problem. Old Lu's golden body doesn't seem to be condensed enough. It's a little like, before Fong Ping could finish, Old Manly laughed and said, it's a little like a pile of sand? Yes. This is why the golden body needs to be forged. When you've just entered rank 8, the golden body is still very fragile and sparse. Forging is to take the golden body made of sand and forge it into a golden body made of concrete. Then forging the golden body from concrete and forging it into a golden body made of steel. Step by step, the golden body will be forged without any flaws. This is the 9th refinement of the golden body. Old Manly said quickly, when the golden body is at the 9th refinement, the golden body is forged to the extreme. There are no more gaps or loopholes. However, the 9th refinement of the golden body is just a saying. You should be clear about this. Martial artists in the neo-martial era can only achieve the 6th refinement of the golden body at most. It's not just the neo-martial era. It's the same in any era. However, since there are 9 refinements, it means that someone has done it before. I didn't understand it before, but now I'm guessing that in the ancient martial era, martial artists who walked the path of the physique could achieve the 7th or even the 8th refinement of the golden body. Only martial artists who have achieved the unification of 10,000 Daos can achieve the 9th refinement. This is the origin of the 9th refinement of the golden body. Fong Ping nodded slightly. Beside him, Guo Xingquan did not know that Fong Ping and the rest had already cultivated the cultivation method. After hearing what he said, the 5th refinement of the golden body is enough. If we want to forge further, firstly, we don't have enough mentality to support it. Secondly, the imperishable substance is difficult to recover. Forging the golden body once consumes a lot of imperishable substance. If we use up too much imperishable substance, we can't recover it quickly. If this goes on, it will drag down our martial arts progress, Fong Ping said. In the ancient martial era, mentality and imperishable substance are enough. Why can't everyone achieve the 9th refinement? Old Manly shrugged and said, it's just a guess. Who knows what the situation was like in the ancient martial era? However, looking at the senior's body that you brought back last time, there were indeed not that many times of forging. The senior with a powerful physique that you brought back last time, in my opinion, was probably around the 7th refinement. However, the other party has already reached rank 9. Rank 9 is stronger in the first place. Their physique will be much stronger too. Even so, it was only around the 7th refinement. This means that he was at most at the 6th refinement of rank 8. Fang Ping nodded slightly and said, theoretically, the upper limit of the 7th refinement golden body should be 110,000 calories. However, rank 9 martial artists have more vitality than that. It's related to the origin Dao. Beside him, Guo Xingquan explained, the function of the origin Dao is actually equivalent to an additional energy storage. Including the paragon, the ability to unleash powerful strength is related to the origin Dao. Even the paragon's physique strength is limited. However, the reason why the paragon is so powerful is because of the origin Dao. The origin Dao is not only an energy storage but also an amplifier. The 100,000 calories vitality outburst of the paragon, through the amplification of the origin Dao, may be a few times or even more powerful by more than 10 times. If you treat the amount of comprehension of the origin Dao as magnifying it by a few times, it will be much clearer. If one had a preliminary understanding of the origin path, it might increase one's strength by 1 times. If one had a vitality outburst of 100,000 calories or a celestiality outburst of 100 LUN, through the amplification of the origin path, it could reach 110,000 calories or 110 LUN. The deeper the comprehension of the origin Dao, the stronger the amplification. Can you understand what I'm saying? Fang Ping understood instantly. Then, he said in admiration, Instructor Guo, it's such a pity that you're not a teacher. To be honest, many people have explained to me about the origin Dao, including Minister Zhang. But it's the key, the control of energy, the length of the path. To be honest, I really didn't understand it. However, after what you said, I understood it all at once. So that's how it is. It's so vivid. Fang Ping did not flatter him this time. Guo Xingquan's explanation was indeed clearer than others. The origin Dao could be seen as an amplifier of strength. Comprehending a bit of the origin Dao could amplify one's strength many times. Under the same vitality, one could unleash a stronger force. The deeper the comprehension of the origin Dao, the greater the amplification. No wonder rank 9 said that they comprehended the origin Dao, but no one said that a rank 9's physique was really much stronger than a rank 8's. The difference between the two might not be huge. The difference between rank 8 and rank 9 lied in the amplification of strength. A paragon might be able to amplify strength 10 times. If it was not a paragon, no matter how deep the comprehension of the origin Dao was, it might only be 1 or 2 times. If the difference in strength was a few times, or even tens of times, the destructive power produced would be completely different. Fang Ping finally had a taste of the strength of a paragon this time. However, Fang Ping asked hurriedly, then, does taking the second path mean that the strength can continue to be amplified? Guo Xingquan shook his head. Seeing Fang Ping's disappointment, he smiled and said, it's not that it can't be done. It's just that I don't understand. We're too far away from this realm. Maybe it's another method. For example, an increase in the level of strength. Using us as a comparison, the types of strength we have mastered are actually many. Vitality force, celestiality force, destructive force, actually, these strengths are a kind of enhancement in essence. It might be the same for a paragon to take the second path. Of course, I believe in your judgment more. Maybe it's amplification again. I'm afraid only those desperation powerhouses themselves know this. While they were talking, the golden shadow in the air had completely solidified. As soon as it solidified, the shadow disappeared and collapsed instantly. Fang Ping looked strange. Old Manly smiled and said, it's a success. After advancing to rank 8, Old Lu has mastered rank 8 strength. The strength is no longer overflowing. Without the support of strength, the projection naturally dissipated. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Polu's figure appeared in front of everyone in the next moment. Without communicating with the others, Lu Polu looked at Fang Ping, his gaze deep. 10 years ago, I completely gave up on the idea of advancing. I thought that I would be like this for the rest of my life. Maybe I would die in the catacombs with rank 7 strength. A year and a half ago, old Yu died in the catacombs. At that time, I thought that it would be my turn next. He held on for 60 years. He couldn't hold on anymore. I've lived long enough here in MCMAU. If someone dies, it can only be me. During this trip to Nanjiang's catacombs, I thought that I would definitely die. I didn't expect that because of you, because of Li Chongqing, I would live again. That time, my skull was injured. I thought that since I didn't die, I would linger on for a while longer. That year, I promised old Yu that I would help him look after MCMAU. I can't just die for nothing, but I didn't expect. I really didn't expect that MCMAU didn't go silent and decline like I had imagined. Before old Yu left, he talked to me. After he died, MCMAU would have to settle down for at least a few years and wait for Wu Quishan to break through to rank 9 before making any further plans. At this moment, this old man who usually did not speak much became talkative. The sigh in his tone was overflowing. MCMAU did not decline. After the old vice-chancellor died in battle, not only did MCMAU not decline, but it quickly rose and grew stronger. They even destroyed their old enemy, Skygate City. As he said that, Lu Polu suddenly shouted, after destroying Skygate City, everyone has become a little lazy. Because we have annihilated our greatest enemy and killed our mortal enemy, many people have even lost their target. But the truth? In reality, is Skygate City really our enemy? They are just a saber. A saber controlled by people. Now, we have only shattered this saber. It has not caused any harm to the enemy. The real enemy is not Skygate City. Now, because many people have shattered a saber, they think that they have achieved great success, and they feel no pressure at all. I can quickly enter rank 8, the exact opposite of you, because I have pressure, a lot of pressure. It is not because I am worried about being surpassed by the younger generation. I even hope that everyone in MCMAU can achieve a golden body, achieve rank 9. But now, we are still not that strong. Shattering a saber, the enemy has countless more. Many people do not even know what the catacombs mean. I don't care about others, but today, I want to say that the catacombs we are facing are just some outer domains. Do you know what outer domains mean? The real catacombs are the inner domain, in the depths of the catacombs. The catacombs are divided into inner and outer domains. The enemies we are facing now are the outermost enemies, the weakest enemies, the enemies with the least future. These people may have rank 8 or rank 9 abilities, but they are the weakest. Rank 8, almost all of them are the low stage ones. Rank 9, most of them have not comprehended the origin path. But the real inner domain is not like this. The powerful Fang Ping in your eyes, when he went to the inner domain, he was only competing with same-generation martial artists. Of course, he won. But this is not the real strength of the catacombs. The catacombs are very strong. Fang Ping and the rest are afraid that you will despair, the minister and the rest are afraid that you will despair, so they have been unwilling to say it. Today, I am not afraid that you will despair. Say it. Lu Polu looked around and said sternly, recently, I have discovered many problems. Because of the annihilation of Skygate City, the university has sufficient resources. The new students have completely lost their sense of urgency. They no longer have the courage to draw their sabers and kill people for a vitality pill. But these resources were also exchanged for by countless people's blood. The powerful Fang Ping in your eyes, the Fang Ping who went down to the catacombs with incomparable gains, every time he went down to the catacombs, he only narrowly escaped death. Do you really think that he went to the catacombs just to snatch resources? He insisted on pretending that nothing happened, but there are some things that I need to let you know. There were a few times when he narrowly escaped death. His flesh collapsed, his internal organs shattered, and his mentality collapsed. If it were someone else, they would have died countless times. The powerful vice-chancellor Wu in your eyes, in the Battle of Tiannan, also almost died. If he was not saved by Fang Ping, he would have been completely crippled by now. Lu Fengru, Tang Feng, and the rest, who are not bathed in blood and fighting. Even the newly enrolled instructors, Guo Xingquan and the rest, are also fighting in the catacombs. A rank 8 fighting against a rank 9. One moment of carelessness and they will die. Fang Ping was a little surprised. Old Lu was in closed-door cultivation, yet he actually knew about this. However, Old Lu had broken through today and suddenly said these things. He did not know if he should interrupt. Lu Polu, however, did not care about him. He shouted sternly again, "But what about you guys? Many of you participated in the Battle of Sky Gate, thinking that you have also bathed in blood and fought, but to others, this kind of war is nothing. A small victory, a victory of a city, has made you forget everything." Without pressure, without motivation, many people think that they are already geniuses when they have reached the middle ranks, that they have no opponents. But ask Fang Ping, as a rank 7, does he dare to say that he has no opponents? Your conditions are better, stronger than martial artists in any period of the neo-martial arts era. The school is almost providing you with resources for free, and the price of resources in exchange for them is dropping again and again. They take 10% of the cost and give 90% for free. Do resources come out of thin air? Do the high-ranked martial artists in the school, including the high-ranked martial artists from all over the world, have the obligation to give you resources for free? Us high-ranked martial artists, including myself, including the young Fang Ping and Li Hansong, have all experienced countless battles of life and death. You guys enjoy the benefits of war, but don't you think about how these benefits come about? Recently, it is a digestion period. Everyone is in closed-door cultivation, so I don't want to say much. However, it has been more than a month since the Battle of Skygate City. Those who should have broken through in the middle ranks have all broken through, not to mention those in the lower ranks. But these days, I see that there are fewer people going into the catacombs, just a few people. Among the new students, there are rank 3s and even rank 4s. Why has no one ever considered going into the catacombs? You guys haven't been there before. Could it be that someone has been to the catacombs since birth? When Fang Ping, who was rank 3, went to the catacombs, because he did not want to leave the team, Tang Feng even scolded him in public. A rank 3 martial artist does not act alone, does not kill alone, does not follow the team. Is it embarrassing? Embarrassing. At that time, Fang Ping was not as strong as you guys. He is also a genius. If he can go, why can't you guys? Lu Polu looked around and shouted, including some of the instructors. You know very well how your middle ranks came about. Recently, out of almost 1,000 instructors, less than 100 have gone into the catacombs. What are the others doing? Are you all counting on the school to give you the mineral veins? Who are you counting on? Do you only know how to sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor? Every time I sit in the crystal tower to cultivate, I feel so ashamed. Every time I absorb the mineral veins' energy, I feel like I'm committing a crime. How old are you? If you have descendants, your grandchildren are older than Fang Ping. Using the resources he gives to cultivate, to rank up, watching him go into the catacombs again and again, risking his life. Is that really right? What can we give him? Some cheers? Some glory? Is this everyone's reward? MCMAU has become stronger, but it has also changed to a point where I can't recognize it. In the past, a group of rank 2 and 3 martial artists fought in the catacombs. Although the days were hard and the cultivation was slow, we were very satisfied. Why? Because we are contributing, and we take what we deserve. Now, everyone wants to sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. If this goes on, what's the use of MCMAU becoming stronger? If we give you less, you will complain. I heard that there are people who are dissatisfied because they need to pay credits to enter the depths of the mining area to cultivate. Who gave you the right? Lu Polu berated sternly, his gaze sweeping across some of the people in the crowd. His gaze made them lower their heads, not daring to speak. Entering MCMAU is not for you to enjoy. Martial arts universities are also not for people to enjoy. From today onwards, MCMAU middle-ranked martial artists must go into the catacombs once a month, at least. Not only to go into the catacombs, but also to gain something. Whether it is heads or resources, they are all counted as gains. Medals are fine too. If you gain nothing, then don't come out. If you come out, find a better job. MCMAU can't afford to support you. I dare not support you either. For martial artists of the 3 lower ranks, all the resources consumed today must be returned after you achieve the middle ranks. The loan system from before is now useless. Many people have borrowed credits but never considered returning them. From today onwards, the loan system will be investigated. All students and instructors who have not returned their credits within the time limit will be pursued. Not only will they be pursued, but those who do not return after the deadline will be enforced and blacklisted. From then on, don't even think about taking anything from MCMAU. It's not just MCMAU, it's the same for all of society. After saying this, Lu Polu looked at Fang Ping and sighed. When you took control of MCMAU, you brought earth-shattering changes to the school. Everyone saw it with their own eyes, and no one could say no. But your imagination is too beautiful, and your methods are too soft. Not everyone will think of these things. These are the resources that you exchanged with your lives. They will only think that they deserve it. This includes me. What I owe you before, I will return it to you after I achieve rank 8. If martial artists don't enter the catacombs to kill enemies and seize resources, are they supposed to retire on the surface? After Lu Polu finished speaking, he looked at Tang Feng, Lu Fengru, and the rest who had just arrived and said, "Pay back your debts as soon as possible. Even Luo Yichuan and the rest of you are the same. Divine weapons, mines, are these all yours?" In the past, he was too weak to repay the debt, so he didn't say anything. Now that he was a rank 7, was it so difficult that he could not pay it back? If you can't pay it back, then go fight for it. Don't tell me that without Fang Ping, everyone will die? Lu Polu took a deep breath and said, "To put it bluntly, if something happens to Fang Ping and he dies in the catacombs, will MCMAU disband? Not only MCMAU, but the outside world as well. Those who owe me money, pay me back as soon as possible." He had to think of a way to kill people, kill demons, or even explore the Forbidden Sea. If that doesn't work, then I'll go to Mount Royal Sea. I wasn't afraid of death in the past, but am I afraid of death now? Once they were afraid of death, would they still dare to continue fighting when the war broke out? Now that he was stronger than before, he didn't dare to risk his life anymore. What kind of logic was that? If that was the case, why would they give you divine weapons and resources? In the past, 10 rank 7s dared to fight 30 rank 7s in the catacombs. What about now? I heard about the Forbidden Catacombs battle, a bunch of trash. With the same number of people, even more than the catacombs rank 7 and rank 8, they could only hold their opponents back, unable to defeat them quickly. Minister Zhang and the rest wanted stability. If they really wanted stability, would there be the prosperity of the current neo-martial arts era? These years, there are more and more powerhouses. How did they come about? By killing. It's not stability. If you can't bear to sacrifice, how can you fight to the end? Sino Nation has more and more martial artists now, the more stability there is. In my opinion, these few paragons are dizzy from a few victories. At this time, not only should they not seek stability, they should fight. The more they fight, the stronger they get. While the catacombs don't have the intention to start an all-out war with us, they must fight to the end. They have waited for so many years. Will they change their strategy of hundreds of years just because there are more battles in these 2 years, and attack now? Nonsense. If they were so impatient, they would have attacked hundreds of years ago. Lu Polu said a lot in one breath, looked around again, and shouted, "What are you looking at? Pack up, go to the catacombs." I, Lu Polu, have been the honorary vice-chancellor of MCMAU for 30 years, this time I must make the decision. Who has any objections? Everyone was speechless. Fang Ping also shrugged. The old man had been the honorary vice-chancellor for decades. This time when he broke through to rank 8, there was no objection at all. Moreover, if he could collect his debts, it would be good too. As for the problem of large-scale casualties in the catacombs, Fang Ping sighed in his heart. In fact, he felt that it would be better if fewer people died. However, Lu Polu was right about some things. People who dared to risk their lives did not seem to be as many as before. Whether it was stability or thinking that their strength would improve quickly in the future, it was true that they did not dare to fight as much as before. This time in the Forbidden Catacombs, the number of rank 7 and 8 martial artists was more than the opposite side, and most of them were armed with divine weapons. In the past, human powerhouses would have defeated the other side long ago. This time, in 13 hours, they did not manage to defeat the other side and provide support to the rank 9 powerhouses. This was not right. However, the victory in the war made everyone forget this point. This time, there were very few deaths, but the low number of deaths actually meant that there were not many people who dared to risk their lives. If Fang Ping did not go that day, something big might have happened. Zhang Tao dared to fight this war, calculating that he could win, but it was also built on the foundation of the past. In the past, with this kind of strength comparison, he could still win. This time, however, he almost lost. Zhang Tao himself probably did not expect this. He had forgotten this unforeseen event, causing Nan Yunyua's breakthrough in the later stage to almost fail. Even Zhang Tao himself was surprised. Lu Polu's breakthrough was originally a joyous occasion. If it was before, there would have been a round of congratulations. Today, however, it was incomparably quiet. There was not a single sound in MCMAU's campus. Seeing this scene, Fang Ping felt a little helpless. The old man wanted to correct the school's spirit. The key thing was, wait for me to break through before correcting it. This time, I broke through to rank 8. I don't know when the next time will be when I reach rank 9. Even if the school's spirit was corrected, it did not matter to me. But now, I am close to rank 8, after what old Lu did. Sigh, Fang Ping sighed in his heart. What should I do now? Should I break through? If I break through, will I face a situation of awkward silence? How about I try to break through somewhere else? Not many people knew what Fang Ping was thinking, but old Manly beside him knew. At this moment, seeing Fang Ping's dilemma, he laughed in his heart. Let's see how you show off when old Lu flips out. Old Lu's strength might not be the strongest in MCMAU, but he had protected MCMAU for 30 years, and he was not even a native of MCMAU. When an old man like this stood out and spoke, even Wu Quishan dared not refute. P.S. Basic update lacks 2 updates. Global High Martial Arts will be updated later today and will return to normal tomorrow. Please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Lu Polu's words were deafening. Beside him, Li Chongqing waited for Lu Polu to finish speaking before he smiled and said, motivation comes from pressure. After the battle at Skygate City, MCMAU's instructors and students have lost their nemesis. It's only natural that they lack pressure. Elder Lu said how strong the enemies in the inner circle are. Without experiencing it for ourselves, how can we understand? Li Chongqing paused and said, actually, after the battle in the Elysium, I had an idea. He did not mention it before because he thought that MCMAU was in a period of progress and strength, so it was not very convenient. Since Elder Lu has become the villain today, I will remind you. Today's MCMAU was extremely powerful, 10 times more powerful than it was in the past. The dream of one school guarding one cavern might be difficult to achieve, but it was still possible for a short period of time. My idea is, to take over Hope City, let the garrison in Hope City evacuate, let Elder Fan evacuate, and let MCMAU take over the Magic City catacombs completely. Currently, the Great War had yet to begin. MCMAU was only facing Monster Sunflower City. Could MCMAU suppress Monster Sunflower City? Even if a city-toppling battle broke out in an instant, MCMAU still had the strength to suppress the other party. Liberate the military forces in Magic City's catacombs and let Old Fan go somewhere else or rest for a while. Old Fan has been overseeing Magic City's catacombs for 30 years. Since MCMAU has this strength, it's time for us to shoulder this heavy responsibility. Old Manly smiled faintly. If we accept the heavy responsibility of suppressing the Magic City catacombs, then we'll be under a lot of pressure. They needed to face Monster Sunflower City, guard against Monster Phoenix City, and the remaining cities in Magic City's catacombs. At this time, did everyone still feel safe? In this way, the teachers and students would no longer have any idle mentality. On the surface, there were tens of millions of people. Once the passageway was breached, tens of millions of people would die a violent death. More than half of MCMAU's instructors and students had family members in Magic City. At this time, how could they not do their best? Everyone, please consider my suggestion. Beside him, Fang Ping was having a headache. These two elders, one was more ruthless than the other. Taking over the Magic City catacombs was not just a matter of martial strength. There were still many problems that needed to be resolved. Moreover, MCMAU was more adept at elite combat. They were not adept at this kind of city defense battle. However, behind him was the passageway to the human world, the passageway to Demonic City. At that time, the pressure would not be comparable to what he was facing now. If they were not careful and the enemy broke into the catacombs and entered Magic City, then the tens of millions of people in Magic City would be in danger. Old Manly was ruthless. In the crowd, the expressions of some teachers and students also changed. Old Manly laughed. What's wrong? Did everyone think that MCMAU's ability was not at this level yet? Vice-Chancellor Wu is a rank 9. As for me, I also have rank 9 combat strength. MCMAU still had 4 other rank 8 martial artists and 9 rank 7s. Fang Ping was close to reaching rank 8. This kind of strength was enough to suppress the 2 catacombs in the past. Now, it was just suppressing a Magic City catacombs. Would it be difficult? Not to mention that we have thousands of middle-ranked martial artists and close to 10,000 low-ranked martial artists. Even in China's 3 ministries and 4 prefectures, there aren't many armies that are stronger than us. In the crowd, Tang Feng pondered for a moment and said, I agree with Dean Li's suggestion, but I still suggest that we be more stable and let MCMAU take over the management for the time being, managing Hope City together with the government. After we familiarize ourselves with everything, the government will evacuate to avoid trouble. After all, this concerns the lives and deaths of tens of millions of people. Lu Polu nodded, that works too, it's safer. Chongqing's suggestion is not bad, I have no objections. Since there are no objections, then let's discuss it with the 3 departments. The few of them spoke one after another, and it was almost instantaneously settled. Beside them, Fang Ping was speechless. Were they not going to ask him? He had just seized Old Wu's authority and stayed in the Crystal House for a few days, and now his authority was seized by you guys. Inhumane, did they not say that MCMAU's surname was Fang? However, the few elders had already started discussing the matters after taking over Hope City. Fang Ping was even more helpless. The instructors and students around him were also deep in thought at this moment. Not many of them spoke. Beside them, Li Hansong looked at Fang Ping, then at the elders who were huddled together and talking. Suddenly, he grinned and transmitted his voice, Fang Ping, your authority has been seized. MCMAU's authority changes so quickly. Fang Ping glanced at him and let out a humph. Suddenly, he thought of something and pulled him back without batting an eyelid. Then, he shouted, Instructor Li Hansong wants to be intimate with you. As soon as he said that, Li Hansong suddenly had a bad feeling. Old Manly, on the other hand, thought of something. He turned around and glanced at him, smiling meaningfully. When this fellow returned to school previously, he seemed to have done something amazing. Although he did not have the time to ask, it was probably not something good. However, he was not in the mood to find trouble with him now. When he was free, he would teach him a good lesson. Li Hansong's face turned pale. Old Man Li's smile was very evil. This was a powerhouse who killed a rank 9 powerhouse in 3 swords. No matter how tough he was still no match for him. October 1st, Fang Ping and Li Chongqing came out of closed-door cultivation. Lu Polu broke through to rank 8. On the same day, MCMAU also reported to the 3 departments and 4 prefectures at the fastest speed possible. MCMAU hoped to take over Hope City and began to suppress the Magic City catacombs. As for Fang Ping, he did not choose to break through that day. In reality, his breakthrough now seemed a little rushed. Previously, he wanted to show off as soon as possible. However, after being dealt a blow by Lu Polu, he did not have the mood to show off anymore. Education Department. Zhang Tao received MCMAU's report very quickly. Not only the report, but also Lu Polu's words. This old thing, after breaking through to rank 8, he's become tough. He even purposely slapped me in the face. Zhang Tao smiled and shook his head. He and Lu Polu were from the same generation. The age difference was not big. He was not even 90 yet. Lu Polu was around 80. When he was young, he had some contact with Lu Polu. He did not expect this guy who could not even make a fart out of 3 blows to know how to make his voice heard now. Sigh, now that we're rich, we have more concerns. Zhang Tao sighed. How could he not know some things? After the Battle of the Purple Forbidden City, he discovered the problem. The barefooted were not afraid of those who wore shoes. A few years ago, everyone was barefooted. They were all gamblers who did not care if they lived or died. In the first martial arts university championship, for the sake of billions of resources, those rank 1 students who were only rank 1 fought the arena battle as if it was a battle of life and death. A group of rank 1 martial artists fought the championship in a tragic way. Everyone did not fight for themselves. They did not fight for fame. Some people failed and cried bitterly. It was not because they lost to others, but because they lost the resources and the school did not gain anything. The old grandmasters of martial arts universities said something that made everyone's blood boil. If there were no resources, these old guys would fight for it. They dared to fight, they would fight, they were not afraid to fight. This was martial arts universities. Today, for the sake of billions of resources, could a school like MCMAU still fight like it did in the past? Forget about billions, even tens of billions or hundreds of billions might not be enough. Could the grandmasters of today still say that they dared to go into the depths of the catacombs alone to fight for billions of resources? It was probably too little. Once you put on your shoes, there are more restrictions. Zhang Tao sighed softly. Beside him, Wang Qinghai said softly, Minister, Lu Polu's view is too one-sided. This is not your fault. You seek stability because you are reluctant to sacrifice everyone. It is also because of this that all the other worlds respect people like you. Because you are humane, and human, Zhang Tao could not help but laugh. Don't flatter me. No matter how much you flatter me, once you realize the problem, you still have to correct it. Also, don't play fishing every 2 days. You've been a rank 8 for a long time. Now you've entered the 5th cultivation. You should enter rank 9 soon. If you don't advance, MCMAU will surpass us soon. Wang Qinghai said sheepishly, Minister, it's not that fast. I've just entered the 5th cultivation. My brain hasn't even materialized yet. I'm afraid it's still too early for rank 9. Don't belittle yourself. The difference between rank 9 and rank 8 lies in the understanding of the origin path. You should complete the 5th cultivation as soon as possible. If possible, complete the 6th cultivation. Entering rank 9 shouldn't be too difficult. Zhang Tao said, then said, MCMAU wants to suppress a catacomb. What do you think? Me? Wang Qinghai thought for a moment and said, I think it's feasible. Now there are a total of 24 catacombs in Sino Nation. Tiannan has been destroyed, and the Purple Forbidden City has been wiped out. Strictly speaking, we only need to guard 22. If MCMAU can suppress one alone, I think we can change our strategy for the remaining 21. Including the Wuan military. I think we can also divert most of our forces to suppress another catacomb. This way, the pressure on us will be greatly reduced. I think Vice-Chancellor Lu's words make sense. The catacombs have been waiting for hundreds of years. The passageway is about to be fully opened. Will they really start a full-scale war now? I think they might not start a full-scale war at this time even if they destroy all the outer regions. Therefore, if it's necessary, even if we destroy a few more catacombs, it won't be too much of a problem. As he said that, Wang Qinghai added, also, hasn't Chief Nan always felt that the Department of Investigation Services National Army is overkill? Commander Zhong also said that she's being underestimated. If that's the case, I think it's feasible to let the National Army enter the catacombs and suppress one catacomb. National Army. Speaking of this, Zhang Tao raised his eyebrows slightly and said, the National Army is to suppress the evil sect. It includes maintaining order everywhere. If the National Army enters the catacombs, what about the evil sect? The evil sect is so low-key now, and it has something to do with the existence of the National Army. Minister, in another 2 or 3 years, I'm afraid a full-scale war will start. At this time, we might as well eliminate the evil sect. Now, with the development of the game and the release of some movies, sooner or later, the whole nation will know about these things. When it's fully publicized, it's also when people panic. At this time, if the evil sect does something, it'll easily stir up people's hearts. Why don't we just take this opportunity to completely eliminate the evil sect? Eliminate the evil sect. Zhang Tao tapped the table lightly and said after a while, you know the existence of the evil sect. There are many reasons for it. First, to train the new generation of martial artists. Now, both the Forbidden Catacombs and Tiannan Catacombs can do it, Minister Wang said immediately. Also, the evil sect is smarter now, it's harder to find them than before. That's true. However, there are other reasons for the existence of the evil sect, including eliminating some hostile elements among humans. Zhang Tao said softly, nowadays, the human countries are still generally the same, and their goals are also the same. Even if there are some conflicts, they'll usually speak it out in public, because everyone knows that we're facing a disaster of extinction. However, people are selfish, and people have their own ideas. There are many kinds of people, and thousands of thoughts. The existence of the evil sect has also attracted some people with ulterior motives away, purifying the entire environment. Now that we've eliminated the evil sect, Minister Wang was silent for a moment, but he still said, I'm still afraid that we won't be able to get rid of the big ones. Although I don't know the specifics, I know that even you don't know everything about the evil sect. Can the evil sect really be eliminated at the critical moment? During the Great War, the evil sect is an unstable factor, a very big one. If some of the insiders meet with an accident, the evil sect may be instantly out of control. Minister, can you be sure that this won't happen to the evil sect? Also, when the time comes and we're facing a disaster of extinction, it seems like we're on the same side now, but when the time comes, will we still be on the same side? At the juncture of life and death, we're used to bowing and scraping. It's like this year after year, generation after generation. Can we still hold on to our beliefs? The evil sect martial artists have seen blood before, and it's the blood of human martial artists and ordinary people. Zhang Tao pressed his hands together and said, you're thinking too much, don't let your imagination run wild. We know about the existence of the evil sect, and we also understand some of the situation, but there are some deeper things that you don't understand. We have our people in the evil sect, but they're not the real masters, Zhang Tao said softly. If they were the real masters, the evil sect wouldn't exist. It's fine if they gather together and take them out in one fell swoop. However, we don't know the situation of some of the big shots in the evil sect. These people don't even show their faces. The reason why the evil sect has been kept alive is also related to this. Wang Qinghai said in surprise, the evil sect's pope isn't one of us? Zhang Tao was speechless and said with a headache, of course. If the pope was one of us, would there be any attacks on ordinary people? What's wrong with your brain? The evil sect is also very complicated. It's not made up of one sect, but more than 10 sections. Some originated from Hua, some from Europe, and some from other continents. These 10 or so sects are the reason why the evil sect is formed. The Pope is only a candidate chosen by the sections. Our people are actually only in control of one sect. Of course, the other sacred grounds probably have some control over the situation. However, evil sects are evil sections. Those bewitched powerhouses are not idiots. If they were really on the government's side, wouldn't they have disbanded long ago? Why would they still be here? Minister Wang smiled bitterly. I thought the evil sect was completely under our control. If that's the case, then it's all the more reason to destroy it. Zhang Tao shook his head. It's difficult. Actually, even if some middle and low-level evil sect members do damage, it's limited. It's mainly the evil sect's higher-ups. There are actually many powerhouses in the evil sect's higher-ups. After all, it's densely spread all over the world. Nowadays, there are about 18 sects, big and small, maybe even more. Of course, some sects don't even have high ranks. However, among the 18 sects, there are still powerhouses. Even though many of them have been killed, they are only some rank 7s. Rank 8s are rare. As an organization that spreads all over the world, how could they really only have these few powerhouses? Back then, in order to kill Fang Ping, a middle-ranked martial artist, they had sent a large number of high-ranked powerhouses. In reality, there were more powerhouses. It was still alright in the past because there were fewer catacombs entrances and fewer martial artists. Even if some evil sect members had the intention, they dared not act rashly. There were not many evil sect members, and it was hard to cultivate them. But now, there are more catacombs entrances. They don't control the catacombs entrances in Sino Nation, but it's hard to say if it's overseas. This is also the reason why I haven't considered spreading the brain core cultivation method yet. I'm afraid it'll be passed on to the evil sect members, Minister Wang frowned. It's not like there aren't people like this in Sino Nation. I understand this too. That's why the high-ranked martial artists who go to the catacombs recently will be watched. There will be some movement when news is passed on. It's fine if they don't pay attention, but if they do, it's hard for high-ranked martial artists to hide. As he said that, Zhang Tao added, but you're right. At this time, it's indeed time to wipe them out. On one hand, we can liberate the National Defense Army. On the other hand, in order to prevent cultivation methods from spreading into the catacombs, it's time to sort out the team. Zhang Tao knocked on the table. However, some people are very well hidden. If we don't catch them all in one go, it'll be very difficult to find them. We still need to think about this. As he was thinking, a phone on Zhang Tao's table rang. When Zhang Tao saw the phone ringing, his gaze flickered slightly. He set up a mentality barrier and picked up the call. Beside him, Minister Wang did not care. After all, he was only a rank 8. There were some things that Zhang Tao would not tell him. After a while, Zhang Tao removed the barrier. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. All right, we don't have to think of a way ourselves. Now we have a chance. The catacombs wanted order has been spread among the evil sect members. With such a huge temptation, the evil sect has suffered great losses in Fang Ping's hands. In the near future, the evil sect may make some moves against Fang Ping. Against Fang Ping? Minister Wang was a little surprised, but not really. He said, haven't the evil sect suffered enough at Fang Ping's hands? How dare they provoke him? In MCMAU, Li Chongxin killed a rank 9 with 3 swords. There's also Wu Quishan. Also, you've been taking care of Fang Ping, Zhang Tao sighed. There are still many ways. Wu Quishan is in the catacombs. If something happens to the Magic City catacombs, will Li Chongxin enter? He will definitely enter. As for me, it's even easier. If something happens to the catacombs here, or if some catacombs true kings are active near Mount Yuhai, I need to rush over. There are 24 catacombs. Sino Nation only has 15 paragons. It's too easy to lure me away. The evil sect and the catacombs should still have some collusion. I even suspect that both parties have reached some agreement with each other. There might even be some secret communication channels. Zhang Tao took a deep breath and said, for example, the powerhouses guarding a certain catacombs are in contact with the catacombs. Both parties can communicate extremely smoothly through the opposing city lord as a transit point. Some catacombs have battles all year round. Rank 9 powerhouses often fight. When a rank 9 fights, no outsiders are present. At this time, it's extremely easy to carry out some communication and connections. In this case, in order to kill Fang Ping, the catacombs might offer better conditions. Just the previous conditions alone are enough to tempt anyone. Even the paragons might be tempted. If they offer better conditions, it's not impossible for them to take the risk and give it a try. Minister Wang's expression changed slightly. Then isn't Fang Ping in danger? Yes, he's in danger. Zhang Tao sighed. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. The restricted area might not be too clear about his role, but do you think the human powerhouses don't? He's not someone who has nothing to do. He's also someone who likes to show off. He's always been in this kind of martial arts environment. He thinks that everyone is a good person. Everyone cares about juniors like him. If he treats them with sincerity, others will return the favor with sincerity. I don't even know if this kind of thinking is right or wrong. Ever since the evil sect failed to kill him at the beginning of the year, Wu Quishan brought people to kill some evil sect powerhouses. This kid probably did not care about the evil sect anymore. Showing off every day, showing off every day. It's just a small matter, yet he has to show off to everyone. Everyone knows that he played a big role in the Tiannan catacombs. They know that he entered the bounded zones in the Tiannan catacombs. They all know that he contributed to the establishment of Tiannan. They also know that he blew up half of Nanjiang's royal city. Now, the matter of the martial king's battleground was exposed. The Forbidden Area's true king witnessed the battle. In the Xishan catacombs, he killed the Maple King's beloved son. He even took out a large amount of imperishable substance and thought that he was resurrected from the top. Li Chongqing, this guy, killed a rank 9 in 3 swords. His combat strength skyrocketed. The catacombs might not know about the cultivation methods, but it's still possible to guess that Li Chongqing has mastered the myriad Dao unification cultivation method. In the Magic City catacombs, he was also the one who helped MCMAU take down Skygate City. Now, he's only rank 7. He cultivated to rank 7 in 2 years. If such a person appears in the catacombs, can you and I be at ease? Besides, killing him is relatively easier. After all, he's only a rank 7. No matter how strong he is, he's still a rank 7. This point is obvious to all. Then why don't we inform him and ask him to keep a low profile for the time being? Try not to leave MCMAU. If it really doesn't work, ask him to hide in the Education Ministry or the Military Department. No matter how bold the evil sect is, they won't dare to attack the 3 departments and 4 prefectures. Zhang Tao said lightly, didn't you say that you want to annihilate the evil sect? If he hides here, how can we annihilate the evil sect? As he said that, Zhang Tao took a deep breath and said, besides, if we want to lure out the evil sect's real higher-ups, Fang Ping's rank 7 is still not enough. He's a rank 7. To kill him, the evil sect will at most send a rank 9. This is the limit. At most, 2 rank 8s will assist, 1 rank 9, and 2 rank 8s. Such a lineup is enough to kill the rank 7 Fang Ping. We might even overestimate Fang Ping. If Fang Ping fought a rank 9 head-on, he would not last more than 10 moves. Back then, Wu Quishan could fight with the weak rank 9 Lord of Skygate City. That was only a few moves. If it were not for Fan Haiping's timely rescue, he would have died long ago. To deal with Fang Ping, the evil sect might send an elemental powerhouse. Fang Ping is not their match. He might be killed in 3 moves. However, if Fang Ping has reached rank 8, plus he has many tricks up his sleeves. The evil sect has suffered a few losses in his hands. At this time, they might send 2 or even 3 rank 9 powerhouses. Minister. Wang Qinghai said in a low voice, the evil sect has suffered a few losses. This time, they won't be careless. They will definitely find out the situation beforehand. You will definitely be lured away, including Li Chongqing and the others. If a few rank 9s really surround and kill Fang Ping, he will be in grave danger. I know. Zhang Tao tapped the table lightly, once again falling into deep thought. Should they use Fang Ping as bait? After a long time, Zhang Tao exhaled softly and said, let's ask him for his opinion. This kid has nothing to do recently. Maybe he wants to find some excitement. He has been attacked by the evil sect a few times. That time at the beginning of the year, he almost died in the hands of the evil sect members. With his personality, now that he knows that the evil sect is plotting against him, who knows how much he will cry out and seek revenge. This kid has many tricks up his sleeves. He might have some ideas. Mekmao. Inside the crystal tower. No. I was wrong. Stop hitting me. Li Hansong screamed shrilly. It was too horrible to look at. This time, he did not have the demeanor of a grandmaster at all. His videos were found. When Fang Ping and Old Manly saw them, they hung him up and beat him up without saying a word. Hang him up and beat him up on the spire. He must be tired of living. Fang Ping and Old Manly were furious. They had always been the ones screwing people over. Since when was it Li Hansong's turn to screw them over? Did he not know the importance of martial strength? On the spire, Li Hansong was hung up. That was a real beating. His voice was incomparably miserable. Of course, they still had to save some face for Ironhead. According to Fang Ping, his strength had improved today, so he wanted to spar with Li Hansong. As for how they would spar, they did not have to worry about it. Li Hansong's combat strength was not as good as Fang Ping's. It was normal for him to be hung up and beaten up. Do I owe you 10 rank 9 divine weapons? No more. I owe you 500 caddies of life essence? Old Manly said faintly. No more. Li Hansong wanted to cry but had no tears. He glared at Qin Fengqing beside him. Traitor, this bastard actually exposed the place where he hid the videos. Shameless, Qin Fengqing's expression was calm. With a golden egg growing on his head, he was calm and composed. He smiled and said, Ironhead was just joking. Don't hit him too hard. Moreover, Ironhead's golden body and golden bones have been forged. It's not that painful. There's no point in hitting him. Why don't you let Ironhead sign a 500-year slave contract and spur him on every day, Qin Fengqing? Li Hansong scolded loudly. You shameless villain, traitor, and even rebel against your master. Have you forgotten that I'm your master? Qin Fengqing rolled his eyes. Master my ass. Fang Ping, look. This guy is arrogant and unruly. We have to teach him a lesson. After signing the slave contract, we have to announce it to the world. Let the whole world know that this guy has been selling himself for 500 years. As he said that, he rubbed his chin and grinned. I only signed for 100 years. You signed for 500 years. Ironhead, this is too much, get lost. Li Hansong cursed for a while before saying exasperatedly, Fang Ping, this brat took advantage of your absence to sneak into the depths of the mineral vein and absorb energy like crazy. Go and settle the score with him. Fang Ping glanced at Qin Fengqing. Qin Fengqing said dryly, Fang Yuan agreed. Fang Ping snorted. Beside him, Fang Yuan was not beaten up, but there was a huge energy aura on top of his head. His face was flushed red. When he saw Fang Ping looking at him, he said pitifully, Instructor Qin said that he's only a rank 6. He absorbs energy very slowly. He can't absorb much. The energy overflowing from the mineral vein every day is wasted if it's released. It's not a big deal even if he absorbs it, Fang Ping snapped, am I talking about this? He couldn't be bothered with Qin Fengqing's absorption of energy. He didn't want to say anything even if he was courting death. The energy was already mixed, ready to burn him to death. He had already warned him not to cultivate in the near future and to try his best to purify his energy. This fellow was still absorbing energy, and it would be easier for him to explode if he were to burn up. He knew very well that he was courting death. Fang Ping couldn't be bothered to say anything. However, the more energy he absorbed, the more pure energy he could retain when he was burned. He knew very well that his chances of breaking through to rank 7 would be higher. Qin Fengqing wasn't afraid of death. If he insisted on doing this, Fang Ping couldn't be bothered with him. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, actually went out to do a mission. Did she ask for his opinion? Fang Yuan pouted and said nothing. Fang Ping snorted again. He said in an unfriendly tone, only this time. Fang Yuan still didn't say anything. Fang Ping said angrily, what? Did my words go in one ear and out the other? Fang Yuan pouted and said, no. But everyone is doing a mission, not just me. Didn't you say that you won't give MCMAU special privileges? Then why do I have to be special? Because you're Fang Ping's sister. Fang Ping said matter-of-factly. Because I, your brother, have shouldered all the responsibilities you need to bear. So, it's fine even if you don't do missions. Everything you have is given by me, your brother, not anyone else. As for the others, including the Zhang siblings, their resources are all given by MCMAU. In other words, they're all given by me. If they don't take resources, don't go to the catacombs, don't do missions, I can't be bothered to care about them. If they're capable, ask their grandfather to give them resources. Their grandfather is powerful and can afford to give them, but they're not willing to. So, of course, I have to treat them fairly. You're different. Everything you need now is provided by me. If I don't let you go, then you can't go. Do you understand? But then, I'll become a vitality martial artist. So what if you're a vitality martial artist? I've never thought of making you a powerhouse. Fang Ping didn't mince his words. He snorted and said, your talent is terrible. You started martial arts around the same time as me. I'm about to reach rank 8, and you're only rank 2. What do you have to compete with me? You're just a rank 2 martial artist. You're like an ant. I can stomp you to death with one foot. What else do you want? Fang Yuan's eyes reddened. Beside her, Xianxia wanted to say something but stopped herself. Fang Ping waved his hand, not letting her speak. He continued, if you really want to share my burden, then stay in school obediently. If you run around, I'll have to worry about you. That's not sharing my burden, it's adding to my troubles. Instructor Bairuashi may be doing this out of goodwill, but good intentions often lead to bad things. I don't want to. Fang Ping raised his eyebrows and shouted, are you talking back to me? Fang Yuan pouted, her face red. She said in a muffled voice, I want to become a powerhouse. I don't want to be a vitality martial artist. You want to be a powerhouse? Fang Ping smiled and said, tell me, do you have the potential to become a powerhouse? In what way are you stronger than others? There are millions of martial artists like you. How many of them have become powerhouses? You killed a few small fries, and now you think you're stronger than me? Don't forget, the cultivation resources you have now are all given to you by me. If I don't give you resources, can you enter MCMAU? You're not stronger than others in any way. Why don't you want to be a vitality martial artist? Why do you insist on becoming a powerhouse? You're not cut out for it. Fang Yuan, if you ignore my words again, I'll tell you to go home and stay at home. Fang Yuan bit her lip and pouted again. Then I don't want the resources you give me anymore. I'll do my own missions, bastard. Fang Ping was furious. He shouted, I let you enter MCMAU so that you can go against me? Do you know how many people are watching me now? Do you know how many people want to kill you if you run around? Once you enter the catacombs and say that you're my sister, millions of martial artists will want to kill you. You still want to do your own missions. Fine, you better cut off all ties with me, Fang Yuan said gloomily, then I have to become even stronger. Otherwise, I can't hide in Magic City forever. Don't you understand what I'm saying? Fang Ping. Fang Yuan was angry too. She said pitifully, you're always yelling at me. You're always in charge of everything. I'm not a child anymore. Yo, are you in your rebellious phase now? Are you going to fight against a stubborn parent like me? Fang Ping chuckled suddenly. You don't want to be a child. Fine. I'm not a stubborn person. People are rebellious at this age. Your brother, was also at this age. I know what you're thinking. All of you think you're omnipotent. You think you can surpass your parents and elders. You don't want people to introduce you as Fang Ping's sister, and you don't want people to introduce me as Fang Yuan's brother, do you? Why don't you think about how you're stronger than me and others? Qin Fengqing, that idiot, no matter how useless he is, he's still not someone you can compare to. He's full of guts. He's not afraid of death, but are you? Beside him, Qin Fengqing looked up at the sky. Mother **Ker, why did you teach your sister to lecture me, especially when you added a few prefixes? Fang Ping ignored him. He glanced at Fang Yuan and laughed. Now that you've grown up and want to fly solo, I'll grant your wish. If you want to prove yourself, it's simple. At least pass a small test. At least let me know that you have the potential to become a powerhouse. This is necessary, right? Fang Yuan gritted her teeth. I'm not afraid. You're not afraid? Fang Ping laughed. Yeah, what are you afraid of? I'm your brother. Do you think I'll kill you? Since you're not willing to listen to me, there's nothing I can do. How about this, stand for 10 days with this energy stone on your back. I won't make things difficult for you. There's no danger to your life, and you can take the opportunity to absorb energy for cultivation. How great is that? It's only a few hundred caddies. It's nothing. A rank 2 martial artist carrying a few hundred caddies of cultivation-aiding energy stone on his back would gladly stand for a year. As for me, I don't ask much of you. Once you've stood for 10 days, you can do whatever you want. Fang Yuan's face was red. She had only stood for a short while, and she was already exhausted. 10 more days, Fang Ping smiled. If you can't, then be a good girl and listen to me. Do you hear me? If I don't say anything, I'll see who dares to bring you out of MCMAU. If I don't say anything, you won't even be able to leave Magic City. If you cause trouble again, I'll send you somewhere else and you won't be able to come out. You're just a kid, and you want to rebel? Why don't you try to rebel? I'm stubborn. I'm a feudal patriarch. Are you going to bite me? As Fang Ping said that, he humphed. I have my ways to deal with disobedient brats like you. I guarantee that you'll be obedient. You still want to fight with me? You're asking for a beating. As he said that, Fang Ping waved his hand. Fang Yuan rose into the air and flew out of the crystal tower, standing by the roadside outside the tower. After throwing Fang Yuan out, Xianxia sighed. Fang Ping, Fang Yuan is still young. You're making it sound so serious, Fang Ping sighed too. Don't say that. I know what you're trying to say. You're going to say that I don't understand and that I'm pretending to understand. I know better than you about what happened in Star Town. I raised my sister to be like Star Town, maybe even worse, but I'm willing. I just want her to live happily for the rest of her life. Do I need to share her burdens? If she goes out on missions and goes to the catacombs, I'll be more worried. If something happens, I'll regret it even more. If that's the case, I'd rather let her cultivate martial arts in peace. It doesn't matter even if she becomes a vitality martial artist. In the past, from my perspective, I thought those second-generation martial artists were all useless. Now, I'd rather my sister become useless. Useless people can at least live a little longer than others. That might not be true. Before Qin Fengqing could finish, Fang Ping threw a punch and sent him flying. Li Hansong, who was hung up, grinned. He wanted to beat this bastard to death for running his mouth. Beside him, Old Man Li looked at Fang Yuan and said with a smile, Kid, if this girl of yours can really hold on for 10 days, she'll be a talent with potential. What will you do then? 10 days? Fang Ping curled his lips. If she can really hold on for 10 days, I'll give her credit. Yunqi, go and ask her friends to call her out to play. Get some good food and drinks and lure her from the side. Bring a bed over too. The cushion has to be soft so she'll want to sleep on it. Pour some water on her from upstairs. She's a rank too, she won't die from the rain. Get some gold ingots over too. I'm also cultivating my heart now. How old is she? If she can really resist these temptations, if she really has the willpower to hold on for 10 days, then my sister isn't really useless. When that time comes, let her be. Fang Ping sighed. Most of the time, it's useless to control her by force. The more I try to suppress her, the more rebellious she'll become. If she really runs away from home and goes to the catacombs to explore, I'll have a headache. As he spoke, Fang Ping's ears twitched. He waved his hand, and the phone in the crystal pagoda flew into his hand. After glancing at the number, Fang Ping complained, it's old Zhang calling. He might be looking for trouble with old Liu. After all, if I ask him to pay his debts, where would he get the money to pay me? He's just a pauper. Everyone was speechless. Only you have the guts to say that. You really have the guts to answer the call first. In the next moment, Fang Ping answered the call, his face full of smiles. Minister, you're looking for me? Have you settled the Forbidden Catacombs matter? If there's anything you need my help with, just let me know. I'm free these days. So polite? Zhang Tao laughed. You scolded me a lot before you answered the call, didn't you? Why would I? Fang Ping said righteously. Am I that kind of person? Zhang Tao did not say much. He smiled faintly. You're really famous now. The key is that you're famous, but you're not strong enough. Right now, your head is wealth. A lot of wealth. Fang Ping's eyebrows twitched slightly. He smiled. Minister, if you have something to say, just say it. Are you planning to get a fake head and go to the catacombs to cheat for rewards? But it's a little difficult. With this unique aura of mine, even if I die, no one can impersonate me. Don't talk nonsense. Zhang Tao muttered, it's like this. Old Zhang quickly explained the situation. Fang Ping's expression did not change. He smiled. The evil sect still dares to show up? Why not? Zhang Tao said lightly, do you really think you're invincible? You're not me. Not to mention a rank 7 like you, even if it's a rank 8 or a rank 9, if there's really a tempting benefit, there will still be people who dare to take the risk, even if it was to kill Li Chongqing, there would still be people who dared to do it, provided that the benefits were sufficient, even at the absolute peak. If there were truly great benefits, such as 100% chance of allowing one to walk the second or third path, there would still be people who would dare to act. Benefits would drive people crazy. The benefits offered by the catacombs were too great. Divine weapons, energy ores, life essence, true king's absolute art. Do you know what this is? These were the conditions that might allow a rank 9 powerhouse to step into the pinnacle, a true monarch's absolute art. If there is a true monarch's path inheritance and this true monarch has fallen, it is not impossible for him to become a true monarch. You know this. Of course, it was very difficult for absolute arts to help people reach the peak. However, just because it was difficult didn't mean that there was no hope at all. At the very least, it gave people hope and didn't make them despair. It's normal for some level 9 experts, who have been facing obstacles for many years, to be tempted. How many level 9 experts does the cult have? How many rank 8? I'm not sure. You're not sure? Fang Ping laughed. If you're not sure, then I won't do it. If you really want me to take the risk, then tell me everything that needs to be said, and I'll make my decision. Including who our people are. I want to know this too. I don't want to guess. Even if they are our people, I don't dare to trust 100%. Who knows if there are any traitors? Zhang Tao laughed. I've shielded the surroundings. There's no harm in chatting. Fang Ping looked around, looked at Xianxia and said, Yunqi, you go do your work first, Fang Ping. Xianxia was a little worried. Fang Ping waved his hand and said, it's okay. I don't fight a battle unprepared. Go. Xianxia sighed and left the crystal tower quickly. After she left, Fang Ping laughed. Minister, tell me about it. The cult's composition is more complicated. There are a total of 18 sections. I won't talk about some small sects without high ranks. The 18 sects have records of high ranks attacking. And these sects, under the influence of some people, formed a large organization. That is what we call the cult. There are also many levels to the cult's high-level composition. Before this, each sect had its own pope, teaching elder, and guardian elder. These are all high-ranked martial artists. Middle-ranked ones are usually guardians and the like. We don't have to worry about these now. After the 18 sects were unified, there was a pope, who was also the cult's nominal leader. Generally, he was called the Grand Pope, the person closest to God. After the cult was unified, a salvation hall was established. The Salvation Hall was led by the Grand Pope. The popes of various sects joined it, including some solo powerhouses, who would also join in name only. Fang Ping interrupted, solo powerhouses? Do cult powerhouses have to form an organization? There are also many who joined the cult in their own name. These people have their own goals, so it's normal. According to our intel, other than the Grand Pope and the 18 popes of various sects in the Salvation Hall, Fang Ping interrupted again, isn't the Grand Pope one of the 18 popes? No, it's quite mysterious. As for who it is specifically, it's hard to say. There have been some guesses, but it's useless. Don't make wild guesses to avoid causing unrest. Let's continue talking about the Salvation Hall. The Salvation Hall is the cult's main combat force organization. The powerhouses are all in name only. The powerhouses here refer to the high-ranked ones. Rank 7s are still teaching elders, rank 8s are teaching elders, rank 9s are salvation elders, and the rest are Grand Pope. It's not too sure how many teaching elders there are. Close to 50 or 60 of them, but many of them were killed previously. There are probably still some scattered around the world now. There are much fewer teaching elders. Some sects popes are only rank 8, and some are even rank 7. These people also carry the title of teaching elders, and there are about 15 or 16 of them. As for the salvation elders, the exact number is still unclear. Rumor has it that there are 9. Whether it's true or not, no one knows. These fellows are very mysterious, and they do not communicate face to face. Nowadays, communication is advanced, and there are many ways to communicate. Moreover, it is usually one-way communication. As for the exact number, probably only the Grand Pope knows. 9 salvation elders, plus the Grand Pope, that's a total of 10. These 10 are said to be rank 9. However, among these 10 people, we still stuffed in a rank 9 martial artist. Not only is he a rank 9, but he's also a powerhouse among rank 9. He has some status in the cult. Unless it's top secret information, the kind that only the Grand Pope can get hold of, otherwise, we will receive most of the information. 10 rank 9s? Fang Ping looked shocked. So many rank 9s? Rank 9s are not cabbages. Almost all of them have records, unless they don't fight for their whole lives and never come out of the mountains. But those people will not break through to rank 9. That means, these people all have public identities? More or less. Fang Ping took a deep breath and said, how many people does Sino Nation have information on? 3. Zhang Tao said calmly, other than our people, there are 3 more people that we have information on. In other words, we still have no information on the 5 Salvation Elders and the Grand Pope. As for the other big holy lands, maybe they have information, maybe they don't. Among the 3 people that we know, one of them is even from the Holy Land. We don't know if he's from the cult or if the Holy Land planted him on purpose. No matter what, you don't have to worry about this. Just treat them as enemies. Among the 3 people who know, none of them are from Sino Nation. But, it's hard to say whether Sino Nation has them or not. I don't want to guess anything. This time, we will judge according to the timing of the few people who know their identities so that they won't have the chance to attack you. If you agree, then the one who will attack you will be a rank 9 powerhouse whose identity we don't know. At least we can lure 1 or 2 people out. If it's more, 2 or 3 will work too. 10 rank 9s. Once the identities of 6 or 7 of them are known, then the cult's threat will be minimal. Fang Ping, what do you say? Who are our people? Are they reliable? Fang Ping said, is it High Grandmaster Kong Ling Yuan? I know that he has not recovered from his injuries and has been recuperating. Zhang Tao laughed. I know you might guess that it's him, but it's not. Kong Ling Yuan's injuries are really not healed yet. It's the Dragon King Linlong. Linlong doesn't keep watch over the catacombs. He has been guarding the central government. That's why he has more opportunities to come into contact with these things. Linlong is one of us. Moreover, we know him very well. The probability of something happening to Linlong is not high. Moreover, it's not the time yet. He hasn't reached the pinnacle yet. There's no time to care about these things. Even if there's a 1 in 10,000th of an accident and he really wavers, he won't dare to change sides now. Because if he does, he'll definitely die. Moreover, this time, Linlong won't make a move. If he doesn't make a move, won't people be suspicious? That won't happen. You've underestimated the cult powerhouses. Since they're powerhouses, they have their own principles. Although Linlong is a member of the cult now, the sect he leads isn't aiming to kill human powerhouses and sell their lives to the catacombs martial artists. The sect he leads now preaches about opening up a territory completely, conquering a territory, and managing it as a human fortress. In reality, this idea has already been realized. Of course, since it's in cult, it's not that simple. His sect has some other ideas. While managing a territory, they'll drive a large number of ordinary people and martial artists into this territory. They'll die and be killed in this territory, providing a catalyst for the passageway to be completely opened. Therefore, before they conquer a complete territory, his sect won't make a move on human martial artists. Unless the cult has really conquered a complete territory and handed it over to him to manage. If that happens, it would be unreasonable for him to not make a move. What I'm trying to say is that he has his reasons for not making a move. Of course, if you need him to, he can make a move. At a crucial moment, it's not a problem for him to switch sides. At this juncture, it doesn't matter if his identity is exposed. Let me think about it. Oh right, Minister, you mean that I'm not qualified yet. It's best if I break through to rank 8 and lure more rank 9s to kill me? Yes. Fang Ping muttered, then what kind of help can you give me? I can't give you too much help. What I can do is seal off the forbidden catacombs so that Bei Gongyan can free up his hands. I'll try my best to seal his aura and wait at a fixed location. If I do more and more rank 9s disappear, the other party will become suspicious. Bei Gongyan is dealing with the forbidden catacombs now. He's still not in the catacombs. The forbidden catacombs is under our control. The other party can't send any messages out. Just one rank 9? Yes. If the cult sends 3, won't I be dead meat? You don't have any ideas? Fang Ping rolled his eyes. I'm only a rank 7. How can I think of anything? According to what you said, when the time comes, Instructor Li and the rest will definitely be lured away. If he doesn't leave, the other party probably won't make a move. Wouldn't that be a waste of effort? Since Instructor Li has left, how can I deal with a rank 9? This isn't the bounded territory. As he said that, Fang Ping rubbed his chin. Why don't I lure the other party to the bounded territory and try? I'm afraid it won't work. Besides, if you really go to the catacombs, it won't be a matter of the cult rank 9 anymore. You know what I mean. I don't have to kill them, right? If I hold them back, how long will it take for you to get here? At least 10 minutes. 10 minutes is too long. Fang Ping exhaled. The point is, even if I really kill these guys, there might not be any benefits. Also, I have to pick a good place. If I really want a rank 9 to make a move, it can't be in a crowded place. Won't it make people suspicious if I go to a deserted place for no reason? When Fang Ping said this, Zhang Tao laughed. You mean, you agree? I'm not sure yet. I have to think about it. Oh right, Minister, are there any strong early-stage rank 8 powerhouses? The kind that are very strong. One person can kill a few rank 8s. Those that are trustworthy, give me a few dozen. Zhang Tao was speechless. I also want to find so many strong rank 8s. Help me find them. Minister, a rank 8 second forging golden body is also considered early stage rank 8, right? Yes. What about third forging? Logically, rank 8 has 9 forging. I think third forging is also early stage rank 8. You ask me about the division of realms. How would I know? You can think whatever you want. If you think he's early stage, then he's early stage. Can I stop you? Fang Ping was speechless. I'm asking about serious matters. If I break through, then I'll be early stage rank 8. Logically, I can only hide an early stage rank 8's aura. Whether I can hide a rank 8 third forging powerhouse's aura, it's hard to say. Rank 9 powerhouses. If there were too many rank 8's, it would be like ants biting an elephant to death. Forget it. I won't ask you anymore. I'll think about it. Give me some time. Also, if I really lure them out, that cult must have a lot of things. They have to belong to me. Also, the government has to pay me something. Otherwise, I won't do it. It won't do if it's less. I don't like it. Finally, if these rank 9's real identity is very rich, their properties will also belong to me, sure. Also, the news of me being killed, it was the Dragon King who told you, right? That's right. Then you don't have to worry about this. Just say that you told me. Don't ask the Dragon King to make a move or not, and don't mention any plans. You don't even trust me, kid? That's not it. I just don't trust the Dragon King. I'm not familiar with him. Who knows what he's thinking? If he kills me while I'm at it, and I still foolishly believe him, thinking that he can save me, then how can I justify myself? Also, the cult won't send a few rank 9's just to deal with a rank 7 martial artist like me, even if it's a rank 8, right? You're underestimating yourself. Zhang Tao said playfully, you're very popular now. Who dares to underestimate you, Fang Ping? You've escaped from the cult a few times and even killed their people. This time, the cult will definitely choose the safest plan in order to be foolproof and to get those bonuses. In my opinion, the safest plan is to send 3 rank 9's. Didn't you say that you killed 2 rank 9's? Then send 3. I'm still confident that they can kill you. You really think highly of me? Fang Ping laughed. I didn't even know that I could actually get 3 rank 9's to assassinate me. If you don't want to show off, then 1 is enough. I'm not showing off. What I said is the truth. Besides, I don't want to show off anymore. But from what? You're saying, you're forcing me to show off. I'm forced to do this. I'm helpless. Zhang Tao. For a moment, Zhang Tao did not know what to say. After a long while, he said, "Tell me after you've thought about it. Don't worry. It's okay if you're really unwilling. Even if you agree, I still have to consider the risks. If you die, there might be one less desperation realm combat strength. Betting on a few rank 9s might not be worth it. Of course, if you're confident, then you can try. If it really doesn't work, give me your mineral vein. I'll give you a mentality avatar to save your life." Fang Ping's expression darkened. "Aren't you embarrassed? You're the one who asked me to do it. You actually want me to spend money to buy my life." Zhang Tao knew what he meant. He laughed and said, "Don't say that I'm forcing you. I'm not forcing you. You're the one who showed off. These evil sect martial artists insisted on killing you, then I'm also doing this for humanity's victory. Sino Nation's victory. Don't change the concept. Ha ha ha. Let's wait and see. I've just separated a mentality avatar. If I split it again, I'm afraid that my combat strength will really be affected. I'll let Li Zhen try. That guy should be able to separate one." When Fang Ping heard what he said, he was instantly speechless. "Are you going to trick Li Zhen?" Before he finished thinking, Zhang Tao sighed. "Li Zhen is different from me. I don't care about these things. He's more stingy. If you don't give him some money, he might not be willing. Don't you have a rank 9 divine weapon that you don't use? Then exchange this. He should agree." Haha. Fang Ping sneered. "Could this divine weapon really fall into Li Zhen's hands? You think I don't know you? Minister, I heard that Minister Xia needs a divine weapon. A few years ago, you sent flowers to Minister Xia, but she didn't seem to accept them. This time, if you give her a divine weapon, she might be able to move her heart." Fang Ping, do you know that the more you talk, the more mistakes you make? Zhang Tao smiled gently. Fang Ping shuddered. He laughed dryly. "I'm just joking. Minister Wang told me. Otherwise, how would I know? Ministry of Education." Wang Qinghai suddenly shuddered. He looked at the room next door. What was going on? His entire body suddenly turned cold. He was a rank 8 5th level martial artist. How could he possibly catch a cold? This was an ominous sign. Please remember this book's original domain name. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor mobile version website, on the Crystal Tower. Fang Ping hung up the phone. Although Li Hansong was still hanging, he did not care anymore. He said in a low voice, "Fang Ping, think twice before you act. This matter wasn't going to be that easy. There were 9 Salvation Elders and a Great Pope. It would be fine if the Great Pope was at the absolute peak. Those at the impasse realm could not easily make a move, but if it was an expert like Nan Nan before he broke through, that would be troublesome." Before Nan Chang broke through, he had fought against 3 experts who had comprehended the Tao of Origin. It would not be a problem for him to fight 5 or 6 weak rank 9s. Killing a rank 8 would be a piece of cake. Once such a powerhouse made a move, unless a peerless expert came to stop him, he would die without a doubt. Minister doesn't even know who the Pope is. What if the other party makes a move? Old Manly thought for a moment and said, "In the previous Global Grandmaster ranking chart and Great Grandmaster ranking chart, Chief Nan ranked 14th. The top 10 were all at Desperation Realm, but Chief Nan ranked 14th. The other 3 were powerhouses at the same level as Chief Nan. If these people were the Great Pontiff, Fang Ping, and the other party attacked, then it would be dangerous. Even the Absolute Peak's mentality avatar might not be able to do anything to the other party. Minister Zhang knows how dangerous it is, which is why he created a spirit avatar to protect you. But that doesn't mean you're safe." "I know." Fang Ping sighed softly, "But what can I do?" Hearing this, the two of them fell silent. What could he do? The cults had their eyes on Fang Ping. It was a question of whether they were taking the initiative or being passive. If he took the initiative, the opportunity was still in his hands. If he took the initiative, he might be ambushed at any time. Fang Ping had already made up his mind the moment Zhang Tao's call arrived. "Evil sect, 3 times. Don't do it thrice. You attacked me once when I was not a martial artist. I went to Nanjiang, and you attacked me once. When I went home for the new year, he attacked me once. Fang Ping chuckled. To be honest, there are a lot of people who want to kill me, but no one has ever tried to kill me 3 times in a row, except for the cultists. As for me, I didn't want to waste time on the surface. Plus, I thought that the evil sect would be taken care of sooner or later. But now, the minister is telling me that he doesn't know who the cultists are. Out of the 10 people, including Grandmaster Lin Long, he only knew the identities of 4 people. Who were the other 6 people? Is it someone I know? Is it someone I know? I wholeheartedly befriend the other party. For example, if the other party is senior brother Tian Mu or senior brother Wu Chuan, then, wouldn't I die at any moment? I trust these 2 senior brothers quite a bit. Although I'm just giving an example, there are some things that I can't not guard against. The unknown was the scariest. Maybe one day, when I really trust some people, these people suddenly want to kill me, telling me that they are evil cultists. Fang Ping looked at Old Man Li and sighed. If you're a cultist, then I'm doomed. Maybe when I reach the peak, you'll kill me. Tell me, how can I not be anxious? Old Man Li rolled his eyes and ignored him. Fang Ping chuckled. That's why it's necessary to lure out the cult's higher-ups. But others could not do it. Capable people did more work. In this day and age, only Fang Ping had this capability. I have money. Many people know that I have a storage ring, a divine weapon, a large number of energy stones, and life essence. I have money, and so do the catacombs powerhouses who are after me. Killing a rank 7 like me is more profitable than killing a paragon. If it were me, I'd probably be tempted too. Although I've given away a lot of money, everyone knows that I, Fang Ping, am the god of wealth. If the cult kills me, then they'll really be rich. That's why I'm probably the only one who can lure out the cult's higher-ups. Instructor Li, you can't. You're a pauper with trillions in debt. You might not even be able to get your 1 and only rank 9 divine weapon. You might even have to be careful not to get killed instead. No matter how I think about it, among all the martial artists in the world, I'm probably the only one who can fish, right? The cult isn't stupid. They might know that you're plotting against them. They might even know that there's a spy among them, but they deliberately asked you to ambush them. Old Man Li said in a low voice, the possibility of this is very high. At this stage, if powerhouses can't even see through this, then they're really stupid. You're fishing, but you don't know that maybe they want to fish too? That's true. Fang Ping was not in a hurry to speak. He calculated for a while. Shielding his aura now required 1 point per person. Adding another person would require 10 points. 5 people, that would be 100,000 points per second, 1 minute, that would be 6 million points. It was extremely expensive, changing the aura of 4 people, that would also be 6 million points per minute. Therefore, if he were to bring people along, Fang Ping could only bear 9 people at most, 12 million points per minute. He had to end the battle quickly. At least, he had to hide in place before the cult martial artists attacked. 3 to 5 minutes, that would be the consumption of tens of millions of wealth points. He could bear this price at most. After all, he only had a little more than 100 million wealth points now. 9 people, Fang Ping calculated for a while. If he were to hide 9 people, he could still bring a few people over on the surface. After all, if he were to really plot against the other party, it would be strange if he did not bring anyone. Within 15 people. Within 15 people, I might have to deal with a few rank 9 powerhouses. Moreover, the cult powerhouses might also be plotting against him. Thinking of this, Fang Ping said softly, since Commander Bei Gong is the only rank 9 that Minister Zhang can deploy, that means that the cult might also understand. Commander Bei Gong might not be reliable. Therefore, if I really want to plot against the cult, I can't rely on Commander Bei Gong. I still have to rely on myself. It's difficult. There are a few rank 9 powerhouses, the kind who don't know how far they have gone on the origin path. We can only use 15 people at most, and all of them are around early stage rank 8 martial artists. It's extremely difficult to keep the other party occupied. It's good that you know. Old Man Li said, let's avoid it. To where? It'll be dangerous for you to go to the catacombs. No, you can hide your aura. Why don't you hide your aura and enter the Magic City catacombs? Old Wu is there. I'll go there too. You want me to keep hiding? At least before you have the ability, it's better to hide. But I don't want to hide. Then stay in MCMAU. We'll try not to leave. We'll stay in the school. There are many powerhouses in MCMAU. There are also powerhouses in Magic City. They can't do anything to you. Fang Ping laughed. Instructor, don't be too confident. No matter how strong MCMAU is, if a few rank 9s really attack, it's hard to say. The minister said that it's related to the path to the top. There are no rank 9s who won't be tempted. Have you forgotten that when we were in the land of boundaries, didn't the Yang family's High Grandmaster Yang Daohong know that he might die if he went? He knew. But he couldn't help it. Not only him, even another rank 9 might not be able to do it. He wouldn't dare to do it normally because it might not be worth it. Now, it's hard to say. At least I can be there. This time, according to the minister, I have to leave. Don't be mushy. You're already so old. Old Manly was speechless. Mother ***, I'm talking about serious matters. Can you bastards stop interrupting me? Beside him, Li Hansong gritted his teeth and said, I'll go with you. I have the divine armor to protect me. Give me the divine armor. It's useless for you to go. Give me the divine armor to protect me. My safety is more guaranteed. Fang Ping calculated. I can bring some people over, on the surface. I said I want to rank up. Everyone knows that I like to be in the limelight when I rank up. Then, I want to be in the limelight this time. I want to break through at sea. There's an island in the depths of the southern area's seaside. I'll break through there. Just say that my breakthrough is huge. Old Lu just flipped out. It's not suitable for me to break through in MCMAU. On that day, I want the TV station to broadcast my breakthrough live. Let the TV station film it. Of course, I'll bring my own equipment. This way, it won't look out of place. I'll invite some people. They can't be too strong. I'll set the date first. On that day, if nothing goes wrong, you guys will suddenly face some trouble and be called away. The catacombs will definitely cooperate. Invite some people. Who should I invite? Fang Ping sighed softly. It's hard to invite people who are risking their lives. When faced with a rank 9's attack, they'll lose their lives if they're not careful. Also, the people I invite must be at least rank 7. Many rank 7s, risking their lives, can stop a rank 9, me. Li Hansong said immediately, if I don't go, others won't believe me. If you, Fang Ping, break through, how can I, Li Hansong, not do it? Not only me, Old Wang and Old Jiao will go too. I'll agree on their behalf. You're the main reason why we're where we are now. You probably don't have many life and death friends anymore. If the two of them don't go, then we'll break off our friendship. Fang Ping could not help but laugh. The three of you. Honestly, if you can join forces and hold back a rank 8, it'll be good enough. Get lost. Don't look down on me. Li Hansong humphed. I'll be able to coil the celestial bridge very soon. Once I locate the brain nucleus, I'll be able to achieve middle stage rank 7 in no time. Old Jiao might even achieve upper stage rank 7 soon. At this point, if the three of us join forces, we can even hold back a rank 9. No, I'll have to include you. The four of us, holding back a rank 9 won't be a problem. At this moment, Qin Fengqing sat on the top of the tower in a sloppy manner. He grinned. The energy fluid was given to me. I'll go too. Get lost. Don't. Isn't it just a little energy fluid? I'll go. I'll help you get rid of these guys who have designs on you. It's worth it. You're just a rank 6 trash martial artist. Get lost. Are you looking down on me? Yes. Qin Fengqing's expression darkened. You burn me. I'll be a rank 7 after that. Is that still trash? Yes. Ironhead isn't a rank 7? He's stronger than you. Bullsh** T. Qin Fengqing gritted his teeth. He's stronger than me? Then wait until I reach rank 7 and see. Fang Ping, if you want to pretend to be 13, is it more suitable than me? If I don't support you, will these guys support you? If I don't go, will the evil sect people believe that you want to show off? If I go, then it'll be more realistic. Forget it. I'll borrow the energy fluid from you. However, there's something you need to help me settle. Qin Fengqing said sheepishly, old Lu came to me just now. He said that I owe the university 7 billion. Including the interest, it's 5 billion. There's also the late fees and whatnot. It's 8 billion. He gave me 10 days to return the money. If I don't return the money, then I'll hand over the divine weapon to repay the debt. But I only have this divine weapon. If I hand it over, then what will I use it for? But old Lu said that if I don't repay the debt, he'll make an example out of me. He'll strip me naked and hang me at MCMAU's main gate to make an example out of me. Fang Ping, you need to help me settle this. 8 billion, it's nothing. I've only borrowed it for a few days. I borrowed it the last time I went to the Forbidden Catacombs. It's only 10 days. He's charging me 1 billion in interest. This is daylight robbery. At this moment, someone said lightly from afar, the last time you went to the Forbidden Catacombs, you asked Xianxia to borrow 5 billion. The remaining 500 million has been borrowed for half a year. A blacklisted person like you shouldn't have lent it to you. Isn't it right to charge you some interest? Qin Fengqing said wearily, old Lu, can you stop chasing me for the debt? Why are you still the honorary vice-chancellor? Tomorrow, change your title. Leader of the collection team will do. 5 billion. Qin Fengqing said dryly, you're so capricious, 9 billion. Fine. I won't say any more. You just have to raise it to 10 billion and take my divine weapon. Then, we're even? 5 billion. Qin Fengqing broke down. He looked at Fang Ping and said weakly, see? If I don't do it now, this old man will definitely take my divine weapon. When I reach rank 7, if I do it and risk my life, it's worth at least 10 billion, right? Help me settle this debt. Don't worry. I guarantee it'll be worth it. Fang Ping sneered, 10 billion. Are you worth 10 billion? Duh. Of course I'm worth it. Qin Fengqing said confidently, when I reach rank 7, you can treat me like a rank 8. Hiring a rank 8 to risk his life for a job, isn't 10 billion worth it? The last time you called old man Shen, he even gave me an ancient divine weapon, plus an IOU for life essence. It's worth up to 100 billion. Even if I'm slightly weaker than him, 10 billion shouldn't be a problem, right? 10 days, where can I get 10 billion now? Either you lend me another 10 billion, or you bring me to do it. Otherwise, if I can't pay this debt, I'll be stripped naked and hung at the school gate. I don't think it's embarrassing. It's MCMAU's reputation that's being embarrassed. A dignified Grandmaster-level powerhouse being humiliated by MCMAU like this, how embarrassing. As they were talking, Lu Polu used the flight step and landed. He said, I didn't hear everything. Are you going down to the catacombs again? Fang Ping smiled. No such thing. Old Lu, continue collecting my debts. Not only from the school, but also from the grandmasters outside. Is there any trouble? Lu Polu ignored him. He glanced at Li Chongsheng. Is it big? Old man Li ignored Fang Ping. He smiled. It's quite big. Since you're here, I'll count you in. Treat it as repayment. Otherwise, you won't be able to pay it back. If you owe so much, what can you do in the catacombs to earn it? Kill a few rank 9s. You don't have to kill them. If you can hold them off for 10 minutes, maybe longer. Then, the debt will be settled. All right. Fang Ping smiled bitterly. Old Lu, don't join in the fun, Lu Polu said lightly, repayment. Li Chongqing laughed. It's nothing, kid. What's there to be pretentious about? If your own people don't help you now, do you really expect outsiders to do it for you? Old Lu is also a rank 8. He won't die so easily. Give him more imperishable substances. It's still effective to save his life. Besides, if you break through and the people from MCMAU don't go, are you going to rely on outsiders? Old Lu is one of them. A few rank 8s going won't be a problem. 3 rank 8s and more than 10 rank 7s. With such strength, the evil sect probably won't give up. Old Lu is one of them. If it's me, I might not be able to go. Chen Yaoting. Don't be pretentious. That old guy is a 3rd refinement rank 8. He has a divine weapon. His combat strength is extremely strong. Send another rank 8, Lu Polu said. Can't rank 9s go? Probably not. Otherwise, it'll be very difficult to lure them out. Old Manly thought for a while. Rank 7s and 8s can go. Rank 9s are too eye-catching. Not to mention, they might not even have a chance. To deal with Fang Ping, the catacombs might riot on that day. Rank 9s can't leave either. Of course, an invitation must be sent. Whether they come or not is an unexpected factor. With Fang Ping's personality, it would be strange if he did not invite them. Not only rank 9s must be invited, but all the paragons must be invited too. This is in line with your rank 8 status, Fang Ping smiled. It's just a breakthrough. It's not a promotion banquet. There's no need to be too ostentatious. Lu Polu ignored him. He said, invite Nan Yunping then. She's in Magic City. She's near the sea area. She's the most suitable. Nan Yunping and MCMAU are old friends. I'll talk to her about this, Li Chongqing nodded. That's possible. If you and Nan Yunping join forces, you can probably hold off a rank 9. Of course, the danger is not small. If you include Chen Yaoting, the 3 of us are enough. When the time comes, the 3 of you must hold off a rank 9. Fang Ping, do you and Li Hansong have the confidence to hold off a rank 9? Let's include Qin Fengqing. This kid has too much debt. Treat it as repayment. If he really dies, it's his bad luck. If he dies, the debt will be erased. There's no need to repay the rest. Beside him, Qin Fengqing pursed his lips. I'll die? I won't die until I reach the Emperor realm. I've escaped death hundreds of times. When did I die? People like you are used to gambling with your life. If you lose once, you'll go bankrupt. It's normal for you to die. Old Manly replied. He said, if that's the case, you can hold off 2 rank 9s. Fang Ping, these people are all in the open. Can't you hide your aura? How many people can you bring? Hide them in your golden house. Don't you like to be ostentatious? That day, you can fly over with the golden house. It'll be more suitable. No one will think that you're hiding people in the golden house, 5 at most. I'll break through to rank 8 first. I'll disguise myself as a rank 7 and bring 5 of them over. However, I can still hide the aura of 4 of them and pretend to be weak. As long as no one recognizes me, it won't be a problem to go with Ironhead and the rest. 9 people. Their strength must be on par with yours? Yes. Old Manly calculated for a while. He said, you'll have to look for old Zhang for this. We can't do it. You don't have the face to let 9 rank 8s risk their lives for you. Even if many rank 8s owe you favors, it won't work. This matter isn't just about you. Luring the evil sect's rank 9s is everyone's responsibility. Old Zhang has to be responsible for these 9 rank 8s. As for who they are, you don't have to care. That old guy still has some tricks up his sleeve. There are also many powerhouses in his Wuan military. If he can't do it, he can transfer people over there. 9 rank 8s. Even if they're all early stage, keeping a rank 9 occupied is a piece of cake. They can also give you some aid. Also, ask for a mentality avatar. This is really to save your life. Once the 4th rank 9 appears, attack. In the early stage, delay is the main thing. I won't stay in the catacombs for too long. I'll rush over soon. That day, I guessed that the 2 city lords of Monster Phoenix City and Monster Sunflower City would probably attack. Only 2 rank 9s can keep Old Wu occupied and force me to enter. Maybe there's also that Phoenix Monster Beast in Monster Phoenix City. 3 big rank 9s should be enough. Monster Sunflower City probably won't uproot itself from the city. As for Old Wu, he'll hold 2 rank 9s at the crucial moment. Let Guo Xingquan and the rest hold 1 rank 9. I'll go down and kill one as soon as I can. If I can't kill one, I'll get away as soon as possible and come to rescue you in 3 minutes. As for Old Fan probably can't get away. Even if he can, there might be 4 rank 9s attacking from the catacombs, maybe even more. Old Manly calculated for a while. Fang Ping asked, what about Regiment Commander Bei Gong? If he's on his side, Old Manly thought for a while. Let him lie in ambush somewhere further away from the island. If he's discovered, the evil sect will probably let a rank 9 hold him back. If he's not discovered, then come to help quickly. If that's the case, maybe we can lure a few more rank 9s. In short, prepare for the worst. Don't rely on these guys too much. Fang Ping nodded slightly. He said, once these rank 9s attack with full force, their auras will be exposed. Actually, we don't have to kill them to expose our identities, Old Manly said exasperatedly, don't be too optimistic. If martial artists stronger than you really try to hide their auras with all their might, you won't be able to detect any abnormalities in their auras. Even if they disguise themselves slightly, you won't be able to detect it. If the other party dares to attack, it means that there's a high possibility that there aren't any rank 9s nearby. Even Bei Gong Yen. If there's really a rank 9 attacking, I suspect that it might be a rank 9 who has already exposed his identity. Evil sect martial artists aren't fools. Fang Ping, don't be careless. Oh right. Don't you have a relationship with that fatty from Polaris City? Didn't Warlord invest some in you last time? Go and ask Fatty if he wants to invest again. Ask Warlord to send you a mentality avatar. Double insurance. Give him some tangible benefits. Then, this favor will be huge. Not only you, Fang Ping, but MCMAU will also remember this favor. Old Manly took a deep breath. Warlord's ability is also very strong. It's not a big problem to send him one. He, the Minister, Commander Li, Sky-suppressing King. These few combat strength are all relatively strong paragons. If they send out a mentality avatar, it will have an impact, but the impact is limited. Moreover, Warlord and the rest have been guarding Mount Royal Sea for hundreds of years. They have almost not advanced an inch. It's not like they haven't sent out this thing before. As long as it's concealed well, it might not be discovered. Other paragons might not have this kind of courage. Warlord, the possibility is not small. If they split it early, they might have recovered by now. Then, there won't be any impact. Of course, it won't be too much. If they cut too much, they will easily lose control. Anyway, try it. It's okay if they don't. 2 mentality avatars. Even if the Grand Pope attacks, they can still hold them off for a while. Old Manly calculated for a while. Finally, he said, if you insist on doing it, then we'll arrange it this way. If necessary, let old Zhang also send out another mentality avatar. Although it's not worth it to use 3 mentality avatars against a few rank 9s, these people are hiding something even more terrifying. I think in order to lure these people out, old Zhang is probably willing. Fang Ping frowned. What about those foreign paragons? The evil sect's threat isn't just our problem, right? After this, old Zhang will naturally collect the reward. Old Manly said indifferently, do you think he will make a losing deal? Just watch. If some evil sect rank 9s are really lured out in Sino Nation, all the big foreign holy lands will have to pay something. Not only that, if the rank 9s that are lured out are related to some holy lands or some powerhouses from some big countries, just wait for old Zhang to flip out. You don't have to care about him. He will recover his losses himself. Fang Ping burst out laughing. That's right. I am actually worried that old Zhang will suffer losses. How is that possible? At this moment, Fang Ping suddenly laughed. Instructor, you're quite reliable at this critical moment. You've arranged everything in order. According to what you said, even if the evil sect turns out in full force, I'm still safe. Old Zhang doesn't say anything. If I really get 2 mentality avatars, based on the strength I used last time, it's enough to kill 4 rank 9s. Don't be too optimistic. Old Manly took a deep breath. It's not that simple for the evil sect to survive until now. You think they will send 3 people? Maybe they will send 5 people. You think there aren't any powerful powerhouses? Maybe there will be a top-notch rank 9. You, Fang Ping, have a great reputation. You've survived until now and failed to kill you 3 times. Will they be careless? This is related to the possibility of them advancing to the top. They won't be careless. Who doesn't want to advance to the top? It's not impossible for the 9 great Salvation Elders and the Pope to attack together. Also, just the rank 9s, will there be no rank 7s to cooperate with them? If they come, it'll be big trouble. Of course, rank 7 and 8 martial artists will easily expose their identities when they face you guys. Once they are exposed, then it's over. Even if they come, not many will come. Fang Ping said helplessly, you really think highly of me. I'm only a rank 7. According to what you said, it's enough to make the evil sect turn out in full force. Prepare for the worst. If there's really nothing, just return the mentality avatar. Fang Ping took a deep breath again. He looked at the few people beside him and said, Old Lu, I'll skip the pleasantries. As for me, I can only count on MCMAU's instructors to protect me. Outsiders are outsiders after all. Actually, this matter isn't our responsibility. The evil sect wasn't born in my generation. But the evil sect has their eyes on me, then I can't admit defeat. Don't worry, I have things to save my life. Imperishable substance, life essence, Old Lu's breakthrough, rank 7 divine weapon won't do. Coincidentally, you're also a powerhouse who uses swords. Ji Yao's divine weapon was also a sword. Let old Zhang help to modify it. You can use it. If Vice Chancellor Nan is willing to help, I, Fang Ping, am not a stingy person. I won't give you a rank 9 divine weapon. I have a rank 8 Changdao. If I break through this time, I'll forge a rank 9 divine weapon myself. I can give the rank 8 Changdao, including the rank 7 Changdao, to Vice Chancellor Nan. It's easy to get a rank 7 divine weapon. I still have a rank 7 monster beast, and it's still whole. I'll give the rank 8 divine weapon to Vice Chancellor Nan. I can give these 2 rank 7 ones to Old Chen too. When it comes to comparing wealth, I've never been afraid of anyone. Fang Ping said it arrogantly. Then, he humphed, if they have designs on me, then I'll make them regret it for the rest of their lives. I'm still worried. This brat Fang Yuan insisted on going out to train. If I don't punish her as a warning to others, how can I let her go? It's just as well. I'll kill some rank 9s in one battle. Let's see if the evil sect people still dare to touch my sister. They tried to kill me 3 times in a row. Do they really think I'm a pushover? They actually came for the 4th time. After this, MCMAU instructors and students will not go to the catacombs for now. We'll wipe out the evil sect martial artists in Sino Nation. Including those grandmasters who owe me money. I'll pay for every evil sect martial artist I kill. I'll settle the score with heads. All of them are poor bastards. They might not even be able to kill many people in the catacombs. They won't get many resources. I don't want the catacombs heads anymore. I'll put a bounty on the evil sect heads. High ranks and below, 100 million each. According to the head count, for high ranks, 3 billion for rank 7, 10 billion for rank 8, 100 billion for rank 9, I've already put a bounty on him. If they want to kill me, then I'll kill them first and let them shout at me. The others usually can't be bothered to fight the evil sect. They're just clowns. However, since they've provoked me, I'll see who kills them all first. Everyone's faces were blank. Amazing. Were there many martial artists who owed Fang Ping money? Too many. They were grandmaster-level powerhouses, after all. They still cared about their reputation. Now that the news of Lu Polu collecting debts had spread, many grandmasters were worried. At this time, the head of a middle and low-ranked martial artist was 100 million. For high-ranked martial artists, it was 3 billion for rank 7, 10 billion for rank 8, a few of them were starting to sympathize with the evil sect martial artists. This time, they were really in big trouble. They could find trouble with anyone but Fang Ping. It just so happened that everyone was worried about how to pay back the money. They could not destroy the evil sect in one battle, could they? Please remember this book's original domain name, 9 Heavens Divine Emperor mobile version website. On October 1st, there was a lot of activity in MCMAU. First, Lu Polu broke through rank 8. Then, MCMAU investigated the debts of the entire school. Lu Polu, a rank 8 grandmaster, even made a noise in the outside world. Of course, it was only limited to the grandmaster circle. If it was time to pay, then it was time to pay. He was still young. It was not easy for him to earn some money by risking his life. Now that he could not go down the catacombs, and the catacombs offered a reward, his days were very difficult. If he did not pay now, was he going to go back on his word? When these words came out, some of the grandmasters were embarrassed. Many of them had a headache. Soon after, there were some rumors about MCMAU taking over Hope City. The 3 departments and 4 houses were discussing it. It was not over yet. MCMAU's news came one after another. On October 2nd, Fang Ping called some powerhouses. Currently, there were still some video records of rank 7 powerhouses breaking through. However, there were no rank 8 or rank 9. To let the public and middle and low-ranked martial artists understand the situation more clearly and know the difference between each rank, Fang Ping hoped to record a textbook breakthrough. He was ready to break through to rank 8. When the news came out, it was really a global sensation this time. At the end of July, Fang Ping broke through to rank 7. Now it was only October, and Fang Ping was actually going to break through to rank 8. In less than 3 months, many people did not even break through to rank 1. However, the stronger Fang Ping was, the faster his progress was. At the same time, some news spread out. Previously, there were not many who knew that Fang Ping was a resurrected martial artist. Most of the grandmasters in Sino Nation knew, but not many overseas knew. However, this time everyone knew. Fang Ping was a resurrected martial artist, powerhouses reincarnated and came back to life. In his past life, he was a desperation powerhouse. Now, he was just recovering his previous life's strength. The stronger the strength, the faster the recovery. Perhaps, Fang Ping could step into rank 9 soon, or even reach the peak. Humans might be about to give birth to another desperation powerhouse. Because it was to record a textbook breakthrough scene, the commotion was bigger. On October 10th, Fang Ping would break through on an island in the senior MCMAU. At that time, it might cause a tsunami. When Fang Ping spread the news, he also urged the government to quickly evacuate the residents near the sea to prevent his breakthrough from causing too much commotion and causing damage to people and property. All the media reported on this. Many people were filled with anticipation and envy. When Fang Ping said that his breakthrough to rank 8 might cause a tsunami, almost no one doubted it. Now, with a deepening understanding of martial arts, many people knew that a level 8 expert was an expert in the golden body state. In ancient times, such an expert was a mythical figure. Such a person could soar into the sky and burrow into the earth. He was omnipotent. It was possible that a breakthrough would cause a huge commotion and cause a tsunami. Starting on the 2nd, Fang Ping began to post some observation posts to the public. This time, Fang Ping was not too ostentatious. This was because the television station wanted to broadcast it live. Moreover, Fang Ping was afraid that his breakthrough would be disturbed. He mainly invited some powerhouses who were close to him to observe. Minister of Education Zhang Tao, Guardian of the South Wu Chuan, Deputy Commander of the Military Department Tian Mu, SCMAU Vice-Chancellor Qin Yaoting, NMAU Wang Jinyang. There weren't many people who received invitations, only a dozen or so. Some of the experts who did not receive the invitation felt a little regretful. However, breaking through was a major event. It was normal for the master not to invite him for fear of delaying his breakthrough. In other words, during the neo-martial era and the ancient martial era, martial artists' breakthroughs would be carried out in sects or under the protection of powerhouses. Breaking through was a very private matter. Although Fang Ping would broadcast it live, he did not invite others. If others knew the rules, they would not go there rashly. It would easily cause misunderstandings. Just as the news spread and shook the society. At the same time, somewhere in Sino Nation, in a villa. At this moment, 3 people were sitting in the villa's living room. On the coffee table, there were a few cell phones. From the cell phone, an old voice laughed. "You guys have guts. Are you really going to make a move on that little guy this time?" This person spoke in Mandarin. Everyone was not surprised. This group of people, no matter where they went, would speak the local language. They spoke it more accurately than the locals. Their voices changed, and they would change their location at any time. It was difficult to locate them through cell phones. The information age made it easier for these powerhouses to hide themselves. Grandpa 7, aren't you tempted? In the living room, a man chuckled softly. He was a man, but that was only judging by his clothes. The other party wore a sparkling and translucent crystal mask. Even his eyes were not exposed. Mentality densely covered his entire body. Unless one forcefully broke through the mentality blockade, there was no way to identify the other party. Although mentality would carry its own special aura, these people had hidden it for many years and were prepared. Some equipment made with energy crystals had a simple effect of concealing aura. Using energy crystals to store some heavenly treasures could also prevent energy loss. Without fighting, without going all out, and simply judging through a layer of barrier, it was almost impossible to determine anything. The person who spoke was wearing a mask. His face could not be seen, and his voice could not be verified. Even that head of short hair could not prove anything. At their level, even broken limbs could be regrown. As for things like hair, it was completely up to them to make it long or short as they pleased. From the phone, the old voice laughed. Tempted. Rank 9 divine weapon, life essence, true king's ultimate art, and even a true king's sermon. Of course I'm tempted. But you guys are too bold. This is Sino Nation's martial arts world. There are many desperation powerhouses here, and there are also many rank 9 powerhouses. People like us will be easily discovered if we get within 100 miles of desperation. Aren't you guys afraid of death? The masked man laughed. Desperation, we want to too. But it's too difficult for us to reach desperation. Now that the opportunity is right in front of you, is Grandpa 7 willing to give it up? Naturally, the catacombs will take care of the powerhouses. It's the same for rank 9 too. Fong Ping is resurrected from desperation. His realm is recovering faster and faster. If he enters rank 8 in less than 3 months, when will he recover his realm? 3 months, half a year, or a year? The masked man chuckled. Can the catacombs tolerate a martial artist like this who is destined to become a desperation martial artist? This time, I gathered everyone to discuss whether we should contact the Pope and discuss the issue of bargaining chips. It's not enough now. The bargaining chip before was only a bargaining chip to kill the rank 7 Fong Ping. Now that he's about to reach rank 8, and he's breaking through in Sino Nation, the catacombs should understand this kind of danger. If we don't kill Fong Ping now, maybe a true king will fall in Fong Ping's hands in the future. Just 2 rank 9 divine weapons and a true king's ultimate art are not enough for us to take the risk. Deep into Sino Nation's hinterland, there are several desperation martial artists. Taking the risk to kill Fong Ping and the lives of 3 rank 9s is only worth this? The old man laughed. That's your business. I'm not willing to participate. Now that Grandpa 7 said he won't participate, I'm afraid. Maybe Grandpa 7 is hiding near Magic City now. If we make a move and get entangled and Fong Ping escapes, maybe Grandpa 7 will be able to reap the benefits. The masked man laughed. That's why it's better for everyone to talk openly. How many people are going to make a move, we'll discuss first. Otherwise, if someone comes again, we won't be lenient. No one spoke from the few phones. In the living room, there were 2 other people. One was wearing a huge black robe, gender unknown. The other was playing with a golden dagger in his hand, with long hair over his shoulder, gender unknown. Similarly, he wore a mask on his face. Seeing that no one spoke, the martial artist in the black robe said slowly, since everyone is here, contact the Pope. With the Pope as a witness, contact the catacombs and restate the terms. We should have a conclusion on who will make a move and who won't, lest we end up fighting among ourselves. Okay. No objections. Everyone spoke one after another. The next moment, a crystal ball appeared in the hands of the black-robed martial artist. Mentality permeated it. The crystal ball flickered for a while. Very soon, someone said, 6th Elder, what are your orders? Contact the Pope. Hold on. The crystal ball fell silent. Beside him, the long-haired masked martial artist said lightly, "Say, who do you think the Pope is? A paragon?" This should be a mentality solidification item used by a paragon powerhouse. It can sense another crystal ball from hundreds of miles away. The Pope has made many arrangements in Sino Nation. On the phone, someone said lazily, "I don't want to guess. Who cares who he is? If there are benefits, then it's the Pope. If there are no benefits, we're evil sect martial artists, ha ha ha. If there are no benefits for evil sect martial artists, I don't care if he's a paragon or not." Grandpa too is still so direct. We're all rank 9 martial artists. Is there a need to beat around the bush? The Pope said the same thing when he was in front of me. If it wasn't for benefits and for faster advancement, why would I become an evil sect martial artist that everyone wants to beat up? I might as well rely on the 6th grade Holy Lands or work in the government. That's much better than sneaking around, isn't it? The martial artist who was addressed as Grandpa too said straightforwardly. After a moment, a neutral, gentle voice came from the crystal ball. "You're still as straightforward as ever, second elder." "Of course. Pope, how about giving me one of these? I'm not used to using a cell phone. I'm afraid I'll be cheated, and I have to run every once in a while. It's so tiring." The Pope's voice came again, smiling. "If you want it, I'll give it to you." "Ha ha ha, forget it. I'm not old 6. Old 6 dares to take it, but I don't. If you sense it, who knows what will happen." The Pope continued smiling. "Don't tell me you still don't trust the Pope, second elder?" "Trust?" Second elder snorted. Then, he said coldly, "Forget about trust. Everyone in the world comes for benefits. If you pay the corresponding price, you'll be the Pope. When it's time to sell my life, I'll do it. If you can't pay, why should I trust others? Old 6, don't you guys have something to say? Say it." The black-robed martial artist was not surprised. There were 9 Salvation elders. It was normal for some of them to be arrogant and unruly. The black-robed martial artist looked at the crystal ball and said slowly, "The Pope must have heard that Fang Ping is about to break through to rank 8. He's streaming the breakthrough. When the catacombs issued a kill order, Fang Ping was only rank 7. The difference between rank 7 and rank 8 is not small. The previous conditions are not enough now. I, 3rd Elder, and 8th Elder will all make a move this time. 3 rank 9 divine weapons, 1500 caddies of life essence, 3 true king antiques, these are our new conditions." The Pope sighed softly. 6th Elder, why do you have to make such an impossible condition? Even if you kill a paragon, it's difficult to pay such a price. The previous price is already the limit. Pope, it's not like we don't know about this. Others might not say it, but among us, there might be spies from the Sino Nation government. Of course, it doesn't matter. Fang Ping suddenly wants to break through on the island. I think it's more likely to lure us to make a move. However, humans die in pursuit of wealth, and birds die in pursuit of food. It depends on who can scheme better. However, Fang Ping is prepared, and the Sino Nation government is prepared, that's for sure. The danger will be higher than what we think. The difficulty of killing a rank 7 Fang Ping and a rank 8 Fang Ping is completely different. If that's the case, it's necessary to give more. The black-robed martial artist continued, 2 royal courts, or maybe all 4 royal courts, put a bounty on him at the same time. Are you being so stingy? 3 rank 9 divine weapons, 1500 caddies of life essence, for the 4 royal courts, that shouldn't be too difficult, right? The Pope said softly, "This, I will fight for everyone. It should be about the same, I'll go too." At this moment, someone on the phone suddenly said coldly, "Elder Jiao, you're coming too?" The black-robed martial artist laughed. "Aren't you afraid of something happening? Then you don't have to worry, Elder Jiao." The two of them conversed for a while. On the phone, Elder Jiao said, 3 true king antiques might be a little difficult, but I don't think 2 will be difficult. The monster plant and monster life royal court are determined to kill Fang Ping. 1 true king antique art each shouldn't be difficult, right? Also, a few copies of both true king antique arts must be made. The Pope said slowly, "Copies? We might not be able to make a few copies of the real one. It's about to collapse. That's none of our business. Elder Geo continued, these 2 books, I don't think they're exquisite true King antique arts, so we need 2 sets for reference. The antique arts can be discussed. Those who want to participate now, say it now. Otherwise, after the conditions are stated, we'll do it, and the others do it. Then, the benefits will only belong to us. The others can forget about reaping without sowing. No one said anything. Then it'll be the 4 of us? Then 4 divine weapons, 2,000 caddies of life essence, 2 true King antique arts. The Pope said slowly, that's too much. The restricted area won't agree to it. Just give it a try, Pope. Fong Ping's threat isn't that easy to resolve. The number of rank 9s who died directly or indirectly in Fong Ping's hands is not a small number. For rank 9s risking their lives, isn't it worth it? The Pope said slowly, your safety is still guaranteed. When the time comes, the catacombs will fully cooperate with you. What you need to do is to kill Fong Ping, the rank 7 martial artist. If you don't give him the chance to break through, he'll still be a rank 7. Fong Ping will have help, this is for sure. But he won't bring too many people, and the number of rank 9s in Sino Nation is also limited, everything is under control. Right now, only a few can spare time. As he said that, the Pope said again, according to the news from my sect, this time Bei Gongyan might make a move. In order to keep us here, the few paragons might separate a mentality avatar for Fong Ping to save his life. Other than that, in order to lure us out, there won't be too many powerhouses protecting Fong Ping. Now, it seems that Qin Yaoting, Lu Polu, and the others will be one of the protectors. There will be 3 to 5 rank 8s. There will be about 10 rank 7s. MCMAU will not sit and do nothing. Wu Quishan will probably not be able to leave, and Li Chongqing might leave first before coming back. It will take time. If the 4 of them make a move together, 3rd, 6th, 8th, and 9th elders, one will block Bei Gongyan, and one will block Qin Yaoting and the others. The other 2 are responsible for ending the battle quickly and getting rid of Fong Ping as soon as possible. Finish the battle within 5 minutes and escape. This is the safest time. There is almost no risk. After 5 minutes, there will be some risks. The black-robed martial artist was silent for a moment. Will the paragons be restrained? You can rest assured about this, 6th elder. My sect will not send you to your deaths. All of you are the backbone of the divine sect. Now, a great war is coming. All of you are the core of the divine sect. Without all of you, the divine sect will only linger on, unable to continue surviving. The catacombs is bent on killing Fong Ping. To eradicate a paragon who will be here soon, they will go all out. At this time, all the elders should have more trust in the divine sect and the catacombs. Will the Pope make a move? The Pope was silent for a moment. My sect will not make a move. If there is really trouble, Grand Elder will make a move and buy time for all of you to get out of danger. At this moment, another old voice came from the phone. I will make a move according to my discretion. Give me a copy of the True King's ultimate art. The black-robed martial artist laughed. Since Grand Elder is willing to hold the line, then there is nothing more to say. As for the True King's ultimate art, naturally, Grand Elder will have a share. Thank you very much. The Great Elder said and fell into silence again. The others breathed a sigh of relief. With Grand Elder holding the line at the critical moment, if there was an accident, they would have the confidence to escape. After all, it was 4 rank 9 elders attacking together. The Pope would not really watch them die. At this time, the Pope suddenly said, 7th Elder, are you not going to make a move this time? On the phone, the old voice that first spoke on the phone said, I won't join in the fun. Besides, I might not have the chance to make a move that day. The Pope chuckled. That's true. However, if 7th Elder has any news, you can tell the others to avoid losses. The divine sect has suffered a lot in the past 2 years. With the development of the information age, it has become more difficult for the divine sect to recruit new people. Especially in Sino Nation, the losses are even worse. A few times, it has been related to Fong Ping. If we kill Fong Ping, not only can we get the benefits promised by the catacombs, but Fang Ping himself is also a treasure trove. It's worth making a move. When the war starts, the countries will give up some areas. Then, it will be the divine sect's opportunity. Seventh Elder, when the time comes, you will also have a place to use your skills. There is no need to feign civility anymore, Seventh Elder said lightly, we'll see. Fang Ping has reversed the situation of the Catacombs War a few times. I actually still admire him. Once he enters the top, maybe he will bring about a different result. In my opinion, he has more potential than Zhang Tao, Li Zhan, and the others. He may be the reincarnation of the Devil Emperor Unquestionable Sword. If he really walks the third path, he may not be helpless against the catacombs. I don't approve of killing Fang Ping. However, since everyone wants to try, I won't stop you. If he really dies in your hands, it means that he is not the one who will save humanity. However, other than Fang Ping, the rest of you should kill less. If these high-ranked martial artists die, it will also be a great loss to humanity's strength. The Pope smiled. The black-robed martial artist said lightly, if these people don't make a move and don't court death themselves, we won't bother with them. Moreover, Fang Ping may not be able to break through to the top. On the contrary, we may have a chance of breaking through to the desperate realm after getting the benefits from the catacombs this time. Also, Fang Ping has provoked the catacombs many times and started a war. Those people see him as a hero. Little do they know, because of Fang Ping, when the war breaks out in the future, Fang Ping's actions today may cause more killings. They have endured for so many years. Now that their strength is not enough, they actually want to counterattack. Even if they win a few battles, what can they change? On the contrary, because of a few victories, the catacombs will treat us with more hostility and be more cautious. Is that really a good thing? I don't think so. The few desperate realms in Sino Nation can't even see through this. Instead, they are complacent. They don't know how ridiculous it is. Seventh Elder said calmly, Sixth Elder, you have no right to look down on the top. The will of the top is not something you can understand. I don't want to say too much. Everyone, be more careful. It's fine if you die, but don't talk nonsense if you're not dead. This time, for Fang Ping, the whole nest has been mobilized. Including Grand Elder, 5 Salvation Elders have been mobilized. If something happens, the divine sect will collapse by half. The short-haired masked man from before laughed. Seventh Elder, don't worry too much. I think the Pope is also prepared. If he really dies, then it's just bad luck. Even the boss has gone to hold the line. If we still can't kill Fang Ping, then it's our own incompetence. If we're so incompetent, how can we covet the top? Seventh Elder sighed. Then I'll give you another piece of news. Other than Bei Gongxian, there might be another rank 9. As for who it is, I'm not too sure. But his ability won't be too weak. Maybe he's at the same level as Grand Elder. The few top powerhouses have been operating for many years. They won't be without any confidence. Zhang Tao had just torn apart the avatar created by mentality a few days ago. This time, he might not continue to tear it apart. Li Zhan might give out an avatar. 2 rank 9s, a top powerhouse mentality avatar, a few rank 8s, more than 10 rank 7s, it was extremely difficult to kill Fang Ping. Fang Ping was greedy for life and afraid of death. If Zhang Tao did not give a 100% guarantee of his safety, he would not act rashly. Also, don't underestimate Fang Ping. He survived until now because of himself. To kill Fang Ping, it's best to kill him in one hit. If possible, Grand Elder will attack Fang Ping directly. Don't give him a chance to turn the situation around. This time, the Pope, won't you do anything? The Pope said lightly, we'll see. Seventh Elder said, after operating for many years, now they're mobilizing all of their nest for Fang Ping. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse, everyone said nothing. They would not give up when there was hope for the top. Moreover, Fang Ping had always expressed extreme hostility toward the evil sections. He had gone against the divine sect several times. Many divine sect high ranks had died directly or indirectly in Fang Ping's hands. If they continued to let Fang Ping grow, it might be even more troublesome. Mekmel. Southern area. Below Fang Ping's crystal pagoda, it was a lively scene. President, don't just stand there. Come and eat something. President, your legs are trembling. Come and have a drink. President, don't bother me. Fang Yuan's face was red with anger. With the energy stone on his back, his legs were shaking. He yelled madly, move away. Beside him, Xianxia looked innocent. She whispered, Yuan, let's just forget about it. We have to come. Vice-Chancellor Fang said that if you really stand there for 10 days, he'll expel us. Do you think he can expel us just because he says so? Fang Yuan said angrily, you just believed him? You betrayed me? Xianxia was helpless. She whispered, Vice-Chancellor Fang has the right to expel people. My dad said that if he wants to expel people, no one can stop him. Fang Yuan was furious. She let out a shrill scream. This was too much, Fang Ping was too much, the girls around him covered their ears. They were also very innocent. Fang Yuan decided to ignore them. She closed her eyes and continued to rock the energy stone. Under the crystal pagoda. In the underground mineral vein. Fang Ping inhaled lightly. Old Man Li, Lu Polu, and even Wu Quishan surrounded him one after another. Wu Quishan said in a low voice, are you confident? If you are, then let's start. The few of us will work together to seal off the aura so that the energy won't leak and the golden body projection won't be exposed. Fang Ping inhaled again and said, I'm confident. If 3000 Hz can guide it, then it won't be a problem. If it doesn't work, I'll hone my brain for a while longer. There are still a few days left anyway. If it really doesn't work, I'll change the date. It's not a big deal. Everyone laughed. Old Man Li glanced at him and said again, if it really doesn't work, then we'll avoid it. I know. As he said that, Fang Ping took a deep breath. In the mineral vein, rich energy surged toward him. Wu Quishan and the others started sealing off the aura. Fang Ping absorbed the energy while staring at the data on the interface, wealth, 177 million points vitality, 42,280 calories, 42,280 calories, mentality, 2,999 Hz, 2,999 Hz, destructive power. Bone honing, 177 bones, 100%, 29 bones, 90%, storage space, 1000 cubic meters, plus, energy barrier, 1 point/minute, plus, aura simulation, 10 per minute, plus, his golden body was about to complete the first forging. After completing the first refinement of the golden body, one's vitality could reach up to 50,000 calories, but that was for a complete golden body. Today, Fang Ping's internal organs were not yet golden, including the last bone marrow in his skull. To be able to complete the golden body without guiding the last bone marrow, and have a vitality of more than 42,000 calories was already extraordinary. I hope I can borrow the power of the transformation to complete the second refinement of the golden body. In the new martial arts era, most peak rank 8 martial artists could complete the 5 refinements of the golden body. Completing the first refinement would mean entering rank 8. Completing the second refinement would mean early stage rank 8, and the third refinement would mean middle stage rank 8. After completing the second refinement of the golden body, Fang Ping was a true early stage rank 8 powerhouse. Not the so-called early stage of rank 8, Lu Polu was currently at early stage rank 8. After staring at the data for a while, Fang Ping's vitality suddenly erupted. His body shone with a golden light, and the house of gold appeared in the underground mineral vein. Rise! Fang Ping growled. In the next moment, the house of gold began to swell and become bigger. The golden light on Fang Ping's body became more intense. Large amounts of imperishable matter circulated on his body. In the blink of an eye, the Xianxia Gate and the Celestial Bridge appeared too. The brain nucleus quickly appeared in front of everyone. Fang Ping's Xianxia Gate opened instantly, and large amounts of energy surged toward the brain nucleus. Not only vitality force, but mentality, including large amounts of golden imperishable matter, also surged toward the brain nucleus. Crack, a sound that seemed to come from another world was heard. Everyone focused their attention on Fang Ping's brain nucleus. Wu Quishan tried his best to seal off the vitality as he growled, don't force it. If you can't do it, then hone for a while more. I can. Fang Ping's answer was sonorous and forceful. It was only the 3000 Hz barrier. Previously, without the method of honing the brain nucleus, he felt that he could break through the barrier by force. Now, he had a fundamental way to improve it. As long as he could hone the brain nucleus to become stronger and sturdier, breaking through this barrier would not be a problem. Crack crack, in the void, the brain nucleus kept emitting faint cracking sounds. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Before this, they did not know where the brain nucleus was. That was fine. If they forced it, they would not feel anything. However, now that they saw the location of the brain nucleus and heard the faint cracking sounds coming from the brain nucleus, they became nervous instead. What if he really exploded from overeating? If it shattered, could Fang Ping still survive? Still, they had some doubts. Were all the previous breakthroughs like this, or was Fang Ping special this time? Crack crack. Although the brain nucleus was cracking, the influx of energy was also mending it continuously. The crystal-clear brain nucleus now looked like a rhombus-shaped cube. Some cracks on the surface made this cube even more dazzling and eye-catching. The cube was overflowing with rich mentality. Fang Ping did not look sideways. He continued to pour in energy and imperishable matter. After about 30 seconds, the cracking sounds gradually weakened. The golden imperishable matter continued mending the small cracks rapidly. The initially crystal-clear brain nucleus was now expanding slowly, becoming brighter and brighter, mixed with a hint of gold. Break! Fang Ping choked out another word from his throat. With a low roar, the golden house beside him expanded with a bang. At the same time, the brain nucleus rapidly turned pale gold. Fang Ping did not even have time to look at the data. At this moment, the golden house suddenly disappeared, turning into pure mentality. However, it was golden mentality. At this moment, Fang Ping realized for the first time that mentality was different. Materialized objects could actually gather and disperse at will. Before this, his materialized objects turning into the golden house could not do it. If it dispersed, then it would really disperse, and there was no way to gather again. However, at this moment, Fang Ping did it. The golden mentality flew toward Fang Ping's brain nucleus. In the next moment, all of it merged into the brain nucleus. The brain nucleus shone with a golden light. At this moment, the brain nucleus that was still in the center of the Sanjiao gate suddenly took the initiative and flew toward Fang Ping's head. Everyone's eyes were glued to it. Until today, everyone finally knew how the rank 8 breakthrough was done. The mentality was withdrawn into the brain nucleus. At this moment, the brain nucleus would enter the brain, guiding the final changes in the bone marrow. Fang Ping, pay attention. Wu Quishan growled. Fang Ping did not speak because at this moment, the brain nucleus had already flown over, like an invisible substance, directly entering his head. The moment the brain nucleus entered his head, Fang Ping suddenly felt as if his head was going to explode. A wave of thick and mighty mentality exploded in his mind. Golden light shot out from Fang Ping's head. Wu Quishan and the others roared one after another. At this moment, a shadow rose from the mentality barrier that they had set up. That was the projection of power. The shadow gradually solidified, but it did not soar high into the sky. At this moment, everyone noticed something different. The shadow became more and more real. Fang Ping's bones, blood vessels, brain, internal organs. At this moment, it was as if they were being dissected for everyone to see. Everyone saw that Fang Ping's entire body was almost covered in golden light. Only the depths of his brain was a little gray area. As well as his internal organs, they were also sparkling and translucent. In the gray area of his brain, streams of golden liquid were flowing, rolling, and dragging the gray matter, as if trying to drag the gray matter into it. However, the golden liquid seemed to be unable to be dragged. Oh no! Wu Quishan frowned. His mentality has just reached 3000 Hz, slightly weaker than the average peak rank 7. It seems like it can't be pulled. Fang Ping, just as Wu Quishan was about to speak, he noticed something strange. Initially, the golden liquid was the projection of mentality. There was only so much of it. However, at this moment, this golden liquid was expanding continuously, becoming thicker and stronger. Fang Ping, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, did not make a sound, but he stared at it. This was the first time he saw the recovery process of mentality clearly. Where did the source of the system's power come from? He did not see it, he only saw that his mentality was recovering continuously, at its most powerful period. Dragging the gray matter into it. Some of the gray matter was gradually turning into golden matter. It's still a little lacking, Fang Ping muttered in his heart. 3000 Hz mentality could actually guide the skull bone marrow to turn into a golden body. However, the strength seemed to be insufficient. The speed was extremely slow. Fang Ping subconsciously looked at the data panel in front of him. Bones honed, 177 bones, 100%, 29 bones, 91% plus, the speed is too slow. But, there's a plus sign again. This means that I've already met the requirements to hone the skull bone marrow. Fang Ping took a deep breath. He had honed all the 206 bones a long time ago. He had also honed the bone marrow of 177 bones. Only the bone marrow of the skull had not changed. He knew that the moment the skull bone marrow changed would be the time for him to truly forge a golden body. That was why he did not pay attention to it before. Now, the opportunity was here. Since my mentality is slightly lacking, then I'll rely on the system's power to hone my bone marrow. Fang Ping's heart stirred. In the blink of an eye, the data changed again. Bones honed, 177 bones, 100%, 1 bone, 92% plus, 28 bones, 91% plus, increased by 1%. Used up 10,000 wealth points. It's still acceptable. He had honed to 91% previously. Honing a bone marrow required 90,000 wealth points. 63 million wealth points was enough. Luckily it's now. Even if I could, I didn't have the money to hone it. 3 billion, now, more than 20 billion was nothing to Fang Ping. However, when he had honed his bones, he was only rank 5. He was not as rich as he was now. Fang Ping did not think about this anymore. Instead, he looked at the virtual image. This projection of power clearly recorded the changes in his body. When Fang Ping used the system's power to hone, he suddenly discovered the source of the power. In the sky, the Xianxia gate suddenly disappeared. The moment it disappeared, Fang Ping could sense that the Xianxia gate and the celestial bridge seemed to have entered his brain. Faintly, Fang Ping could feel something. There was power seeping out from the Xianxia gate. The power that was pulling the gray earlier had turned from 1 to 2. 1 was a golden liquid flow. That was the power of mentality. The other seemed to be an invisible power. That was the power of the Xianxia gate. No, it should be the power of the system. The power source of system honing comes from the Xianxia gate? Where does the Xianxia gate lead to? At this moment, Fang Ping had endless fantasies. A long time ago, Fang Ping had been thinking that the Xianxia gate was made up of 3 gateways. The gateways actually led to an endless dark zone. Where did the gateways lead to? He had no idea how these 3 half-real and half-fake gateways came into being and how they appeared. The source of power seemed to originate from the Xianxia gate. Had anyone entered the Xianxia gate before? Fang Ping did not know. At this moment, Fang Ping's thoughts were just thoughts. He was not in the mood to think about it further. Even the apex might not know anything about this. Fang Ping stared at the projection. The speed at which the gray substance turned into the golden substance was much faster. Beside him, Wu Quishan and the others gave Fang Ping a strange look. Earlier, because Fang Ping's mentality was not strong enough, the speed of the transformation was extremely slow. Everyone saw it. Now, however, the speed was unbelievably fast. Fang Ping's Xianxia gate disappeared into the void. Everyone saw it too. Was that the power of the resurrected martial artists? The power that the resurrected martial artists left behind in their past lives had been awakened now. Among the crowd, Li Hansong saw it the most carefully. There seemed to be something else in his life gate that he had not taken out yet. Did the source of the resurrected martial artist's power come from the Xianxia gate? Fang Ping could awaken the power of his past life from the Xianxia gate. What about him? Could he try it from this aspect? Fang Ping did not have time to care about what these people thought. In the next moment, the gray substance suddenly turned golden. Immediately after, an extremely powerful golden flow surged toward Fang Ping's internal organs. Fang Ping had no time to look at the projection anymore. Crackling sounds came from his golden body. At this moment, Fang Ping could clearly feel that his internal organs were transforming. Phew, Fang Ping exhaled continuously. Each time he exhaled, a large amount of dirty airflow spurted out. Old Manly shouted, "Use the imperishable substance to hone your body quickly. Hone your body together with this power, quick." Fang Ping did not delay, immediately starting to transform the imperishable substance. Large amounts of imperishable substance surged into his internal organs, into his torso, into his bone marrow, as if trying to fill himself up. Crack crack crack, waves of crisp sounds were heard. Fang Ping's body suddenly grew bigger and swelled up. The hair on his head also began to fall. All the hair on his body fell off. As soon as it fell off, Fang Ping immediately consumed energy to maintain the growth. His hair grew at a speed visible to the naked eye, but it turned golden. Seeing that Fang Ping was staring at his lower body, Old Manly could not help but scold, "Hurry up and hone your body. What are you looking at? If it's golden, then it's golden. When the power dissipates, naturally it'll still be its normal color." Li Hansong almost could not hold it in anymore. After holding it in for a while, he laughed foolishly. "Fang Ping, use more imperishable substance to hone there too. Get lost." Fang Ping almost choked. Mother of asterisk Kerr, when I'm breaking through, you actually have the time to talk nonsense. It's true. Otherwise, it's too weak. It's also considered a weakness. Although if it's broken, it can still be reborn. Instructor, chop him to death. Fang Ping was exasperated. Ironhead had become arrogant now. While he was breaking through, he actually started to tease him. Li Hansong laughed for a while, but in the next moment, his expression stiffened. Not only him, but the others were also speechless. Fang Ping did not pay attention to anything. When he felt the atmosphere was different, he could not help but raise his head. At this moment, Fang Ping's expression changed drastically. **T, he forgot that the golden projection was still there. Ha ha ha. Everyone suddenly laughed hysterically. In the void, on the side of the golden projection, the golden glow of its lower body was incomparably brilliant, and a lot of it was concentrated somewhere. Li Hansong punched his chest hard, forcing himself not to laugh. Fang Ping, this fellow said that he did not want it, but he was actually secretly honing it. Did this fellow forget that the projection was still there? No matter how sneakily he touched it, everyone could see it. How extravagant. Old Manly suddenly sighed. How extravagant. Who would use so much imperishable matter to hone that thing when breaking through to rank 8? The key was that there was no imperishable matter. Just entering rank 8, a little bit of imperishable matter would be produced, but the amount was extremely small. This amount of imperishable matter was enough to complete the forging of a martial artist's golden body. Fang Ping, on the other hand, actually had a lot of imperishable matter to hone these. Old Manly maintained his chi activity and said, "Continue to use some imperishable matter to hone the strength of a divine weapon and see." This time, Fang Ping's expression really darkened. What did he mean? At a critical moment, maybe it can be used as a divine weapon. Others can't think of it, oldly. Fang Ping's tone was unfriendly. You're the one using it as a divine weapon. I'm not going to play this gangster. Harumphing, Fang Ping ignored him and continued to convert large amounts of imperishable matter, honing his body again and again. Fang Ping began honing every part of his body. Rumble, Fang Ping sat on the ground, but he realized that the ground was starting to sink. Old Manly shouted, "Control your strength. You're almost 10,000 caddies now, don't collapse." At this time, Fang Ping also felt this. His flesh seemed to be getting heavier and heavier. The golden body of his internal organs was about to be completed. Previously, he was only 3,000 caddies, but all of a sudden, he seemed to have become a lot heavier. Rumble. This time, the rumbling sound was heard again. However, it was not the sound that came from the ground, but from his internal organs. Fang Ping's teeth turned golden in an instant, a brilliant golden color. His mouth was full of big golden teeth. His eyes, including his pupils, turned golden in an instant. Fingernails, blood vessels, every part of his body had turned golden. Rumble, in his body, a surge of power came out, bombarding Fang Ping's flesh. Every bombardment made Fang Ping's body tremble. Waves of filthy airflow were expelled from Fang Ping's body. Golden body cleansing. All the impurities in your body will be expelled. Every time you forge a golden body, it will make the golden body denser and stronger. Every time, it will expel the tiny impurities in your body. At rank 8, your body will be like colored glass, pure and without any impurities. From now on, you can say goodbye to food in a real sense. You will no longer need anything. You will not eat the food of the mortal world. This is a god. Fang Ping had no time to listen to these. At this time, every bombardment of power was from the inside out, expelling the impurities in his body. And every time it was expelled, Fang Ping realized that there seemed to be some cracks in his golden body. At this time, the others would not care. It was the same for those who had forged fewer golden bodies. However, Fang Ping did not stay idle. He began to fill in, compress, hone, and plug up these cracks with a large amount of imperishable matter. Once the imperishable matter entered his body, it was instantly absorbed and digested. At this time, Fang Ping realized something was different. Inside his body, it seemed to have produced his own imperishable matter. The imperishable matter in his body was produced from his golden body. It was very, very little. It was so little that Fang Ping thought it was negligible. This was the imperishable matter that he had produced when he reached rank 8 golden body. Fang Ping did not care about the imperishable matter that he produced anymore. He was still consuming the imperishable matter regardless of the cost, honing his golden body. The newly forged golden body seemed to be extremely empty, lacking the imperishable matter. No matter how much Fang Ping converted, it was absorbed rapidly. 10 elemental force, 100 elemental force, 1000 elemental force. Fang Ping was shocked. It was so much, yet it was still absorbing. 1000 vitality of destruction was more than what a rank 9 could achieve, not just more, it was a lot more. However, at this time it was still absorbed by his golden body. Rank 8 powerhouses cultivated imperishable matter continuously and honed their golden bodies continuously. It took a long time for their golden bodies to reach saturation and complete a transformation. However, because Fang Ping did not lack imperishable matter, when he broke through, he began to absorb a large amount of imperishable matter. While expelling the impurities, he absorbed the imperishable matter to fill in the emptiness after the impurities were expelled. Rumble. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from Fang Ping's golden body. The golden light was blinding. Old Manly and the rest growled again, unleashing powerful vitality and mentality, covering the golden light. Second forging completed. So fast. Everyone's faces were filled with shock. This speed was too fast. At this moment, Fang Ping had truly reached early stage rank 8. Lu Polu's expression was bitter. He was surpassed just like that. It had only been a few days, he had only forged one. When the golden body was forged, it was the embodiment of the first forging of the golden body. Right now, he was beginning the second forging of the golden body. It was not completed yet, it was just the beginning. As for Fang Ping, he had already completed the second forging of the golden body in the blink of an eye. At this time, seeing that Fang Ping was still forging his body, Old Manly suddenly shouted, "Enough! If your mentality is not strong enough, your golden body is too strong, it's easy to lose control." Fang Ping suddenly came to a realization, yes, this was not the time to lose control. Otherwise, if he could not recover by the 10th, he would be in big trouble. In the next moment, the golden silhouette dissipated. Fang Ping stood up abruptly, stomping a huge pit on the ground with one foot, revealing the energy stones below. Fang Ping could not care about anything else. He hurriedly checked the changes in his data. His expression changed again and again. Rank 8, the changes were really too big. Wealth, 164 million points. Vitality, 40,000 calories, 62,100 calories. Mentality, 2,000 Hz, 3,199 Hz. Destructive power, 1 yuan, 22 yuan. Bone honing, 206 bones, 100%. Storage space, 1,000 cubic meters, plus. Energy shield, 1 point/minute, plus. Aura simulation, 10 points/minute, plus. Vitality increased by 20,000 calories in an instant. After completing the first forging of the golden body, his vitality would exceed 50,000 calories. After completing the second forging, his vitality would exceed 60,000 calories. Fang Ping had not only completed the second forging, but he had also surpassed it slightly. He had even walked a small distance on the way to the third forging. He had completely honed his bones, and the destructive power had finally appeared. The upper limit was actually 22 yuan, and Fang Ping had actually only produced 1 yuan of destructive power. Seeing this, Fang Ping was a little speechless. However, 22 yuan of power was actually already a lot. 1 yuan of power was equivalent to 10 C of celestiality, and 1 C of celestiality was equivalent to 500 calories of vitality force. In other words, 22 yuan of destructive power was actually equivalent to 110,000 calories of vitality force. This was the power of the destructive power. Powerhouses who used destructive power to fight were even more powerful. Of course, powerhouses could convert it into celestiality to fight, and its destructive power was also very strong. However, in terms of pure quality and destructive power, celestiality was not as good as the destructive power. It did not have any feedback effect on powerhouses either. Instead, it would hurt the body and the powerhouse's mentality. I feel like I've become a lot stronger. The increase in vitality isn't considered much, just 1.5 times of what it was before, but I feel like my strength has increased by at least 5 times. Fang Ping threw a punch, not at anyone else, but at Li Hansong. There was a rumble. Li Hansong was like a hanging painting, slowly sliding down from the mentality barrier that Wu Quishan and the others had set up, his face full of innocence and grievance. King hit me again. I've only been hung up and beaten for a while, and here it comes again. Ha ha ha, I've really become a lot stronger. Previously, my own hands hurt when I hit metal heads. Now, it's so refreshing. Fang Ping laughed. After completing the second stage of Golden Body and activating the third stage, he felt like he was much stronger than before. At this moment, Fang Ping's whole body was golden yellow. He muttered, I think I can be sold like gold, and the purest kind at that. 10,000 caddies of gold, 5 tons, I can sell it for a high price. Everyone rolled their eyes at him. When would this guy learn to be more reasonable? You can only say that to yourself. If you say that to other golden body powerhouses, they will beat you to death. However, Fang Ping had entered rank 8 so quickly and completed the second stage of Golden Body. Everyone was still amazed. A 20-year-old rank 7, a 20-year-old rank 8, September 08, Fang Ping enrolled. Aspiring martial artist, October 10th, Fang Ping was a little more than 2 years after he became rank 8. As for Fang Ping, he was also a little emotional. He still remembered that when he was rank 4, he thought to himself, I'll be rank 4 in 1 year, rank 8 in 2 years, rank 12 in 3 years. Originally, it was just a joke, to amuse himself. But who knew, it really came true. Although 2 years had passed, to martial artists, a month or so was nothing. He had actually reached rank 8 in a little more than 2 years. It was an unbelievable thing. He did not expect it to be so fast. Rank 8. I've achieved a golden body. Fang Ping was filled with emotions, and for a moment, he was a little absent-minded. But he still felt that something was missing. Right, where was Qin Fengqing? He had forgotten. That guy had gone to purify his energy and was waiting for the fire to burn. It seemed like he did not come. Fang Ping suddenly looked at the only martial artist of the same generation in the crowd, Li Hansong, who had just slid down from the stronghold, saw Fang Ping staring at him with a blank expression. When he saw Fang Ping's dark expression, Li Hansong thought for a long time. Suddenly, he thought of something, and then his expression became extremely strange. Should I say it? But, it's so embarrassing. I'm not as shameless as Qin Fengqing, and I'm not as shameless as Fatty Jiang. How can I say something like that? But Fang Ping's gaze was too sharp. He rubbed his palms together, as if he did not say it, he would kill him in the next moment. Li Hansong wanted to cry but had no tears. After a while, he said in a low voice, Fang Ping is mighty. You forged a rank 8 golden body. I congratulate Fang Ping. His voice was as low as a mosquito's. Fang Ping lost his interest in an instant. He let out a humph. Spoil sport, there was no momentum at all. Those who did not know would think that he had died. Old Manly and the others looked at each other and could not help but laugh. This kid did not have a chance to show off his breakthrough this time. He must be feeling very aggrieved. In the end, Li Hansong, who was the supporting actor, was not good enough. Now Fang Ping was probably even more depressed. Li Hansong was helpless too. I said I couldn't do it. It's too embarrassing. But after thinking about it, Li Hansong still said seriously, "Congratulations to the Celestial Emperor for reviving and advancing further. Reforging the glory of ancient martial arts." Fang Ping stared at him for a long time. "Do you really believe it, or did you hypnotize yourself to believe it?" He did not stutter when he said this. On the 3rd of October, Fang Ping broke through to rank 8. No one knew that at this moment, Fang Ping had advanced to rank 8 without a sound. When he came out of the underground mineral vein, Fang Ping still had rank 7 aura. He disguised his aura, 10 wealth points per minute. That was 600 points per hour, more than 10,000 points a day. Fang Ping did not care about this expenditure at all. Disguising for 7 to 8 days was nothing. No one knew that Fang Ping had broken through. Other than a few people in MCMAU who knew, the others did not believe it because it was not Fang Ping's style. Breaking through without a sound. Was that still Fang Ping? Coming out of the underground mineral vein, Fang Ping saw Fang Yuan, whose legs were trembling. 3 days, this girl had been standing here for 3 days with hundreds of caddies of energy stones on her back. Fang Ping was really surprised. He did not know what to say. His sister seemed to have really grown up. He dared not imagine that his sister could have such perseverance. Sigh. He sighed softly, indescribably complicated. On the 4th of October, Fang Ping was not busy with anything else but preparing to help Qin Fengqing break through. He did not choose to do it in the mineral vein. Fang Ping was worried that the mineral vein would explode. Southern area, seaside. On this day, almost all the MCMAU grandmasters came. In the middle of the crowd, Qin Fengqing was grinning from ear to ear. He circled the big crystal furnace in the center and grinned. Who made this furnace? It's beautiful, yes. They should carve some patterns on it. Wu Quishan ignored him. This time, he came out of the catacombs to protect Fang Ping in secret, but on the surface, it was for Qin Fengqing. Any powerhouse who had a chance to become a grandmaster breaking through was a big deal. However, Qin Fengqing was not breaking through. This guy was still planting trees with golden eggs on his head. Wu Quishan exhaled softly. After a long time, he looked at the beaming Qin Fengqing and said in a low voice, "Qin Fengqing. 28 years ago, I was still an instructor in MCMAU. That year, your father got into MCMAU with excellent results. The old vice-chancellor saw that he had outstanding talent. The vice-chancellor who had not accepted any students for a few years accepted your father. Your father did not disappoint. In just a few years, he entered the middle ranks. That era was different from the present. Everyone had to rely on their own hard work, and there were only a few vitality pills. The effects of the vitality pills back then were not as strong as they were now, and there was almost no energy on Earth. Just like that, your father entered level 4 before graduating and was praised as the most promising heavenly son of the current generation to enter level 7. Compared to your father, Li Chongqing was slightly inferior. After graduation, your father joined MCMAU as an instructor and became our colleague. Your mother was just a normal person. Your father married your mother because he hoped that his wife would not have to go to the catacombs and not know what he was doing. When he had his own children, your father also told us before that he did not want them to practice martial arts, even when we laughed at him and said that he had no guts, he never cared. Your father is a gentleman. Back in MCMAU, everyone said that your father was a good man. Even though he was talented and achieved rank 5 before the age of 30, he was not arrogant at all. Back then, cultivating to rank 5 before the age of 30 was as difficult as rank 7 now. Just when everyone thought that your father could become MCMAU's 3rd Grandmaster level powerhouse after the Vice-Chancellor and Old Liu, an accident happened, Skygate City's riot, your father fought in the catacombs and died in the catacombs. Back then, you were still young. Before your father died, the one thing he could not let go of was you. Even when he fought until the last moment of his life, He could not let go of you and your mother, suicide saber Xianxia, the most dazzling genius of that era. So dazzling that everyone thought that he would not die, but he died in the catacombs. He died in the catacombs at the age of 34, you are Xianxia's son. You are suicide saber's son. Xianxia's biggest hope was that his son would not become a martial artist. Sad, but respectable. Back then, not now. Back then, martial artists were really bitter, too bitter. Bitter to the point that all powerhouses, without exception, did not want their children to become martial artists and their descendants to die in the catacombs. At this moment, Wu Quishan had a lot to say. He even felt a little sympathetic. Back then, he was more arrogant than Xianxia. Xianxia, the most dazzling prodigy, did not dare to let his son practice martial arts, but he insisted on letting his daughter practice martial arts. Xianxia married an ordinary person as his wife, but he married a powerhouse like Lu Fengru as his wife. Both of their choices were completely opposite, but the stronger the martial artists of that era, the more miserable it was. His daughter died in the catacombs, and Xianxia died in the catacombs at a young age, leaving behind an orphan and a widow. However, sometimes, fate was really unpredictable. Xianxia's biggest hope in this life was for his wife and son to live a peaceful life. Who would have thought that his son would be admitted into MCMAU after his death? Not only did he get into MCMAU, but he also became the craziest martial artist among MCMAU students, time and time again in the catacombs, time and time again risking his life, time and time again. Xianxia probably did not expect this to happen, he probably did not want to see this either. Wu Quishan's expression became even more complicated. He sighed softly. Now, you have entered the mentality-vitality-unity realm. This is a happy and good thing. Fengqing, your father's biggest wish was for you to be safe. Now, you have to train your body in the blazing fire. If you are not careful, you will die. If your father knew that you died right under our noses. In the future, when you meet your father in the underworld. Sigh, Fengqing chuckled. Vice-Chancellor, are you cursing me? Will I die here? Don't joke around. Fengqing looked around and laughed. I won't die so easily. If I die from just a mere energy flame body tempering, then I might as well stop practicing martial arts. Don't even mention that old man of mine. His thoughts are his thoughts. He never told me. If I don't practice martial arts, what would I be doing now? Going to work from 9 to 5, earning 3 to 5,000 a month, marrying a wife who I don't know has a common language with, and carrying on the family line. Was he envious of the martial artists? I've never regretted becoming a martial artist. I've seen a new world. I've seen everything I wanted to see. Can ordinary people understand the wonders I've experienced? I'm 23 years old, but what I've seen, and experienced are things that ordinary people can never experience in their entire lives. I don't want to one day, because of the catacombs invasion, I don't know anything. I don't want to die without knowing how I died. I only have one thing, and that is that even if I die, I will die with a bang. If I, Fengqing, die, then I will bite off a piece of flesh from the person who killed me. Die here? How is this possible? Fengqing laughed heartily. He leaped up and stood on top of the huge furnace. He looked at Fang Ping and smiled. Come on, you've already agreed. Hurry up and pour the energy liquid. Today, I, Fengqing, will become a grandmaster here. Make a name for yourself. Fang Ping glanced at him and said mildly, if you die, that old lady of yours who cried herself blind probably won't be able to live either. She lost her husband when she was young and her son when she was old. She didn't even have anyone to take care of her when she was old. Fengqing shouted, who isn't like this in this era? Fang Ping, do you know what I despise the most about you, hypocrite? Fengqing scolded, you are so King hypocritical. Do you know that, after embarking on the path of martial arts, who would have a way out? Have you, have I, has your sister? Not a single one. You clearly know that there is no way out. You can only move forward. Yet you insist on stopping and saying a few pretentious words. In my opinion, you're just taking off your pants and farting. It's superfluous. There is no way out. No one does. Including those ordinary people. If the catacombs are not destroyed, who would have a way out? The ones who died back then were my father, yes, Vice-Chancellor Wu's daughter. It was the old man. It was those classmates, those instructors. After a few more years, if the catacombs are not destroyed, you will die, I will die, my mother will die too. Since we will die sooner or later, why are you being so noisy? Do you think that if you stop your sister now, your sister will not die? Sooner or later. If humans lose, then the entire army will be annihilated. Escape, where can you escape to? You don't have to provoke me. I don't need you to provoke me either. Be more straightforward, be more decisive. I actually think highly of you. You are full of nonsense. I look down on you. At this moment, Qin Fengqing was unusually arrogant. When he scolded Fang Ping, he did not hold back. Fang Ping glanced at him and smiled. Suddenly, he turned around and left. The next moment, Qin Fengqing was suddenly in extreme pain. He cried out loudly, Fang Ping, Vice-Chancellor Feng, Master Feng. I was wrong. I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. Don't go. Master Feng, don't go. Qin Fengqing wanted to cry but had no tears. He jumped down from the big stove hurriedly and wailed, Master Feng, I was wrong. I was too full of myself just now. Please come back quickly, Li Hansong, Wu Quishan, Li Changxing. At this moment, the scene was eerily quiet. Li Hansong looked up at the sky. The sky was beautiful and beautiful. Qin Fengqing must be crazy. Don't you F***king know what kind of person Fang Ping is? This guy can only flatter you. He will not humbly ask for advice or humbly accept advice. No matter how reasonable your words are, unless you can defeat him, you are wrong. You are a guy who wants to borrow the energy fluid. Instead of flattering him, you have to talk about some big principles. I am already doing you a favor by not beating you up. A few minutes later, Qin Fengqing returned with a fawning smile on his face, supporting Fang Ping. Wu Quishan and the others felt ashamed to watch. How could Qin Nan have a son like this? Was it not embarrassing? Fortunately, he had passed away early. Otherwise, he would have died from anger if he did not die in the past. Vice-Chancellor Feng, you see, can we burn it now? Qin Fengqing was all smiles. Fang Ping glanced at him. After a while, he said, leave the divine weapon behind. If I burn it, I can at least recoup some of my losses. Qin Fengqing had no choice but to toss the divine weapon Changdao aside. Is there anything else? Did you hide anything good? Did you find any other treasures in the catacombs? Tell me all of them so they don't go to waste. Qin Fengqing touched his trouser pockets, then touched his clothes. After a while, he said, why don't I take off my clothes? I have to burn them later anyway, so they don't go to waste. Qin Fengqing laughed dryly. Nonsense. If I were not poor, would I suck up to you? Fang Ping ignored him. He walked to the stove and a big bottle appeared in his hand. He stared at the stove for a while, then poured the energy fluid inside. Qin Fengqing was slightly excited. Once again, he leaped onto a small platform above the stove. Burn it! Qin Fengqing could not wait. Beside him, Wu Quishan and the others were silent. Fang Ping finally asked, nothing else? Nothing else. That's all. I'm fine anyway. What if? F***ck, that's a bit of a wet blanket. What if something happens? Just give me some food to eat and tell me that I went to make a fortune. Okay. Fang Ping did not say anything else. He released his mentality and merged it into the energy fluid. The mentality fire ignited the energy fluid instantly. Ah! As soon as it was ignited, Qin Fengqing screamed. The clothes on his body turned into ashes instantly. His hair disappeared without a trace. Awesome! With a scream, Qin Fengqing suddenly laughed maniacally. He laughed with his naked body. Awesome! Awesome! At this moment, a black mist-like substance rose from his body continuously. Bzzzt bzzzt bzzzt, the energy fire began to rise. It spread under his feet, burning all the way. It did not burn his flesh. Instead, it ignited the energy and vitality in his body. Awesome! Qin Fengqing screamed. Fang Ping ignored him. Beside him, Li Hansong stretched out his hand to test it. In the next moment, an invisible flame ignited on his hand. Li Hansong frowned. His physique was not much weaker than Fang Ping's before he broke through. However, when the flame burned on his hand, the pain was unbearable. Sigh. Li Hansong shook his head slightly. He looked at the naked Qin Fengqing. This guy was laughing maniacally. He did not know how long he could hold on. Fang Ping and Li Hansong both took a few steps back. The others walked over one after another. Lu Fengru glanced at Qin Fengqing. Suddenly, she shouted, "Qin Fengqing, restrain yourself for me. Otherwise, I'll take a video and upload it online." Qin Fengqing grimaced. He had no choice. He turned around, his butt facing Lu Fengru. He was already so old, yet he still cared about this. Women were so troublesome, Lu Fengru was helpless. She glanced at the energy flame that was spreading on his body. She frowned slightly and looked at Wu Quishan. Wu Quishan shook his head. He set up a barrier and said quickly, "There are too many impurities in his body. This guy reached rank 6 in a mere 4 years. He's about to reach rank 7. One honing. This is almost impossible. Actually, it hasn't even been 4 years. He was only rank 3 when he entered junior year. In 2 years, he went from rank 3 to rank 7. It's all because of these impurities. Now that he wants to burn these impurities, he's actually burning his origin energy. His vitality. I'm worried that he might not be able to hold on." Fang Ping said in a low voice, "Now that things have come to this, there's no point in talking anymore. This guy chose his own path. He can't blame anyone else. If he really dies, he deserves it." Sigh. The few of them sighed again, speechless for a while. As for Qin Fengqing, he did not shout anymore. The next moment, he suddenly kicked the platform on top of the furnace away and jumped straight into the furnace. Fang Ping frowned. Wu Quishan even cursed in a low voice, "Mother **Cur, this bastard. He's not like his father at all." The furnace had now become a big pot. Qin Fengqing was soaking in the energy liquid. There was no hair on his body. He was bald. His voice was hoarse, but he was still smiling. He should make a bathtub. The person who built this thing, completely didn't consider the user's thoughts. Bad review. As he spoke, an energy flame spurted from his mouth. In the blink of an eye, his tongue was burned into a bloody mess. Fang Ping's expression changed slightly. He shouted in a low voice, "Mother **Cur, can you shut up? Seal all your pores and shut your beak. Let the energy circulate in your body." "Uh-huh." Qin Fengqing nodded hurriedly. Then, he could not hold it in anymore. He opened his mouth wide, his voice even hoarser. "**CK, you're not allowed to scream. I don't feel comfortable if I don't scream, hiss hiss." In the time it took to say this sentence, this guy's tongue was almost black from the heat. Fang Ping's expression was cold. He ignored him. This time, Qin Fengqing shut up. Not only did he shut up, but after some thought, he suddenly dove into the energy liquid. The sizzling sound was getting louder and louder. Above the furnace, all kinds of messy black and blood-colored energy were ignited and destroyed continuously. Fang Ping and the others were helpless. The messy energy in this guy's body was really too much. If this went on, perhaps this guy would really be burned to ashes in the end. Above their heads, the golden egg tree was also swaying unsteadily. It was starting to show signs of collapse. The energy flame had already burned to mentality. A muffled groan came from the furnace. Perhaps only he knew how painful it was to have his mentality burned. The arrogant Qin Fengqing could no longer be arrogant at this moment. Just as the energy flame was still burning fiercely. While Fang Ping and the others were silent, a figure appeared beside them. "He's a tough guy. What a pity." Fang Ping turned his head and said, "What's there to pity?" Zhang Tao said with a faint smile, "It's a pity. You're almost turning him into a bootlicker. Isn't it a pity? If he doesn't bootlicker, you'll give him resources to cultivate?" Zhang Tao was speechless. Suddenly, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. Yes, if he bootlicker with Fang Ping, at least he could get cultivation resources. If he bootliquor with old Zhang, there was a high probability that he would not get it. Not talking about this, Zhang Tao looked at everyone and said, now it's all up to him. Once the energy goes out of control and he can't control it, it will explode instantly. Even I can't reverse it. If the energy flame burns all over his body, I can't guarantee whether he can continue to control it. As he said that, he added, of course, if he can really control it and burn the impurities in his body, it will be very beneficial to him. It's equivalent to another chance to be reborn. Even his mentality will be purer. Everyone nodded slightly. Beside him, Li Hansong suddenly said, can adding some imperishable substance make it easier for him? Zhang Tao shook his head and said, don't mess around. The imperishable substance is also a type of energy. A powerful energy, the destructive force. Once the destructive force is ignited, with his current condition, he will be blown to pieces instantly. Li Hansong felt a little regretful. Fang Ping could not help but curse in a low voice, this guy owes me more than 100 billion. If he dies just like this, I'll suffer a huge loss. I hate people who don't pay their debts the most. Also, he forgot to write an IOU this time. I don't know where to collect the debt if he dies. Zhang Tao glanced at him and smiled faintly. Are you scolding me indirectly? No. Don't worry too much. He's very tough. He hasn't died after wandering in the catacombs for so long. He won't die so easily. You, on the other hand, worry more about yourself. Fang Ping said indifferently, I prepared everything that needs to be prepared. The rest is up to you, Minister. There's nothing I can do even if I die. Coincidentally, you guys don't have to pay your debts anymore. We can even celebrate. Kid, do I owe you money? Zhang Tao chuckled and said playfully, I don't owe you money. Are you imagining things? Fang Ping rolled his eyes and ignored him, continuing to look at the furnace. In the furnace, the energy flame was rising and the energy liquid was boiling. Qing Fengqing's bald head was exposed outside. At this moment, the top of his head was red. Vitality was surging and his scalp was burning. Bang! A muffled sound came from the furnace. Fang Ping frowned. Seeing this, Zhang Tao released his mentality and quickly stabilized the furnace. He said, if you want to vent, vent. As soon as he said this, the muffled sound in the furnace grew louder. Rumble, Qing Fengqing punched the furnace wall, one punch after another. The energy flame rose extremely high. Wisps of black fog were burned away quickly. The tree planted in the golden egg had already withered. The golden egg was also collapsing rapidly. How much longer do you need? Fang Ping asked. Zhang Tao calculated for a while and said, about an hour. Fang Ping's expression changed. He said in a low voice, didn't you? Didn't you say it would be fast? Zhang Tao said lightly, I told him. He knows himself. Who said it would be fast? You, don't look at me. I respect everyone's choice. Fang Ping took a deep breath. Without looking at the furnace, he said in a low voice, 11 rank 8 martial artists. Do you have a candidate for? Minister? Hearing this, Zhang Tao felt a headache coming on. He said, you're asking for too much. They all have to be rank 8 second refinement. There are only slightly more than 100 rank 8s on the Sino Nation ranking list. If you add them up, there are only about 10 or 20 second refinement rank 8. You want me to find 11 at once, Minister, let's cut the small talk and get straight to the point. Do you have a candidate in mind? Zhang Tao gave him a look. This kid's temper was not small today. He could not be bothered to argue with him. Zhang Tao said in a low voice, there aren't that many second refinement rank 8. I found 8 for you in total. There are 3 first refinement rank 8. That's fine. Can they stop 2 rank 9s? It'll be difficult. Among the evil sect's salvation elders, there are very few weak rank 9s. According to the intelligence, there are 4 elders, 3rd, 6th, 8th, and 9th, who will take action this time. There's also Grand Elder hiding in the dark. Among these 5 elders, only 9th elder is weak rank 9s. It's hard to say for 8th elder. Maybe, maybe not. 11 first and second refinement rank 8 martial artists will have no problem dealing with 2 weak rank 9s. But once. Of course, I'll ask them to do their best to hold back the 2 evil sect elders. 5. Fang Ping took a deep breath. They can hold back too? Try your best. The other 3 are all experts of the Tao of Essence? Yes. How strong is Grand Elder? I'm not sure, but he's at least in the top 10 of Sino Nation. I mean below the top. Top 10. Isn't that about the same as Leader Zhao and the rest? And this is the lowest estimate, Fang Ping frowned. Vice-Chancellor Chen is a 3rd refinement rank 8 and has a divine weapon. Vice-Chancellor Nan is a 5th refinement rank 8. He's considered very strong. Old Lu is only a 1st refinement rank 8, the 3 of them can at most hold back 6th elder. If this is the order of strength. At most, and it's extremely dangerous. Then Grand Elder and 3rd Elder, Zhang Tao pondered. Leave 3rd Elder to Beigong Xian. Grand Elder's side is a little troublesome. Of course, he might not make a move. If he does, don't worry, someone will stop him. That's not the point. This time, 5 Salvation Elders were deployed, but I'm not sure if it's all of them. If that's all, we can still hold on. But now, there's still no news from the 2nd, 4th, 5th, 7th, and 15th Elders. Which Elder is the Dragon King? 7th Elder, but he can't make a move, then the other 4 might make a move. Yes. Don't these people already know about the few of you? Why don't we just kill them and be done with it? No, we'll be in trouble if we alert the enemy. Actually, we're still very curious about who the Pope is. This guy is very good at hiding. It's fine if he's below the top, but once he's at the top. When the war starts, some things will be very troublesome. Fang Ping was speechless. After a while, he said, the evil sect also has rank 7 and 8 powerhouses. If a few more come, it won't go according to our plan. Also, if the Pope isn't at the top, he might not be at Mount Royal Sea. He might come out. If he makes a move, it'll be even more troublesome. Zhang Tao nodded. He looked at Fang Ping and said, it's very troublesome and dangerous. If you regret it now, I'll give you a chance. If it doesn't work, just kill the few people who know their identities and intimidate the evil sect. This works too. At least for the time being, these guys won't dare to show up. The unknown is the dangerous one, Fang Ping murmured. Soon, he asked, Minister, did you get the mentality clone? Zhang Tao did not waste any time. He tossed him a small jade sword. Li Zhen's. It's not a problem to kill 2 or 3 weak rank 9s. If you encounter Origin's powerhouses, other than the top 3 elders, there's hope of killing the rest. What about yours? I can't split anymore in the near future. If I do, it'll be troublesome. Fang Ping saw that he did not seem to be lying. He felt a headache coming on. If that was the case, it was still extremely dangerous to encounter the top 3 elders. The next moment, Zhang Tao suddenly laughed. It's true that you can't split anymore. But it's not a big deal. I prepared a dozen fake ones for you. They carry my aura. It'll be good to scare them. At the critical moment, you can use them to scare them. Run when you have the chance. If you can't, hide your aura and hide in the sea. How can they find you so easily? Kid, this depends on you. If you can hold them off, then do it. If you can't, then just run. As for Lu Polu and the rest, the other party's target is you guys. Killing them won't do you any good. If you run, they probably won't dare to stay for long. Do you understand what I mean? Fang Ping nodded. He did not say anything else. He took the dozen or so crystal books from Zhang Tao and said, why don't you get another dozen or so small swords? I'll mix the real ones with the fake ones and see if I can kill a few of them. Zhang Tao laughed. He replied, sure. I'll ask Li Zhen to get some more later. Also, I'm afraid there will be a lot of trouble in the catacombs. Don't add to our troubles. Don't run to the catacombs. Run to the sea, got it. The 2 of them communicated for a while. After confirming the general situation, Fang Ping did not say anything else. Instead, he looked at the stove. At this moment, the stove was already red. It was fresh blood. Energy flames did not actually burn the flesh. Fresh blood. It was Qin Fengqing's own doing. Seeing this, Fang Ping frowned. Zhang Tao also sighed softly. This was a ruthless character. It was just that he did not know if he could get through this. P.S. I'll update the basics later. I wrote too late yesterday and dozed off today. Let's stop here. Bang, an explosion sounded in the furnace. Sizzling sounds rang out incessantly, and the liquid in the furnace had already turned completely blood red. I lost control, Fang Ping murmured. There was a complicated look in his eyes. It was out of control. Qin Fengqing couldn't control the circulation of energy. Under the burning of energy, his body was already starting to explode. Ah! A hoarse voice rang out from the furnace, and in the next moment, Qin Fengqing stood up. Blood spurted out from his ears and nose, and energy began to attack his head. This small matter can kill me? Come on. Fang Ping. Make the fire bigger, make it bigger, burn. Qin Fengqing's expression was ferocious. He turned around and roared at Fang Ping. The flames of energy started to burn in his body and burst out again and again, attacking his body and his internal organs. Wu Quishan shouted coldly, "Shut up. Hurry up and control the energy circulation. Do you want to die?" Qin Fengqing grinned, his eyes filled with malevolence as he laughed. "It's fine. Make it bigger." "I'm serious." "Not enough. A blunt knife cutting flesh hurts more. Give me a quick one. If I don't burn to death, I'll be a rank 7, burn me to death in the blink of an eye, now. God damn it, I'm burning up bit by bit. It hurts." Everyone frowned. Fang Ping took a breath and asked, "Are you sure?" "Yes. Yes." "Then let's begin." Fang Ping. Wu Quishan growled. It was possible to increase the intensity of the fire, but now he was slowly expelling the energy impurities in Qin Fengqing's body. Once the energy fire became more intense, although it might be faster, it might go out of control, and Qin Fengqing would die even faster. "You're a real man. Come on." Qin Fengqing laughed heartily. Fang Ping did not say much. His mentality erupted abruptly, igniting all the energy liquids in the furnace once again. Bang, the energy flames rose in an instant, and even the void became somewhat illusory from the heat. Ah! At this moment, Qin Fengqing had completely turned into a burning man, and he screamed loudly. Kacha, the golden egg, which had not been completely destroyed before, collapsed in an instant, and the small tree had already disappeared. Cool. Cool. Qin Fengqing shouted loudly. Energy flames covered his entire body, and in some places, the energy went out of control, causing his torso to explode. Pung-pung sounds rang out incessantly. There was less and less energy liquid in the furnace, and Qin Fengqing's body seemed to have turned into a crystal, a glaze. Fang Ping and the others watched in silence. No one spoke. Bang, with a loud bang, a huge hole appeared in Qin Fengqing's abdomen, and his internal organs could be seen clearly. Trash. Fang Ping cursed abruptly, "What a piece of trash. Damn it, you only know how to brag. Even my control over my strength is stronger than yours. You're a rank 6 martial artist who can't even control your own strength, yet you have the cheek to call others trash. You think you're invincible? Instructor Li, a rank 6, could slay a rank 8. His control of his strength had reached the pinnacle. When he burned Instructor Li, nothing would happen to him. Burn you? Are you that useless? Don't scold me. I'm not crippled." Qin Fengqing's face was ferocious, and he was a little unwilling. I'm not trash. He did not have enough control over his rank 6 powers because he had advanced too quickly. He was not useless. He was invincible. Return. Qin Fengqing let out a low growl. Suddenly, he grinned widely at Fang Ping. At that moment, his left arm almost exploded. In the end, he forcefully controlled it. Just as he finished laughing, with a bang, his left leg exploded, leaving a huge hole. Qin Fengqing grimaced, losing control again. After that, Qin Fengqing did not have time to chat anymore. He kept controlling his own strength, preventing the pure energy from being ignited and stripping away the impurities in his body. His flesh was also blasted one hole after another, and a few of his bones were broken. Beside him, Fang Ping and the others watched for a while. After a long time, Fang Ping exhaled softly. The flames were getting smaller. Zhang Tao also chuckled. Not bad. Hold on. It'll be over soon. At this moment, although Qin Fengqing's torso was badly damaged, the flames on his body were gradually dissipating. Waves of pure energy erupted from his body. Although the energy flames brought him pain, the remaining pure energy was absorbed by Qin Fengqing after burning more than 50 kilograms of energy liquid. At this moment, the energy was being absorbed by his broken torso. Wu Quishan and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Huang Jing laughed. This kid is really tough. I guess he can take this little pain. It's not a big problem. Beside him, Wu Quishan said lightly, hindsight. Huang Jing glanced at him. You're not hindsight? As they were talking, at this moment, Qin Fengqing suddenly screamed loudly. Brilliant flames erupted from his body again. Fang Ping. Save me. Pour another bottle of energy liquid. Give me more imperishable substance. I don't want to die. Qin Fengqing's expression was hideous. After saying that, he screamed again. His whole body started bleeding. Seeing this, Li Hansong hurriedly looked at Fang Ping. Fang Ping, however, looked up at the sky. Zhang Tao looked helpless too. After a while, he said, MCMAU's atmosphere still needs to change. It's almost becoming a drama academy. Not far away, Wu Quishan said lightly, it has nothing to do with me. I'm not the main culprit. It's all your fault that MCMAU's atmosphere has become like this. Fang Ping, Zhang Tao, Qin Fengqing, Old Manly, in short, it was not Wu Quishan's fault that MCMAU had become a drama academy. Fang Ping. Save me, Qin Fengqing was still screaming shrilly. Fang Ping thought for a while. Suddenly, a big box appeared in his hand. Qin Fengqing's eyes lit up. However, the moment Fang Ping opened the box, Qin Fengqing suddenly let out a roar. The energy on his body exploded to the limit. He leaped into the air and shouted, Today, I will become a grandmaster. Boom, a loud sound. In the sky, a golden ball appeared. The ball was instantly squashed into a big flat cake similar to Fang Ping's celestial bridge. Below, everyone looked at Fang Ping. When they saw the thing in his box, many of their faces twitched. Li Hansong squatted down and touched it. He asked curiously, Where did you get this? Fang Ping said calmly, I bought it from the military department. Bought it? Yes, Senior Tian Mu has a lot of it. It's just a matter of spending some money. Everyone was speechless. No one looked at that exhibitionist Qin Fengqing. Other than him, no one else would do something like that. At this moment, everyone looked at Fang Ping's big box. The box was filled to the brim with balls that looked like grenades. Fang Ping said while smiling, I heard that this is the most powerful single explosive recently developed. It's called something like CL-20. It should be this. I talked to Senior Tian Mu on the phone earlier. He said that he can't pay me back the money he owes me, so he got me some of this to play with. How much do you have here? Not much. Because it's newly developed, I only got a few hundred kilograms. Beside him, Zhang Tao said with a headache, Tian Mu will be killed by Li Jin sooner or later. Seeing that Li Hansong was still touching it, he could not help but scold, Don't touch it. A few hundred kilograms. This thing is much more powerful than normal explosives. Its explosive speed is close to 10,000 meters per second. A few hundred kilograms of it can be compared to a rank 9's full-force attack. Li Hansong said in disbelief, It's just an explosive. It's not as powerful as a nuclear bomb, right? It's comparable to the explosive yield of a small tactical nuclear weapon. Li Hansong shut his mouth immediately. Martial artists were strong, but when it came to destructive power, disregarding everything else and convenience, they were not as powerful as a nuclear bomb. The explosive power of a small tactical nuclear weapon was definitely comparable to a rank 9 powerhouse's full-force attack. At the thought of this, Li Hansong stopped touching it. If he touched it until it exploded, he might not be able to escape. Soon, however, Li Hansong's eyes lit up. That's right. Fang Ping, we're on the ground now. Why don't we ask the minister to get a few hundred or 1,000 nuclear warheads here? Zhang Tao said impatiently, get lost. Do you want to destroy Earth? Besides, do you think you can escape on your own? Moreover, you can't lock on to them. Do you think rank 9 people are useless? Rank 9 people have extremely strong senses for danger. This thing is also a dead thing. It doesn't know how to hide or restrain its aura. Once you aim at the other party will react. Do you want me to just stand there and let you blow me up? Fang Ping laughed. I know this, but my activation device is very simple. I keep it in my storage ring. When it's a critical moment, I can throw it out and it will explode instantly. It'll be hard for those people to escape. If it's detonated at a close distance, it'll easily blow you up. Zhang Tao still said this. If it's at a long distance, powerhouses can sense it and run as fast as lightning. If it's at a close distance, it'll be more dangerous. This thing's explosive speed is extremely fast, up to 10,000 meters per second. The explosion will happen in an instant. If Fang Ping really threw it out, even he could be blown up easily. Fang Ping laughed. Actually, it's nothing. I won't be affected too much from 1,000 meters away. Anyway, I'll try it. If I throw it out from 1,000 meters away or hide it, those fellows might not notice. Minister, don't forget. I can hide. Wrap a layer of mentality shield around the outside of the explosive, calculate the route, and then, boom. Fang Ping laughed sinisterly. Those fellows probably think that modern weapons are no longer effective against them. They can't do it from a long distance, and if they get close, they'll have to worry about being blown up. Besides, not everyone has a storage ring. It won't work if there's too little of it, but if there's too much of it, don't tell me you'll carry it on you. They can't, but I can. Anyway, I'll try it. Rank 9s probably won't die. After all, a few hundred kilograms is only comparable to a rank 9 powerhouse's full force attack, and it's not even the highest level. But rank 7s and 7s, especially rank 7s, they don't have a golden body. If they get blown up, they'll die. Later, I'll ask senior brother Tian for some more. These few days, I'll see if I can find a suitable place to bury some. But high-ranked powerhouses usually like to use flight step. Try it. As Fang Ping said that, he kept these things away. When he took these things out earlier, Qin Fengqing could tell what they were at a glance and ran away without saying a word. This fellow had survived the crisis previously, sprouted in his solid state, and wanted to play dead to gain sympathy. Fang Ping would not care about him. Seeing that Fang Ping had kept them, Zhang Tao thought for a while and said, just use them yourself. Don't throw them away. If there's a small amount, they won't be much of a threat to powerhouses, but if they flow into the market, they'll easily cause big trouble. I know this. I won't throw them away. Of course, Fang Ping knew the destructive power of these things. Humans were alive. Powerhouses would restrain themselves and would not destroy things on purpose. But it might not be the case for other people. If these things flowed out, it could easily cause some big trouble. Fang Ping raised his head, looked at Qin Fengqing, and shouted, "Can you cover it up a little? Don't you have any shame?" In midair, Qin Fengqing's body hurriedly erupted a burst of energy light. Although it could not hide from high-ranked powerhouses, it could be blocked by ordinary people. Fang Ping did not care about him anymore. He looked at Zhang Tao again and asked, "Minister, if the passageway is fully opened, can modern weapons be used in the catacombs?" Zhang Tao shook his head. "I don't know, because I haven't tried it before. Some evil sect martial artists advocate this idea. When the passageway is fully opened, then carry out a nuclear attack. But who can be sure about the unknown? The evil sect advocates not resisting, allowing the catacombs to open the passageway, even opening the passageway on their own, but these ideas are built on the premise that it works. What if it doesn't work? Moreover, in the catacombs, those who are killed by modern weapons can be resurrected." Speaking of this, Fang Ping was really curious. Minister, everyone is talking about resurrection. What is the principle of resurrection? How can the restricted area resurrect people? The principle is actually very simple. Zhang Tao laughed. When entering the ground, leave behind some life origin and imperishable substances. It's actually equivalent to a storage imprint of a life. At this time, when the martial artist kills the other party, everything about the other party will be obliterated directly, including the life origin. Using modern weapons to kill the other party, the life origin will not be obliterated. At this time, the powerhouses in the restricted area are willing to pay the price to fill in a large amount of life essence and imperishable substances, which can allow the martial artist to be resurrected once. But the price is very high. Unless it's some top-notch powerhouse, otherwise, they won't resurrect. And all this is also built on the foundation of aspiring martial artists killing them. Otherwise, it won't work. But these fellows are also fearless. When the critical moment comes, these fellows may end their own lives, letting their life origin and imperishable imprint escape on their own, so, try not to fight on Earth. If that's the case, in the catacombs, they can be resurrected too. That's not it, Zhang Tao pondered for a moment. After a long time, he said, maybe it has something to do with the seed of resurrection that they're talking about. On Earth, such powerhouses do not die by obliteration. Their life origin will be preserved. In other words, there's a little bit of imperishable nature in it. Maybe it's the seed of resurrection that retains a little bit of these powerhouses' imperishable nature. But if they die in the catacombs, this imperishable nature will quickly overflow and not return to the life origin they left behind. At this point, Zhang Tao took a deep breath and said, in that battle 1,000 years ago, I suspect that the seed of resurrection might not be on Earth. Or maybe the seed of resurrection really exists but was taken away by someone. Unquestionable sword is the most likely one. He may have taken away the seed of resurrection. That's why the batch of martial artists 1,000 years ago had the chance to be resurrected. Otherwise, logically speaking, it's very difficult for those who died in the catacombs to come back to life. Of course, we can't rule out other possibilities. For example, he left his life origin in the Hall of Myriad Origins, and the Hall of Myriad Origins might have something to do with the seed of resurrection. In short, there are many possibilities. We're too lazy to speculate now. At this point, Zhang Tao smiled and said, don't worry about all this. Although the catacombs powerhouses can be resurrected, the probability is very, very small. The price is too high. Moreover, it has to be a non-obliteration death. We weren't very clear about this in the past. Now, we understand it very well. There are some things that even the catacombs can't hide from us. They instigated those foreign powerhouses to attack Earth with this as an incentive. Resurrecting a few people on purpose was like buying a horse's bones with 1,000 pieces of gold. They made those people feel that their own deaths were not scary. To put it bluntly, those few fellows who were resurrected in the past were all the restricted area supporters. They had discussed it with the restricted area long ago. They left their origin in the restricted area. When they arrived on Earth and saw that the situation was not good, they killed themselves quickly. Then, they resurrected and let others witness the scene of their resurrection. This is not easy to expose. Even if we did, the effect would not be great. After all, this is real. We dismantled it. However, the powerhouses knew their limits. The price they paid was very high. However, those fellows were confident that they were worth resurrecting. At this point, Fang Ping finally understood. So, this was how the catacombs powerhouses resurrected. Those who left their origin and indestructible things in the restricted area did not die completely on Earth. Instead, the origin survived and self-dissipated, returning to the origin left behind. Then, they would pay a huge price to resurrect the other party. When Fang Ping thought of this, he laughed. This is good too. I think if there are really powerhouses coming to Earth in the future, we might as well not destroy their origin and let them resurrect. The price to resurrect a rank 8 or 9 powerhouse is not small. I think it's more expensive than cultivating to rank 8 or 9. Without a few hundred caddies of life essence, it's almost impossible to resurrect someone. The restricted area can't afford it either. A few hundred caddies probably won't be enough. We still need to add a lot of imperishable substances. Zhang Tao laughed. That's true. However, we're still defending against the enemy outside. If we really attack Earth, the casualties will be much higher. As they were talking, in the air, Qin Fengqing let out another roar. The Songjiao gate appeared instantly, landing on the golden flatbread with a rumble. Li Hansong took a look and said gloomily, in that case, this fellow can also instantiate his brain directly? Fang Ping nodded and said, probably. When he entered rank 5, he used a large amount of energy liquid to make his celestial bridge look like that. It's very difficult for modern martial artists to do that. However, it's hard to say for ancient martial artists. That's why I've guessed before that ancient martial artists might be able to find their own brain after entering rank 7. This fellow Qin Fengqing, he accidentally walked the path of an ancient martial artist. At this time, they were all on the same side. Fang Ping and the rest did not mind talking about the cultivation methods. Gu Xingquan and the rest had gone down to the catacombs to replace Wu Qishan. They had not returned yet. Fang Ping thought and asked suddenly, Minister, Instructor Gu and the rest, are we really not going to tell them about the cultivation methods? Zhang Tao said softly, we're not going to tell them for now. Resurrected martial artists. It's not like there's no one who hasn't been infiltrated by the evil sect. It's better to be cautious. What we're telling them now is the kind where there's no doubt about it. It's not too late to tell them after we've wiped out most of the evil sect powerhouses. Fang Ping said helplessly, I think even if we seal it, it might not be able to seal it for a long time. Maybe the evil sect already knows about the cultivation methods. We can't rule out this possibility. However, even if they know, it's hard to spread it in a short period of time. We haven't told anyone who has the ability to spread it. When these people reach a certain realm, mentality isn't considered a restriction anymore. Whether Zhu Feng knew the cultivation technique or not, it wouldn't change much. For experts who had comprehended the origin Tao and walked a certain distance, it would be difficult for them to improve in a short period of time. That's why we didn't inform most of them. What about rank 7 and 8? Zhang Tao sighed, I know what you mean, but I'll say it again. Try to avoid this possibility as much as possible. If it really gets spread out, then there's nothing we can do about it. If we can ferret out some of the cult leaders this time, rank 7 and 8 martial artists will actually have a hard time contacting the restricted zone. They might have already told the cult's patriarch and asked him to contact the Forbidden Land, that's possible, but we've been paying attention to those who have spread their skills. Let's try our best to avoid them. After Zhang Tao finished speaking, he looked at the horizon and smiled, this brat is about to break through. The heaven and earth bridge is directly twisting, and the energy in his body is also extremely pure. This can be considered a blessing in disguise. In a few days, I'll have those people secretly come here in batches. You find a way to hide yourself, I'll leave first. In the past few days, there had been some movements at Imperial Sea Mountain, and the true kings of the restricted area were getting restless. Although this was a conspiracy, it was actually an overt plot. Let's see who can scheme and who can succeed. What happens next is up to you. Before he finished speaking, Zhang Tao disappeared. As soon as he disappeared, Qin Fengqing shouted in the air, Minister, congratulatory gift. Fang Ping rolled his eyes. Old Zhang probably knew that this fellow was going to say something. Seeing that he was about to break through, he threw a few words and ran away. Congratulatory gift, how was that possible? As for the Grandmaster banquet, it was best that Qin Fengqing did not hold it. Even if he did, no one might send congratulatory gifts. This fellow was not rich. At most, everyone would come and congratulate him, but Qin Fengqing would have to pay for it himself. Based on this situation and Fang Ping's previous standards, the probability of Qin Fengqing holding a Grandmaster banquet was almost zero. At this time, in the air, Qin Fengqing's materialization appeared. A gigantic Changdao, not only the Changdao, there seemed to be countless figures near the Changdao. In the next moment, the Changdao swept past, and all the figures disappeared. This was also a dynamic image. Li Hansong glanced at it, looked at Fang Ping suspiciously, and whispered, I think I saw you. Fang Ping rolled his eyes and said, I saw you too. Is this fellow expressing that he can sweep away the heavens? The few of them were speechless. This materialization, there was no one else, Was this how Qin Fengqing's invincible aura came about? With a saber in hand, he was invincible. Now, the Changdao had countless figures. Of course, they were all extremely illusory. It was hard to say whether they were Fang Ping and the others. However, Fang Ping and Li Hansong thought about it. Whether they were or not, the probability of them being among the figures was very high. If he did not sweep them away, how could Qin Fengqing be invincible? Ha ha ha. From today onwards, I am Emperor Azure. From today onwards, I am Emperor Azure. From today onwards, I am Emperor Azure. The Emperor is above the king. Below, Fang Ping shook his head and said, "Let's go. Disperse. This fellow is arrogant when he gets what he wants. Let's go, let's go. All of you, go do your own things." Lu Pola shouted even louder, "All of you, disperse. It's just one more rank 7. Everyone, work hard. Everyone strive to achieve rank 7 as soon as possible. Right now, rank 7 is also insignificant. It won't affect the overall situation. Disperse." With a whoosh, the surrounding people dispersed one after another. Qin Fengqing, who was still showing off, wanted to cry but had no tears when he saw this scene. "Don't go. I've just broken through. Other things aside, it's fine if you congratulate me." On the 4th of October, Qin Fengqing broke through to rank 7 and called himself Emperor Qing. He was also the 5th prodigy powerhouse to break through to Grandmaster under the age of 30 in martial arts universities this year. However, the uproar caused was not too big. There was Fang Ping before, and then there was Li Hansong and the rest. Things did not happen more than 3 times. There were young prodigies breaking through one after another. It could no longer cause as big of a sensation as before. Moreover, the timing was not very good. On the 10th, Fang Ping broke through to rank 8 live. Compared to rank 7, rank 8 was a whole new world. The interval was so short, and Fang Ping was a few years younger than Qin Fengqing. Naturally, the popularity was not high. In the next few days, Fang Ping did not come out of closed-door cultivation and began to stabilize his realm. As for the rank 9 monster plants, Fang Ping also handed them over to Wu Quishan and the rest, letting them help him forge a divine weapon. The moment the divine weapon was forged, Fang Ping just needed to complete the last step. At the same time, the catacombs. An incomparably huge city, like a crystal palace, stood in the middle of this vast area, and was particularly eye-catching. In the center of the crystal city, a palace building that stretched for dozens of li was also especially eye-catching. In the center of the palace stood a huge statue. The statue looked into the distance, hands behind his back, as if he was frowning. This was where the Sky Plant's royal court was located. Sky Plant City. The restricted area was too big. The 4 royal courts ruled the restricted area and had countless cities. However, the other 3 royal courts' imperial cities were not as magnificent as Sky Plant City. Here, not only was it like a crystal palace, but the continuous city walls were also spread with countless green plants. The crystal city was decorated with green, adding a bit of charm. The restricted area had already entered winter. Snowflakes were falling from the sky. The snowflakes were different from those on Earth. The snowflakes mixed with countless energy seemed to fall only in the imperial city. At the entrance of the palace, Jiyao reached out and took a piece of snowflake. The snowflake turned into energy and integrated into her body. Jiyao said softly, "How generous." Beside her, a golden-armored powerhouse said softly, "Your Highness, this is not snowflake. It is the life energy that Sky Plant's royal court's guardian, Lord Divine Tree, gives to the people in the imperial city every year." Jiyao nodded slightly and looked up at the sky. After a moment, she said, "Among the demons, monster plant powerhouses have more tricks than monster beast powerhouses. Our Destiny Royal Court's guardian beast does not have Lord Divine Tree's supernatural power." As soon as she finished speaking, a slightly stiff laughter sounded in Jiyao's ears. "Little girl, you're overpraising me. Although demon plants have many supernatural powers, they also have many restrictions. I'm more envious of Xianlong." "How is Xianlong?" Jiyao bowed and said, "Everything is fine with Lord Xianlong. He even went to the Guardian Imperial Court a few days ago, Royal Court. It's been a long time since I went back. The old voice sighed and murmured, "As time passes, I've almost forgotten who I am, my lord, go in." The voice faded away. Ji Yao inclined her head and stared at the gigantic royal palace. The doors of the royal palace were wide open, and on both sides, countless golden-armored experts shouted, "Her Highness Ji Yao of the Destiny Royal Court requests an audience." Their voices echoed in the huge palace, one after another. Ji Yao didn't say much and followed the golden-armored powerhouse into the hall. Soon, a huge palace appeared in front of Ji Yao. As soon as Ji Yao entered the palace, she said loudly, "Ji Yao of the Destiny Royal Court greets the Lord." In the center of the palace, a pale-faced middle-aged man in a snow-white robe without a crown was sitting. His long hair draped over his shoulders, and he had a gentle smile on his face. He said softly, "After so many years, Ji Yao has also grown up. Sit down." Ji Yao thanked him and walked to the left side with the golden-armored powerhouse beside her. On both sides of the palace, a few powerhouses sat. After Ji Yao sat down, the pale-faced middle-aged man said softly, "Back then, when the Nether King was about to break through to the true monarch realm, it was only the Heaven Plant's royal court that took precautions. Now, a mere commander breaking through to the supremacy realm actually attracted the Destiny Royal Court's envoy to the royal court." As the middle-aged man spoke, he smiled lightly and said, "It's a pity that I'm dying. Otherwise, I'd really like to see what kind of prodigy can attract the attention of the true monarchs." As he spoke, the middle-aged man's slightly gloomy eyes erupted with a faint light. Below, some powerhouses also had an indescribable feeling. Back then, when the Nether King broke through, the King Lord personally led peak powerhouses to Imperial Sea Mountain, wanting to kill the Nether King to prevent future troubles. Who would have thought that the Nether King would break through during the siege and instantly destroy the King Lord's origin Dao? If not for the true monarch's rescue, the King Lord would have died in that battle. Many people sighed in their hearts. The King Lord was also a prodigy of his generation. If not for the Nether King taking advantage of the moment when he was breaking through and destroying the King Lord's origin Dao, the King Lord might have already become a true monarch, and he wouldn't have to stay in the palace and wait for death. If not for the true monarch Hall's order that the King Lord had done meritorious deeds for the royal court, he might not even be able to keep his position when he returned. On the throne, the middle-aged man quickly regained his composure and smiled lightly. "I heard that Brother Ji Hong is about to enter the true monarch realm. I'm afraid I won't have the chance to congratulate you. When Ji Yao returns, please congratulate me on my behalf. Ji Yao will definitely pass on the message." Ji Yao bowed again and glanced at the middle-aged man from the corner of her eyes. Even though they were enemies in the past, she couldn't help but feel a little sad at this moment. She had heard her father mention this King Lord before. He was also a prodigy of his generation in the past. In his heyday, he was even slightly inferior to her father. Not only was his personal strength powerful, but when he was in charge of the Heavenly Plant's royal court, he pressed forward step by step, opening many passages to the land of rebirth. 100 years ago, he had been compressing the living space of the revived martial artists step by step. During that period, he even initiated the True Monarch War, almost destroying the defensive line of the revived martial artists at Imperial Sea Mountain. After that war, the new martial era of the Land of Rebirth appeared. This person was also the main character who ended the Star Dominator era of the Land of Rebirth. Unfortunately, he was severely injured more than 10 years ago and couldn't stop the Nether King from becoming a king. That was why all his efforts were in vain. Otherwise, if this person had become a true monarch that day, he might have already controlled the Heavenly Plant's royal court's True Monarch Hall without waiting for all the passages to be opened. After more than 10 years, the true monarchs in the True Monarch Hall might have been convinced by him and no longer allowed the revived True Monarch to seal Imperial Sea Mountain. What a pity, as Ji Yao was thinking, the middle-aged man laughed. Since Fang Ping might be the reincarnation of the Demon Emperor, of course, he should be killed. In the past, the Martial King and the Nether King broke through one after another, which was already unexpected. The Moon Prince broke through a few days ago, and his threat increased even more. A true monarch powerhouse who might have taken 3 great paths is now invincible in God's continent. However, in the True Monarch Hall now, many true monarchs are wandering God's continent. Some of them are even in closed-door training and haven't come out for many years. In such a hurry, the royal court might not be able to fully control the revived true monarch. Ji Yao listened to him for a while. When he was done, she said, the Destiny Royal Court doesn't want to participate in the Land of Rebirth's matters, but Fang Ping must be eliminated. Fang Ping is extremely hostile to the people of God's continent, and he has the potential to threaten God's continent. This is a rare opportunity. The royal court has 5 true monarchs who are willing to take action and head to Imperial Sea Mountain to control the revived true monarch. 5. The middle-aged man murmured and chuckled. Will the life monarch make a move? Ji Yao said hurriedly, the royal ancestor hasn't left the true monarch hall for many years. The life monarch won't make a move. The sky-suppressing king probably won't make a move either. In order to control the other 14 true monarchs in Sino Nation and make them distracted, at least 20 true monarchs will be needed. Ji Yao looked doubtful. Was there a need for so many? The middle-aged man smiled faintly. We also have to prevent the revived true monarchs from other regions from interfering. Ji Yao nodded slightly. The middle-aged man said again, since the Destiny Royal Court has 5 true monarchs who are willing to take action, that should be enough. Ji Yao thought for a while and said, Royal Lord, the Land of Rebirth. That so-called evil sect, can they really kill Fang Ping? I know about Fang Ping. He is extremely cunning and has many tricks up his sleeves. Once he escapes this disaster and is allowed to grow, he might become a huge threat to God's continent. The middle-aged man smiled. It should be possible. Ji Yao frowned slightly and said, forgive me for being blunt, but if you want to kill Fang Ping, you must use an absolute advantage and absolute strength to crush him so that he has nowhere to run. Besides, Fang Ping has many tricks up his sleeve. He can hide his aura and change it. It'll be easy for him to escape. I've heard about it too. The middle-aged man smiled. Ji Yao, don't worry. Fang Ping won't be able to escape this time. Seeing the middle-aged man's confidence, Ji Yao did not say anything else. Both parties talked for a while. Soon, Ji Yao left the basilica. As soon as she left, an armored powerhouse stood up, bowed and asked, Royal Lord, why didn't you mention His Highness' extermination just now? As soon as he said that, many people looked at him strangely. The middle-aged man said lightly, Ji Yao is the descendant of the life monarch and the daughter of Ji Hong. She is proud and arrogant. The more you force her, the harder it will be. If Feng extermination really wants to, he should put in more effort. If I bring it up, it'll be easier for Ji Yao to see him as an enemy. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, someone said lightly, Feng extermination was defeated by Fang Ping previously. His martial willpower is unstable. If Fang Ping doesn't die, it'll be hard for Feng extermination to get rid of his inner demon. No one can tell what will happen in the future. Before Fang Ping dies, it'll be useless to bring it up. Lord Life Monarch and the Destiny Royal Lord will not agree to it. That's right. Fang Ping has become Feng extermination's inner demon. A few days ago, Feng Jiuqing was killed by Fang Ping. It's aggravated his inner demon. The timing isn't right. Everyone spoke up. The divine general who brought up the matter earlier frowned slightly and said in a low voice, as long as we kill Fang Ping this time, the inner demon will be removed. His Highness' extermination will also improve. The middle-aged man pressed his hand lightly and smiled. We'll talk about it after Fang Ping is dead. There's no hurry. The Destiny Royal Court's willingness to cooperate this time is already a pleasant surprise. We can't complicate things to avoid affecting the overall situation. I understand. All of you are dismissed. The middle-aged man panted slightly. Everyone sighed in their hearts again and quickly left. When everyone had left, only the middle-aged man and a young man were left in the hall. The young man's eyes were bright. At this moment, he walked up to the throne from below and said with concern, Father, you should rest more. The middle-aged man waved his hand gently and patted the chair. Transparent wall curtains rose from all 4 sides of the hall. The young man saw this and focused slightly. The middle-aged man panted slightly and said, Remember, you'll be supervising the battle in the 7th Southern Territory this time. Listen well. After you go, at the crucial moment, think of a way to let Li Chongqing and Wu Quishan leave and help Fang Ping, Father. The young man looked shocked. The middle-aged man frowned and growled, Listen to me. Fang Ping can't die. Forget about the so-called Devil Emperor's resurrection. Fang Ping's existence was the foundation of the two royal courts' cooperation. The Destiny Royal Court was willing to mobilize 5 true kings this time. This was unimaginable in the past. The Royal Court and the Land of Rebirth had been fighting for many years and suffered heavy losses. However, the Destiny Royal Court was waiting at ease. This was not in line with the Royal Court's interests. Some people, for their own selfish interests, wanted to kill Fang Ping no matter what. They did not even hesitate to give up the powerhouses from the other territories. This was the greatest harm to the royal court. Also, the Maple King wanted to kill Fang Ping wholeheartedly. He wanted to pave the way for Feng Miaxing so that he could get rid of his inner demons and support Feng Miaxing to become the royal court's master. He wanted the Feng family to have a second true king powerhouse. This time, he did not even hesitate to use the backup plan we left in the Land of Rebirth. It's really despicable, whether Fang Ping dies or not, to you and me, the outcome is the same. If I die, you'll be alone. In order to eliminate the opponent, the Feng family will definitely kill you. While I can still hold on for a period of time, when such a prodigy martial artist appears in the Land of Rebirth, it's also your chance. The stronger he is, the more attention he will attract, and the safer you will be. Lay low for a period of time. When the Great War breaks out, no one will pay attention to you anymore. That's why to others, Fang Ping must die. To you and me, father and son, Fang Ping cannot die. If he dies, then you and I won't live for long. The middle-aged man's breathing became heavier. He exhaled and said, "Do you remember?" "Father, I'll remember." Go. Also, while Ji Yao is still in the royal court, go and get in touch with her. Compared to that useless Feng Miaxing, you're much stronger. What did Feng Miaxing do to deserve a marriage alliance with the Life King's descendant? I'm not even dead yet, but the Feng family can't wait anymore. How despicable. In the war that year, Maple King was the true king powerhouse behind me. In the end, he sat and watched as my origin was destroyed by the Netherworld King. He used the excuse that he was blocked and could not rescue me. From then on, Maple King set his sights on the Lord's position. Previously, he intended to let Feng Jiuqing succeed him. What a joke, Feng Jiuqing had already embarked on the path of his origin and lost his chance. After that, he wanted to let Feng Qing take over the royal court. In the end, Feng Qing actually died in Fang Ping's hands. What a joke. Now, that useless Feng Miaxing also wants to take over, but he's useless and can't kill Fang Ping. Mentioning Fang Ping's name is even more insane. What right does he have to succeed the Lord's position? The middle-aged man sneered. This time, the plan to kill Fang Ping was led by Maple King and a few others. If the plan fails, Destiny Royal Court might also underestimate Maple King. The other true kings who participated will also be disappointed in Maple King. After failing time and time again, what right does Maple King have to support his own descendant to become the Lord? Also, this time when you go to supervise the war, your performance is a little incompetent. Initially, I didn't want you to go personally, but since I came back injured, there's no one in the royal court who can be trusted. The young man thought for a while and asked, "Father, even if we let the MCMAU people go, will Fang Ping not die?" I heard. The middle-aged man pressed his hands together and said softly, "I have my own arrangements." "Oh right, this time when you go to the 7 Southern Territory to supervise the war, it's best if you can bring Feng Miaxing along. It's better if you don't go alone. Feng Miaxing's ambition is higher than the sky. Think of a way to instigate him. He can't do anything right, but he's good at causing trouble." "I understand. Go. I'll take my leave." After the young man left, the middle-aged man patted the throne again, and the transparent wall faded away. The middle-aged man was in no hurry to leave. He waited for a while, and a moment later, a figure appeared in a flash. The figure was illusory, but the middle-aged man did not care. He said softly, "This time, we'll trigger a war between true kings. It's not a deterrent, but an outbreak of war. Think of a way to severely injure or even kill the true kings of Destiny Royal Court." The illusory figure did not speak, but the illusory face trembled slightly. The middle-aged man said in a low voice, "Destiny Royal Court has been waiting leisurely for many years. It's not that easy to reap the benefits. Only when a few true kings die will they fight to the death with the land of rebirth. It's best to lure them into a bloody battle with the land of rebirth's true kings. In the land of rebirth, Warlord has the most fiery temper. Leave Warlord to Destiny Royal Court. Warlord also has the ability to kill true kings. If he sees an opportunity, he will not let it go. Also, it's best if he can severely injure Warlord. It's even better if he can kill Warlord. Fang Ping alone is not the royal court's main target. Even if Fang Ping is the reincarnation of a demon emperor, even if he regains his strength from his past life, how long will it take? When the war breaks out, can he become a true king? Killing a true king who has been resurrected is 1,000,000 times more important than killing Fang Ping. Spending so much effort just to kill Fang Ping. What a joke. If they had this determination back then, they would have broken through the land of rebirth a long time ago. This time, it's time to let everyone know the threat brought by the land of rebirth. Before the war, if some people don't die, how can we let everyone understand that the land of rebirth is more terrifying than imagined? The illusory figure said softly, it's a little difficult. Try your best. How long can you hold on? I won't die until the war breaks out. The war. When the war breaks out, find the seed of rebirth, maybe it can save you. I hope so. The illusory figure was silent for a moment, then said again, if it really doesn't work, find a way to enter the land of rebirth and leave behind your life origin. Let's see if you can live another life, the middle-aged man said in a low voice, I can't leave. If I leave, all my previous efforts will be in vain. Sigh. The illusory figure sighed. After a long time, he said, how many true kings are still supporting you? Not many. But it doesn't matter. If I don't die, my strength will be restored, and I become a true king. Everything will go back to the original track. If I die, no matter how many people support me, it will be in vain. The illusory figure said no more. After a while, he disappeared on the spot. October 9th MCMAU. On the Crystal Tower. Fang Ping looked at Fang Yuan below him. He said nothing, his eyes deep. Beside him, Chen Yunxi looked worried. She said in a low voice, Fang Ping, let Yuan rest. Below, Fang Yuan was shaking. The ground was full of water stains. His sweat had long drenched the ground. Fang Ping said nothing. He slowly floated down from the sky and landed in front of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's lips were dry and cracked. Her eyes were blurry. She did not seem to see Fang Ping. Fang Ping pinched her cheeks lightly and sighed. You've lost weight, silly girl. Fang Yuan said nothing. He did not know if she had hurt him. Perseverance doesn't make you a powerhouse. In the neo-martial era, there are many powerhouses with perseverance. Who doesn't have perseverance? If you want to practice martial arts, I have no objections. I won't stop you. But you want to be a powerhouse. What is a powerhouse? It's responsibility, obligation, protection, dedication, and sacrifice. Can you bear such a heavy responsibility? Do you have the right to bear such a heavy responsibility? You want to share my burden, but what can you do for me? In the process of becoming stronger, you only bring me pressure and worry. You can't share anything for me. Powerhouses don't just talk. No matter how many resources you have, how good your conditions are, how strong your talents are, if you don't kill and fight, how can you become a powerhouse? Becoming stronger means danger. I'm not afraid. Fang Yuan said in a hoarse voice. Fang Ping smiled and pinched her cheeks again. He sighed. You're not afraid. You're like a newborn calf that doesn't fear tigers, but I am. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have let you practice martial arts. It's too late for regrets now. Kids in their rebellious phase are scary. They won't listen to anything I say. Fine. Do whatever you want. When you go out, don't tell others that you're my sister. Although it's hard to hide it from them, girls change 18 times between childhood and womanhood. After some time, people might not even recognize you anymore. Don't leave Magic City for now, and don't go to the catacombs either. Wait a little longer. Brother, you agree? Yes. Bang, Fang Yuan dropped the energy stone instantly. She swayed, but her face was full of joy. She was just rejoicing when Fang Ping sighed. What a pity. I didn't make it to the 10th day of the 9th day, Fang Ping. At that moment, Fang Yuan unleashed his immense potential. He was on the verge of fainting, but he suddenly became agile and jumped onto Fang Ping's body. He clung onto Fang Ping like a koala and bit down on Fang Ping's shoulder. She was furious. Crack, sob sob sob. The next moment, Fang Yuan suddenly burst into tears. It hurt, her teeth had fallen out, crack. Her front teeth really fell out. Fang Ping sighed. Why are you so cruel to yourself? You even broke your front teeth. You're so evil, girl. Luckily, I'm even more evil than you are. Sob sob sob, Fang Yuan wailed loudly. Bully, what a bully. She could not win in a fight, nor could she win in an argument. How was she supposed to live? Beside them, Xianxia landed. She saw that Fang Yuan's teeth had fallen out and looked at Fang Ping speechlessly. You're too cruel, aren't you? You even used rebound mode on your own sister. She's a rank 2 martial artist. Her head would explode if you just shook her. Fang Ping shrugged. I didn't do it on purpose. I forgot that I'm a rank 8 now. It's a golden body. It comes with defense automatically, okay? Luckily, I restrained it in time, or else I would have shaken the round face to death. Listening to Fang Yuan wailing, Fang Ping laughed bitterly. A wisp of imperishable substance seeped out from her head. After a while, Fang Ping laughed. Alright, what are you crying for? You lost a big white tooth. I'll give you a big gold tooth. How pretty is that? Sob sob. I don't want a big gold tooth. I want my own teeth, are you stupid? A big gold tooth is very powerful. Why don't you try changing your other teeth too? I don't want to. Forget it then. Sob sob. I don't care. I've been standing here for 9 days. You said you could let me stay in MCMAU and continue doing missions. You have to keep your word. Fang Ping patted her head and sighed again. Keep your word. You're even crying now. Which powerhouse cries? Up to you. If you want to do missions, then do them. Change your name. Don't be Fang Yuan anymore. Everyone with the surname Fang is dangerous. Call yourself Yuan Fang from now on. I don't want it. I want my surname Fang. Fang Ping chatted with his sister for a while. The exhausted Fang Yuan cried herself to sleep in Fang Ping's arms. A grown son can't be controlled by a mother. Fang Ping sighed again. He looked at Xianxia and smiled. Take care of this girl in the future. Xianxia's expression changed slightly. You. Is something wrong? Fang Ping waved his hand. After a while, he frowned slightly and said, It's not that I don't want to say some things. It's just that it's not very useful for you to know. You don't have to go to the island tomorrow. Why? There's no why. Just don't go. Forget it. It's very dangerous to not go there secretly. There'll be a big battle tomorrow. Help me. Keep an eye on Fang Yuan. This girl might want to sneak out to watch. Is it very dangerous? Fang Ping thought for a while and said, maybe. According to the current plan, there's no danger. But some things. It's hard to say. Fang Ping did not say much. He just felt that tomorrow might not be smooth. Some things, some news, came too easily, too easily. The Pope had led the cult for so many years. Did he really not know that the governments or the Holy Lands had planted people in the cult? Only an idiot would think so. Even Fang Ping had such suspicions before. How could the Pope not know? He actually told all the news to the Salvation elders. How many people were coming and how strong they were. He told everyone in detail. 5. Hee hee. Maybe 7 will come tomorrow. Fang Ping sneered in his heart. Some things, he would see. And that bastard old Zhang, he was not a good person. This time he came back alive. He would deal with him sooner or later. He even told me fake news. Did he really think that I'd be afraid just because I knew? What a joke. Fang Ping cursed in his heart. Suddenly, more than 10 crystal books appeared in his hand. He grinned again. Old Zhang, oh old Zhang, you're an idiot. Stupid. Idiot. Don't be fooled by your age. You're just that. After saying that, Fang Ping put away the crystal books. Xianxia was stunned. Was he scolding Minister Zhang? In the blink of an eye, October 10th had arrived. Early in the morning, before Fang Ping had even departed, news arrived. 3 rank 9 powerhouses, including Monster Sunflower City's governor, Monster Phoenix City's governor and Monster Phoenix, have come together and are rushing to Hope City. Fan Hua, who had just rushed back from the catacombs, said anxiously, Old Fan and Big Brother Gua can't hold on any longer. Not only these 3, but there are also rank 9s attacking from the depths. Vice-Chancellor Wu, Dean Li, what do we do now? Li Chongqing sighed. So anxious. Wu Quishan said calmly, I've expected this. 3. I don't think 3 is enough. At least 5 and more. Fang Ping, be careful. We might not be able to make it back in time. I know. Fang Ping responded. Old Man Li glanced around and asked, where's Qin Fengqing? He broke through. He went out to show off. He should be back soon. As they spoke, Qin Fengqing returned. He landed from the sky and laughed. Awesome. Becoming a Zhongsher is indeed different. It feels so good. Old Man Li glanced at him, frowning slightly. Don't let yourself die. I don't expect anything from you. Just don't be a burden to others. Qin Fengqing was speechless. He said gloomily, am I that kind of person? Yes. Qin Fengqing was mentally exhausted. He did not want to speak anymore. Old Man Li ignored him. He looked at Fang Ping and said, try to make it back. Remember, saving your own life is the first priority. I will. Old Man Li said again, now that the others are not here, let me say something realistic. Annihilating the evil sect is not your personal responsibility, nor is it your personal obligation. This is something that all powerhouses in the world should consider. Sometimes, people need to be sacrificed, but it's not your turn yet. Remember, if the others die, then they die. A bunch of old fellows, it's nothing even if they die. Young people, fewer die. This old man has no intention of siding with anyone. If I don't work for the young people now, when their descendants become successful in the future, who will shelter them from the wind and rain? The prosperity of martial arts originates from this. As soon as he finished speaking, someone in the sky said coldly, Li Chongqing, we don't need you to teach us how to do things. Old Man Li lifted his head and scoffed. Nan Yunping, you're a rank 8 5th level powerhouse. Put in some effort. He's already 100 years old. If he's dead, then so be it. Fang Ping is dead, but if you're not, then you're a traitor. Li Chongqing. Nan Yunping's face turned ashen as she snapped, I don't need you to teach me. Old Man Li sneered. He looked at Fang Ping and said, this old hag's ability is considered extremely strong among rank 8. She's old too. We'll have to risk our lives at the crucial moment. Let her go. Fang Ping did not know whether to laugh or cry. Before he could finish, Old Man Li said, Old Chen, where's your grandson-in-law? He's going to have to fight for his life this time. Just take care of yourself. If I don't give you a few reminders, who knows if you'll help or not, shut up. The person who said that was none other than Wu Quishan. Wu Quishan cupped his fists at them and said, I'll have to trouble you this time. Don't be so polite, President Wu. It's what I should do. Nan Yunping was rather courteous toward Wu Quishan. She smiled and said, don't worry. It'll be fine. Wu Quishan said no more. He took a deep breath and said, we'll go in first then. Old Fan and the rest won't be able to hold on for long. Old Man Li said no more. He took the flight step and disappeared on the spot. As soon as the two of them left, Wang Jinyang and Yao Qingjun arrived midair. Below, Lu Fengru, Tang Feng, and Huang Jing were also strolling over. Beside Fang Ping were Li Hansong and Qin Fengqing. In addition to Nan Yunping, Lu Polu, and Chen Yaoting, there were a total of 10 people. Fang Ping looked at Lu Fengru and the rest, saying in a low voice, Instructor, the few of you don't have to go. Lu Fengru said impatiently, I'm your instructor. Now you're making it seem like Li Chongqing is your instructor. You ingrate. I'm just a little weaker and you want to change schools? What, you don't like me? If you don't like me, don't choose me as your instructor back then. Fang Ping said gloomily, weren't you the one who forced me to be your disciple? What did you say? Say it again? Fang Ping shrugged and said, Minister Wang from the Ministry of Education will be here too. I didn't call the others. If a rank 7 wants to hold back a rank 9, that's too dangerous. If the evil sect has rank 7 and 8 martial artists, everyone can deal with the rank 7 and 8 martial artists. There's no need to hold back those rank 9 martial artists. Everyone frowned. Nan Yinping said in a low voice, then who's going to deal with the rank 9? Fang Ping smiled and said, depends on the situation. If it doesn't work, I'll find a chance to run. Everyone, be careful. Their target is me. If I run, then it won't be a big problem. As he said that, Fang Ping suddenly smiled and said, actually, did everyone notice? It's very interesting. We and the evil sect actually know each other's purpose, but we pretend not to know each other's purpose. We're even afraid to tell each other that we actually know your purpose. As soon as he said that, everyone burst out laughing. Qin Yaoting laughed and said, it's not surprising. Everyone just wants an opportunity, they don't dare to attack Magic City openly. If millions of people die, just wait and see. Now, even a group of powerhouses pretending to be deaf and dumb won't let it go easily. Among the 6 holy lands, there are many powerhouses in the other 5 sects, but no one said anything. Some things, we all know very well. However, once it causes a bloodbath that involves the lives and deaths of millions of people, it won't work no matter how much we pretend to be deaf and dumb. Fang Ping laughed. Then, he took a deep breath and said, then let's move. I'll go get some energy stones for everyone to replenish. Everyone nodded. Fang Ping quickly went underground. After a while, Fang Ping walked out with the golden house on his head. Nan Yunping and the rest were slightly surprised. Wang Jinyang and the rest were indifferent. At this time, another 5 people walked over. Nan Yunping frowned slightly. Looking at the 5 people, she felt that they were not familiar. Fang Ping did not say much. He looked at them and said, don't go more than 1,000 meters away from me. Follow me yourself. The 5 of them nodded and did not say anything. Fang Ping, on the other hand, performed the flight step and said loudly, MCMAU instructors and students, don't go to the sea. This time, my breakthrough will cause a huge commotion. When the tsunami comes, only high-ranked martial artists can withstand it. Everyone, stay in school. Cultivate and watch TV. Don't die in the catacombs, but at my hands. Seeing Luo Yichuan and Zhang Jianhong perform the flight step not far away, Fang Ping shouted, Deans, watch over the school in case someone sneaks into the school and steals the mineral vein when we leave. Luo Yichuan and Zhang Jianhong looked at each other but did not say anything. Very quickly, they landed. Fang Ping urged them for a while. Not far away, on the crystal tower, Chen Yinchi pressed on Fang Yuan and said loudly, we'll wait for you to come back. Okay. Let's go. Fang Ping responded. Then, he yelled and performed the flight step, flying toward the southern area's seaside. Everyone followed, and soon, they flew toward the island in the distance. At the same time. Capital City. Zhang Tao chuckled. There are true kings gathering in every territory. For one Fang Ping, they're really going all out. Nan Yunhui humphed. I've said it before. If evil sects are not eradicated as soon as possible, they'll grow into trouble sooner or later. Zhang Tao's head hurt. Alright, don't I want to eradicate them as soon as possible? Compared to the others, who the big pope is more important. Without information about the big pope, how can I eradicate them? Since they want to arm wrestle with me, then let's do it. Do you think these underground rats can defeat me? Beside him, Li Zhen said mildly, don't be too confident. Be careful of the enemy's diversion. If their target is not Fang Ping but the passageways, that'll be the real trouble. Don't worry, I've already made arrangements. If their target is really the passageways, that'll be good. Zhang Tao laughed. What I'm afraid of is, if their target is really Fang Ping, then it'll be a lot more troublesome. If that kid Fang Ping is really done for, Li Chongqing and the others will come to me for revenge. Li Zhen glanced at him and frowned. Are there really no arrangements? Don't ask. If you ask, I'll treat you as the big pope and try to get information from me. Li Zhen was speechless. After a while, he humphed. If I were the big pope, I'd have killed you long ago. Zhang Tao sneered. You? To put it bluntly, you're only arrogant against others. Against me, you're still too inexperienced. Stop talking nonsense. You go to the North Lake Catacombs, Nan Yunhua to the Forbidden Catacombs, I'll go to the Magic City Catacombs. You scout along the way. Don't you like to eavesdrop? Try observing secretly and see if you can find those fellows. You're the one who likes to eavesdrop. Zhang Tao humphed, then laughed. It'll be difficult. These fellows aren't stupid. If we don't go in, they won't show up. Also, something big is going to happen this time. After this, a territory might be breached. Those fellows whose identities are exposed will probably go in and seek refuge with their masters, Li Zhen said nonchalantly, it doesn't matter much here. If a place is breached, the probability of other places being breached is higher. However, those old fellows are still holding the fort in the depths. It's not a big deal even if they breached it. Let them work without putting in any effort. A few deaths will probably wake them up. After so many years, they're still sticking to their old ways. Don't fight or fight back. It's good to see some blood. Zhang Tao laughed. You can't say that. After all, there's still one body. Anyway, I've informed them in advance. Let's see how they prepare. With that, Zhang Tao rose into the air and said, don't treat it like a game. This time, there might be a bloody battle. It's rare for the two royal courts to agree. That monster plant's royal court guy isn't easy to deal with. He's long wanted to take the initiative to attack. This time, he might want to break through Mount Imperial C's defensive line. Li Zhen also rose into the air and said, him? After he's been seriously injured, will anyone still listen to him? Nonsense. Do you really think he has no influence? Just watch. This is the first time the Monster Life Royal Court is cooperating with him. Sooner or later, they'll be tricked to death. But it doesn't matter. He'll trick him, and I'll trick me. He thinks he's calculated everything, but he doesn't think about it. Without strength, calculations are useless. I have strength and can scheme. He can't control the overall situation himself. Playing this game with me, he won't be able to bear the consequences this time. Nan Yunhua also rose into the air at an extremely fast speed. She transmitted, Zhang Tao, don't be too confident. Nan Yunping is right there. If she really dies there, I won't forgive you. I'm already 100 years old. If I die, I die. It's useless even if you don't forgive me, you. Don't you. Hurry up. If we don't go, these guys will really break through Mount Imperial C's defensive line. Humph. Nan Yunhua snorted and instantly landed below the Forbidden City. The Forbidden Catacombs she needed to go to was very close, so she didn't have to rush far. Somewhere in Sino Nation. In the villa. A crystal ball floated in the air. Someone inside said with a chuckle, Nan Yunhua has entered the catacombs. The few people in the villa did not speak. After a moment, a voice came from the crystal ball again. Li Zhen has entered the catacombs. Zhang Tao is almost at Magic City. Before he finished speaking, the black-robed sixth elder said in a deep voice, Zhang Tao has gone to Magic City. The distance is very close. Can you hold him back? Don't worry. In the Magic City catacombs, there will be two true kings taking action. No matter how strong Zhang Tao is, can he fight two true kings alone and kill them? If he really has such strength, then we don't have to worry. The Catacombs True King Hall will continue to send people to the Magic City catacombs to find a chance to kill Zhang Tao. What about Heavenly King subduing? Heavenly King subduing. Heavenly King subduing won't take action. Once he takes action, all the balance will be broken. Right now, neither side is prepared for a full-scale war. The long-haired masked man continued to play with his golden knife. He smiled and said, "Where is Bei Gongbing?" 10 li south of the island. I'll go play with Bei Gongbing. As the long-haired masked man spoke, the golden knife in his hand disappeared. He said playfully, Grand Pope, are you really not taking action this time? Depends. Now that Absolute Peak has entered the catacombs, are you really the Grand Pope? As soon as these words came out, the few people present fell silent. On the other side of the crystal ball, the neutral voice laughed. Third Elder, why are you so conflicted over this? All these years, working with me, none of you have suffered losses, right? The long-haired masked man chuckled. Not really. I'm just afraid that we'll be abandoned this time. Absolute Peak and not Absolute Peak are still different. If the Grand Pope is not in a desperate situation, then I'm not so afraid. But if it's a desperate situation, I'm really a little worried. Why do you say that? Desperate situation. Is there any pursuit in martial arts? The long-haired masked man smiled faintly. Then the unification of the divine sect is a little different. Humans are all selfish. No one is an exception. The long-haired masked man said something meaningful. At last, he laughed. Forget it, let's not talk about this. On Fang Ping's side, are you sure there are only 4 rank 8s, Nan Yunping, Qin Yaoting, Wang Qinghai, and Lu Polu? I'm sure. The long-haired masked man laughed. Then it'll be much easier. I'll deal with Bei Gongbing, Old 8 will deal with these people, Old 9 will take care of those small fries, and Old 6 will go all out to kill Fang Ping. The black-robed martial artist chuckled. Third Master thinks highly of Fang Ping. I thought you'd let Old 9 take care of Fang Ping. The long-haired masked man said lightly, be careful. If it weren't for the fact that I'm afraid you're not Bei Gongbing's match and can't leave in the end, I'd deal with Fang Ping myself. As soon as he said that, everyone in the field looked at him. The newly arrived Elder 9 was silent for a moment. I'll kill those rank 7 martial artists as soon as possible and go help 6th Master to prevent Fang Ping from escaping. The others did not say anything. After a while, the Grand Pope said from the crystal ball, Zhang Tao has entered the catacombs. Everyone can move now. What about Grand Elder? He'll go with him. Give him a signal, lest we mistake the enemy for one of us. As soon as he said that, an old voice came from a phone beside him. This old man will wear a red robe. Tisk tisk, the long-haired masked man clicked his tongue and laughed. He said, I understand. Actually, when the time comes, we won't be able to hide who we are from each other. If I fight with Bei Gongbing, my identity will definitely be exposed. The few of you probably won't be able to hide it either. If we can't kill Fang Ping this time, we won't be able to get the true king's ultimate technique. Everyone will just obediently be rats from now on. Otherwise, we can only go down to the catacombs and rely on them. It's a pity that after planning for so many years, it's either be a rat or a dog. I just don't think it's worth it. In the crystal ball, the Grand Pope smiled faintly. Third Elder, if you're confident that you can break through to the apex, or if there's an apex willing to teach you the ultimate technique, you don't have to go. The long-haired masked man sighed. Ultimate technique is difficult. Besides, these fellows are still alive. If that person from the Yang family taught us the ultimate technique, we can give it a try. It's a pity that it didn't. The long-haired man said a few words. Finally, he took a deep breath and said slowly, let's go. We don't have to go together, lest our chi is too strong and we get discovered in advance. Remember, you must kill Fang Ping. If you can't kill Fang Ping, no matter how many people you kill, it'll all be in vain. Understood. The other 3 responded. Very soon, the 4 of them walked out of the villa and disappeared outside the villa in an instant. MCMAU Southern Area, C Area. Fang Ping had a golden house on his head. In front of him, Qin Fengqing was carrying a bunch of equipment. He aimed the camera at Fang Ping, chuckling. Fang Ping, are you really going to do a live broadcast? Of course. Fang Ping laughed. It's already been spread out. If I don't do a live broadcast, how can I live up to everyone's expectations? Besides, I've even received a fee for this live broadcast. It's 1 billion. Qin Fengqing was speechless. He muttered, is the TV station stupid? Won't they suffer a loss? Get lost. Am I someone you can compare to? This time, my live broadcast of breaking through to rank 8 was watched by at least 1 billion people. They've earned a lot. As they chatted idly, Nan Yunping and the rest looked around vigilantly. Fang Ping did not care about them. He was calculating his expenditure. Bringing along 11 powerhouses cost a lot. 1 minute would cost 2 million points. It had already been 3 minutes since he set off. That meant 6 million points had been spent. At most, it would take half an hour. If the evil sect did not come after half an hour, he would have to spend 60 million wealth points. Such a huge expenditure. I have to reimburse them. Fang Ping sighed in his heart. 60 million points. That was 600 billion. He was spending money like water. It would be inexcusable if he did not reimburse them this time. Other than this expenditure, I've spent tens of millions of points to create imperishable substances this time. I've already spent hundreds of millions. The more Fang Ping thought about it, the more his heart ached. This was not counting the rank 8 divine weapon that he would give to Nan Yunping later and the rank 9 long sword that he had already given to Lu Polu. I wonder if these fellows who came have family assets. If a rank 9 powerhouse has a public identity, they should have some family assets, right? It would be better if they came from other holy lands. They don't have family assets, but the holy lands have money. The people from the holy lands attacked me. If old Zhang doesn't make them vomit blood, I'll beat all of you until you vomit blood in the future. Fang Ping calculated these. He was not surprised that there were rank 9 powerhouses from holy lands among them. There was no other reason. Rank 9 powerhouses from holy lands had more freedom. These powerhouses dared to come to Sino Nation to kill him. They were most likely rank 9s from some holy lands. Of course, there were also some independent rank 9 martial artists. There were many catacombs in Sino Nation. Rank 9 powerhouses all had missions, so it was difficult for them to free themselves. However, in other places, some places were quite chaotic. There were more than 200 rank 9s on the global rank 9 ranking list. There were only 33 in Sino Nation previously, and close to 200 were from other countries. Some of these people were just adventuring martial artists in the catacombs. They were not powerhouses guarding the catacombs. There might be rank 9s from other holy lands participating. What about Star Town? This thought arose in Fang Ping's mind, but he did not say it out loud. It was hard to say. There were not many rank 9s in Star Town, but these people did not have to guard the catacombs. It did not even matter if they did not go to the battlefield. If they really left Star Town in the dark, the others might not really care. As a rank 9 powerhouse, they were extremely free. While Fang Ping was thinking about these, Qin Fengqing, who was in front, laughed and said, "All right, it seems like it's connected. We should be able to do a live broadcast now." Fang Ping heard that and laughed. "I'll take a picture of the island later. After I break through, the island will probably be gone. Let everyone enjoy one last look." As they spoke, they were almost at the island, which was about 50 li away from the coastline. As soon as Fang Ping arrived, his aura suddenly erupted to the extreme. Nan Yunping and the others' aura also erupted. Fang Ping shouted, "All the surrounding martial artists, retreat quickly. When I break through later, I won't be able to suppress my mentality. Under the mentality outburst, even a rank 7 will be suppressed to death." Knowing that Fang Ping was going to break through here, there were many martial artists in the surroundings. At this time, Fang Ping's mentality pressure erupted. Some of the martial artists who had just reached the middle rank and could barely fly in the air fell into the sea in an instant. Fang Ping shouted again, "Leave quickly. There's no need to lose your life just to watch a martial artist break through." Following the outburst of Fang Ping's aura, some of the martial artists who gathered around left one after another. Martial artists were not stupid. Since Fang Ping did not allow them to watch, if they stayed, someone might really die. As these people left, Fang Ping did not land on the island. Instead, he looked around and smiled. "Seems like they're not there yet. Everyone, don't be anxious. Old Qin, carry this thing further away. There's no need to listen to the sound. Just look at the momentum." Qin Fengqing did not waste any more words. He quickly carried the machine and went far away. After waiting for Qin Fengqing to go far away, Fang Ping looked around and smiled. Since I'm here, what's the point of hiding? If I reach rank 9, the world will be under my control. Why do I have to be like a thief, hiding and not daring to show my face? My head is worth a lot. When I heard that the catacombs is offering a reward, I want to cut off my own head and send it over. No one said anything. At this moment, Nan Yunping and the others' divine weapons appeared in their hands, surrounding Fang Ping. From afar, Qin Fengqing said loudly, I'm in charge of filming. Don't look for me. I've just reached rank 7. I'm so far away from Fang Ping. It's not worth it to kill me. I'll be exposed immediately. Please don't kill me. If you come, kill Fang Ping first. It's not easy for me to cultivate to rank 7, Li Hansong could not help but curse, Mother **Cur, you're doing a live broadcast. Have some shame. Don't swear. Qin Fengqing immediately retorted, am I wrong? It's very dangerous. You guys are together. I'm here alone. Forget it. I'm not filming anymore. Fang Ping, I'll go to your place. Fang Ping laughed. Stay away from me. You're weak. I told you not to come, but you insisted. Are you afraid of death now? Nonsense. If I don't come, wouldn't that make me look like a coward? Qin Fengqing said suddenly, I forgot to turn off the sound. If I turn it off, no one will hear what I say. As soon as he said that, the device in his hand suddenly exploded. Qin Fengqing let out a muffled humph and roared, Mother **Cur. Do you really want to kill me? Are you an idiot? Trash. In the void, a cold snort was heard. The person did not attack him at all. He only exploded the device first. Qin Fengqing did not say anything else. He ran away hurriedly, cursing as he ran, I'm just here to join in the fun. It's not worth it to kill me. Don't come to my place. No one talked to him. Just as he started running, a great battle broke out instantly. In the void, 3 figures shot toward him at the fastest speed. Before they even arrived, 3 powerful psychic powers had already burst forth. Humph. Nan Yunping snorted coldly. Celestiality intertwined. The others brandished their divine weapons and attacked the empty mentalities. Yao Qingjun stabbed with his spear and flew backward a few steps. However, he also tore a small part of his mentality. Only 3? Fang Ping suddenly laughed. That's too little. As soon as he said that, in the distance, 2 powerful forces erupted suddenly. With a loud bang, the seawater exploded and the void rumbled. It's you. Zali Caro, you're not dead. Ha ha ha. Bei Gong Yen, you have a good memory. I've been dead for 10 years, but you still remember my aura. Boom, the sound of conversation faded along with the rumble. 10 li away, 2 powerful forces rose and fought each other instantly. Nan Yunping and the others did not have time to care about this. Nan Yunping shouted in a low voice, clowns. Let me see who you are. As soon as she said that, Nan Yunping, Wang Qinghai, Lu Polu, and Chen Yaoting charged toward the black-robed martial artist who was rushing toward them from the left. The black-robed martial artist said mildly, I'm not your opponent. Having said that, the black-robed martial artist sped up. Nan Yunping and the others were about to chase after him when the short-haired and masked martial artist said, I'll play with you guys. Rumble, bang, the sound of an energy explosion was heard almost instantly. The island below them began to crumble. Not far away, the black-robed martial artist charged toward Fang Ping and the others at high speed. They were just a bunch of rank 7 martial artists. Did they really think they could stop him? Moreover, these rank 7 martial artists had someone to take care of. On the right, a tall and slender masked martial artist had already appeared in front of everyone. However, he did not look at Huang Jing and the others. Instead, his gaze fell on the few middle-ranked martial artists on the periphery. He sighed softly. I see. Before he finished speaking, a few middle-ranked martial artists standing on the periphery suddenly exploded with a powerful golden glow. Divine weapons appeared, and they charged toward Ninth Elder in an instant. Old Six, do as you see fit with these small fries. Ninth Elder laughed. He had already started fighting with 5 rank 8 powerhouses. After exchanging blows, he suddenly laughed. 5 early-stage rank 8 martial artists. This is not enough. Kill. However, these 5 people ignored him. They formed a formation in an instant. Their golden bodies flickered, surrounding Ninth Elder from all directions. The black-robed martial artist had already arrived. He laughed loudly and said, "The same, still not enough." As soon as he finished speaking, a pitch-black Chongdao materialized directly from the void, attacking Fang Ping, who was surrounded by Lu Fengru and the others. Lu Fengru and the others were just about to fight when Fang Ping shouted, "Go help those few. Leave this guy to me." Although Li Hansong and the others were in a difficult position, they did not hold back at all. One by one, they retreated and charged toward Ninth Elder. 5 early-stage rank 8 martial artists against a rank 9. The risk was still very high. If they surrounded and killed the other party together, it would be much easier. Huh? The black-robed martial artist let out a soft cry of surprise. He left. This guy was underestimating himself too much. Fang Ping ignored him. The next moment, he went straight to the faraway sea and fled. The black-robed martial artist was a little strange again. Luring me to leave, there was an ambush ahead. Please remember this book's original domain name. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor mobile version website. Despite guessing that Fang Ping would have an ambush, the black-robed martial artist chased after him quickly. His goal this time was to kill Fang Ping. How could he give up just because he suspected that there would be an ambush? Moreover, he was a powerhouse who had comprehended the origin path. He would not be tricked so easily. In front of him, Fang Ping fled quickly, shouting, "I don't want to know who you are, and I don't want to talk nonsense about why you want to kill me. If you betray me now, I will spare your life. I, Fang Ping, have the honor to do so. Also, I will give you a rank 9 divine weapon, 3,000 caddies of energy stones, and a month of preaching. I don't have a true king's unique skill unless I kill the true king. I will help you clear your identity. If these are not enough, then there's no need to talk." Humph. Don't humph. You should be satisfied with this treatment. Do you really think you can kill me? Fang Ping shouted, "Not only him. The others are the same. Of course, those who have committed murder can forget about it. I heard that some of you have slaughtered innocent humans. This kind of person must die." As soon as Fang Ping finished speaking, golden light erupted from his body, and his speed soared again. He shouted, "I am a rank 8 golden body. Do you really think you can kill me? Even a rank 8 must die." Behind him, although the black-robed martial artist was a little surprised, he was still cold and stern. Fang Ping's price was not low. Other than the lack of a true king's unique skill, it was comparable to the price offered by the restricted area. But they wanted a true king's unique skill. As soon as he finished speaking, the black-robed martial artist seemed to have passed through the void. In the next moment, he appeared 100 meters behind Fang Ping. "Die." The black-robed martial artist growled. A rank 8 divine staff shot out instantly, heading straight for Fang Ping's back. "Someone from the Wanta world?" Fang Ping roared fiercely. Martial artists would only use the divine weapon that they were best at, unless they were really rich and did not care about a divine weapon. "You're not qualified." A brilliant golden light suddenly erupted from Fang Ping's feet. In the blink of an eye, he broke through 1,000 meters away. Rank 9 divine combat boots. How generous. At this moment, even the few salvation elders around were shocked. Fang Ping had a rank 9 divine weapon, which was understandable. However, Fang Ping used the rank 9 demon's demon core not to forge weapons, but to forge combat boots that could accelerate. That was 2F** king extravagant. When experts forged divine weapons, they would first forge offensive weapons. Under normal circumstances, when one reached rank 9, it would be difficult to forge even offensive weapons of the same level. After forging an offensive divine weapon, even if one had the capital to forge a second divine weapon, they would usually not forge it. Instead, they would exchange it for other resources of equivalent value. Fang Ping, on the other hand, had forged a pair of rank 9 combat boots. Rumble. As soon as Fang Ping left the spot where he stood exploded. The staff pierced through the void, stirring up monstrous waves in the sea below. Damn it. The black-robed martial artist was furious. The other party actually had rank 9 combat boots. Disregarding the consumption, he used the imperishable substance to escape. His speed was no slower than the average rank 8 5th level powerhouse. Although he was slightly slower than him, he still needed some time to catch up. Right now, what he lacked the most was time. 8th brother, 9th brother, hurry up! The black-robed martial artist bellowed. A rank 8 martial artist wearing rank 9 combat boots was running with all his might. It would be difficult to stop him. As he bellowed, the black-robed martial artist unleashed all his might to hurry along. The void exploded. Not only that, a bridge connecting to the sky appeared under the black-robed martial artist's feet. The bridge was thousands of meters long. The black-robed martial artist stepped onto the bridge. In the next second, he had already appeared at the other end of the bridge, reaching a distance of 100 meters from Fang Ping again. In front, Fang Ping's expression changed drastically. What was this? It's you. Morta. At this moment, Wang Qinghai suddenly roared. While slashing at the short-haired masked man in a frenzy, he bellowed, he's Morta. The Andes powerhouse, Morta, how dare you attack Fang Ping? The black-robed martial artist ignored him completely. The moment he neared Fang Ping, the staff pierced through the air again, piercing through the void with a rumble. Mother ****. Fang Ping roared. Golden light erupted from his body, forcefully shifting a small distance. Even so, the staff still hit his back. Above the development, it even carried the power of destruction. Bang! Fang Ping's rank 8 2nd-level golden body exploded directly. A huge pit appeared on his back. Puff! Golden yellow blood spurted out from Fang Ping's mouth, like a steel ball, crashing into the sea. Origin Path powerhouse, Fang Ping rapidly recovered his exploded golden body. Suddenly, he turned around, the golden house crashing toward the other party. Morta let out a cold humph. His mentality erupted abruptly. Once again, a staff materialized in the void. This was not a divine weapon, but a materialized object. The moment the staff appeared, it went straight for the materialized object. There was a rumble. Far away, Fang Ping's head exploded. A faint, crisp sound rang out. His brain nucleus was shattered. The source of mentality was the brain nucleus. The brain nucleus was connected to the brain. A single collision caused cracks to appear on Fang Ping's brain nucleus. The might of an origin path powerhouse was terrifying. Just as Fang Ping's golden house trembled, Morta was about to unleash a second attack. In an instant, 6 brilliant rays of golden light converged in the air, condensing into a gigantic suppress word. Suppress. 6 violent roars rang out at the same time. The gigantic golden suppress word descended instantly. People from the Fallen Star's army? Morta let out a loud roar too. In the void, a pair of invisible giant hands appeared, grabbing the divine weapon staff in an instant. The staff struck out, laughing loudly. Out of my expectations. Legion's Fallen Star's army actually hid so many rank 8 golden bodies. As soon as he finished speaking, outside the golden house, 6 rank 8 powerhouses appeared out of thin air. All 6 of them were dressed in military uniforms. The leader bellowed furiously, Morta, how dare you, the Andes? Ha ha ha. You can just kill your way to the Andes then. Morta burst into laughter. 6 early-stage rank 8s. This isn't enough. As he spoke, the golden suppress word collided with the staff. The staff expanded to 100 meters in size in an instant, striking the large word. Rumble. An earth-shattering explosion rang out. Crack. The suppress word began to crack. The 6 powerhouses in military uniforms turned pale. The leader powerhouse bellowed, suppress him to death. As soon as he finished speaking, the 6 of them acted in unison, spurting golden blood from their mouths. It was not just golden blood, but golden blood that was mixed with large amounts of destructive energy. The blood converged in the air instantly, merging into the golden word in the blink of an eye. The suppress word that had already begun to crack recovered to its original state in an instant. The golden glow was even more magnificent. Suppress. The 6 of them bellowed one after another. At the same time, rank 6 divine weapons charged toward Morta from all directions. Sino Nation certainly has the capital. Morta let out a cold humph. There were 11 more rank 8s than expected, and they were all wielding divine weapons. This was indeed out of their expectations. Not only 11 rank 8s, Fang Ping had also entered rank 8, even stepping on a rank 9 divine weapon. Such an unforeseen event had disrupted their rhythm. The 3 departments and 4 prefectures each had their own elite army. The education department's Wuan Army, the military department's Fallen Star Army, the detective department's National Garrison. These armies were the core armies of the 3 departments, all of them fighting for a living. These powerhouses stayed in the catacombs for many years, almost never leaving the catacombs, and were not known by others. Unexpectedly, 5 rank 8s appeared in the Wuan Army and 6 in the Fallen Star Army. Trying to suppress me with a rank 8 suppress word formula. What a joke. Morta let out a low roar. The invisible mentality staff merged into the divine weapon staff in an instant. The divine weapon's radiance erupted. A ferocious tiger monster appeared out of thin air, as if it was a real existence. The tiger's claws slammed toward the suppress word. Rumble, a monstrous golden glow dyed the entire surface of the sea gold. Pfft, the 6 rank 8 powerhouses spat blood one after another. A few of them looked aghast. Not only was he an Origin Path powerhouse, Morta had already walked a distance on Origin Path. He was not weaker than Wu Kuishan, perhaps even stronger. The 6 of them wielded divine weapons and used the suppress word formula. It was not difficult to suppress a weak rank 9. However, it was dangerous to deal with a strong rank 9. Fang Ping. Run. The leading military-clad powerhouse bellowed. They could not suppress Morta. If this went on, they would be defeated sooner or later. Far away, Fang Ping was currently checking out the situation around him. On Bei Gongyan's side, there was a great momentum. Bei Gongyan wielded a rank 9 divine weapon and was also a powerhouse who had walked out of Origin Path. Even if he was not as good as Third Elder, he would not be defeated so quickly. On Nan Yunping's side, Nan Yunping's combat strength was strong. Wang Qinghai was also a powerhouse who had entered rank 5. The 2 peak rank 8 powerhouses were the main force, with Chen Yaoting and Lu Polu. As support, they were not at a disadvantage against 8th Elder who had just stepped into Origin Path. On Li Hansong's side, there were 5 rank 8 powerhouses, plus Li Hansong, Huang Jing, Lu Fengru, Wang Jinyang, Yao Qingjun, Tang Feng. 11 powerhouses were fighting 9th Elder who had not stepped into Origin Path. It was hard to tell who had the upper hand. The ones who were really at a disadvantage were Fang Ping's side. 6 rank 8s, plus Fang Ping, 7 rank 8s. Instead, they were being suppressed by Morta. However, if that was all, Fang Ping and the others would not be defeated so quickly. Is that all? Fang Ping let out a cold humph, looking around. It was at this moment that Fang Ping let out a fierce roar. His body shone with a golden glow, and he disappeared from the spot abruptly. In the next second, Fang Ping appeared a few hundred meters away, spewing blood wildly from his mouth. You actually sensed it. You're indeed the strongest prodigy of the current generation. An old laugh came from the void. Immediately after, a sky-shaking apparition appeared at the place where Fang Ping had left. He was wearing a red robe. The boss is here. Ha ha ha. The other elders burst into laughter. The strongest boss was here. On the Fallen Star Army's side, the leading rank 8 roared furiously, Fang Ping, run. The cult's Grand Elder had arrived. Damn it. Fang Ping cursed wildly in his heart. The Grand Elder was here. Where was the manpower that old Zhang had arranged? Just as he was thinking about it, Fang Ping revealed a look of terror once again. He unleashed his full strength and disappeared from the spot in the blink of an eye. He had just disappeared when someone laughed beside his ear. Why are you running? You're late. Sorry. The words rang out almost in the blink of an eye and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Fang Ping did not even have time to move when an intense energy wave erupted beside him. It exploded, the void trembled, and a tsunami rose. Grand Elder, so you're the Grand Elder. After a while, the void regained its calm. Less than 100 meters in front of Fang Ping, a frail-looking youth stood proudly in the void. His back was facing Fang Ping, facing the Grand Elder who was a few hundred meters away. With a complicated expression, he said, "How can you be the cult's Grand Elder?" I've thought of many people, but I never thought it would be you. The red-robed Grand Elder was not in a hurry to make a move. His voice was hoarse as he said, Kong Ling Yuan. Your origin Dao has actually recovered. This is beyond my expectations. Did Zhang Tao do this? The frail-looking youth was none other than Kong Ling Yuan, who was ranked top 10 in the rank 9 ranking list. Fang Ping had never seen him before, but he had heard of him many times. Kong Ling Yuan sighed softly. Originally, I should have entered the catacombs and killed a rank 9 to announce my return. I didn't expect that my first opponent after returning would be you. Are you surprised? I'm not surprised. I knew that Zhang Tao had a backup plan. I thought it was Qin Yaozu. I didn't expect it to be you. Relying on external forces to step into the top, and not necessarily achieving it, is it better than walking your own path? You don't know how much Fang Ping has contributed to Sino Nation. Why must you kill Fang Ping? I'm old. After so many years, the progress of Origin Dao has been extremely slow. A great war is about to break out. I can't wait any longer. The red-robed Grand Elder sighed softly and then sneered. Kong Ling Yuan, I'm different from you guys. Zhang Tao and Li Zhen value you guys. They don't hide anything from you. They don't hold any grudges. What about me? There's me in the Great War, but there aren't many benefits. I've fought for Sino Nation for decades. In the end, what have I gotten? The Grand Elder laughed bitterly. Nothing. All I've gotten is a body full of pain. If it weren't for the benefits the catacombs gave me all these years, perhaps I would have stepped on the road to death. Do people like Wu Chuan and Zhang Weiyu qualify to be older than me? Are their abilities really stronger than mine? But in the end, all of them have surpassed me. The rank 9 divine weapons belong to them. The ultimate arts belong to them. I don't worry about poverty, but I worry about inequality. Take Fang Ping for example. No matter how much he contributed, what benefits does it bring to me? The divine weapons he obtained, the life essence he gave, the imperishable substances he gave, did he give me anything? I used to be his protector, so what? Behind him, Fang Ping's face was lifeless. Disbelief was written all over his face. He muttered, It's you. You. How could it be you? You're the cult Grand Elder? Do you recognize me? The Grand Elder chuckled and regained his composure. He said softly, It's me. It's unexpected but reasonable, isn't it? Fang Ping's gaze was complicated. He growled in a low voice, Why? Just because it's unfair? What's unfair about it? Martial artists in the neo-martial arts era rely on themselves to fight for it. Martial artists must fight for it. Everything we have, we fought for it ourselves. Why do you think it's unfair that I didn't give you a divine weapon and the minister didn't give you an ultimate art? Everything is an excuse. The 9 Grand Elders of the cult have joined the cult for many years. At the end of the day, you're still selfish. Selfish? The red-robed Grand Elder said lightly, I've fought in the catacombs for many years. I've killed countless powerful enemies. MCMAU Vice-Chancellor Yu hasn't killed as many enemies as I have. Am I selfish? I've also fought bloody battles and protected humans. Even so, Zhang Tao and the rest still don't trust me. I don't exist in the core ranks. Just because our ideals are different? Just because we don't belong to the same sect? Ha ha ha. Suppressing dissidents is everywhere, all the time. Fang Ping, you've overestimated Zhang Tao and the rest. They're more selfish and shameless than I am. Fang Ping's expression was ugly. He cursed abruptly, Mother **Ker, I used to admire you. I can't believe you've become the cult's lackey. Have you considered your family? The red-robed old man chuckled. I have. That's why they don't know what I'm doing. They don't know anything. It doesn't matter if you imprison or confine them. Will you kill them? Zhang Tao and Li Zhen are fishing for fame and compliments. They claim that in the neo-martial arts era, everyone is equal and family should not be harmed. I'm guilty, they're innocent. Fang Ping. Do you think they'll be killed? They will. If you kill me, MCMAU will exterminate all of you. Don't think I'm joking. Try me if you don't believe me. The Grand Elder snorted. The next moment, a Chengdao sliced through the air. At this time, a folding fan appeared in front of the frail-looking youth. The fan unfolded instantly, and a loud explosion was heard. On the surface of the sea, sparks flew everywhere. Monstrous waves rose again. Why bother? Kong Lingyuan sighed. As long as I'm here, you can't kill him. Give up. If you leave now, you might still have a chance to live. If you don't leave now, when the minister and the rest return, you'll definitely die. Since I'm here, I have no intention of leaving. Rumble. While the two of them were talking, the divine Chengdao and the divine folding fan had crossed paths many times in the void. The energy waves that erupted overturned Fang Ping a few times. Fang Ping fled hurriedly, so powerful, was this the strength of a top-notch powerhouse below the absolute peak. In the past, he had seen Nan Yunyue and the rest fight, but he never had a clear idea. This was because when Nan Yunyue and the rest fought, their opponents were also top-notch rank 9. When these powerhouses fought, they were too far away from him. He felt that they were not even as good as Li Chongqing. Old Man Li had killed a rank 9 before. Not just one, and he had killed them quite easily. This time, however, Fang Ping came to a realization. In terms of strength, Old Man Li was most likely not a match for these people. There was no other reason. The enemies these people usually fought were powerhouses of the same rank as them. Hence, it was especially difficult for them to fight. It also showed that the difference in strength was not big. It was not as shocking as when Old Man Li killed his enemies instantly. 5 elders, Grand Elder, 3rd, 6th, 8th, and 9th had all appeared. At this time, Fang Ping was still extremely vigilant. Just these people? If it was just these people, it was still not enough. In these few battlefields, other than the fallen star army who were at a disadvantage, the other places were not at a disadvantage. As for him, at this moment, he was still free. At this time, Qin Fengqing, who had just escaped, suddenly ran in this direction, roaring, F***CK, there are so many more in front, more than 10 rank 7s and 8s, run. As he spoke, he could already see figures behind him. More than 10 masked powerhouses were rushing here at high speed. Rank 7 and 8's powerhouses' ability to conceal their auras was not as rank 9, so they had been lingering in the periphery. When the battle started, these people rushed over quickly, to prevent being discovered by Fang Ping and the rest in advance. However, the arrival of so many people was enough to change the situation. Fang Ping glanced at Kong Lingyuan and the rest, suddenly shouting, Qin Fengqing, go help the instructor and the rest. Leave those bastards to me. Can you do it? 5 rank 8s, 10 rank 7s. Cut the crap. No problem. Qin Fengqing did not say another word, charging toward Lu Fengru and the rest, laughing loudly. A weak rank 9, I love bullying the weak the most. Trash, you're the most cowardly, who else should I fight if not you? You have a death wish. 9th Elder smashed Huang Jing's arm with one palm. Without another word, he suddenly broke away from the attack, charging toward Qin Fengqing. Qin Fengqing roared, Mother **Ker, you're crazy. I've just reached rank 7, and you want to kill me, are you crazy? Is everyone in your family idiots? You've joined an evil sect. Has your brain been muddled by the evil sect? Get lost, don't chase me. Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, 9th Elder chased after Qin Fengqing directly. Behind, Li Hansong roared, go after him. Qin Fengqing had just entered rank 7, the other party had caught up to him. Even if it was a weak rank 9, he could kill him in 3 moves at most. For powerhouses, 3 moves was just a matter of the blink of an eye. Li Hansong and the rest chased after Qin Fengqing. Qin Fengqing, who was running wildly, was still cursing, you dog, chasing me, are you crazy? I'm running so fast, can you catch up? Believe it or not, when I'm running away, you're still hiding in the sewers pretending to be a mouse. Stop hiding your aura. Do you think I don't know you? When I see how much you hate me, I know you've been scolded by me before. I've only scolded a few rank 9s, you must be one of them, F***CK, so you're a Sino rank 9, it can't be, right? Why are there so many evil sect martial artists in Sino Nation? Don't tell me the big pope is from Sino Nation? You're still chasing, if you keep chasing, I'm going to flip out, I'm really going to flip out. As he spoke, 9th Elder was less than 500 meters away from him, blasting a punch through the air. a gigantic fist made entirely of energy blasted toward Qin Fengqing. Qin Fengqing roared, light bursting from his feet, his rank 7 combat boots giving off sparks. He ran a few hundred meters in a flash. Fang Ping's rank 7 combat boots. Fang Ping, who had forged rank 9 combat boots, did not give the rank 7 combat boots modified by Zhang Tao to anyone else, but to Qin Fengqing. As Qin Fengqing ran, he roared at Fang Ping in front of him, "Fang Ping, I can't outrun him. Switch, you finish him, I'll finish those rank 7s and 7s. Get lost." "No way, then I'm going to your side, let's do it together." "Don't come." "Get lost, what will I do if you come?" "I don't care, I'm going." As he spoke, Qin Fengqing was already flying toward Fang Ping. Seeing that, Fang Ping cursed, "Damn it, Qin Fengqing, are you trying to F***king kill me? If we join forces, we'll be invincible, what's there to be afraid of?" Behind, Li Hansong cursed, "Qin Fengqing. Damn it, you're crazy, hurry up and get lost." Ninth Elder was chasing after Qin Fengqing, but seeing Qin Fengqing running toward Fang Ping, he suddenly realized that today's main mission was to kill Fang Ping. How would he have time to care about Qin Fengqing? At this moment, Qin Fengqing happened to forget about running toward Fang Ping. There were still many evil sect rank 7 and 8 martial artists in front of Fang Ping. The opportunity was here, and this opportunity was created by Qin Fengqing. Ninth Elder laughed in his heart, although he was pissed off by Qin Fengqing previously. At this moment, he had to thank Qin Fengqing, or else, he would not have created this situation. In front of him, Fang Ping was already fleeing at high speed, but Qin Fengqing was still yelling, "Don't run. If you run, I'll be blocked." Fang Ping's footsteps halted, and with this pause, those evil sect rank 7 and 8 martial artists had already formed an encirclement. Fang Ping's anger could not be contained, he roared, "Idiot. In this life, I've never fallen on anyone but you, bastard, go and die. I didn't do it on purpose, get lost." As soon as he said that, both of them were already together. Without another word, Qin Fengqing suddenly hugged Fang Ping, his body glowing with a golden light. That was the imperishable substance that Fang Ping had given him. Outside, those rank 7 and 8 martial artists had already surrounded them. At this moment, Fang Ping's golden house suddenly appeared, enveloping himself and Qin Fengqing. At the same time, a big box appeared, which Fang Ping threw out instantly. Then, Fang Ping's golden house fell into the sea. Boom! In the next moment, a deafening sound was heard. Ah! A series of screams rang out. Ninth Elder, who had just surrounded them, was flung out rapidly, his golden body bursting with brilliant light. Waves of shockwaves hit his golden body, tearing it apart, golden blood dripping continuously. Not far away, Li Hansong and the others were also doing their best to resist the impact of the huge force, flying out one after another. The sound of the explosion was deafening, and the sky erupted with dazzling light, blinding everyone temporarily. At the same time, Magic City, along the coast. Towering waves came crashing, and hundreds of martial artists were resisting along the coastline. The deafening sound of the explosion deafened some of the martial artists' ears. Someone's face was full of shock. Was this the movement of a breakthrough to rank 8? The island was tens of li away from here, and this movement was a little scary. Moreover, it seemed like it was not just in one place, the sound of the explosion was everywhere. Could it be thunder calamity, countless energy explosions in the air? Even though they were so far away, some of the houses were shaking, the glass had long been shattered. Someone murmured, "No wonder they told us not to go near, and even asked us to be on guard against the tsunami, this movement is too scary." Monstrous waves rose. The screams were endless. Hundreds of kilograms of the latest generation of explosives exploded in an instant, comparable to the power of a small tactical nuclear bomb. Moreover, it was an explosion at such a close distance, almost no one could dodge it. The speed of the explosion was as high as 10,000 meters per second. Rank 8 powerhouses had golden body defense, but rank 7 martial artists' physiques were not strong, at least relatively not strong enough. The moment the rumbling explosion sounded, the screams came from these rank 7 martial artists. Fang Ping. At this moment, Ninth Elder, who had already flown out of the core explosion circle, roared furiously, his anger at the peak, not only Fang Ping, but also that bastard Qin Fengqing. That bastard did it on purpose, he brought these people back on purpose. If these people did not see the opportunity, the rank 7 and 8 martial artists would not have surrounded and killed Fang Ping. Despicable, with a roar, Ninth Elder punched the surface of the sea. In the sea, there were no signs of life. Ninth Elder's expression changed. Not far away, Eighth Elder, who was fighting with Nan Yunping and the rest, shouted, "Don't go into the sea." Fang Ping could hide his aura, everyone knew this. Once he went into the sea, it would be dangerous. After Eighth Elder shouted, further away, First Elder repelled Kong Lingyuan with a saber and shouted coldly, "Fang Ping, come out. Don't you have the mentality clone that Li Jin gave you? Do you think we don't know that we'll go into the sea and let you plot against us? If you don't come out, I'll slaughter all your friends and family." As soon as he finished speaking, on the other side of the sea, Fang Ping was in a rather sorry state. The golden house had already been put away, and he leaped out of the sea, laughing. "I'm so scared. Go kill my family. Go if you can. See if I, Fang Ping, will even frown. Chief, you're old, really old." Fang Ping laughed loudly. In the neo-martial era, who hasn't had their family members die? So what if they're dead? I'll only be more motivated. Go. Today you killed my family, tomorrow I'll slaughter your family too. Your son, your grandson, your disciples. Do you think I, Fang Ping, can't do it? After saying that, Fang Ping rebuked him angrily. That day when you made a move in Nanjiang's catacombs, you could be considered to have saved our lives. I, Fang Ping, am not an ungrateful person. It's just that I don't have the qualifications to do so now. I didn't expect that you would still bear a grudge against me. In the past, I once thought about how difficult it was for you, Zhao Xingwu, to hold up the world of sex, to hold up the heavens, to be the only top powerhouse to enter the top 10 of the rank 9 ranking list outside of the 3 ministries and 4 prefectures. The only person I acknowledge in the martial arts world is you, Zhao Xingwu. Now that I've said these words, I won't rest until one of us is dead. Zhao Xingwu said coolly, "This old man doesn't need your worship. I don't need you to sigh about how difficult it is for me. Since all of you think that the sects have decayed and become a thing of the past, then let the era of sex end in this old man's hands." Fang Ping scolded, "What right do you have to represent the sects? In the past, you were the pillar of the martial arts world, but today, you are the disgrace of the martial arts world." Whenever Division Head Zhang and the others mentioned the world of sex, the one they approved of the most was Zhao Xingwu. But it was difficult for everyone else. Did Senior Wu Chuan have a rank 9 divine weapon before? He was even one of the 4 great guardians. He didn't even have one. As far as I know, only Commander Li Daong and Dean Li have ultimate arts. They were all passed down by Commander Li. That was because Commander Li needed to find a successor. Are you on the same path as him? You actually joined an evil sect early on. Some sects in the martial arts world view you as a god, but today, you are their disgrace. There's no point in saying more. During the Battle of the Forbidden Catacombs, if you had given Ji Yao's divine weapon to this old man wouldn't have attacked you today. Among the top 10 rank 9 in the ranking list, only this old man doesn't have a rank 9 divine weapon. How laughable. I thought that Ji Yao gave up the divine weapon and would eventually fall into my hands. The laughable thing is that Zhang Tao considered giving it to Xia Yifan, Nan Yinue considered giving it to Zhong Qinghuan, and Li Zhen considered giving it to Guixian. Zhao Xingwu chuckled. Among the leaders of the 3 ministries and 4 prefectures, has anyone considered this old man? Too laughable. If this old man had a rank 9 divine weapon, my combat strength would far surpass Wu Chuan and the rest. In the end, you would rather give it to a martial artist who just entered rank 8 than to me. This is what you guys mean by doing everything you can to improve humanity's ability. What a joke. Zhao Xingwu mocked himself. Very quickly, he regained his composure. While exchanging blows with Kong Lingyuan in the air, he said softly, "Don't waste time. I won't give you any time. A mentality avatar at the Paragon level isn't omnipotent. Kong Lingyuan is no match for me. You don't want this old man to kill Lu Fengru and the rest later, do you? Surrender yourselves, and this old man will let them go." With just you? Fang Ping let out a cold humph. Looking at Ninth Elder and a few Rank 8 powerhouses who were surrounding him, seeing that the Rank 8 powerhouses' golden bodies were about to collapse, he sneered. Do you dare to come near me? If you do, I'll give you a Paragon avatar. Let's see if you dare. As soon as he finished speaking, a jade sword appeared in his hand. He looked around and laughed. Come on. A weak Rank 9 and a few Rank 8s. Let's see if you dare to come. Ninth Elder did not bat an eyelid. At this moment, he was extremely calm. He said slowly, these won't change anything. Kill you, naturally, someone will do it. As soon as he finished speaking, Ninth Elder waved his hand heavily. The 5 Rank 8s retreated instantly and started fighting with Lu Fengru and the rest who were chasing after them. At the same time, Fang Ping let out a loud roar, unleashing his full strength once again. His Rank 9 combat boots shone brilliantly, and he left the spot. A rumble was heard, a faint crack appeared in the void. In the blink of an eye, a figure appeared in a flash, sighing softly. How sharp, but you still have to die. Fang Ping, in order to kill you, the divine sect has turned out in full force this time. Not far away, Fang Ping spat out fresh blood. His eyes flickered. Who are you? At this moment, a burly figure appeared where he was standing just now. This person was also wearing a mask. As for his burly figure, this was not the standard to judge. The Pope of the Sect of Creation. The second elder of the Salvation Hall. The burly martial artist responded mildly. Fang Ping grinned. Amazing. Really amazing. In order to kill me, they actually sent out 6 grand elders. The top 3 elders are all here. Should I be proud? The Pope of the Creation. I know you. Most of the people who tried to kill me were from the Sect of Creation. The ones who attacked and killed ordinary people were also from the Sect of Creation. Since you're here, a group of Rank 9 powerhouses, why hide your identity? Do you really think you can hide, Rumble? An explosive sound exploded where Fang Ping was standing. The light under Fang Ping's feet shone brilliantly. Blood spurted from his mouth, and he flew backward hundreds of meters. He gritted his teeth and said, wait for me to finish. What's the hurry? The second elder who had just arrived ignored him and charged toward Fang Ping again. A Zen staff appeared out of thin air beside Fang Ping. Fang Ping laughed loudly. So it's you. I didn't expect you to surprise me. There are so many surprises today. The second elder said calmly, since I'm here, I didn't think of hiding. As soon as he finished speaking, the mask on his face shattered, revealing his true face. Barna. It's really you. Fang Ping gritted his teeth. Barna was Tumen's elder. He was also the Rank 9 powerhouse who guarded the battlefield that day. He was from the ancient Buddha sacred land. Fang Ping had seen him before. When he went to the battlefield that day, this old monk had already expressed his sadness to him. Good, very good. The people from the ancient Buddha sacred land are here. The people from the Andes are here. The leader of the Sino nation sects is here too. Who is this Zali Caro? In the distance, Beigong Yan laughed loudly. People from the nation of gods. Fang Ping, if you don't die, you'll earn big this time. The powerhouses from the 3 great holy lands are actually people from the evil sect. The minister will stand up for you. The second elder said lightly, we'll talk about that when you're alive. As soon as he finished speaking, the second elder broke through the air. He held the Zen staff in his hand and struck at Fang Ping. Mother ****. You're forcing me. Fang Ping did not say another word. He threw the jade sword and ran. The second elder retreated immediately. The light on his body exploded to the limit. He roared, you want to kill me with just this? Dream on. Not far away, the 9th elder retreated hurriedly. He was not going to participate in the fight. Instead, he was going to kill Lu Fengru and the others. He had just retreated when someone cried out from behind, F***ck, I'm hiding here. You're coming too. The person behind him was none other than Qin Fengqing. The 9th elder had been angered half to death by him. He did not expect this guy to suddenly appear behind him. Fang Ping had helped him conceal his aura. Now that he had escaped 1,000 meters away, Qin Fengqing's aura was exposed. Go to hell. The ninth elder was overjoyed. He did not expect to run into a rank 9. No matter how weak he was, he could still kill an early-stage rank 7. Just as the ninth elder was about to attack Qin Fengqing suddenly roared, "I'll fight you to the death." The ninth elder sneered. An early-stage rank 7 martial artist wanted to fight him to the death. The thought had just emerged when Qin Fengqing suddenly threw a round ball. The ninth elder's expression changed drastically. "Fong Ping, I'm bleeding a lot, ha ha ha." At this moment, laughter was heard from the void. A figure appeared. As soon as he appeared, he threw a punch at the ninth elder. "Warlord." The ninth elder's expression changed drastically. With a roar, he used flight step to escape. "You think you can escape? You're wasting my mentality. Don't mess around." Rumble, the void exploded immediately with this punch. A huge crack appeared on the ocean. The entire sky seemed to have darkened. No. The ninth elder's mask shattered instantly. His face was full of disbelief and indignation. Why was the warlord's mentality avatar in Qin Fengqing's hands? Everyone knew that Fong Ping had a mentality avatar. That was why they asked the second elder to kill Fong Ping, because the second elder had the ability to resist. However, he definitely did not have this ability. He thought that killing a rank 7 would be a piece of cake. Who knew that Qin Fengqing had a mentality avatar in his hands? Qin Fengqing had already escaped. He laughed. "You really thought that I went to show off after breaking through? Idiot." "But Fong Ping, it's not worth it to kill a weak rank 9. From afar, Fong Ping roared, "The warlord's mentality is weak. He won't die from fighting the origin path. It's more cost-effective." In the void, the warlord's mentality avatar had yet to dissipate. Upon hearing that, he said angrily, "Kid, you." Fong Ping ignored him. "You're just a mentality avatar. It's just a program. Now that the program is destroyed, can you still go back and complain? So what if I say your mentality is weak? You're not as strong as old Zhang." Qin Fengqing left MCMAU earlier to look for Fatty Jiang. Fong Ping did not want the mentality avatar. It would be unexpected if it was in Qin Fengqing's hands. Everyone knew that Fong Ping would have it. No one would have thought that Fong Ping would give it to Qin Fengqing, who was the weakest here. Although the mentality avatar was strong, rank 9 powerhouses were prepared and on guard. At the crucial moment, the origin path powerhouse would block it. It might not be able to kill. Now, the ninth elder was dead meat. Damn it. At the same time, Varna cursed, it was fake. The jade sword that Fong Ping threw out was actually fake. Damn it. Varna was furious. He was defending with all his might just now and missed the chance to save ninth elder. The warlord threw a punch. He was still defending against the jade sword's explosion. As soon as he finished cursing, a shrill scream was heard. In the void, the ninth elder's body cracked instantly. Then, he was swallowed by the black rift. Fong Ping roared, "Who knows him?" The ninth elder's mask was shattered, revealing his face. Fong Ping did not know this guy. He was not a Sino Nation martial artist. On the other side, among Lu Fengru and the others who were suppressing the 5 rank 8s, a rank 8 powerhouse from the Wuan military shouted, "It's Darwell, an independent powerhouse from the European continent. He's actually not from the Holy Land. What a pity." Fong Ping said as he fled into the distance. When the second elder caught up, he threw out another jade sword. The second elder's expression changed again. Did Fong Ping have a mentality avatar? Yes, these jade swords all carried Li Zhen's aura. Should he defend or not? If he did not defend, if it was real and he did not defend, he would definitely die. But, this bastard was too despicable. Fong Ping, I will kill you. You're not qualified yet. There are many catacombs true kings who shouted this. Who do you think you are? Having said that, Fong Ping roared, "Qin Fengqing, go help the instructor and the others. If you guys can't kill the 5 rank 8 who were blown up and severely injured by the bombs, it's a waste of Warlord's mentality avatar." Qin Fengqing laughed loudly, flying toward Li Hansong and the others quickly. He laughed and said, "I killed a rank 9 today. I'm number 1 on the rank 7 ranking. At this time, Li Hansong was fighting with a rank 8 powerhouse. His divine armor was cracking. When he heard what Qin Fengqing said, he scolded, "A paragon avatar killed a weak rank 9. UF** king trash, how dare you talk nonsense? Get lost. If I give it to you, you can't even kill a weak rank 9. Nonsense, why don't you try? I only have one. There's no more. All of you, shut up." At this moment, Huang Jing's arm was broken. His body flickered with golden light, recovering his arm quickly. He roared, "What time is it? Kill these bastards quickly and help the Fallen Star military." The 6 rank 8 powerhouses of the Fallen Star military were being beaten back by the black-robed martial artist Morda. Their golden bodies were starting to crumble. Now, the only side that had the upper hand was them. 5 rank 8 powerhouses and 7 rank 7 powerhouses. These people, equipped with divine weapons, surrounded and killed the 5 rank 8 powerhouses who did not have divine weapons. The powerhouses who even had their golden bodies blown up by the bombs earlier were now the battle circle with the greatest advantage. In other areas, although Kong Lingyuan's ranking was higher than Zhao Xingwu's, he had just recovered from his injuries. At this moment, he was actually not Zhao Xingwu's opponent. He was being suppressed badly. Zhao Xingwu's prowess was also beyond everyone's expectations. He did not have a rank 9 divine weapon. The broadsword in his hand was only a rank 7 divine weapon. Whereas Kong Lingyuan was holding a rank 9 divine weapon, a powerhouse of origin who was holding a rank 9 divine weapon and ranked above Zhao Xingwu was actually not Zhao Xingwu's opponent. This was simply inconceivable. The most dangerous one was still Fan Ping. If it were not for him throwing the jade sword to block from time to time, he might have already been killed. "Old Zhang, do you have any more tricks up your sleeves?" Fan Ping roared. Even if he had reached rank 8, he was still sweating profusely at this moment. Varna was too strong. This powerhouse who guarded the battleground of the Imperial battleground was even stronger than Fan Ping had imagined. He might not be weaker than Wu Chuan. Fan Ping was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. The Grand Elder that old Zhang said was only comparable to Wu Chuan and the others. But now, Second Elder Varna already had Wu Chuan's ability. Zhao Xingwu was even suppressing Kong Lingyuan. If no one came, even if he threw Li Jin's jade sword, he might not be able to do anything. I still have a backup plan. At this moment, another figure flashed across the void. Dragon King Linlong sighed. I still underestimated the Pope's determination. Second Master, I thought you would not come. Varna's expression changed slightly. He snorted coldly. Old 7? It's me. Just as I expected. The Pope said before that it was either you or the boss. I didn't expect it to be you. Linlong laughed. So I've been exposed this early? I thought you would be surprised. Humph. Varna let out a low growl. The monk staff in his hand suddenly let out a murmur, like a monk chanting. In the void, an ancient Buddha shadow appeared out of thin air and pressed down on Linlong rapidly. Varna, you're the direct descendant of the ancient Buddha. I'm really surprised that you would betray humans. Zhao Xingwu was not happy about being treated differently. Zelikro died in the catacombs back then. Maybe he was saved by the catacombs. Morda has always been ostracized in the Andes. Darway is an independent powerhouse, equivalent to a mercenary. I can understand both of them. But you're the direct descendant of the ancient Buddha, Sacred Land's ancient Buddha. Your bloodline is no more than 3 generations. I didn't expect you to betray us. Varna said coldly, my ancestor has fallen. Out of the 8 major ancient Buddhas, only 7 are left. But these 7 people actually concealed my ancestor's fall and secretly let people cultivate my ancestor's path. Hateful, they deserve to be killed. I've stepped into the origin path for a long time. I'm of the same origin as my ancestor. If I were allowed to cultivate, I would have reached the peak long ago and become an ancient Buddha, but for their own selfishness, they excluded me and sent me to the restricted area to guard the battlefield. Linlong, should I betray them? Linlong was speechless. He sighed softly. Should he? Some things were hard to say. The 8 major ancient Buddhas had long heard that an ancient Buddha had actually fallen. But the news had never been confirmed. Now, it had been confirmed, Varna's ancestor had fallen. Moreover, the ancient Buddha sacred land did not let Varna inherit it. Instead, they chose someone else. When the Yang family's elder ancestor had fallen, the first thought of Star City was to let Yang Daohong inherit the Yang family's elder ancestor's origin path. Linlong said no more. He was also a powerhouse who had stepped into the origin path, but his strength was slightly weaker than Varna's. Between the two of them, one wielded a Buddhist staff and the ancient Buddha's suppression. The other wielded a long spear, but they were beaten back continuously. In the distance, Fang Ping heaved a sigh of relief but felt somewhat helpless. Old Zhang had prepared a lot of backup plans, but it still did not work. Linlong, Kong Lingyuan, and Bei Gongyan were all suppressed. Eighth Elder was fighting Nan Yunping and the rest. Lu Fengru and the rest were suppressing their opponents, but it could not change the fact that the 6 Fallen Stars army powerhouses were being beaten back by Morta. If this went on, in a minute at most, one of these 6 people would fall. More than 10 jade swords suddenly appeared in Fang Ping's hands. He leaped into the air and looked around. There are real and fake ones here. I'll throw them randomly later. Don't blame me for whoever is unlucky and dies. Fang Ping roared. In the distance, Zhao Xingwu shouted, Old 8, be careful. At this moment, 8th Elder, the powerhouse who had just stepped into the origin path, was the weakest. The possibility of Fang Ping attacking him was the highest. The short-haired 8th Elder suddenly shouted angrily, Old 9 is dead. Does the Pope want to use us as sacrificial pawns and lure out the split bodies on purpose? Where are Elder 4 and Elder 5? Elder 2 is here. That traitor Linlong is here too. Where are they? Damn it, bastards. 8th Elder was furious. At this moment, some things were very clear. Old 9's death might not be an accident. Before this, it was agreed that powerhouses would hold off the split bodies. But now there were 2, and they were not targeting the powerhouses. Varna and Zhao Xingwu did not help either, although both of them had their reasons. But if they really went to hold them, there might be a chance. After cursing, 8th Elder said angrily again, Before this, you said that the rank 9 had already left. Why are there so many people here? Zhao Xingwu was also angry. Bei Gongyan was in the plan. Kong Lingyuan recovered. I didn't expect that traitor Linlong. Linlong shattered a corner of the ancient Buddha shadow with his spear. He laughed and said, Leader Zhao, I, Linlong, am not a traitor. Keep those words to yourself. Zhao Xingwu snorted coldly. Chongdao sliced through the air and slashed Kong Lingyuan nearly 100 meters away. He said coldly, useless. Golden blood flowed from the corner of Kong Lingyuan's mouth. He sighed softly. 10 years ago, would you have dared to say this? Kong Lingyuan, I said you were useless, not because of your strength. Among the origin powerhouses, you are the same as me. Other than the powerhouses of the 3 ministries and 4 prefectures, powerhouses like you who are directly under the central government are the least valued. The importance of you and Wang Yu is below that of Wu Quishan. Your origin is damaged. For 10 years, no one helped you at all. Now that you are needed, that's why they are treating you. What a joke. To think that you are so loyal to Zhang Tao and the others. Is it worth it? Kong Lingyuan chuckled. You are wrong. I am not selling my life for the Paragon. I am not selling my life for anyone. I am just following my heart and doing what I should do. Fang Ping's survival is beneficial to humanity and everyone. That is enough. In the neo-martial era, the seniors advanced wave after wave, fighting until the end of their lives. Is there no hope for them to reach the Paragon? Are you and I the most outstanding group of people? No way. But when they are old, they rushed to Mount Yuhai and fought until the end of their lives. Do they regret it? No one. Because, we are not fighting for others. We are fighting for ourselves, for our descendants. Zhao Xingwu, you are old. You are really old. You are the cancer of the sect world. As soon as he finished speaking, a gigantic book appeared in front of Kong Lingyuan. At this moment, Kong Lingyuan's temperament changed drastically. He said coldly, Zhao Xingwu, the friendship of the past will be severed today. Before he finished speaking, in the void, characters emerged from the gigantic book. Like human silhouettes, they surrounded Zhao Xingwu from all directions. Petty tricks. This old man only has the saber in this life. I am Wu Weidao. Slash. Zhao Xingwu roared. His saber slashed through the void. The saber gleam soared into the sky and cracks appeared in the void. The golden characters shattered instantly. Kong Lingyuan's face was pale. He spat out a mouthful of blood and murmured, "Why, you are already so fast, why, because I can't wait any longer." Zhao Xingwu roared coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, his saber slashed toward Fang Ping, who was 1,000 meters away. Fang Ping only felt that he was imprisoned. He roared angrily. The golden glow on his body was frighteningly dazzling. He did not believe it. Zhao Xingwu's slash from 1,000 meters away could kill him, a second-level rank 8 powerhouse. Fang Ping. At this moment, Kong Lingyuan and the others suddenly roared. Just as Zhao Xingwu slashed with his saber, a shadow appeared 100 meters above Fang Ping. A spear pierced downward. Someone else had arrived. As the spear landed, Fang Ping's expression changed drastically. Without a word, he threw out the dozen jade swords in his hands. Humph. The person in the sky snorted coldly. The spear's shadow was like a dragon, shattering 7 to 8 jade swords in a row. However, the spear's momentum was hindered for a moment, and it was no longer aimed at Fang Ping. Fang Ping's expression changed again and again. He said furiously, "Motherf asterisk cur, what did I do to you?" Having said that, the last jade sword appeared in his hand, and he threw it into the distance abruptly. Piercing air. This jade sword was the real jade sword. The spear-wielding powerhouse in the sky snorted again. Fang Ping's throw was not aimed at him, but at a shadow on the left. "Li Zhen, this is not enough to kill me." The person on the left did not hide his face at all. Holding a long sword, he had the appearance of a Westerner. Li Zhen's mentality avatar did not have a human figure, only a sword that pierced through the sky. The sword pierced through the air, slashing countless cracks in the void. The powerhouse from the western country looked solemn, but he was not afraid. With a low growl, a dazzling sword glow erupted from the longsword. Rumble, a loud noise was heard, followed by a crack. The longsword in the person's hand broke and turned into dust. So powerful. Pluto lives up to his reputation. Large amounts of blood spilled from the western powerhouse's mouth. His head was directly cut in half, but in the next moment, he began to recover with difficulty. At this moment, Fang Ping was also slashed by Zhao Xingwu's saber glow. His golden body exploded with intense sparks, and the sound of metal clashing echoed throughout the sky. In the sky, the spear-wielding powerhouse saw that Li Zhen's avatar had been used, and he no longer had any scruples. Laughing loudly, he descended from the sky, and his spear stabbed toward Fang Ping's head. 9 Grand Elders, all at once. At this moment, even Kong Lingyuan and the others looked extremely grim. 9 Grand Elders, other than Lin Long who stood on Fang Ping's side, the other 8 were all here. This was something that no one expected. The evil sect had really turned out in full force. For Fang Ping, they turned out in full force. Other than the Pope, all the rank 9 powerhouses were here. The spear-wielding powerhouse was 4th Elder, and the sword-wielding powerhouse was 5th Elder. As 4th Elder attacked Fang Ping, he shouted, "Make it quick. Kill Fang Ping and retreat immediately." Of the 9 great elders, the 9th had died in battle, and the 7th had betrayed the sect. The other 7 were all present. Once all of them were caught in one fell swoop, the cult would most likely be wiped out. Dream on. Right at this moment, 2 figures tore through the air and arrived. Void Piercer. Old Manly swung his sword with all his might. He did not slash at the spear-wielding powerhouse, but at the sword-wielding powerhouse who was severely injured by Li Zhen's split body earlier. Wu Quishan was also wielding a 9th-grade short sword. With a clang, the short sword pierced through the air and hit the long spear in the air, causing the spearhead to deviate. Fang Ping's left arm golden body was torn apart by the spear's aura and shattered into pieces. Fang Ping was close to tears. He yelled, "They're all here. That son of AB *TCH old Zhang, he's F *King here." The 9 great elders had all come. If old Wu and old Li still did not come, he would be in danger. The spear-wielding powerhouse was furious that he did not manage to kill Fang Ping in one shot. He bellowed, "Bastard! What's going on? How did Wu Kuishan and Li Changxing get here so quickly? It had only been less than 5 minutes. These powerhouses fought at an extremely fast speed. From start to end, it only took 3 to 4 minutes. Wu Kuishan and Old Man Li actually came out. Why? The 9 great elders came out at the same time. Although Old 7 had defected, 7 of the 8 great elders had stepped into origin and were extremely powerful. Yet, unforeseen events happened one after another. No one paid attention to him. Wu Kuishan appeared beside Fang Ping in an instant. On the other side, Old Man Li swung his sword. The 5th elder, who was already severely injured earlier, had a drastic change in expression. With a low roar, the destructive force surged out. He did not defend, but slashed at Li Changxing. Die! Die! Both of them roared at the same time. Rumble. It was as if a hole had been pierced in the sky. Mekmao. South area shore. Luo Yichuan repelled the waves with a spear. His expression changed again and again. He gritted his teeth and said, "More than 10 rank 9s. Damn it. What the hell is happening?" Ordinary people and middle and low-ranked martial artists could feel the monstrous movement in the sea at this moment. Even Magic City was shaking. However, many of these people thought that it was Fang Ping who was breaking through. But the high-ranked martial artists all knew what was happening. More than 10 rank 9 powerhouses were fighting on the sea, not only rank 9s, but there were also many rank 7s and 8s. MCMAU's high-ranked martial artists rushed to the seaside one after another and began to disperse the tsunami. A great battle had broken out in the depths of the sea. If the monstrous waves were not dispersed soon, half of Magic City would be washed away. Even so, these powerhouses were still deeply worried. More than 10 rank 9s, dozens of rank 7s and 8s, one of the parties, no need to guess, was definitely Fang Ping's group. Who was the other party? At this moment, on the coast, Magic City's governor, a middle-aged man, looked into the distance and suddenly shouted, "Magic City's high-ranked martial artists, follow me to kill the enemy." "Governor!" someone shouted in a low voice. Before the 3 ministers left, they had asked Magic City's governor not to participate in this battle. "There's an unforeseen event." Magic City's governor also shouted in a low voice. It was beyond expectations. There were more than 10 rank 9s participating in the battle. This was not within his expectations. "Governor, you can't fight on your own. Right now, you can't distinguish between friend and foe. You, including you and me." The powerhouse standing beside Magic City's governor sighed softly and added, "Yes, including you and me." If they were to participate in the battle now, no one would know if there were evil sect members lying in ambush. If they rebelled, it would be a disaster. Magic City's governor looked indignant. In the end, he shouted, "Disperse the tsunami and station everywhere to prevent unrest." Following Magic City's governor's shout, Magic City's local powerhouses began to move. However, they still could not hide their worry. What would be the outcome of this battle? If it was on the ground, it would be a war with the evil sect. But the evil sect? Where did so many powerhouses come from? Many people's impression of the evil sect was still that rank 7s were king and rank 8s were rare. Now, there were more than 10 rank 9s participating in the battle, and there were also many rank 7s and 8s. The evil sect had sent out at least 5 rank 9s. This was beyond many people's expectations. In the sea, Old Man Li and a sword-wielding powerhouse drew their swords. Between the 2 swords, the void shattered. Old Man Li laughed loudly. "That's all." "Humph." The sword-wielding elder let out a cold humph. If he had not been severely injured by Li Zhen's sword earlier, Li Changxing would not have dared to underestimate him. Crack. The void shattered. Old Man Li's golden body flickered. He took dozens of steps in the void, a hole appearing in his chest. The person opposite him was in a worse state. His head that had just recovered was shattered again. Large amounts of imperishable matter gushed into his head and began to repair it. Over here, Wu Kuishan and the spear-wielding powerhouse had also begun to fight. Both of them fought in the void. The swords and spear gleams overflowed, scaring Fang Ping into fleeing hurriedly. After running for a while, Fang Ping roared, "There's no more, right? If there's more, I'll consider you the best." 9 high elders were here. Would the Pope come too? while he was roaring here, on the other side, black-robed Morta's staff erupted with a blinding golden glow. With a loud roar, the staff smashed the skull of a rank 8 powerhouse. Li Yu! Among the remaining 5 people, someone cried out in sorrow, his voice mournful. Someone from the Fallen Star Army had died in battle, that was not all. Someone from the Fallen Star Army had just died in battle. On Elder 8's side, Lu Polu was sent flying with a bang. His chest was pierced directly, falling into the sea. Old Lu! Kill! At this moment, Li Hansong roared furiously, hugging a rank 8 powerhouse. The 2 rank 8s from the Wuan military seemed to be hesitating. They did not make a move immediately. That was because they would hurt Li Hansong if they made a move. However, Wang Jingyang, Yao Qingjun, and Qin Fengqin did not hesitate at all. The 3 of them attacked at the same time, completely disregarding whether Li Hansong would be killed by mistake. Iron Head would not die so easily. Kill! The 3 of them roared, and there was an explosion. Li Hansong was blasted thousands of meters away, and the rank 8 powerhouse's head was smashed into pieces. Lu Fengru and the rest immediately followed up with another attack, destroying his life force. The battle was getting more and more intense, powerhouses were starting to fall. On Kong Lingyuan's side, he was sent flying continuously by Zhao Xingwu's attacks. He kept vomiting blood, but he held Zhao Xingwu back tightly. As an existence in the top 10 of the rank 9 ranking list, other than the top 5 and top 6, Kong Lingyuan's ability was still extremely strong. Although he was slightly weaker than Zhao Xingwu, at this moment, he was holding Zhao Xingwu back with all his might. Zhao Xingwu could not escape. At this moment, Fang Ping's golden hut instantly enveloped Lu Fengru and the rest, enveloping everyone who was entangled in a fight. Other than Li Hansong, who was sent flying, everyone else entered the hut. Kill them! Fang Ping's eyes were about to pop. If he did not kill these people, if he did not help the Fallen Star Army, the remaining 5 rank 8s would be killed very soon. At this moment, Fang Ping's side had 5 rank 8s and many rank 7s against 4 rank 8s. He had the absolute advantage. However, when Fang Ping had just enveloped them, the 4 of them suddenly revealed a strange smile. The divine sect will win. The 4 rank 8s seemed to have been waiting for a long time. The next moment, the 4 of them suddenly roared. Not good. Before the few Wuan military powerhouses could say anything, a loud boom was heard. 4 rank 8s actually self-destructed at the same time. Bang! 4 rank 8 powerhouses self-destructed directly without saying anything. In the blink of an eye, Fang Ping's golden hut was blown up. Ah! Fang Ping screamed in disbelief. Rank 8. They had cultivated to rank 8, the 4 of them did not even resist, as if they had been waiting for him. When he had just enveloped them, they actually self-destructed. At this moment, his mentality was severely damaged. Large cracks appeared in his brain nucleus. His injuries were the heaviest. This was because the 4's main target was him, his golden hut. The golden hut that had just been completely repaired turned into a dilapidated hut once again. Fang Ping's golden body was even more damaged. Fengru! At this moment, Huang Jing, who was beside him, suddenly roared. Not far away, Wu Quishan, who was fighting with the spear-wielding powerhouse, had a drastic change of expression. With a furious roar, the golden short sword instantly enlarged countless times, slashing a space rift. Fengru! Not far away from Fang Ping, Lu Fengru's torso was shattered, blood flowing from her mouth. Fang Ping dragged his broken body and rushed over hurriedly, yelling, Vice Chancellor, don't be distracted, I'm still here. At this moment, Wu Quishan's shoulder was pierced by the spear-wielding powerhouse's spear, golden blood splattering in the void. Fang Ping rushed to Lu Fengru, a giant bottle appearing in his hand. That was the life essence he obtained from the forbidden catacombs. Fang Ping poured out the life essence and wrapped it around Lu Fengru, a giant golden ball appearing in his hand. Seeing Lu Fengru's mouth open and close, he grinned. Teacher is the best, really amazing. You are my teacher, not old manly, don't talk, it's okay, you won't die. I just got my revenge. I told you not to come, but you just had to come. Look at how much of my life essence and imperishable substance you wasted. Having said that, he looked at the people around him and roared, Go help the Fallen Stars military. Everyone gritted their teeth and did not stay any longer, charging into the distance. As Fang Ping helped Lu Fengru recover, he cursed, Zhang Tao is an idiot, I don't believe him anymore. Mother ***, damn it, bastard, where's the backup plan? Fang Ping cursed as he dragged Lu Fengru and flew toward the sea. Lu Polu had fallen into the sea, he had to find him. At this moment, Fang Ping was also heavily injured, his cursing did not stop. As soon as he landed on the sea surface, Lu Polu rose from the sea. When he saw Fang Ping, he smiled weakly. Are you okay? Leave Fengru to me, don't stay here, find a place to stay. As he said that, Qing Fengqing suddenly crashed into Fang Ping with a bang, chuckling. Is the direction accurate? Fang Ping shot him a look, exasperated. You won't die, why are you flying toward me? Do you have a conscience? My organs are broken, save me. Fang Ping cursed again, you're a piece of trash. You talk tough, but when it's time to use you, you're useless. Qin Fengqing looked innocent. Rank 9, Fang Ping asked him to kill a rank 9, he was even a rank 9 who had stepped onto the origin path. As soon as he joined the battle circle, under the black-robed powerhouse's outburst, he was sent flying, almost killed in one move. Trash. Fang Ping cursed, tossing him more than 10 crystal books, shouting, go, kill him. Qin Fengqing's eyes lit up, then he suddenly looked guilty. ****, it was fake, that day when Zhang Tao gave it to Fang Ping, he was there too, although he was still being burned by the energy fire. Using this to kill a origin powerhouse. Was he not looking for death? However, seeing Fang Ping winking at him, Qin Fengqing immediately leaped into the air, shouting at Huang Jing and the rest, move. Seeing the dozen crystal books in his hands, everyone retreated. Black-robed Morta's expression was solemn. In the distance, Varna who was fighting with Linlong shouted, it's fake, kill him. Bastard. Morta was furious, striking Qin Fengqing with his staff, this despicable guy, he actually wanted to learn from Fang Ping, he had already used 2 mentality avatars, how could he still have so many more, did he think he was a fool, he was grumbling in his heart, though. The Pope only told Varna some things, damn it, Qin Fengqing was pale with fright, tossing the crystal books away casually, turning to run, yelling, stop, stop, I was just scaring him, why did you guys really retreat? At this moment, 10 rank 8s and many rank 7 martial artists looked furious, at a time like this, he was still ***king joking, just as everyone was thinking, Morta had already casually shattered the crystal books. The next second, however, his expression changed drastically, roaring in fear, Varna. Fang Ping, you brat, you've scolded me so many times, just you wait. In the distance, Fang Ping snorted coldly, idiot. It's about to dissipate, do you think I'm afraid that you'll complain? Are all paragons this stupid? You. In the void, Zhang Tao's apparition was about to explode from anger. This was too much, of course, this did not stop him from attacking. Hearing Varna's words, Morta really thought that it was fake, completely ignoring the crystal books, almost coming face to face with the apparition. At this moment, Zhang Tao's apparition grabbed hold of him, not killing him anymore. With a bang, a rift exploded on the spot. Following the disappearance of the rift, Morta also vanished completely from this world, this time, everyone was dumbfounded. Really? Second Elder Varna's face was full of disbelief. In the distance, Zhao Xingwu was also boiling with rage, roaring, bastard, damn it, Varna, I'll ***ck your ancestors. Varna actually said it was fake, otherwise, Morta would not be so careless, Varna was the Grand Pontiff's most trusted person. His relationship with Morta was also quite good, both of them had cooperated privately a few times. Morta even knew Varna's true identity, however, no one would have thought that Varna would actually trick him. The big monk was also flustered and exasperated, roaring at the sky, how can this be? The Grand Pontiff said it was fake, Zhang Tao did not split his mentality avatar again, it was fake, moreover, Zhang Tao had just split it once not long ago, how could he split it again? In the distance, Fang Ping sniggered, another idiot. Do you really think everyone else is an idiot? Don't think I don't know that Qin Fengqing's cauldron is fishy. Hee, is it fun or not? Am I smart or not? Is old Zhang smart or not? You can even infiltrate my MCMAU, the Grand Pontiff is amazing. Too bad, I and old Zhang are smarter than you guys. You bunch of idiots, old Zhang could have given this to me at any time, why did you have to give it here? The more I look at you guys, the dumber you get. Just take it as the fate of a cult. Varna almost vomited blood in anger. In the distance, Qin Fengqin grinned wildly, saying, ha ha ha, I killed 2 rank 9s. And an origin path, F*CK, I'm too amazing. Everyone ignored him. Fang Ping continued shouting, go and kill that old 8. Since you're here this time, leave a few of them for me. As he said that, Old Manly shouted from the other side, come to me first, kill this guy, he's dead meat. At this moment, Old Manly and the other party were exchanging blows, both of them fighting until their golden bodies collapsed again and again. However, Old Manly was eating imperishable substances like snacks, and Fifth Elder was injured by Li Zhen's avatar. Under such circumstances, although his ability was not weaker than Old Man Li's, his golden body had completely collapsed at this time, not even recovering. Old 5. Zhao Xingwu roared, flustered and exasperated, yelling again, Old 3, what are you doing? Among the top 3 Grand Elders, he was entangled by Kong Lingyuan. Although Varna and Linlong were fighting, although he was slightly better, it was not by much. On the other hand, it was Third Elder who was fighting Bei Gonghai, forcing him to retreat. At this time, he was the only one who could get away and rush over. He's here. In the distance, Third Elder laughed. A golden dagger pierced through the air, piercing through Bei Gonghai's skull and sending him flying thousands of meters away. Then, Third Elder rushed over quickly. Bei Gonghai let out a low roar. The golden dagger on his skull was shattered. In the next moment, the hole on his skull was restored to its original state, and he rushed over. Both of them rushed toward Li Chongqing, one in front and one behind. Fang Ping ran away hurriedly. If he did not run, this Third Elder would definitely kill him. Now that Fifth Elder was in danger, if he ran away, Third Elder would probably save him. Just as Third Elder rushed over, Zhao Xingwu suddenly said angrily, there's not enough time. Quick, Old 3, kill Fang Ping first. No, save me. Fifth Elder roared. If Third Elder did not save him, he would definitely die, he was already heavily injured. Now that Li Chongqing was exchanging blows with him, his injuries were at their worst. There were also more than 10 rank 7 and 8 powerhouses glaring at him. If this went on, he would definitely die. Third Elder hesitated for a moment. At this time, he suddenly thought of something and said loudly, Second Elder, I'll deal with Linlong. You kill Li Chongqing. Varna was stronger, he had no problem dealing with Linlong. Even if Bei Gonghai was still behind him, he was stronger than Bei Gonghai. He could hold off both of them for a short while. Varna did not hesitate either. He quickly led Linlong to converge with him. Linlong panicked, but he was no match for Varna. Behind him, Bei Gonghai also shouted hurriedly, quickly surround and kill that guy. Once Varna was free, the situation would become even more dangerous. In this battle, he had already used 3 mentality avatars. There was a high chance that Fang Ping did not have any left. Once Varna finished off Li Chongqing and saved Fifth Elder, the situation of today's battle would be reversed. As they spoke, the 4 rank 9 powerhouses were about to converge. At this moment, Bei Gonghai's expression changed slightly. Just as the Third Elder and Valna met up, something unexpected happened. Kill. Bei Gonghai, Third Elder, and Linlong unleashed their strongest attacks at the same time. Destructive energy and origin energy appeared. The 3 of them joined forces to attack Varna. Third Elder, who was almost next to Varna, had several small golden daggers in his hands. In the blink of an eye, they pierced into Varna's body. Zayli Karo. Varna's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Zayli Karo, damn it, Varna could not believe it. He could not imagine that Zayli Karo would betray him. How? Why? Bei Gonghai and Linlong could not believe it either. However, this did not stop them from unleashing their full strength. Taking advantage of the moment when Varna was tricked by Zayli Karo, they roared and attacked Varna at the same time. Before this, Bei Gonghai's expression changed instantly because of Zayli Karo's signal. He did not expect Zayli Karo to be one of them. Rumble. This explosion blasted a huge hole in the surface of the sea. Copious amounts of seawater evaporated, and an incomparably huge black hole appeared on the surface of the sea. Even the soil at the bottom of the sea was swept up. In the blink of an eye, the seawater flowed backward. The sound of turbulent seawater colliding formed a huge whirlpool on the surface of the sea. In the void, an ancient Buddha illusion was still struggling violently. The three elemental path powerhouses had joined forces to attack with all their might, but they were tricked again. Varna's physical body exploded almost instantly. The mentality materialization was not broken yet, but against three powerhouses, how could it stand a chance? Zayli Karo. His mentality emitted an ear-piercing roar. Varna did not expect that he would die at Zayli Karo's hands. It should not. It should not be. How could Zayli Karo betray him? The sect he had founded had no lack of killings over the years. If Linlong looked like a traitor, Zayli Karo did not look like one at all. Even the Pope had never suspected Zayli Karo. Not only was Varna in disbelief, even Fang Ping was stunned. What's with all the commotion today? Was this old Zhang's backup plan? If it was. Fang Ping could not help but say, old Zhang was really amazing. Second Elder Varna was incomparably powerful. He was definitely a powerhouse on the same level as Wu Chuan, but he was tricked to death just like that. One had to know that Fang Ping had consecutively used several mentality avatars, but he did not attack these few. It was because they were too powerful, difficult to kill, and ineffective. That was why he had given up. However, who knew that the big monk, Varna, would be tricked and killed by his own people? Zayli Karo. At this moment, Zhao Xingwu and the rest were also in a daze. The next moment, Zhao Xingwu let out a roar, slashing Kong Lingyuan backward with his saber, howling in grief, Old 4, Old 8, retreat. They could not continue fighting. Among the 9 high elders, Old 3 and Old 7 had betrayed them. Old 2, Old 6, and Old 9 had been killed one after another. Now that Old 5 was heavily injured, he might not be able to escape. If the remaining few did not leave, even if he, Zhao Xingwu, was incomparably powerful, he might still fall here. Zhao Xingwu's attack forced Kong Lingyuan to retreat, but Kong Lingyuan followed him stubbornly, shouting, "Leave all of them, don't let any of them go. Just you alone." Zhao Xingwu's Chongdao slashed again and again. The rank 7 Chongdao actually slashed out cracks in the void, and the Chongdao began to crumble. However, it was also because of this that Kong Lingyuan was constantly being slashed and retreated, his golden body beginning to collapse. Too powerful, Zhao Xingwu was definitely not weaker than Zhang Weiyu. Old 4, Old 8, let's go. Zhao Xingwu continued to roar as he beat Kong Lingyuan until he kept retreating. 8th Elder was fighting with Nan Yunping and the rest. He had the absolute upper hand. Chen Yaoting's golden body was almost broken, but he was also inexplicably sorrowful. He gritted his teeth and gathered at Zhao Xingwu's side. They had to go. They did not expect 2 traitors among the 9 great elders. Zayli Karo, who was almost impossible to be a traitor, had actually betrayed them. If Zayli Karo had not betrayed them and killed Varna, they still had a chance in this battle. Not only Zayli Karo, but Wu Quishan and Li Chongqing's quick appearance was also unexpected. Why? Great Pope. Why? 8th Elder was extremely sorrowful. At this moment, he suspected that the Great Pope had tricked them. But why? Varna was dead, Morta was dead. Among the 9 great elders, only these 2 seemed to know the true identity of the Great Pope, and now, both of them were dead. Could it be that the Great Pope had deliberately killed them to hide his identity? Not far away, Bei Gongxian and the other 2 had killed Varna and were already charging toward them. 8th Elder's expression changed drastically. However, the next moment, he suddenly heaved a sigh of relief. The 3 of them were actually charging toward the spear-wielding 4th Elder. The spear-wielding 4th Elder was still entangled by Wu Quishan. When he saw this scene, his face was full of despair. The 4 powerhouses were all elemental Dao powerhouses. Zayli Karo's ranking was even higher than his, ranking 3rd among the 9 great elders. He was not even a match for Zayli Karo one-on-one, let alone 4. Great Elder. 4th Elder roared. Now, he could only rely on Zhao Xingwu to save him. Zhao Xingwu cursed angrily. He looked around and roared, "Old 8, come here quickly." At this moment, the only person he could save was 8th Elder. He could not save the other 2. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Xingwu's rank 7 divine Chongdao shattered into dust. However, this slash also slashed Kong Lingyuan's book into pieces. Kong Lingyuan spat out a mouthful of blood and fell directly into the sea. Zhao Xingwu's face was also pale. He did not care about anyone and went straight for Eighth Elder. Seeing this, Fang Ping suddenly roared, "Old Chen, retreat. Don't stop them." Chen Yaoting and the rest were only rank 8s. How could they be Zhao Xingwu's opponent? If they tried to stop him, they would definitely die. Chen Yaoting's face was filled with anger and unwillingness. Nan Yunping also roared, "Zhao Xingwu, why? Why did you betray us?" Even now, she couldn't believe it. She and Zhao Xingwu were martial artists of the same generation, and they even had a good relationship. Zhao Xingwu was the pillar of the martial arts world, the final backbone that held it up, but now, Zhao Xingwu had betrayed them. He was the great elder of the cult. Zhao Xingwu snorted and coldly said, "Nan Yunping, this Zhao is not a traitor. I just don't want to work for Zhang Tao and the others anymore. You can think whatever you want, but since we've known each other for so many years, get out of the way, otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." Zhao Xingwu. Nan Yunping was filled with grief and indignation. Beside her, Wang Qinghai and Chen Yaoting didn't say anything and hurriedly pulled her away. Zhao Xingwu met up with the Eighth Elder in an instant. Looking around, he let out a sad sigh and, without a word, flew into the air and fled. "Great Elder! Alliance Leader Zhao!" The Fourth Elder and Fifth Elder roared in despair. If Zhao Xingwu left, they would definitely die. Zhao Xingwu ignored them, his speed incomparably fast. At this moment, in the distance, a sigh sounded. "I didn't think it would be you. Since you've come, then don't leave." "Li Zhen." Zhao Xingwu's terrified voice sounded. He was furious to the extreme. At this time, a sky-piercing sword aura slashed towards him. "Want to kill me? It won't be that easy." In the void, a long saber instantly formed. The void trembled, and the saber slashed towards where the sword aura was. Absolute will covered him. He couldn't run, couldn't hide. Only Li Zhen's sword aura could be defeated. Separated by hundreds of miles, Li Zhen might not be able to kill him. Absolute was not strong to this extent. "Too bad you're not Zhang Tao." Zhao Xingwu laughed coldly. Zhang Tao was in the Magic City catacombs, extremely close. Once Zhang Tao appeared, he would die without a doubt. But Li Zhen appearing was not so easy. There was a loud bang, another huge whirlpool appeared in the sea. The long saber that Zhao Xingwu formed shattered in the blink of an eye. His face was pale, but he laughed maniacally and continued to escape. "Do you think you can leave?" An earth-shattering aura was getting closer and closer. Li Zhen was rushing in the direction of his escape. Once he arrived, Zhao Xingwu would definitely die. At this moment, a sudden roar came from behind Li Zhen. "Damn it!" Li Zhen's angry roar echoed for hundreds of miles. North Lake Catacombs. The North Lake Catacombs that he had just left actually had an accident. Damn it, Li Zhen did not expect this at all. He thought that even if the evil sect made a move, it would not be against the North Lake Catacombs. But he misjudged the situation. The North Lake Catacombs passageway was trembling. A true king had entered. "Zhao Xingwu, you can't escape." Li Zhen snorted coldly, his figure suddenly expanding 1,000 times. On this day, some of the nearby cities saw an incomparably huge Buddha descending into the world. Li Zhen, whose figure had expanded 1,000 times, had an incorporeal longsword in his hand. The sword cut through the void, once again charging in the direction that Zhao Xingwu escaped. Sword after sword, he slashed hundreds of times in an instant. Then, Li Zhen's figure returned to normal, turned around, and flew toward the North Lake Catacombs. If he did not return, North Lake would be in big trouble. Li Zhen left. Zhao Xingwu had already been caught by those sword gleams. Zhao Xingwu growled, then shouted, "Old Eight, if you don't want to die, let's block together." Although Eighth Elder's face was full of fear, at this time, he could not retreat. The two of them joined forces and continuously attacked the sword gleams, shattering them one after another. But when Li Zhen unleashed his full strength, he was already a powerhouse among the peerless powerhouses. 100 consecutive slashes, one slash after another, both of their faces were full of unwillingness. Zhao Xingwu roared again and again. If not for the divine weapon shattering, and the continuous battle with Kong Lingyuan, Li Zhen's 100 slashes could not do anything to him. "I won't die here." Zhao Xingwu roared again, his somewhat broken mentality condensed into a saber again, slashing out again. He was a top-notch powerhouse below the peerless powerhouse. How could he die so easily? But if Li Jin came out, what about Zhang Tao? If he was blocked for a moment, once Zhang Tao came out, he would be dead for sure. While Zhao Xingwu was still defending, in the distance, a deafening roar sounded. Old Five, fourth elder's voice of despair came. Old Five had been killed. Sigh. A voice full of masculinity came. A giant hand that covered the sky and the sun appeared out of nowhere, instantly extinguishing Li Jin's sword gleams. In the next moment, this giant hand covered Fang Ping and the others in the distance. Absolute Peak. At this moment, everyone was stunned. The Absolute Peak had attacked. The Absolute Peak was here. It was not Li Jin, but another Absolute Peak, the Absolute Peak of humanity, the Grand Pope of an evil sect was at the Impasse Realm. Maybe this was Sino Nation's Impasse Realm. Fang Ping and the others were in despair. Were the Absolute Peaks not at Mount Royal Sea? How dare they appear here? Just as the giant hand was about to cover the sky and the earth, the giant hand suddenly dissipated. A burst of laughter rang in everyone's ears. Zhang Tao, you win. Too bad, it's still too late. In the next moment, the giant hand that covered the sky dissipated, engulfing Zhao Xingwu and Eighth Elder and disappearing. After another 2 to 3 seconds, Fang Ping and the others heard a wave of cursing. You dog. You run fast. I'll check every single one of you. You've exposed some clues, do you still think you can run away? Fang Ping and the others did not have time to react. Zhang Tao appeared in the sky above them in an instant. With a casual blow, Fourth Elder was directly smashed into pieces. Humph. Zhang Tao snorted coldly. His gaze was unfriendly as he looked into the distance. Then, he turned his head to look at Zali Kalo and said coldly, Speak. Martial King Sir, I'm from the nation of gods. 10 years ago, Lord God of War felt that the evil sect was secretive and might cause great losses to humanity in the future, so he ordered me to create my own sect and infiltrate the evil sect. Zhang Tao gave him a look and snorted softly. Get lost. Don't think that I'll believe you just because you betrayed us this time. As for that old fart God of War, I'll definitely interrogate him. If there's any falsehood, I'll tear down your nation of gods. Fang Ping wanted to say something but hesitated. Not detain him. If this was fake, what would happen if he ran away? Zhang Tao did not care about him. If it was fake, it would not be fake. If Zali Kalo dared to stay here and lie to him without God of War's permission, then he, Zhang Tao, would really be a fool. God of War's secret arrangements definitely existed. As for the rest, Zhang Tao did not want to ask about it now. He would definitely investigate Zali Kalo strictly. Zali Kalo did not stay either. He dared not get angry. Without another word, he used the flight step and left. Zhang Tao did not care about him. With a wave of his hand, he scooped up Kong Lingyuan from the sea. Seeing that Kong Lingyuan's injuries were not light, Zhang Tao's expression darkened. Zhao Xingwu is very strong. I've misjudged him. Kong Lingyuan was weak. He smiled bitterly. He's really strong. What a pity, what a pity. Minister, I really didn't expect that it would be him. He was also. Kong Lingyuan was speechless for a moment. Fang Ping shouted hurriedly, Minister, who was that absolute peak just now? I don't know. You don't know? Fang Ping said in disbelief, he's already attacked. He's already in China. How can you not know? Isn't Absolute Peak guarding Mount Imperial Sea? One has left. How can you not know? Zhang Tao snorted coldly. There are 40 to 50 Absolute Peaks. Not all of them are guarding Mount Imperial Sea. There are still some who walk on the ground. When I enter the catacombs, can you detect Absolute Peak's tracks? This old thing is very cunning. When Li Jin appeared, he did not dare to reveal his tracks. When Li Jin disappeared, when I wanted to come out, he quickly retreated. Where can I find him? Moreover, not to mention those who walk on the ground. In the direction of Mount Imperial Sea, once there are catacombs powerhouses cooperating with them. Even if they leave, do you think anyone below Absolute Peak will find them? Do you know that Absolute Peak is guarding Mount Imperial Sea? As long as there's no big war, who knows if they're still there. But this time, we've narrowed down the range. This time, there are many big battles in the catacombs. Many absolute peaks are unleashing their auras. We should be able to lock onto some people. Zhang Tao took a deep breath. He looked around and exhaled slightly. Fortunately, there aren't many casualties. Liu died in battle? The fallen star army powerhouses were all seriously injured. Someone said in a low voice, he died in battle. Zhang Tao sighed. Better than expected. I didn't expect Zali Kalo to betray us. Fang Ping's gaze suddenly turned hostile. He muttered, so, Zali Kalo's betrayal wasn't arranged by you? If he didn't betray us, wouldn't we all be wiped out? That's not to the extent. Zhang Tao looked at him and sighed. Didn't I ask you to conceal your aura and escape? You're like an idiot, standing here the whole time. How can it not be disastrous? It's your own fault, and now you're blaming me. You entered the sea, concealed your aura, and ran further away. How could it have come to this? Initially, I only wanted to use you as bait to lure these people out and find out their true identities. You actually wanted to keep all of them here. Did I not make myself clear enough? Fang Ping, you have to take responsibility for Li Yu's death. Fang Ping did not say anything after hearing that. He looked at the fallen star army, bowed and said, although it's too late to apologize and it doesn't matter, I still want to thank you and apologize. I should have left earlier. Among the fallen star army powerhouses, someone sighed softly. There's no need for that. This is an official matter. It's already a great victory to be able to kill 5 rank 9 evil sect elders and 5 rank 8 imparting elders. If you had left, we wouldn't have had such a result today. As he said that, he sighed again. It's a pity that Zhao Xingwu, he betrayed us. At this moment, everyone felt terrible. Zhao Xingwu's betrayal was a fatal blow to many people. Even a powerhouse like Zhao Xingwu had lost all hope for humanity. How could they fight when the war broke out? With everyone in a state of panic, something big would happen. Fang Ping looked at Zhang Tao and said, Minister, Zhao Xingwu and the others have escaped. Is there nothing you can do? Zhang Tao's eyes were cold. Don't think about it. They must have entered the catacombs entrance. There are catacombs entrances in the sea. I don't know if any of them have been breached. If they have, they must have escaped from there. As he said that, he shouted, don't tell anyone about Zhao Xingwu's betrayal. Wu Quishan, go to Xianxia's catacombs quickly. Zhao Xingwu has left. Xianxia's catacombs don't have a rank 9 guarding it. I don't know what will happen. Go quickly. Li Chongqing, go to North Lake's catacombs. Something seems to have happened there. Bei Gongyan, Linlong, go to Nanjiang's catacombs. Hurry, Nanjiang's catacombs warlord is heavily injured and has left the catacombs. Be careful when you go. The news made people dizzy. Fang Ping's expression changed again. Warlord was heavily injured. How long had it been? From start to finish, they had only exchanged blows for about 10 minutes, and the Battle King had actually been severely injured. Without hesitation, the experts disappeared in an instant. Fang Ping looked at Zhang Tao. What about you? Zhang Tao ignored him. He glanced at Kong Lingyuan and looked helpless again. He turned to Fang Ping and said, give him tens of thousands of units of imperishable substance. Replenish him. Fang Ping's face darkened. You're still thinking of plucking at a time like this? Do you have any humanity left? Seeing Kong Lingyuan's golden body crumbling and his face pale, Fang Ping was helpless. He condensed a large mass of imperishable substance. Kong Lingyuan glanced at him and seemed a little embarrassed. Zhang Tao said indifferently, I'll use it. He doesn't lack these. Heal your wounds as soon as possible. Zhao Xingwu has left. From now on, you need to guard Zhongzhou's catacombs. You can't be injured. Kong Lingyuan did not say anything and accepted the imperishable substance. Fang Ping suddenly said, Minister, why did Instructor Li and the Vice-Chancellor come out so soon? Did you attack? Zhang Tao's eyes flickered. No, it's the rule that Absolute Peak doesn't attack in the outer domain. There were some unexpected changes. We'll talk about it later. Having said that, he looked around again and said, those who need to heal, go to MCMAU and wait to recuperate. The situation is not good now. Everyone should recover their combat strength as soon as possible. Fortunately, we've killed 5 evil sect rank 9s this time. Jiao Xingwu, the malignant tumor, has also been uprooted. From now on, there won't be much threat on the ground. Since the Pope is really in a hopeless situation, it'll be easier. Wait until I find out who it is. Just you wait. Fang Ping did not care about this. He looked at Zhang Tao again, still feeling a little awkward. After waiting for the others to move and fly toward MCMAU, Fang Ping moved closer to Zhang Tao and said in a low voice, "Minister, if Zali Callow doesn't betray us, then the 3 mentality avatars this time will be wasted. You gave him one, and then you asked Commander Li to give him another. I think your intention is to keep these people. If that's the case, you must have some confidence," Zhang Tao said impatiently. "You think the confidence is small? Bei Gongyan, Lin Long, Kong Lingyuan, including you, there are a total of 3 rank 9s and 16 rank 8s. There are also 3 mentality avatars. I know you, kid, want to go to Star Town to look for Fatty Jiang. With this kind of strength, it's more than enough to keep 5 rank 9s, who knew that the evil sect would turn out in full force and come." Fang Ping's expression darkened. "So, you're also gambling? What can I do? Everything that needs to be prepared has been prepared." Fang Ping looked at him again and muttered, "Don't lie to me. I keep feeling that you have a backup plan. You just haven't used it yet, right?" Fang Ping muttered, "I'm so important. How can you not make any preparations? He said there are 5 of them, and you actually believed him? The Pope wasn't sure if it's a paragon. If it's a powerhouse at Guardian Zhang's level, would you not have any means to deal with it? If that's the case, then you're not taking me seriously. Aren't you tricking me?" Fang Ping felt that Zhang Tao must have arranged a backup plan that could deal with the Pope. Could it be that Zhang Weiyu did not show up nearby? Zhang Tao said lightly, "You've overestimated yourself. I've said it before. I told you to run, but you insisted on staying. You can't blame me even if you die. I've arranged a backup plan in the sea. If you don't listen to me, I can't do anything about it." Having said that, Zhang Tao suddenly waved his hand. From afar, a crystal book rose from the sea and flew toward Zhang Tao. Fang Ping was stunned. Zhang Tao said lightly, "See that? If you want to run, you won't run toward the coastal sea. You'll only run toward the distant sea. As long as you run near the clone I left behind, you'll be fine." Fang Ping said dully, "You might as well just give it to me. Only by hiding it from you can I hide it from my opponent. Besides, if I give it to you, what if you use it all at once? If I use it again, I'll have a nervous breakdown." At this point, Fang Ping suddenly exclaimed in shock, You've split it into 3. In such a short time, Zhang Tao had actually split into 3 mentality clones. How strong was he? Zhang Tao ignored him. The crystal book melted into his body instantly. Then, he frowned suddenly and strangled Fang Ping. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Bastard, how dare you scold me?" Fang Ping was almost strangled to death. His face flushed red, F***ck, he almost forgot, old Zhang. Old Zhang's thing could be used as a video recorder. Since he left one here, it meant that he could receive messages. "Not only did you scold me, but you also scolded Senior Warlord. Brat, you're dead meat." Warlord was already upset when he was heavily injured this time. "You even scolded him, and he even gave you a mentality clone. You're definitely dead meat." Zhang Tao looked regretful. Then, he humphed and said, "Fine, calling me an idiot, calling me stupid. Brat, you've got guts. For you this time, 3 paragons sacrificed their mentality clones. Minister, it's not my responsibility to kill the cultists." Nonsense. If it's not your responsibility, then who is? Zhang Tao humphed and said, "If it's tens of thousands of imperishable substances, then forget it." Fang Ping rolled his eyes. "Go away, there was no such thing." Right now, he had a splitting headache. His brain nucleus had even exploded. Looking at his own data, Fang Ping felt even more helpless. Wealth, 64 million points. Vitality, 31,900 calories, 62,900 calories. Mentality, 155 Hz, 3,245 Hz. Destructive force, 10 yuan, 22 yuan. Bones honed, 206 bones, 100%. Storage space, 1,000 cubic meters. plus energy shield, 1 point/minute plus aura simulation, 10 points/minute plus. Compared to when he broke through, his wealth was 100 million points less. Fang Ping was about to break down. He had given everyone imperishable substances, and he had used up a lot of it. The aura concealment earlier, this did not even include the money needed to repair the golden house. He had actually gone bankrupt just like that. To repair the golden house, the rank 8 golden house was even more powerful. It would cost at least 20 to 30 million. A few 100 million points was gone in such a short time, Fang Ping said helplessly. Fallen Star Army's Grandmaster Liu, who died in battle. Minister, Zhang Tao waved his hand and said, that's someone from the Li family. You don't have to worry about his family's support. He's from the military department. Dying in battle this time is also a soldier's responsibility. Li Zhen will take care of everything. If you really feel bad about it, then give him some life essence for his descendants to cultivate. Fang Ping nodded. After a moment of silence, he said, Alliance leader Zhao, really betrayed us? Zhang Tao said coldly, I'll kill him sooner or later. I trust him so much. I think he can lead the sect world out of the neo-martial era style of sects. But you said before that you'll teach him cultivation methods. I didn't. I was too busy before. Things were connected. Luckily I didn't, Fang Ping muttered. Really? If Zayli Caro doesn't betray us, who will deal with Zayli Caro and Varna? Both of them are very powerful. Can Grandmaster Kong Lingyuan handle them? Also, if the Pope is not at the pinnacle, then he won't make a move at the last moment. Who will deal with a Pope who is about to reach the pinnacle? Can Grandmaster Kong Lingyuan? But Alliance leader Zhao, maybe he can. Zhang Tao snorted coldly. Even now, you're still defending him? Didn't I leave a mentality avatar behind? Of course I have a way to deal with it. Fang Ping, don't be too soft-hearted. Zhao Xingwu knows you very well. Once you escape into the catacombs and go to the restricted area, you'll be in big trouble in the future. The possibility of this is very high. Fang Ping gritted his teeth. He really betrayed us? Nonsense. Don't tell me you want to betray us together with him? Fang Ping was speechless. After a while, he said, don't lie to me. I have a lot of tricks up my sleeves. If he really betrays us, when I go to the restricted area, I don't care about the others, but he's dead meat. Those who want to kill me, Fang Ping, won't have it easy. Don't think that he's almost at the pinnacle, but how fast is fast? He was severely injured by Commander Li earlier. It's not that easy for him to reach the pinnacle. I think there's almost no hope for him to enter the pinnacle. If he doesn't reach the pinnacle and goes against me, just wait and see. No matter where he hides, he's dead meat. Zhang Tao said lightly, you still dare to go to the restricted area? Why not? Not only will I go, I'll go very soon. When I reach rank 8, my physique will be strong. I'll change my form and my aura. Let's see if I can sneak into Imperial Sea. If I do, I can sneak into the restricted area. You're not allowed to go to the catacombs. If I don't go down to the catacombs, am I supposed to just eat and wait for death on the surface? Zhang Tao's head hurt. After a while, he said vaguely, don't look for trouble with Zhao Xingwu for now. It's too dangerous. He's strong. Even Kong Lingyuan isn't his match. If you go, you'll be courting death. Don't even think about courting death. With his strength, if he goes in this time and is accepted, he can at least sneak into the Imperial City. It's even more dangerous over there. Fang Ping understood and sighed. I understand now. It's a pity that I can't kill him with my own hands. This kind of shameless person deserves to be killed. I'll demolish the Wanwu sect later and confiscate all the loot. No, I'll confiscate it. Minister, do you think I should? Don't bring trouble to your family. The rest of the Wanwu sect might not know about it, but I still need to show my attitude. How can I just let it go when he bullies my people? I trust him so much. If there's an event, I'll send an invitation to him immediately even if the rest of the sects don't invite them. When Ji Yao had a divine weapon, I wanted to give it to him, but didn't old Lu break through later? I have to take care of my own people first. After all, there's still a layer of separation between us. In the end, he actually hates me, Minister. Is this considered getting caught in a cocoon of my own making? If I don't demolish the Wanwu sect this time, I won't be satisfied. Outsiders all think that I, Fang Ping, am easy to bully. Isn't this like fighting a small favor leads to a small grudge? As Fang Ping said that, he gritted his teeth and said, demolish the Wanwu sect. Also, the identities of these evil sect elders have been exposed. You said that all their properties will belong to me. And a few holy lands, oh right, 4th, 5th, 8th, what are the identities of the 3 grand elders? 4th elder is a powerhouse from Africa. When I came for 5th elder and 8th elder, one ran away and the other died. You can ask the others later. It's not very clear. Didn't you say that you know these 3 people before? I knew Zali Kalu before. He's also the person from the Holy Land that I mentioned. The other 2, one is 4th elder, and the other is 9th elder. Zhang Tao knew the identities of these 3 people before this. However, these 3 people's positions in the evil sect were not too high. Knowing them was not very useful. On the evil sect's side, people like Grand Elder and Second Elder, including the Pope, were the key. Fang Ping pursed his lips and said vaguely, 9 Grand Elders. You know 5 of them. Actually, there's no need to take such a big risk, Zhang Tao said without batting an eyelid. 4. Whatever you say. Fang Ping said no more. Zhang Tao gave him a look. After a while, he said, you brat, say what you should say. Shut up about what you shouldn't say. Understood. Also, watch your stinky mouth. For you, I split my body again and again. You didn't even say a word of gratitude. You only know how to curse. This time in Magic City's catacombs, I was almost killed. Sometimes, I really want to smack you to death. So dangerous? Nonsense. I fought 38,000 moves with 2 true kings in 3 minutes. Luckily, I'm incomparably strong. Even if I split my mentality, I still beat the 2 fellows until they called me father. The Green Wolf King's offspring root was almost broken by me. That's why he escaped. If it wasn't because I didn't want to chase him into the Forbidden Zone, I would have killed him a long time ago. Zhang Tao's face was full of pride. The Martial King was that strong. In this world, other than the Garrison King, the Life King, and the Monster Plants Royal Court's true King Hall Master, who else could really surpass him? The Martial King, even the top-notch powerhouses of the Guardian King Court and Thousand Demon Royal Court could not. The leaders of the other 5 sacred lands were not qualified either. If he was not strong, would he be called the Martial King? Fang Ping looked up at the sky. Was this for real? Old Zhang had split 3 mentality clones consecutively, and he could still fight 1 against 2 and beat them to the point of escaping? P.S. 4 chapters and 27,000 words. That's how awesome it is. I still need a basic update. I'll find time to return it according to the status. Although Fang Ping doubted the veracity of old Zhang's words, now was not the time to ask. Everyone flew toward MCMAU. When they reached Magic City's boundary, Fang Ping suddenly said, I said I was going to do a live stream earlier, but the equipment was blown to pieces as soon as it started. As he spoke, he was still thinking about whether he should return the 1 billion he had received. However, as soon as he arrived at MCMAU, Fang Yuan cheered from below, brother, you're amazing. You can actually transform into a 1,000-meter-tall giant, that's too awesome. Fang Ping was dumbfounded. How did I become a giant? Suddenly, Fang Ping thought of something. Li Zhan, on the other hand, had turned into a 1,000-meter-tall giant. Previously, when Zhu Ding had spoken, he had used his mental power to transmit his voice. After all, they were too far apart. If he had really shouted, he might not have been able to transmit his voice over 100 miles. At that time, Li Zhen had almost reached the sea. In the end, in order to kill Zhao Xingwu, his body expanded thousands of times, becoming a 1,000-meter-tall giant. Thinking of this, the corner of Fang Ping's mouth twitched. Had Round Face mistaken him for someone else? Very soon, Fang Ping knew that Round Face had not mistaken him for someone else. In a large square in the school, a big screen TV was still playing. A beautiful young female host said excitedly, Grandmaster Fang's breakthrough is over. Although the live broadcast was interrupted. I think the power of the breakthrough was too strong, and the live broadcast equipment was shattered. However, everyone could feel the power of a Grandmaster expert, as well as the power of Grandmaster Feng. An 8th-grade Grandmaster can forge a golden body. In ancient times, they were the legendary gods and demons. Their golden bodies are indestructible. The host spoke for a while, and finally, an extremely illusory figure appeared on the big screen. At this moment, the host was excited and full of admiration as he said, "This is the video we took from dozens of miles away." Unbelievable, unimaginable. The moment Grandmaster Feng broke through, he transformed into an ancient giant with a body as tall as 1,000 meters. It reminded me of the ancient Chinese legend, where Pangu created the world. This was a martial arts expert. The path of martial arts can reach the heavens, and the might of a Grandmaster can shake the heavens and the earth. What followed was another series of flattery. Too powerful, such a change was beyond everyone's expectations. This included the disappearance of the island detected by the satellites, the appearance of a large number of whirlpools in the sea, and the tsunami that almost hit Shanghai. Fang Ping's breakthrough from dozens of li away had even caused Magic City to tremble. Everyone felt a sense of oppression, terrifying, shocking. At the same time, it also made everyone yearn for it. This was a Grandmaster, this was a martial arts powerhouse. In midair, Fang Ping realized that it was not just Feng Yuan who was admiring him. The low-ranked martial artists, including some middle-ranked martial artists, were also admiring him. "What can I say? I can't say anything." Standing beside him, Zhang Tao faintly said, "Remember to give Li Zhen some advertising fees." Fang Ping rolled his eyes. "I'm not the one who told the TV station to do this. This matter was also a coincidence. Who asked Li Zhen to be so flamboyant as to insist on expanding his body? With such a large body, it was naturally easy to be discovered." Thinking of this, Fang Ping asked curiously, "Why did Commander Li suddenly expand his body?" Zhang Tao glanced at him with slight disdain. After a while, he said, "You've already reached rank 8, and you still don't understand? With a strong physical body, one would be able to absorb more energy and unleash greater power." At that time, Li Zhen was too far away from Zhao Xingwu and also wanted to kill Zhao Xingwu. In his anger, it was not strange for him to do such a thing. Commander Li wants to kill Alliance leader Zhao? Fang Ping pondered. Old Zhang did not reveal anything. If Zhao Xingwu was really killed at that time. Thinking of this, Fang Ping looked at old Zhang suspiciously again, muttering, "Minister, don't tell me you came out long ago? How is that possible?" Zhang Tao could not help but laugh. "If I really came out long ago, the High Pope would not have dared to make a move. That fellow is like a mouse, guarding against me all the time. If it was not for the fact that Li Zhen insisted on killing Zhao Xingwu and 8th Elder at the last moment, I'm afraid he would not have made a move." Fang Ping understood and nodded. "That's true. The High Pope is really timid. The few of you have already gone in, but he still did not dare to make a move. Otherwise, if he had made a move earlier, wouldn't we be dead for sure? It's not that simple." Zhang Tao smiled faintly. "He does not dare to go near Magic City. I'm in Magic City's catacombs. Does he dare to come? Isn't he afraid that I will suddenly come out and make him stay?" When he made his move earlier, he was also hundreds of miles away, on the sea. At this distance, he still did not dare to unleash his full strength, in case his aura leaked out and some of the paragons on land recognized his identity. That's why it's not that easy to kill all of you. When he makes a move at the last moment, it's to save people. He may not have the intention to kill. A rank 9 powerhouse wants to kill you to enter a desperate situation, but what's in it for him to kill you? This time, rank 9 powerhouses are attacking in full force. How do you know if this is a screening by the High Pope? Screening? Zhang Tao chuckled, lamenting, "That's right, screening. The Great War is coming soon. The evil sects are like sieves. Doesn't the High Pope know? Since he's a paragon, he must know some inside information. If that's the case, then we can't allow these people to infiltrate like before anymore. That's why at this time, some of the nails are removed. That's not right. The 9 Grand Elders have been exposed, and many of them have died," Zhang Tao said calmly. "How do you know that these 9 Grand Elders are really all of them? Does the High Pope not have any other backup plans? The 9 Grand Elders come from all over the world. As a paragon, does the High Pope not have his own direct descendants? Maybe these 9 grand elders are just people on the surface, purposely throwing them out for us to see. This time, there were heavy casualties. Zhao Xingwu and the other also escaped into the catacombs. Do you think that other than the High Pope, the evil sects are already considered destroyed? But is it really destroyed? Maybe this is the result that the High Pope wishes to see, hoping that all of us will think that the evil sects have been destroyed. In such a huge evil sect, he's the only one whose identity has not been exposed. Sometimes, giving up on some abandoned pawns on the surface may seem like a loss, but it's actually just turning the light into the dark. In the past, the evil sects have always been the focus of everyone's attention, including those elders. Now, almost all of the evil sect's elders have been exposed. The only one who hasn't been exposed is a desperate situation. If this is the case, won't our attention be focused on the Paragon next? If there's a group of people hiding in the dark now, and they're not the Paragon, will you still care and investigate? You think that the 9 grand elders have either died, run away, or returned? You think that there are no more rank 9 traitors, but is that really the case? Fang Ping was a little surprised. If that's the case, this attack might just be the High Pope's plan. He deliberately sent these people to their deaths, you can't say that it was intentional. Zhang Tao explained as he landed and walked toward the meeting hall, if he can kill you, that's the best. It's a good thing and not a costly thing. If he can't kill you, he doesn't lose anything. Although the 9 grand elders are evil sect elders, they're actually doing things their own way. They don't listen to whatever the High Pope says. Therefore, it doesn't really matter whether these people die or not. Not to mention that there are still many people who are problematic among the 9 grand elders. How can such a pile of loose sand accomplish anything? Look, this time Zali Koro and Lin Long have both been exposed. As for the other 7 grand elders, even those who died in battle. Do you really think that they're all evil sect members? Zhang Tao sneered. It's possible that there aren't spies arranged by other holy lands. However, it's normal for these people to not reveal their identities. If I kill you, I can get the true king's ultimate art, get the divine weapon, get the life essence, then why not make the best of a mistake and try to kill you once? Therefore, among the 9 grand elders, there might only be half of them who are truly evil sect powerhouses. Do you think the High Pope will really care about such a pile of loose sand? He asked again, then why did you save Alliance leader Zhao and the rest in the end? Firstly, Zhao Xingwu's ability is strong enough, the ability he displayed is not weaker than Zhang Weiyu's. If such a powerhouse can really be subdued, then it will be a huge help. If a typical rank 9 dies, then so be it. The catacombs don't lack them. The restricted area doesn't lack them. However, this kind of rank 9 is lacking everywhere. Secondly, he has to show some sincerity. If he really sits and watches all these people die, if he still has direct descendants, then will his direct descendants be bitterly disappointed? Sit and watch the 9 grand elders die and be indifferent. Would you sell your life for such a person? Thirdly, what I said is also to divert attention, to let these people focus their attention on the paragons, even with a hint of provocation. If we investigate his identity, will it cause disharmony among the people? Will it cause estrangement among the paragons? Since a person like the High Pope can reach the paragons, his mind is not so pure. In many things, even if you think he is at a disadvantage, he might not necessarily be at a disadvantage. Fang Ping looked at old Zhang strangely. After a while, he said narcissistically, Minister, you told me so much in detail, are you preparing to groom me to take over? Huh? Zhang Tao was stunned for a moment, then, he reacted, take over my position, this kid is good. He is only AF * King rank 8, and he is already prepared to take over my power. Zhang Tao ignored him, and Fang Ping did not continue this topic either. He chuckled and said, if that's the case, even if there are still powerhouses in the evil sect, they will completely go into hiding and won't show their faces again, right? That's right. Even if they show their faces, it will be time for the big battle to break out. Zhang Tao sighed softly. I hope there are not many people left. Otherwise, once the big battle starts, once the backyard catches fire, then it will be troublesome. When that time comes, the paragons will definitely enter the catacombs. If there are people at the back causing trouble at this time, the people's hearts will be unstable, and there might be big trouble. We can only take it one step at a time. But this time, we have also pulled out many nails, it can be considered a big success. While they were talking, Fang Ping and Zhang Tao had already arrived at the meeting hall. Behind them, Fang Yuan and the rest were still following. Fang Ping turned around and smiled. Don't follow us anymore. Go do what you need to do. Old Lu is here, don't cheer this time, lest you guys get into trouble. Many of them looked embarrassed. What did he say? They were not prepared to cheer. Fang Ping ignored them and went straight into the hall. In the hall, other than Wu Quishan and a few others who had gone to various catacombs, everyone else was present. Luo Yichuan and Zhang Jianhong looked helpless. Seeing Fang Ping enter, Luo Yichuan grumbled, such a big thing, why didn't you tell us in advance? Although we have just entered rank 7, but... Fang Ping smiled. Don't talk about this, instructors. In this big battle, even I am just a bystander. The main fights are between rank 9s. The Grandmasters of Wuan Military and Fallen Star Military have also joined forces to fight for years, and only then can they resist rank 9s. Both of you have seen for yourselves here in MCMAU. Even if you go, it will be a waste of time. Fang Ping did not say it directly, but his meaning was very clear. If they went, it would be no different from courting death. Among the few grandmasters who went, Lu Polu was seriously injured, Lu Fengru was seriously injured, especially Lu Fengru. If it were not for Fang Ping, she probably would not have survived. Beside them, Tang Feng and the others were a little sad, but they did not say anything. Fang Ping did not want to talk about this. This time, the MCMAU grandmasters rushed to the rank 9 battleground for him. They were definitely risking their lives to go. However, sometimes, being warm-hearted was not enough. In this big battle, the few rank 7 martial artists were almost a burden. Old Wang and Old Jiao felt this way. Li Hansong, on the other hand, was iron-headed and powerful divine armor, which played a certain role. As for Qin Fengqing, this guy's role was to throw mentality avatars. Otherwise, even if he went, he would just be a bystander. After saying that, Fang Ping condensed some imperishable substance. He had given it to everyone present before, but many of them had used up their imperishable substance during the big battle. This time, luring the evil sect into action, on one hand, was to annihilate the evil sect, on the other hand, was related to Fang Ping. These evil sect powerhouses did not appear for no reason. The few elders' main purpose was still to kill Fang Ping. Therefore, Fang Ping had to bear these expenses. However, Fang Ping was considered lucky. This time, he had to suck some blood from old Zhang to replenish himself, or else he would go bankrupt. After chatting for a while, Zhang Tao sat down in the main seat and said, "This time, everyone has made a great contribution. You've killed 5 evil sect rank 9 elders, 5 rank 8s, and many rank 7s. You've uprooted a malignant tumor for humanity. The government will also give you some rewards in the future. Of course, it won't be too much. We're all old acquaintances, so I won't say much. Currently, the government has very little useful resources for high-ranked powerhouses, and they can't support everyone's cultivation consumption." Zhang Tao said a few simple words, and quickly added, "In addition, there have been some disturbances in the catacombs recently. Everyone, be careful when you go down to the catacombs. Don't travel far rashly. The catacombs' true king has been a little restless recently. Also, in the past, we didn't have many disputes with Monster Life Clan. Everyone, be careful from now on." Kong Lingyuan, who was still recuperating, heard this and frowned slightly. "Minister, you mean Monster Life Clan has joined the battle?" "More or less." Zhang Tao sighed. "Actually, I've long expected this. Monster Life Clan won't keep quiet forever." Before this, they were sitting on top of the mountain and watching the tigers fight. Now, however, the Monster Plant Clan isn't willing to let them reap the benefits without doing anything. It's only a matter of time before they join the battle. However, this is also a fuse. It can be said that Monster Life Clan has completely stepped forward. In Nanjiang's catacombs, Warlord killed a true king. Everyone was shocked. Killed a true king. They knew that Warlord was extremely strong, but there was no such thing as killing a true king. Kong Lingyuan was also extremely surprised. He said hurriedly, "Minister, tell us, what happened in the catacombs this time? How is Senior Warlord now?" Based on past situations, Zhang Tao might not have told some people about what happened at Absolute Summit. However, now that the situation had come to this, there was no need to hide anything. After Kong Lingyuan finished speaking, Zhang Tao said, "This time, in order to create opportunities for the evil sect martial artists, the catacombs have gathered 20 true king powerhouses in the southern territory. Of course, it might not be to create opportunities for the evil sect. The evil sect is not worthy of so many true kings. It's more likely that it's a test before the big battle, to determine the strength of the human side. After all, it's been almost 100 years since the last big battle. In these 100 years, the Absolute Summit battles have also been small-scale, not large-scale battles. 15 Monster Plant Clan True Kings and 5 Monster Life Clan True Kings have attacked. The main target is our Sino Nation's defense zone. There are 2 Monster Plant Clan powerhouses guarding the other small zones in the southern territory, so no battles have broken out. On our side, many battles have broken out. Over at the Nanjiang Catacombs, there were 2 true kings of the Monster Life lineage and 1 true king of the Monster Plant lineage. The 3 powerhouses besieged the warlord. Li Zhen was coincidentally at the North Lake Catacombs. There was only 1 true king at the North Lake Catacombs. Li Zhen met up with the warlord and fought 2 against 4. In short, things are a little complicated. In the end, Warlord killed a Monster Life Clan True King powerhouse and traded blows with a Monster Plant powerhouse. Both of them were heavily injured. Li Zhen defeated the remaining 2. At the crucial moment, Heavenly King Garrison also exchanged a blow with the Life King, forcing the Monster Life Clan to retreat. But this time, Monster Life Clan lost a true king powerhouse. There will probably be some unrest in the catacombs. Zhang Tao gave a brief explanation but did not elaborate on the details. However, although Zhang Tao was a little worried about Warlord killing a Monster Life Clan true king, he was more happy than worried. He smiled and said, "It's a good thing that Senior Warlord can kill a great enemy at this time. The Monster Life Royal Court has been restless, but we haven't fought before. I'm afraid they want to take the opportunity to test our strength." Warlord killed a true king powerhouse by himself, which will make them stop for a while. This time, it also made the restricted zone powerhouses understand that there are many human powerhouses, and Heavenly King Garrison is not the only one. If a war really breaks out, the number of true kings who will die will not be small. Maybe we can buy some time and delay the war. At the side, Fang Ping waited for Zhang Tao to finish and asked curiously, "Senior Warlord, did you get the other party's remains?" Zhang Tao shook his head. "It's not that simple. There's still hope if it's a one-on-one fight." The catacombs true king was also there. The one who was killed turned into nothingness before he died, leaving almost nothing behind. At this realm, everyone is a decisive person. Since he's about to die, why would he let his remains be trampled by others and provide benefits to the enemy? But, some things are also very interesting. Zhang Tao chuckled and said playfully, "The true king of the Monster Life clan did help the Battle King once before he died. The one from the Monster Plant clan who was heavily injured has something to do with him. The one who attacked with all his strength before he died wasn't the Battle King. Of course, it's hard to say. Warlord being able to kill that one is also beyond our expectations. Everyone, just listen to these things. There's no need to care too much." Everyone understood. It was useless to know these things. Maybe there was some conspiracy between the 2 royal courts. When Fang Ping heard that Warlord did not get the true king's remains, he was slightly disappointed. He said, "Vice-Chancellor and Instructor Li came out so quickly. Minister, you said that there was a problem. Could it be caused by the discord between the Monster Life clan and the Monster Plant clan?" Zhang Tao laughed. "Probably, but it's hard to say. Both royal courts have their own schemes. It's very normal. However, here in Magic City, it has something to do with that old acquaintance of yours." Maple King's grandson, Feng Miasheng, entered the Magic City catacombs. "Fang Ping, next time you meet this guy, try not to kill him. He's your lucky star. This guy brought the son of the Monster Plant clan lord to the battlefield. He even wanted to go to the front line. In the end, these two idiots entered the rank 9 battlefield and were almost hacked to death by Li Changxing and the rest. The two of them were scared half to death. It was similar to the time with Ji Yao. Both of them had high statuses. No one would dare to see them die. In the end, they had to escort the two of them out of the Magic City catacombs. Only then did Li Changxing and Wu Quishan take action. Having said that, Zhang Tao muttered, Feng Miexing is probably really stupid. That guy's son might not be as stupid. Fang Ping, be careful next time. Who? The son of the monster plant clan lord. That lord is not someone to be trifled with. Although Li Zhen had destroyed his origin Dao, he still sat on the throne of the clan lord for more than 10 years. This is not incompetence. This is skill. In the catacombs, powerhouses are respected. It's not easy for a cripple like him to sit on the throne of the lord at this time. The Magic City catacombs incident this time might have something to do with him. Of course, I'm not too sure. Anyway, just be careful. Don't treat everyone like that stupid grandson of the Maple King. Fang Ping nodded and did not say much. He had not come into contact with them before. He did not know what the situation was like. He just had to be careful if he encountered them. After saying that, Zhang Tao seemed to be leaving. Monster Life Clan had lost a true king. Once again, Heavenly King Garrison and Life King exchanged blows in the air. The situation at Imperial Sea Mountain had calmed down. However, a few evil sect elders were killed. He still had a lot of things to do. Seeing that he was about to leave, Fang Ping said immediately, Minister, don't forget to help me collect my assets. Also, this time there are people from a few holy lands. I can't collect the debt. You have to give me more. Seeing that Zhang Tao was about to speak, Fang Ping said immediately, 50-50. A holy land wants 1 or 2 trillion. It's not a big deal. When it reaches 10 trillion, you can still get 5 trillion. Zhang Tao froze. Are you kidding me? Bullsh *T. After giving Fang Ping a look, Zhang Tao harumphed. He ignored Fang Ping and walked away. Fang Ping sighed. Sanchi, I only want 3 trillion as the minimum. You can have the rest. Zhang Tao said impatiently, dream on. Do you really think that cultivation resources are cabbages? It's good enough to get a few divine weapons and some energy stones. You're lucky to get 3 or 500 billion. Fang Ping was suddenly disappointed. He said helplessly, so little? It's not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. I've entered the golden body realm now and consumed a lot of resources. It was okay in the past, but it's been especially heavy recently. I've used up all my savings from my past life. If there's no income, I can only find someone to collect the debt. Otherwise, I won't have any resources for cultivation. Huh? Zhang Tao was slightly stunned. You want to spend resources now? Fang Ping rolled his eyes. Although I used to be a monarch, I've spent so many times. This is because I gained something in the bounded zone last time. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to cultivate anymore. You've seen the good stuff I've gotten these few times. Instructor Li has spent more than half of it. It's not good for me to dig the mineral veins now. Divine weapons and the like have been given away here and there. There's nothing left. You don't really think that my imperishable substance is infinite, do you? If there's no income, I won't be able to sustain my own cultivation. Zhang Tao looked at him suspiciously. Was this for real? To him, this kid was a treasure trove. He had an inexhaustible supply. Was he going to empty it now? After thinking about it, perhaps he had really exhausted it. Otherwise, this kid would not have been so insistent. Usually, an IOU would do. I'll try my best. Those fellows are not easy to deal with. I'll get as much as I can. Also, don't go looking for trouble in the catacombs. There'll be a lot of trouble. I know. I definitely won't go down. I'm scared now too. They're all watching me. That's good. Zhang Tao said no more. He exited the meeting hall quickly and used the flight step to leave. After he left, Fang Ping cursed in his heart. If you don't get me more good stuff, I'll have no wealth points. How can I not go down? However, even if he went to the catacombs this time, it would not be Fang Ping. Fang Ping pondered for a while. Maybe he really had to change his appearance. It's a pity that I don't even dare to show my true face. Sigh. Fang Ping shook his head. If a person was too outstanding, they would stand out no matter where they went. It could not be helped. Genius 1 second to remember website address. Mobile version. Zhang Tao's departure did not mean that the matter was over. In the hall, Fang Ping did not leave. The others were not in a hurry to leave since their injuries had not healed. To everyone's surprise, Fang Ping suddenly grabbed Qin Fengqing. Then, amid Qin Fengqing's screams, he began to take off his shoes. No. Fang Ping, don't. Qin Fengqing screamed loudly. Don't take away my divine weapon. I've just gotten used to it. Inhumane, everyone was incomparably dumbfounded. What's going on? Fang Ping ignored him. As he took off his shoes, he said, I'm just lending it to you for a while. You're just a bystander this time. I helped you clear the school's debt. It's not bad. Bystander? Qin Fengqing was furious. Fang Ping, do you have a conscience? Qin Fengqing said with grief and indignation, in this battle, I killed 2 rank 9s with my early stage rank 7 ability. I killed 10 rank 7s, you call that bystander? I risked my life to help, and you say I'm bystander? Say, who knows if old Zhang's stuff is real or fake? If it's fake, I'll die for sure. I treat you with such sincerity. I don't expect you to be grateful, but you can't speak against your conscience, can you? How am I bystander? I have to take back the shoes you gave me. Shut up, you. Fang Ping rolled his eyes and said impatiently, can you afford to keep 2 divine weapons? Either give me the shoes, or give me the saber. You choose. Qin Fengqing had a divine weapon. He got it in Star Town last time. Could this guy afford to keep 2 divine weapons? Qin Fengqing looked helpless. He stammered, I can afford it. Get lost. Fang Ping cursed. Finally, he asked, which one do you choose? Choose yourself. I think the boots you chose are good. Swords and divine weapons are common, but there aren't many boots. Kid, you have a set for running. This suits you. Then I don't have an offensive weapon, an alloy saber is the same. Your ability is only SOSO anyway. You can't kill others, but it's good enough to outrun them. Qin Fengqing struggled for a long time. Finally, he said with grief and indignation, it's already on my feet, and you still want to take it away. That's too much. As soon as he said that, Fang Ping knew what he had chosen. Without hesitation, he quickly took off his boots. Fang Ping took off his boots. Under Qin Fengqing's pained gaze, he handed his rank 7 Chengdao, rank 7 combat boots, and a rank 7 monster's carcass to Nan Yunping. Vice-Chancellor Nan, I previously promised to give you a grade 8 divine weapon, but I used the grade 9 monster plant to forge a pair of combat boots. Now, I still have to use a divine weapon. Although these 2 divine weapons and a monster beast corpse might not be comparable to a grade 8 divine weapon, the difference shouldn't be too big. Nan Yunping was a little surprised. She then smiled and said, there's no need. If I knew it was for me, I wouldn't have to take it off Qin Fengqing's feet, that won't do. Fang Ping chuckled. I mean what I say. If I say I'll give it to you, then I'll definitely give it to you. You risked your life to fight a rank 9 martial artist this time, which is an extra favor. If you don't do anything, these evil sect martial artists won't dare to target you or cause you trouble. This time everyone is here for me, Fang Ping. Since I, Fang Ping, have said it, then there's nothing I won't do. Fang Ping forcefully handed the divine weapon and the monster beast corpse to Nan Yunping. Then, he looked at the 10 rank 8 powerhouses from the Wuan military and the Fallen Star military and said, everyone risked your lives to help this time. The Wuan military's leading powerhouse smiled and said, Vice-Chancellor Fang, you're too kind. This is our duty. Evil sect martial artists should be punished, you can't say that. Exterminating evil sects can happen at any time, but this time, everyone came to Magic City for me, Fang Ping. However, I'm also short of money now. If it were in the past, Fang Ping sighed a little. Soon, he smiled and said, even though I'm short of money, I can't ignore everyone's contribution. 1,000 caddies of rank 9 energy stones is also a small token of my appreciation for the time being. The 10 rank 8 powerhouses were a little dazed. Was this called being short of money? This was called a small token of my appreciation? 500 caddies of rank 9 energy stones were worth as much as 300 million in martial arts universities, 300 billion, 30 billion per person. Of course, this could not compare to the 3 divine weapons that Nan Yunping had obtained. A rank 7 divine weapon was worth 10 billion, but 10 billion could not buy a rank 7 divine weapon. It was that simple. Even 10 billion energy stones could not be exchanged for a rank 7 divine weapon. Even though they had a lot of people, they were not as strong as Nan Yunping. Yet, each of them had gotten tens of billions. The 10 rank 8 powerhouses were stunned. Fang Ping smiled and said, "You don't have to be so courteous. If it were in the past, I, Fang Ping, wouldn't have been able to offer this much. That was really putting my life on the line. I'm different from the minister. The minister still has to think about all the martial artists in Sino Nation. I don't have to think so much. Everyone is here to help me. I, Fang Ping, can't be heartless. In the future, if there's a need, maybe I'll ask for your help again." As Fang Ping said that, he added nonchalantly, "Maybe the next time I become the commander of the Wuan military or the Fallen Star military, everyone will have to eat from the same pot. Seniors, you are seniors and comrades at the same time. Please don't reject me again." Having said that, a big box appeared in front of Fang Ping. He handed it to the leader and said, "Divide these energy stones among yourselves. Also, I feel bad about Senior Liyu's death in battle this time. I only have 10 caddies of life essence left. I hope the seniors can pass it to Senior Liyu's family. I won't go. I can't bear to see these things. Senior Liyu died for me. If I go, I don't know how to face the senior's family." Fang Ping took out another bottle and handed it to the Fallen Star military powerhouse. After dealing with these, Fang Ping looked at Wang Qinghai and smiled. "Minister, this time, you risked your life to help." Minister Wang laughed. "Don't. I'll pass. Actually, I was the one who suggested the plan to wipe out the evil sect. That's because they wanted to kill me. Minister, you don't have to excuse me." As Fang Ping spoke, an IOU appeared in his hand. He crushed it immediately and laughed. It was just a joke in the past. Minister, you don't have to take it seriously. Also, Minister, you're a 5th stage golden body. If you want to break through to rank 9, the consumption will be huge. Minister, I'm giving you 200 caddies of rank 9 energy stones as a congratulatory gift. Not giving Wang Qinghai a chance to refuse, Fang Ping looked at Chen Yaoting and said, "Old Chen has risked his life to save my life time and time again. I can't repay this favor. There are many people in SCMAU too. I prepared 300 caddies of rank 9 energy stones. Old Chen, bring it back to SCMAU's instructors and students to use it. Hopefully, there will be a second Grandmaster soon." In a moment, Fang Ping had given away 1,500 caddies of rank 9 energy stones, worth 450 billion, 2 divine weapons and 1 demon beast. In addition to the 10 caddies of life essence, it was worth more than 500 billion. While giving away these, Fang Ping was still lamenting, "This time, I'm really short of money. I've spent too much. This is the only thing I have to show my sincerity. Previously, I still had a lot of energy liquids and imperishable substance energy liquids. In the end, I spent all of them for Instructor Li's breakthrough. If there's another chance in the future, I won't be as stingy as I was today." Fang Ping was full of emotions. The powerhouses who heard him were all dumbfounded. This kid was not just rich, from what he said, he was almost bankrupt. In the end, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Whatever he threw out, they could eat until their mouths were full of oil. The Dragon King and group leader Bei Gong are both rank 9 powerhouses. They contributed a lot this time too. However, this time, I really can't take out anything useful for a rank 9. The 2 seniors' promissory notes were also a joke. "Everyone, please help me send them back to these 2 seniors." Fang Ping took out the promissory notes both of them had made earlier and asked them to return them to these 2. The rank 9 powerhouses had made promissory notes. Even though Fang Ping was joking and did not say that he wanted them, it was still somewhat prickly. Those who were stingy, who knew what they would think. After returning the promissory notes, Fang Ping could be considered to have repaid these two's favor for helping out this time. As for purging the evil sect, it was not necessarily these people's duty. Purging the evil sect was everyone's duty. If these few really did not come this time, Fang Ping could not do anything about it. After settling these people were all considered outsiders. As for Kong Lingyuan, Fang Ping had also given him a lot of imperishable substances. As for the rest, it was not much use for Kong Lingyuan. This debt could be considered settled. Although he had given away a large sum of wealth, Fang Ping was still smiling happily, saying casually, "I may be young, but I will never do anything that will make others bleed and cry." Also, although the Wuan military is good, and the Fallen Star military is also strong, I think that perhaps all of you seniors have other paths to take. For example, coming to MCMAU to be the next instructor? Now, MCMAU is about to take charge of the Magic City catacombs. After the Wuan military has settled the Forbidden Catacombs matters, I'm afraid that all of you seniors will also be assigned to various places. But will other places be as happy as MCMAU? Here in the Magic City catacombs, MCMAU will destroy this catacombs sooner or later. All of you seniors are powerhouses who have killed their way out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. In other places, it's suffocating. We can't fight, we can't fight. Here in Magic City, we can fight. Even if we don't take the initiative, they will. Because I, Fang Ping, am from MCMAU. I'm a thorn in the catacombs side. The two majestic houses can't wait to kill me. Fang Ping said with a straight face, therefore, among all the catacombs, Magic City catacombs will have the most battles and the most intense. If all of you seniors want to pursue a quiet life, then you can go to other places. If you want to fight to your heart's content, then come to MCMAU, come to Magic City. As soon as he said this, the expressions of the 10 rank 8 powerhouses from the two armies changed slightly. Beside them, Lu Po Lu and the others were stunned, poaching, F***ck. First, Fang Ping gave them benefits, showing them what it meant to be rich and imposing, and what it meant to share blessings together. Then, he brought up the matter of inviting them to Magic City catacombs. Was this not obviously poaching the two paragon powerhouses? If the two of them found out about this, they would beat Fang Ping to death. Was it easy for the two armies to nurture a rank 8? The Wuan military had 38,000 men regiments. This was the accumulation of old Zhang for decades. Including the commander and deputy commander, there were a total of 40 high-ranked powerhouses. Among them, there were about 10 rank 8 powerhouses. However, among them, there were some who had just entered rank 8, some who had surpassed rank 8 third refinement, and only these 5 people in front of him. If they were poached away, old Zhang would tear Fang Ping apart alive. The Fallen Star military was more or less the same. Fang Ping did not care about this. After chatting for a while, he looked at Nan Yunping and said, "Vice-Chancellor Nan, FMS's school spirit is strict and there are many powerhouses. However, things are not the same now. Once MCMAU takes over the Magic City catacombs, there may be frequent wars that will be more intense than before. In the past, most of FMS's students would enter the Magic City military department to train, but now, the military department may withdraw very soon. Will FMS withdraw with them? Vice-Chancellor Nan, have you considered the merger between FMS and MCMAU?" Nan Yunping was a little confused. What was wrong? What happened? Was FMS and MCMAU going to merge just like that? Fang Ping smiled and said, "In MCMAU, the southern area is not small. There are mineral veins and sufficient energy. FMS is located on a small island, far from the catacombs passageway. To be honest, it's not very suitable as a school site. FMS doesn't have many students either, only about 3,000 in total. If they merge with MCMAU, it won't be a burden to MCMAU. Vice-Chancellor Nan doesn't have to worry about this. In the past, there were 102 martial arts universities and military schools. That was to increase competitiveness, to let each school blossom and cultivate different kinds of powerhouses. However, now that the situation is critical, I think we should work together. There is strength in numbers. Let's make the same voice heard. Of course, Vice-Chancellor Nan can consider this. I will also fight for the Ministry of Education. Chen Yaoting saw that Fang Ping was looking at him and was speechless. SCMAU was in the north. They would not merge with you. Don't mention it, Fang Ping did not care. He looked at the slightly dazed Kong Lingyuan and chuckled. Hi Grandmaster Kong, this was Kong Lingyuan's first time meeting Fang Ping, but he also felt the pressure. He immediately smiled and said, I'm going to Zhongzhou's catacombs soon. As for coming to MCMAU, forget it. After all, I won't have much time to go out of the catacombs in the future. It's okay to have the title of Honorary Vice-Chancellor. When the time comes, the High Grandmaster can receive a certain amount of cultivation resources from MCMAU every month. Although it's not worth mentioning to a rank 9, it's more or less an income. Kong Lingyuan laughed and said, I think I'll pass. I have a position in the central government. I can't get double the treatment. Kong Lingyuan and Northern Spear King Wang Yu were both powerhouses from the central government. On the ranking, the original top 10 were 7 people from the 3 ministries and 4 houses. Zhao Xingwu was one. The remaining 2 were from the central government. However, the giants of the central government were actually the giants of the 3 ministries and 4 houses. Fang Ping only found out that the central government had a joint parliament after entering MCMAU. The joint parliament had 12 magnate powerhouses. The 7 people from the 3 ministries and 4 houses were included. The remaining 5, Wang Yu and Kong Lingyuan, were also included. This made a total of 9 people. The remaining 3 were the other 3 magnate powerhouses. However, their strength was not at the peak. The hidden powerhouses that Fang Ping thought were some of the government's leading figures, in fact, their strength was really average. In other words, Sino Nation was still governed by civil and military forces. Zhang Tao and the others. Although Zhang Tao still held the title of Minister of Education, the 3 ministries and 4 houses were actually military organizations. The central government was not considered a purely military organization. It was an organization that governed the people's lives. They were mostly in charge of ordinary people, the country's economic development, agricultural development. Those giants were all elites in the management field. Their strength varied, but most of them were rank 7. Fang Ping was not surprised to hear his rejection. He smiled and said, then I hope there will be opportunities to work with grandmasters in the future. Kong Lingyuan smiled and said nothing. MCMAU's Fang Ping. This time, he got to know him. This kid's guts were out of this world. When he met a powerhouse, he would poach them. Was he not afraid of being beaten to death? As they chatted, the people from Wuan Military and Fallen Star Military left quickly. Kong Lingyuan's injuries had recovered slightly. He also used the flight step and left. After these people had left, the barefooted Qin Fengqing said in shock, You're good, kid. You're not satisfied with being a vice-chancellor. You want to be a minister? Fang Ping sneered. Don't talk nonsense. Am I that kind of person? I'm doing this for MCMAU. MCMAU will be guarding the catacombs. There will definitely be many battles. I can't show my face in public. I don't want these people to go crazy. Of course, I have to find more powerhouses to hold the fort. Today, even if we include Instructor Li, MCMAU only has 2 powerhouses who have just entered the origin path. Rank 8s, including Old Lu and me, there are 5. Rank 7s, including you, there are only 9. This kind of strength is actually equivalent to 1 city. There are still 12 cities in Magic City's catacombs. Now that Monster Phoenix City has joined the war, I'm afraid it will be even more difficult in the future. If we don't recruit more powerhouses, we can't afford to lose them. Today, MCMAU only had a total of 16 high-ranked powerhouses. Compared to other martial arts universities, they were naturally much stronger. Compared to the catacombs, they were only SOSO. Fang Ping felt that these people were not enough for Magic City's catacombs. After hearing that, Qin Fengqing did not say much. He chuckled and said, Fang Ping, you've given them so many energy stones, you should settle the 100 billion you owe me first. Fang Ping interrupted him directly. Then, ignoring him, he looked at Old Wang and the rest and said, I was in closed-door cultivation earlier. I didn't give them the harvest from the last time. I've used up all the energy liquids and taken all the energy stones. You guys, share some of the energy soil. Fang Ping took out a large amount of energy soil. Then, he sighed and said, alright, I'm almost bankrupt. It was not almost. Other than 60 million wealth points, he was already bankrupt. Of course, there were still a few miscellaneous things. For example, some tables, chairs, and benches made from monster plants. However, Fang Ping planned to move these into the Crystal Tower. He was also a rank 8 powerhouse, so he needed to have some extravagance. As for the rest, there were only the mineral veins left. As for other things, he gave them what needed to be given and spent what needed to be spent. Fang Ping earned money quickly, but he spent it even faster. It had not even been a month since he left Capital City, and he had already spent all the harvest from the last time. Last time, he had harvested trillions of resources and trillions of wealth points. In the end, he was a gold-swallowing monster. So was Old Manly. Old Manly was still in the stabilization phase now. It was not time to harvest, so he still needed to rely on Fang Ping's support. In this way, after a big battle, Fang Ping had completely spent all those things. Among the 5 rank 9 powerhouses who were killed previously, only 4th Elder left behind a rank 8 divine weapon in the end. This was because Zhang Tao, who killed him, was too strong. The other party did not even have the chance to fight back. Fang Ping did not take this rank 8 divine weapon. With Zhang Tao around, would that old schemer give Fang Ping a chance? When he killed the other party, he took it away. Fang Ping's storage space became empty once again. Fang Ping sighed in his heart. This spending was too much. If this went on, even if he robbed a territory, it would not be enough for him to spend for long. I still have to go down to the catacombs. The powerhouses on Earth are too poor. Although a few rank 9s had died this time, if these rank 9s were to say that they had left behind many properties, Fang Ping would not believe it himself. At rank 9, how many properties would there be? Zhang Tao said that he could get 3 to 400 billion. Fang Ping felt that the credibility was not too high, unless he was robbing in the Holy Land. I hope I can get more things back, at least let me recover 100 million wealth points. Thinking of these, Fang Ping said, be more stable for now. A true king has fallen in the catacombs. They might be holding back their anger now. I won't go down to the catacombs for the time being. Recently, I will mainly cultivate martial arts and forge a golden body. Now, I have entered rank 8 third refinement. After completing the 3rd refinement, I will be a middle stage rank 8 martial artist. Everyone, work hard. If you go down to the catacombs for a long time, you won't have time to accumulate. In the past, we were invincible among our peers. But now, I might not be a match for a middle stage rank 8 martial artist. I can only rely on delaying tactics. Everyone nodded. Qin Fengqing was no exception. He used to be quite powerful, but he had progressed too quickly recently. He could not control his strength well enough. This could be seen from the energy flame body forging earlier. If it had been Old Manly that day, he would not have lost control at all. Qin Fengqing, on the other hand, lost control a few times and almost blew himself up. A martial artist could only unleash greater strength if they had better control over their strength. Fang Ping's vitality was as high as 60,000 calories and above. However, having a vitality of more than 60,000 calories did not mean that Fang Ping could unleash the corresponding combat strength of more than 60,000 calories. His strength and Chen Yaoting's were about the same. Chen Yaoting had just completed the 3rd refinement. Now, he was entering the 4th golden body forging. His vitality was around 70,000 calories. However, Fang Ping was no match for Chen Yaoting. If he did not use his wealth to convert large amounts of imperishable substances, Chen Yaoting's vitality control could reach at least 60%. 70,000 calories vitality could unleash a force of more than 40,000 calories. As for Fang Ping, it would be considered good if his control could reach 40%. In reality, he might not even have that. He was not like Old Manly, that freak. Although he was improving fast and his vitality was as high as 90,000 calories now, if Old Manly unleashed an outburst, he could unleash at least 70,000 calories and above. Coupled with the 10,000 Dao as one, the power of his vitality would almost double. With his strength, it was not surprising that he could kill a rank 9. Both of them were only a few refinements apart, but the difference in strength was not just a few times. When Fang Ping said that everyone lacked accumulation, he was not referring to him alone. Li Hansong and the rest also had the same problem. Now, the advantage that they had among their peers was getting smaller and smaller. By the time they reached rank 9, they might not have any advantage anymore, except for a stronger weapon and a more solid foundation. On October 10, Fang Ping broke through to rank 8. Of course, this was only a breakthrough on the surface. Even though it was a few days later than it actually was, Fang Ping's breakthrough still caused a sensation. On the day of Fang Ping's breakthrough, an evil sect powerhouse came to make trouble and was killed by Fang Ping and the others. This was also some information that was announced to the outside world. During the battle that day, many Chinese powerhouses sensed the power of the battle. However, he did not reveal the exact details. He did not say how many experts from the evil sect had come, nor did he say how many people he had killed. He did not say who the evil sect's experts were. Some people's identities might cause a huge uproar if they were made public. Valna. Of the ancient Buddha sacred land, Zhao Xingwu of China country's sects, Morda of the Andes Mountains. These did not even include Linlong and Zali Caro of the Nation of Gods. The identities of these people were too special. Once it was exposed, it might cause a huge impact. The invasion of the evil cult was brushed aside as if it was insignificant. Everyone only saw the glory of Fang Ping's breakthrough. They did not care about the evil sect. This was the mentality of ordinary people. On October 11, the Guru list was updated again. Recently, the list had been updated frequently. At the end of September, when Fang Ping returned to MCMAU, the ranking list was updated once. Logically speaking, the Grandmaster ranking's updating speed was extremely slow, but it was updated again in October. The rank 8 ranking list originally had 106 people. Li Yu from the Fallen Stars Battalion who had died in battle was not on the list. Now that Lu Polu and Fang Ping had broken through to rank 8, the list was now 108. The 5 rank 8 martial artists who died in the evil sect battle earlier were not Sino Nation martial artists either. They came from all over the world. 108 people. This time, Fang Ping had a taste of what Li Chongqing had felt. Rank 8 ranking list, Fang Ping, 108th. Finally, Lu Polu, 107, slightly better than Fang Ping. Mekmao. Fang Ping, who had just rested for a day, saw the rankings. He picked up his phone a few times, but eventually put it down. Forget it, he was too lazy to threaten the 2 presidents of the Martial Arts Association. He was a rank 8 martial artist who had completed rank 8 second refinement and was about to enter rank 8 third refinement. He also had a rank 9 divine weapon and a rank 8 divine weapon as his main attack. The Martial Arts Association actually ranked him last. Fang Ping did not want to say anything else. Sooner or later, these 2 old fellows would have to fight. Fang Ping was at the bottom of the ranking list. On the other side, on the rank 7 ranking list, someone was also at the bottom. Qin Fengqing, who had just broken through, ranked 403rd on the rank 7 ranking list, the last. There were originally 402 people on the rank 7 ranking list. Fang Ping and Lu Polu had broken through, and Luo Yichuan and Zhang Jianhong had replaced them. Including Qin Fengqing, there were 403 people, and Qin Fengqing was last. Fang Ping was just looking at the ranking list when someone said in his ear, "Come to the main hall." Fang Ping heard the voice and realized that Wu Kuxian had returned. He breathed a sigh of relief and flew toward the meeting hall. Previously, when Wu Kuxian and Li Chongqing went to Zhongzhou Catacombs and Beihu Catacombs, Fang Ping was worried that something might have happened to them. Now that the 2 of them had returned safely, he felt much more at ease. In the meeting hall, Fang Ping had just entered when Qin Fengqing let out a humph. Last place among rank 7. You really think highly of me? Fang Ping said exasperatedly, that's enough. I, a rank 8, didn't complain in the end. What do you have to complain about? Qin Fengqing shrugged. Forget it. He would not bother with the Martial Arts Association. All along, he did not care much about these things. He just felt that being last place was embarrassing. In the hall, Old Manly was a little tired. After waiting for the two of them to finish talking, he said with a smile, "So be it if he's last. That's good too. A tall tree attracts the wind." Fang Ping was too ostentatious before. Now that he has just broken through to rank 8, his combat strength is not that great. At least he can keep a low profile if he's last. Beside him, Wu Quishan said with amusement, "Low profile? How can he keep a low profile? Let's not talk about the huge commotion caused by the breakthrough. He just broke through to rank 7 at the end of July and reached rank 8 in mid-October. In less than 3 months, he broke all the records in the world. Who in the world doesn't know Fang Ping now, a 20-year-old rank 8, and he's still keeping a low profile. The Catacombs has put a bounty on his head all the way to the 108 territories." Fang Ping was a little embarrassed. He kept talking about these things all the time. It was not like he wanted to be wanted. Wu Quishan did not continue. He gestured for the few of them to sit down. When Lu Fengru, who was the last to arrive, Wu Quishan stared at her for a while and breathed a sigh of relief. "Be more careful next time. Yesterday, Lu Fengru almost died there." Wu Quishan was very worried. Lu Fengru did not say anything either. She sat down on her own. When everyone had arrived, Wu Quishan said, "Yesterday, the Heidi Catacombs were breached. The Catacombs martial artists in the Heidi Catacombs worked together from the inside and outside to receive Zhao Xingwu and Lu Fengru. Both of them broke into the catacombs and headed straight for Imperial Sea Mountain. There was no absolute centipede guarding the passageway there. The rank 9 guarding the passageway was defeated by both of them. Both of them entered the Forbidden Zone. This time, the evil sect and the catacombs had already arranged all the plans. Zhao Xingwu, the traitor, did not get his head." Wu Quishan shook his head. When he talked about Zhao Xingwu, he felt that it was a pity. Without saying much about him, Wu Quishan continued, "Over at the Zhongzhou catacombs, Zhao Xingwu's departure did not cause any chaos. There were no powerhouses attacking from the opposite city either. It seems that Zhao Xingwu and the catacombs have been in cahoots for a long time. The other party helped him to cover his tracks. Perhaps in the future, we will meet on the battlefield." Old Manly said gloomily, "The next time we meet, I will definitely kill him." That day at the Nanjiang catacombs, Zhao Xingwu entangled the gigantic Willow City Lord, giving Fang Ping and me a chance. I didn't expect him to betray us. Below, Fang Ping did not say anything. Some things were just guesses. Old Zhang told him to shut up, but he didn't want to say more. Having said that, Old Manly continued, "A catacombs true king has entered the North Lake catacombs, but he disappeared in a flash. He did not continue to fight with Commander Li yesterday. Many catacombs broke out in big battles, but there were not many casualties. However, this time, the Monster Life clan and the Monster Plant clan had truly joined forces. People from the Monster Life clan were attacking everywhere. In the future, the pressure will be even greater." Both of them explained the current situation. Old Manly looked at Fang Ping and laughed suddenly. "Yesterday in Magic City's catacombs, Feng Miexing missed you very much. He was even more passionate than Ji Yao. He shouted again and again, saying that he would definitely kill him, and that he was prepared to stay in Magic City's catacombs in the future. Unfortunately, that guy was useless. Before I could even slash out with my sword, he was so scared that he wet his pants and ran away without a trace. Fang Ping, you've gone to the restricted area. You'll eat both men and women, they're all talking about you." Fang Ping felt helpless. Old Manly was still in the mood to joke at a time like this. He was too lazy to say anything else. Fang Ping asked, "I heard that Minister Zhang defeated 2 true kings in Magic City yesterday and beat them until they wet their pants. Is that true?" Old Manly chuckled. "I'm not sure. After all, it was too far away. However, what old Zhang says is 80% false and 20% true. I don't know if he beat them until they wet their pants, but in the direction of Imperial Sea Mountain, the Green Wolf King seemed to be laughing quite wildly. Maybe he took advantage of them." Before he could finish, Qin Fengqing yawned and said, "I know about this. Didn't Warlord go back to recuperate? When Fatty Jiang went to visit, Warlord said that Zhang Tao was really useless. He was beaten up so badly by the two of them that he ran to Heavenly King's side at the crucial moment. He lost all his face. He felt that it was beneath him to be on the same level as Zhang Tao. Fang Ping was dumbfounded. How could this happen? What did old Zhang say yesterday? Did he not beat the two true kings until they called him daddy? In the end, he was beaten until he called him daddy. He actually had the guts to run to Heavenly King's side. Fang Ping thought about it for a while. If he could not beat his opponent, he would find a powerhouse to back him up. This was a familiar trick. Old Man Li, Wu Quishan, and the rest could not help but laugh. However, Wu Quishan still put on a straight face and said, Minister Zhang's combat strength is still extremely strong. This time, he couldn't defeat two true kings. Fang Ping, this has something to do with you. If it wasn't for the fact that he split into multiple mentality avatars, Minister Zhang's combat strength is considered top-notch among those at the pinnacle. He wouldn't have ended up like this. Fang Ping nodded and then laughed. It's hard to say. He might not be faking it. I don't believe that old Zhang doesn't have the confidence to fight two true kings. If Warlord can kill one of them, old Zhang most likely has the same strength. Even if he split into a few avatars, it might not affect his strength much. I think he's trying to trick people. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. When the war really breaks out, old Zhang might be able to kill a powerhouse among true kings. It can't be, right? It's hard to say. On MCMAU's side, Fang Ping and the others were discussing the current situation. Capital City. Education Department. Li Zhan and the other two gathered again. At this moment, Nan Yinyue also said with a look of disdain, Zhang Tao, aren't you ashamed? To think that you were still bragging about being invincible at the pinnacle. In the end, you actually went to seek help from subduing Heavenly King. I'm ashamed for you. Zhang Tao snorted disdainfully and said lightly, women's opinions. Yesterday, Warlord flaunted his prowess and that was enough. Li Zhan also fought one against two. If I show my invincibility and am stronger than both of them, do you think yesterday's war will end so quickly? If I really show my invincible strength, maybe the two temple masters will make a move. After all, I've already posed a great threat to them. Warlord is still not enough to threaten them. But I'm different. I can threaten these two old things. Say, if they feel the pressure, do you think the two of them will still be able to sit still like they are now? After saying that, Zhang Tao chuckled and said, don't worry. When the war breaks out, I'll let you see what a real invincible powerhouse is. A powerhouse who walked the same path. Li Zhan was too lazy to say more. Very quickly, he frowned and said, Zhao Xingwu has entered the restricted area. If this news gets out, it'll be troublesome. Zhang Tao, haven't you been in contact with the sects? Why would Zhao Xingwu betray them? Zhang Tao said lightly, how would I know? Despair, unwillingness, wanting to enter the peak, there are many reasons. However, he is not a peak expert after all. His influence is limited. The sects are weak now. He can't raise his arm and call for help. Zhao Xingwu's matter is not urgent. If he dares to appear in the outer realms, he must be killed. The rule that peak experts cannot act in the outer realms is useless. He is not in this group, and he doesn't dare to show his face in the outer realms. Li Zhan, you were the first to come out yesterday. Did you sense the presence of the Pope? Li Zhan frowned and said with a cold face, no. This rat is hiding very well. He is very far away from me. He doesn't dare to get too close to me. At least 500 li away, however, there were many battles yesterday, so we can exclude some people. In China, the three of us are not peak experts. My family's old ancestor, Warlord, Guardian Shen, they all released their auras yesterday. If the Pope is the peak of China, then it can only be those few. However, the possibility is not high. I think they are from the other sacred lands. Yesterday was the fiercest battle in China. If the peak experts left at that time, they could be discovered at any time. You went to my family's old ancestor probably to check if the others were there. Everyone knows you are sinister. If the Pope was really a peak expert, he wouldn't have shown up yesterday, because you could go and check at any time. No one is stupid. How can we not be on guard against you? Zhang Tao glanced at him and said with a faint smile, praise me? Or belittle me? Li Zhan said lightly, of course I'm praising you. Everyone knows how shameless you are. Is there a need to belittle you? Zhang Tao snorted and said with a smile, you're right. I did want to check those who didn't release their auras yesterday. Unfortunately, the commotion at Warlord's side was too big and attracted the subduing Heavenly King and the others. However, I can't completely rule them out. Never mind, I won't pursue it now. It's fine as long as I know. Anyway, be careful, don't be like that idiot Mystic Jade Monarch yesterday. Damn, I can't believe that idiot didn't guard against the Monster Plant clan at all. Zhang Tao felt sympathy for the fallen monarch. He shook his head and said, not only are they not from the same clan, they're not from the same royal court, and they used to be enemies. Even if they're allies, they can't not guard against them, can they? He was tricked just like that, isn't he an idiot? Tricked? Li Zhen was surprised. Zhang Tao, what do you mean? Zhang Tao glanced at him and said tiredly, are you an idiot too? Weren't you at the scene yesterday? I didn't even go and I knew he was tricked. You didn't see it? Do you think I don't know Warlord's strength? It was possible for him to fight 1 against 2, but it was impossible for him to kill one of them while fighting 1 against 2. Only the subduing Heavenly King and I can do that. Warlord is still a little lacking. But he did it. Do you believe it? Needless to say, he was tricked. I can guess that before he died, he must have attacked the Monster Plant clan's monarch who tricked him. If Fang Ping was here, his face would definitely darken. Yesterday, Zhang Tao spoke as if he had seen it, saying that the fallen monarch had attacked the Monster Plant clan's monarch. But now, from Zhang Tao's words, he did not go there at all. He was obviously guessing yesterday. Li Zhen was the real witness. At this moment, Li Zhen looked like he was reminiscing. After a while, he said, did I? I don't have any impression. Mystic Jade Monarch's death was too sudden and short. When she was obliterated, she attacked indiscriminately, right? Li Zhen, a witness at the scene, didn't have much of an impression, but Zhang Tao said confidently, what I said can't be false. If there are no surprises, the true king of the Monster Plant tribe who attacked the Battle Monarch yesterday should be one of Red Plum, Blue Moon, or Apricot King. Li Zhen frowned again. After a while, he said, it's Blue Moon. Zhang Tao chuckled. I guessed it. When he was young, he was also a good-for-nothing. He was good at seducing female monarchs. Most of the female monarchs in the Hall of Monarchs had affairs with him. Now that he's crippled, I'm afraid only a few of them will support him. It's not surprising that he had Blue Moon plot against Mystic Jade. That guy wanted to drag the Monster Life clan down with him, but he was afraid of their influence and wanted to suppress Maple Monarch and the other monarchs. This time, Maple Monarch and Huai Monarch were the leaders, and Blue Moon was close to Maple Monarch's faction in the Hall of Monarchs. Heh, if something happens, it's Maple Monarch's responsibility. Even if Fate Monarch is angry, he'll settle the score with Maple Monarch's faction, not him. He's a cripple, not even a monarch. Who would believe it was his doing? No, even if that idiot Fate Monarch suspects, he probably won't believe that Mystic Jade was really schemed against. If you couldn't see it at the scene, Fate Monarch and the others probably didn't feel anything. Li Zhen couldn't help but look at him. You speak as if it's true. That guy still has such influence? You're not him, how do you know what he's thinking? Zhang Tao said wearily, can't you be a little smarter? Is someone like him willing to wait for death? If he doesn't muddy the waters, how can he fish in troubled waters? At the end of the day, you're still trash. Back then, I promoted you to the peak, saying that after you break through, you'll be the second subduing Heavenly King, a great threat. That's why he personally came to kill you. In the end, you didn't even manage to kill him. Li Zhen, speaking of this, I really look down on you. To think that the outside world praised you as if it were real. You're so powerful, you destroyed the monarch's source Tao of the Monster Plant Royal Court. In order to lure him out, I was even willing to play a supporting role and let you be the boss. What about you? Now that you mention it, I'm still full of anger. Zhang Tao kept on cursing, and Li Zhen felt a little embarrassed. Damn, that guy is really strong. I couldn't kill him, but at least I destroyed his source Tao. Okay, Nan Yunhua listened to the conversation between the two and shook her head. Enough. What's the point of talking about these old things? Tell me, what should we do next? The situation has completely worsened, and Monster Life lineage is no longer hiding. The death of Xianxia has completely infuriated them. I'm afraid that the pressure will increase greatly in the future. Zhang Tao knocked on the table lightly. After a moment of thought, he said, although I've already expected this, it's still a little earlier than I expected. It's all because of that little bastard Fang Ping who messed up my plans. Initially, I thought that Monster Life clan would only join the war after the war had begun. But now, it has been brought forward by 2 years. If this little bastard hadn't contributed some benefits, I would have slapped him to death with one slap. Zhang Tao cursed. Li Zhen lightly said, you bet so much, are you willing to kill him? Zhang Tao chuckled and said, there's no harm in taking a gamble. Let's see if we can kill him or not. This brat can be a spare tire. Who knows, he might be useful. If he could reach the pinnacle before the great battle, then the price he had to pay today would be nothing. It's just a split body. It's not a big deal for me to give him another 30 to 50 of them. Nan Yingyue and Li Zhen both snorted disdainfully. After dozens of years, he was still like this. Would you die if you didn't brag? Zhang Tao chuckled and ignored them. He said, maybe we'll have to rely on Fang Ping to solve this problem. But this kid's strength is a little weak, let's wait a little longer. Him? Nan Yingyue hesitated. What do you want to do? Simple. Zhang Tao laughed. When he's rank 9, I'll throw him into the battlefield. Both of them were puzzled. What was the use of throwing Fang Ping into the battlefield? Zhang Tao laughed. There's a high chance that the second Wangs aren't dead yet. There's a high chance that they're in the depths of the battlefield. If they didn't have any confidence, the catacombs wouldn't keep exploring the battlefield. Fang Ping. I think there's some connection between the battlefield and him. Throw him in and let him stir up some trouble. It's best if he can wake the second Wangs up in advance and get them out. Both of you, what do you think the first thing the second Wangs will do if they really come out? Zhang Tao chuckled. First, the second Wangs haven't recovered their strength yet. They won't go out if they hide in the battlefield. At this time, believe it or not, the 4 catacombs kings will send a large number of powerhouses into the battlefield. Whether it's killing the second Wangs or relying on them, it won't be peaceful. At this time, they won't care about us. Second, the second Wangs have recovered their strength. After recovering their strength, do you think the Life Kings and the others will be willing to give up the kings? The second Wangs will be willing to bow down to them? What unity against foreign enemies? T. In their eyes, we're not a big threat. On the other hand, the probability of internal strife is as high as 90%. The Life Kings and the others have been coveting the second Wang's Tao of Origins for a long time. When the time comes, just wait and see. When the second Wangs appear, it won't be the catacombs' strength skyrocketing, but the catacombs will be in chaos. The kings from thousands of years ago have returned. Will the kings from thousands of years later bow down to them? Don't count on the catacombs people. Li Zhen frowned. Zhang Tao, don't be rash. If they really join forces and the second Wangs appear, the catacombs' strength will skyrocket. Zhang Tao laughed. Li Zhen, don't be silly. Don't you think we're gambling now? Without the second Wangs, are we a match for the catacombs? Not at all. With the second Wangs, we won't be their match. Actually, the outcome will be the same. However, once the second Wangs and the current true King Hall start fighting, they'll give us a chance of survival. One is an outcome of certain defeat. The other is an outcome that might give us a chance of survival. Which do you think we should choose? Zhang Tao said with a profound look in his eyes, that is to bet that they won't get along. The fate of mankind was a gamble. In any case, no matter how bad the result is, it won't be that bad. At worst, the 2 kings will join forces with them, and we'll just have to kill a few less true monarchs. But when that time comes, will it really matter how many we kill? Li Zhen took a deep breath and said in a low voice, do you think Fang Ping can do it? You should know that the catacombs and we have been exploring the king battlefield for many years, but we still can't find the location of the 2 kings. Nonsense, is there even a need to find? Zhang Tao sneered and said, the palace in the depths of the palace, where the peerless living dead made their move, is definitely the place where they hibernated. That place is extremely dangerous. There is no chance of survival. I know. Then why did you send Fang Ping to his death? Zhang Tao smiled and said, how can you say it's suicide? If you don't believe me, there's a high chance that this kid won't die. Instead, there's a high chance that he'll bring the two kings out. Of course, he was in no hurry to gamble with his life. He was still a little weak. He would wait until he was a rank 9. If he didn't want to go, then Yao Qingjun would go. Yao Qingjun was in charge of the Myriad Origins Hall, and he might even be related to those people from the land of war. What's there to be afraid of? When the time comes, you can call for Heavenly King Subduing to rescue them. It's only 1,000 kilometers away. As long as they don't die inside and escape, they'll be fine. Li Zhen looked at him deeply and sighed. Sometimes, I feel that your heart is much more ruthless than mine, Zhang Tao said softly. Ruthless? Maybe. But Li Zhen, you have probably forgotten what time it is now. The nation had been wiped out. Fang Ping still has hopes of reaching the summit. It's fine if he doesn't go. Yao Qingjun, you focus on him. He's from a military school. Your words carry more weight than mine. Let him go in and explore. If he was the enemy of the two kings, he might be able to stimulate their recovery. I don't want anyone to die, but when it's really necessary, someone has to die. Today it's them, and tomorrow it'll be us. Abandon Earth and wander in space? Ridiculous. Stubbornly guarding the catacombs was even more ridiculous. A few years later, will we be catacombs humans or Earth humans? Moreover, how can we allow others to sleep beside our beds? When that time comes, will the catacombs let us conquer a territory and defend it, waiting for a chance to counterattack? Some people are too naive. They're already hundreds of years old. What are they thinking? Zhang Tao shook his head and laughed at himself. I don't know if there will be people who hate me when that day comes. There might be a lot of people who hate me. But it's okay. I don't care. Figures flashed across Zhang Tao's mind. After a long time, he suddenly laughed. Sometimes, I feel that it might have been better not to break through to the summit. Both Nan Yunwei and Li Zhen were silent. Zhang Tao laughed again. There's no point in chatting with you two. You two old farts don't know how to talk. I'll find time to talk to Fang Ping later. This thing wants to take over my position. I want him to, but he's not ruthless enough now. He's a little too inexperienced. Zhang Tao chuckled. Why don't we teach him a lesson and make him suffer a little? Li Zhen could not be bothered with him. After a while, he said, don't be crazy. We'll leave first. Don't be too stressed. The elder ancestor is still here. Zhang Tao smiled. He leaned against the chair and said nothing. Nan Yunwei and Li Zhen did not stay for long either. They left quickly. After they left, Zhang Tao sighed softly. Don't be too stressed. I'm not like you two idiots. It's not optimistic. That old fart warlord is too full of himself. Why must he kill Xianyu? Idiot, if it were me, I would have saved Xianyu's life. Mother **Ker, I've already warned him in advance. The old fart insisted on showing off. I'll hammer him to death sooner or later. Zhang Tao cursed under his breath. What the hell is that old fart warlord doing? Can't he change his bad temper? He still has the cheek to scold me? He's ruined my big plan. Please remember this book's domain name. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor mobile version website, Magic City. Fang Ping had no right to interfere with what Zhang Tao and the others were talking about. After the meeting, Fang Ping made a phone call. After waiting for a while, Xianxia chuckled and said, Fang Ping, are you alright? What can happen to me? Fang Ping chuckled. But I still have to thank Senior Warlord. Fatty, I heard that Senior Warlord was injured. How is he now? Xianxia heard Fang Ping's question and thought for a while before answering, you know me. I'm not that strong, so I can't sense it. But it should be fine. Otherwise, Marshal King and the others wouldn't have come and left. My elder ancestor is very loud. Fang Ping could not help but laugh. He continued, this time, Senior Warlord has given me a mentality clone, which has helped me a lot. It's only right that I pay him a visit. Before he finished, the phone seemed to be snatched away. In the next second, Jiang Yuanhua laughed loudly. Fang Ping, it's a long journey. Don't run both ways. Cultivate well and strive to achieve rank 9 as soon as possible. Jiang Yuanhua was very concerned about Feng Ping. After a while, he even reminded him, you really don't have to come. Elder Ancestor is fine. Also, there are a lot of things happening in the city recently. Even if you come, we probably won't have time to receive you. If we neglect you, won't it show that Star City is not a good host? There was only one meaning in his words. Since he had received his thanks, there was no need for him to come. Even if he came, Star City would not receive him. Feng Ping felt helpless. Did they have to do this? I really want to pay a visit. After all, Warlord gave me a mentality avatar this time and helped me kill Elder 9. Now that the old man is injured, wouldn't it show my sincerity to visit him? However, since Jiang Yuanhua refused, Feng Ping could not do anything about it. He could only say, then I won't go. However, please send my regards to Senior Warlord. This time, Senior Warlord has killed a true king and raised the prestige of humanity's peak. Congratulations to Senior Warlord. Jiang Yuanhua did not know if it was because he was happy to hear that he would not go, or because Warlord killed a true king, but he was in a good mood. After hearing Feng Ping's words, he smiled. I will definitely pass it on. The Elder Ancestor was also very happy to hear about the news from your side. The 9 great elders of the evil cult have all been exposed. This merit is no less than killing a true king. The 9 level 9 martial artists hiding in the human group were all found out. Such an achievement was really not less than killing a real king. Otherwise, once the war started, with so many rank 9s, some of whom were even the core of humanity, it would be even more dangerous if they betrayed him at a crucial moment. After the two chatted for a while, the phone was in Jiang Chao's hand. Jiang Chao took the phone and said in a low voice, don't listen to my grandfather. What ancestor is very happy? Previously, when the Martial King and the Nether King came to visit Ancestor, not only did Ancestor scold the Martial King, he also scolded you. He said that the next time he sees you, he will beat you to death. Feng Ping, it's good that you didn't come. If you did, I might beat you to death. Feng Ping was stunned for a moment. Why? Very quickly, Feng Ping's gaze turned sharp, and he could not help but curse in a low voice, even a paragon has a loose mouth. He was so stifled that he didn't know how to curse anymore. Old Zhang, this old bastard, shameless, there was no need to ask. It was definitely old Zhang who told him that he had scolded the Battle King. However, Feng Ping felt that he was very innocent. I didn't scold him. I was just telling the truth, saying that the Battle King's mentality is weak and his avatar can't kill an Origin Path powerhouse. Just look and you'll know. Li Zhen's avatar could not kill 5th Elder. Old Zhang's mentality avatar was not weak. It killed 6th Elder Morta, but that was also because Morta did not put up much of a guard. Of course, from this, it could be seen that old Zhang's avatar was still extremely powerful. No matter how careless Morta was, he was still an Origin Path powerhouse. He would not be so careless. In the end, he was still killed. This was also a gap in the avatar's strength. Jiang Chao said a few words, then chuckled and said, let's not talk about Ancestor first. Feng Ping, I'm going to achieve rank 7 soon. Tell me, when the time comes, should I hold a Grandmaster banquet? Also, Li Fei and Jing Nanqi, these two fellows are going to achieve it soon too. They're both at Mentality Vitality Fusion now. Zissou has also achieved peak rank 6. Previously, everyone said that our generation in Star City is not as good as those fellows before us. Hee, now they're slapping their faces. We're almost at rank 7 now. He said excitedly. Feng Ping was stunned for a moment. After a while, he said, Li Fei and the others haven't achieved rank 7 yet? Jiang Chao was dazed for a while. Suddenly, he did not know what to say. Feng Ping sighed. Back then, they were upper stage rank 6. Qin Fengqing had just achieved rank 5. I was also only peak rank 5. Now, I'm already rank 8. Qin Fengqing is already rank 7. Why are they still stuck at rank 6? Jiang Chao wanted to cry but had no tears. After a long while, he said dryly, the back then that you're talking about, was in April this year. We only met then. In June, we only participated in the youth tournament. In July, we only entered the land of kings. It's October now. Fang Ping. From the time we met until now, it's only been half a year. Only half a year. In this half a year, we've improved rapidly. I achieved Mentality Vitality Fusion from middle stage rank 6. Zissou has already achieved peak rank 6 from early stage rank 6. According to our original plan, even if we entered the land of kings, we'd need to spend 1 or 2 years before we could achieve rank 7. Why do you think that we're slow? Xianxia was very gloomy. They were fast, super fast. They were almost faster than his family's freak. His family's freak had only broken through to rank 7 after entering the land of kings for close to a year. Li Fei and the rest were not very optimistic before this. Now, however, everyone was about to achieve rank 7. It could be said that suppressing Star City had exploded once again in their generation. However, they were looked down upon. When he thought about it, it did not seem to be wrong. Fang Ping and the rest were 2F** King scary. Fang Ping was a little absent-minded at this moment. After a while, he laughed. Only half a year has passed? Only half a year had passed. Why did he feel that a lot of time had passed? In this half a year, he went to the Tiannan catacombs and went to the Void Mausoleum Grotto Heaven. He went to the Magic City catacombs and destroyed Skygate City. He participated in the World Youth Tournament and went to the Land of Kings to kill a large number of catacombs geniuses. He went to the Xishan catacombs and entered the Xuanda Grotto Heaven. He went to the Forbidden Catacombs and lured out the evil sect's 9 high elders. His ability even went from rank 5 to rank 8, not rank 4 in a year, but rank 3 in half a year. If Xianxia did not mention it, Fang Ping would have almost forgotten about it. It turned out that all of this had happened in half a year. Of course it's only been half a year. Xianxia said helplessly, to be honest, you guys are living a fulfilling life. Anyway, this half a year has been full of news about you guys. It's all news about you guys, one after another, almost never stopping. Over here in Suppressing Star City, everyone knows your name, Fang Ping. My pervert is going crazy. He just came back a few days ago and then he went to the Land of Kings again, saying that he won't come back until he's rank 8. When he was rank 7, you hadn't started martial arts yet. He's already upper stage rank 7 and you're rank 8, don't mention it. When you announced that you were going to break through to rank 8, the pervert yelled like a madman at home, saying that he's the real genius. He ran away that night, and nobody could stop him. At this point, Xianxia said again, alright, let's not talk about this. Fang Ping, do you think we should hold a Grandmaster banquet now that I've broken through to rank 7? Are you going to break through? Didn't you say that it would take a long time for Mentality Vitality Fusion to reach stage 7 in Star Town? Xianxia chuckled and said, that was in the past. It's much better now. We haven't been idle during this period of time. Li Fei and the rest have gone to the King's battleground a few times. Last time, you almost killed everyone. Ji Yao and the rest have broken through to rank 7, there aren't many people in the rank 6 region now. It can be said that this is our world. You went too? Fang Ping was a little surprised. Xianxia had also gone to the King's battleground. Was he not afraid of being beaten to death? Xianxia thought nothing of it. He chuckled and said, of course I'm going. I'm not you. Now that everyone knows it's your fault, I'm just a scapegoat. My ancestor is still a battle monarch, so they don't dare to cross realms to deal with me. With you attracting everyone's attention, these people don't really care about us. Right now, Feng Miexing, Ji Yao, and the others from the rank 7 region are bent on finding trouble with you. Small fries like us are being ignored. Fang Ping could not help but laugh. He opened his mouth and said, that's good too. Let these people keep watching. However, if you really break through, I might not be able to go and congratulate you. The problem is that even if I go, Star Town doesn't welcome me. Really, I didn't do anything. It was old Zhao who did it last time. What's the meaning of you guys rejecting me? Forget it. Look at the situation now. Who doesn't know that you're the one who secretly comes up with bad ideas? Xianxia said with a chuckle. Very quickly, he added, in the future, you can call me anytime. My ancestor is back. He opened a small hole in the regional wall. In the future, we can also go online and watch television here, Xianxia. Before Xianxia could finish his sentence, the call was hung up. Fang Ping could already imagine how Jiang Yuanhua would beat this guy up. A small hole was opened in the regional wall. This was Startown's secret. Jiang Chao, this city trader, was starting to sell information again. Fang Ping did not know whether to laugh or cry. He made it sound like it was a big secret. I'm just too lazy to go to Star Town. If I really want to go, I can go in without opening the hole. After hanging up the phone, Qin Fengqing chuckled and said, Fang Ping, are you going to the catacombs soon? Why don't we go to the Tiannan catacombs? There are no high-ranked powerhouses in the Tiannan catacombs. How about we go to the bounded zone? You were thrown out last time. Didn't you gain something in the Xuanda Grotto? Maybe you weren't strong enough last time. This time, we're both high-ranked. How about we go and make some money? Fang Ping said as he walked, I won't bring you along. I'm rank 7. Qin Fengqing looked indignant. He was a high-ranked powerhouse. Fang Ping could not be bothered with him. He shook his head and said, don't go to the bounded zone for now. It might not be a good thing. There might be powerhouses sleeping in the bounded zone. If you go, you might disturb them. Moreover, the powerhouses sleeping in the bounded zone might not be as easy to talk to as the Xuanda Grotto. Before this, we were looking for cultivation methods. Although middle-ranked martial artists still lack mentality cultivation methods, we don't need them for now. If we go now, other than getting some energy earth and energy stones, what else can we do? Qin Fengqing thought about it and felt that it made sense. He said hurriedly, then why don't we go to Mount Royal Sea to kill some monsters and get some divine weapons back? Fang Ping tilted his head and looked at him. He frowned and said, we're not going anywhere. Stabilizing the realm is the most important. It's not hard for you to materialize your brain nucleus. Materialize your brain nucleus as soon as possible and cultivate for a while to control your strength. You've just reached rank 7. Where can you go? Also, you've reached rank 7 and your realm is stable. Go to Magic City's catacombs as soon as possible. If you really have nothing to do, go to Monster Sunflower City and hook up a few rank 7s. Kill them and weaken Monster Sunflower City's strength. Over at Monster Sunflower City, I've been thinking about that big sunflower. Although we can cultivate mentality ourselves, the sunflower seeds can increase mentality. I'm guessing it should be a treasure that can strengthen the brain nucleus. If the sunflower seeds have such an effect, what about the big sunflower's flower head? Monster Sunflower City has 2 rank 9s, 3 rank 8s, and 14 rank 7s. This was their previous combat strength. Now there are 2 rank 9s, 2 rank 8s, and 8 rank 7s. Don't you like to look for trouble? Then go look for trouble and try killing a few rank 7s. When we're fully prepared one day, we'll wipe out Monster Sunflower City and kill that big sunflower. After materializing the brain nucleus, the big sunflower seeds may be more targeted and accelerate the growth of our mentality. When Fang Ping mentioned these, Qin Fengqing was almost drooling. Monster Sunflower City's big sunflower had really been eyeing for a long time, as early as when Fang Ping and the others raided the lair of the first rank 7 martial artist, Commander Sky Wolf. They had already received news about that big sunflower. At that time, Fang Ping and Qin Fengqing had just entered middle ranks. Now, one was rank 7, and the other was rank 8. Now, Qin Fengqing did not mention entering the bounded domain anymore. The most important thing for rank 7 was to increase mentality. Going to the bounded domain might not necessarily result in a big increase in mentality. On the contrary, that big sunflower's effect on rank 7 martial artists was more obvious. Alright, then I'll go cultivate. I'll materialize the brain nucleus first. After killing that big sunflower, I'll quickly enter upper stage rank 7, hone my skull, enter rank 8, forge a golden body, comprehend the origin path, enter rank 9, then follow the path to the end and enter the impasse realm. Qin Fengqing arranged his own path plan in a few words. There was not much to arrange, it was just to be fast. It would be best to enter the peak immediately. Fang Ping saw that he was running fast and did not bother to say anything. However, when he saw that he was flying toward his own crystal tower, he suddenly scolded, "Go back to your own crystal tower. This guy, did he have no sense of direction? That was his territory. As a high-ranked powerhouse, MCMAU had previously built 30 crystal towers in one go, and all the grandmasters had a share. Qin Fengqing had one too, but this guy was still flying toward him. Qin Fengqing hurriedly turned around, chuckling. I'm used to it, used to it. However, the energy on my side doesn't seem to be rich enough. Fang Ping, open a back door for me. Get lost. Fang Ping scolded. Qin Fengqing ran very fast, disappearing into the sky in no time. Qin Fengqing went back to cultivate in seclusion. Fang Ping also began to walk back. He also needed to stop and sort out a little. The breakthrough was too fast, half a year, from rank 5 to rank 8. In this half a year, he had also entered the catacombs many times. He did not have time to stop at all. Now that he had reached rank 8 third refinement, it was reasonable to say that he could be considered a middle stage rank 8 martial artist after completing rank 8 second refinement golden body forging. However, Fang Ping now felt that he had nowhere to exert his strength. He had a strong vitality and a strong golden body. His strength was a few times stronger than that of a rank 7, but he was like a Hercules, appearing a little clumsy. On the contrary, it was even easier than when he was not rank 7. I'll wait for old Jean to give me some benefits. Before that, I'll stop for a while. Fang Ping thought for a while and decided not to cultivate the golden body for now. The more powerful the golden body forging, the harder it was for him to control his own strength. If this went on, when he reached rank 8 ninth refinement, he might only be able to take a little more hits, but his combat power might not increase much. With a vitality of more than 100,000 cal, as his strength increased, his control might weaken. The stronger his body, the weaker his outburst would be. On the night of October 11th, Fang Ping went into closed-door cultivation. Before he went into closed-door cultivation, he issued a mission to all the realms. Kill the cultists. The cultists dared to attack him when he was breaking through. He, Fang Ping, was not someone to be trifled with. They attacked him several times in a row. Did they really think he was easy to bully? Martial artists of the 3 lower ranks, regardless of rank. Headcount only. 5 million each. Martial artists of the 3 middle ranks, martial artists below mentality vitality fusion, regardless of rank. Headcount only. 30 million each. Mentality vitality fusion, 100 million, rank 7, starting from 1 billion, rank 8, starting from 10 billion, Fang Ping did not mention rank 9. This was because, on the surface, there were no more rank 9 existences in the evil sect. Even if there were, they probably would not be exposed. As soon as the mission was announced, martial arts universities everywhere were in an uproar. The 3 departments and 4 prefectures were in an uproar. How extravagant, regardless of rank, headcount only. 5 million each. One had to know that when Fang Ping was not a martial artist yet, Wang Jinyang had only given a few 100,000 to hunt down a peak rank 2 martial artist like Huang Bin. Now, the starting price was 5 million. MCMAU's Fang Ping was indeed rich. On this day, some grandmaster powerhouses who did not go to the catacombs heard the news. Kill the evil sect powerhouses, repay the debt. The opportunity had come. Nowadays, there were many grandmasters in Sino Nation who owed Fang Ping a debt. Previously, when Lu Polu wanted to collect the debt, many old men and old women had a headache. Now, killing a rank 7 would be at least 1 billion. Killing a rank 8 would be at least 10 billion. In the past, the evil sect powerhouses did not show up and did not provoke anyone. Everyone was too lazy to care. Now, this was money. Even if it was used to repay the debt, it was still money. The grandmasters who owed Fang Ping money would either get divine weapons or other things. These were all practical benefits. On the night of the 11th, the entire Sino nation was hunting down evil sect martial artists. As for the other countries in the world, they could only curse. Fang Ping added a restriction to the mission. It was limited to Sino nation. He was not interested in helping other countries to eliminate evil sect members. If they wanted to eliminate them, they could do it themselves. Fang Ping would not do it. As for money, the evil sect members did not have much. If there were tens of thousands of evil sect martial artists in Sino Nation, then Fang Ping had overestimated the evil sect. Before this, there were not many martial artists in Sino Nation, barely 1 million. For the evil sect to have tens of thousands of martial artists, that was really enough. At least 90% of the 3 lower ranks, and definitely less than 1,000 in the 3 middle ranks. As for the high ranks, many of them had been killed before. Fang Ping had calculated. Even if he killed all the evil sect martial artists in Sino Nation, the total would be 200 billion at most. Even if no one paid the debt, without deducting the IOU, 200 billion was less than 700 caddies of rank 9 energy stones. He could still afford it. In reality, grandmasters owed a lot of debts. Fang Ping probably did not need to spend a dime to kill those middle and high-ranked martial artists. As for the low-ranked ones, even if 10,000 people were killed, it would only be 50 billion. Fang Ping really did not care too much about less than 200 caddies of rank 9 energy stones. In the past, the energy stones that were sold and traded in grams were now at least in caddies for Fang Ping. Sino Nation. Because of Fang Ping's mission, a large number of martial artists were mobilized to hunt down evil sect members everywhere. On the same day. Night. The catacombs. The catacombs' night was always dark. Skyplant City. The crystal-like Skyplant City was still as bright as day. Outside the palace, in a huge house. House, front hall. Zhao Xingwu sat on a chair, silent, his eyes alert. Beside him, 8th Elder revealed his true appearance. He had short black hair, an Asian face, and a dark gaze. At this moment, he was also very alert. There were a total of 5 people in the front hall. Other than Zhao Xingwu and 8th Elder, there were 3 others. The 3 of them sat opposite them, sizing them up. Zhao Xingwu's expression was cold. After a long time, he said slowly, "Have you guys seen enough? I'm not a monkey. In my eyes, martial artists below the catacombs' true king are not qualified to look me in the eye. If you look again, don't blame me for being rude." Grand Elder, 8th Elder said softly. It was better to keep a low profile when they were in someone else's territory. 8th Elder had also stepped into the origin path. He was not a weakling. But this was the monster plant's royal quartz lair. Here, even the human peak level would be wary. Since they were here, they had to keep a low profile. Humph. Zhao Xingwu snorted coldly. He looked at the masked martial artist on the left and sneered disdainfully. The Pope's messenger. Interesting. You're here and you still don't dare to show your face. Are you afraid that I'll recognize you? The masked martial artist's voice was hoarse. He laughed and said, "Don't misunderstand, Leader Zhao. I'm not guarding against you too. I'm just trying to avoid some trouble." Zhao Xingwu did not care. He paused for a moment and said, "Originally, I thought I could kill Fang Ping this time. That's why I made a move. But Fang Ping didn't die." At this point, Zhao Xingwu's eyes were cold. He looked at the masked martial artist and the other 2, saying coldly, "It's all because of you bunch of trash." Li Chongqing and Wu Quishan left the catacombs in 3 minutes. The Pope swore that the only traitor was Lin Long. What happened in the end? In the end, Zali Kaluo betrayed us and killed Varna. You said that Zhang Tao would not split his mentality avatar. In the end, he did. You said that Star City would not give Fang Ping his mentality avatar. In the end, Warlord did. Could it be that the Pope thought that I was easy to bully and wanted to deliberately kill me? Now, not only did I gain nothing, but I've also completely exposed my identity. I actually escaped into the Forbidden Zone. You bunch of clowns dared to judge me. Do you think I'll be bullied when I've fallen? Before the masked martial artist could speak, the other 2 people opposite him, one of them was dressed in plain clothes that seemed to be made of silk. His long hair draped over his shoulders and his face was always smiling. At this moment, he slowly picked up his teacup, took a sip, and said in a magnetic voice, "Don't be impatient, Leader Zhao." This young and handsome man smiled warmly and said, "This time, the plan went wrong. No one wanted it to be like this. Since Leader Zhao has come to Skyplant City." Before he finished, Zhao Xingwu sneered and said, "What? Are you sure you have me? Do you really think that I have to bow down to you just because I came here? Ridiculous." Zhao Xingwu said playfully, "It's true that I joined an evil sect. But, joining an evil sect doesn't mean that I'm on the same side as the catacombs. You bunch of beasts, you want me to be your dog? At my level, there are some things that I'll say directly. Be a dog, then I'd rather be a dog for Zhang Tao and Li Zhen. You're not qualified yet. I joined an evil sect to improve my martial arts, not to be a dog for the Pope. Not to mention you guys. This time, I'm in trouble. Either you kill me now, or, you guys think of a way to send me to the outskirts so that I can hide in the outskirts for a period of time. I can't guarantee that I'll repay you in the future, but I can guarantee that when the war breaks out in the future, if there's a chance, I'll enter the pinnacle, let a true king go, and not kill the other party. If I don't enter the pinnacle, I'll also let a few rank 9 go. Consider it today's favor. The handsome man could not help but laugh. Leader Zhao, why do you have to do this? Aren't you forcing us to kill you by saying this? At this time, does Leader Zhao think that you can still return to the land of rebirth? Why not? Zhao Xingwu said lightly, I didn't kill Fang Ping and Kong Lingyuan. Killing Fang Ping is also to let me enter the pinnacle sooner, to contribute more power. I don't have the intention to betray humanity. Everything I do is for humanity. I've always known that the Pope has close ties with you guys. I thought it was just a simple cooperation. When the war breaks out, the Pope will still stand on the side of humanity. Now, maybe I've overestimated him. An evil sect has really become an evil sect. What a joke. In the past, the Pope contacted me, swearing that the existence of the divine sect is also for humanity. The masked martial artist said calmly, Grand Elder, you've misunderstood. The Pope is indeed fighting for humanity's survival. Cooperating with the Sky Plant's royal court is only to reduce wars and deaths. Zhang Tao and the others have always been selfish, which is why the war between the two worlds broke out. If we let the Sky Plant's royal court's true king enter Earth earlier, we can still coexist peacefully. Zhang Tao bewitched people's hearts. Once the Sky Plant's royal court enters, they will slaughter all living beings. This is the biggest joke. Humanity is weak, inferior to the few royal courts in the restricted area. This is the truth. Their strength is inferior to others, and they are guarding a treasure mountain, unwilling to hand it over. This is the source of humanity's crisis. Grand Elder is also a martial arts powerhouse, you should understand this. Zhao Xingwu sneered, saying mildly, you don't have to do this with me. Since I've come to the restricted area, I still want to live. Since you brought me here, you must have a request. Let's get straight to the point. As for whether the Pope has really betrayed humanity or has great ambitions, it has nothing to do with me. I want to live. If you have a request, we'll talk it out. If we can't, it's fine too. The moment I attacked Fang Ping, I was prepared to die. I've lived for more than 100 years, I'm not afraid of death. It's just that I'm not satisfied. Maybe. I still need you to accompany me on this journey. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Xingwu suddenly attacked. With a rumble, the hall exploded. The 3 people opposite him did not move. The handsome man allowed Zhao Xingwu to choke him, chuckling. Alliance Leader Zhao, we mean no harm. If we really wanted to kill Alliance Leader Zhao, we only needed to delay for a moment and Alliance Leader Zhao would have already been killed by Li Zhen. Let's sit down and talk. If Alliance Leader Zhao is not at ease, we can talk this way. Zhao Xingwu suddenly sighed, laughing self-deprecatingly. He let go of the handsome man and looked up at the sky, saying softly, fine, let's talk properly then. Since the true king is here, why not show yourself? Don't tell me that I don't even have the right to see the true king? Alliance Leader Zhao worries too much. I'm just worried that it will cause a misunderstanding. In the void, a chuckle came. Very soon, a figure appeared in a flash. The broken hall was restored to its original state in an instant. Zhao Xingwu and the others were not surprised. Zhao Xingwu even had a hint of sneering, but he did not say it out loud. Restoring the hall to its original state was similar to how Li Zhen and the others restored the broken chairs that day. It was not worth making a fuss about. Alliance Leader Zhao, please take a seat. This true monarch powerhouse landed in the hall and returned to the hall. His figure was like a phantom, and he was already on the throne in the center. Greetings, Red Plum True Monarch. In the hall, including the masked martial artist, the three rank 9 powerhouses bowed in greeting. A female true monarch showed her face at the top of the hall. Zhao Xingwu looked straight at her. He was not infatuated with that exquisite face that seemed fake. He said in a low voice, "Red Plum True Monarch? I'm not familiar with the Catacombs True Monarch powerhouses. Is Red Plum True Monarch representing herself, the True Monarch Hall, or the Monster Plants King Court?" Monster Plants King Court? Red Plum True Monarch smiled faintly. Alliance leader Zhao, according to the Land of Rebirth saying, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Monster Plants King Court is a derogatory term. Since we're here, let's call it Sky Plants King Court. She looked at 8th Elder and smiled faintly. Kurika Mu, you sit down too. 8th Elder hurriedly cupped his fists and sat down. Seeing that Zhao Xingwu was still standing, he coughed lightly, indicating that there was no need for Zhao Xingwu to argue with the Catacombs True Monarch now. Zhao Xingwu did not say anything else. He returned to his seat and looked up at Red Plum True Monarch. He said loudly, "The Pope arranged for us to escape into the Forbidden Zone and had the emissary bring us to Sky Plant City. I think the Monster Plants King Court, Alliance leader Zhao, since you're here in Godland, you should learn about Godland's rules." Red Plum True Monarch did not speak. The handsome youth smiled faintly. In Godland, Lord True Monarch is supreme. Since Red Plum True Monarch wants Alliance leader Zhao to do as the Romans do, it's best if Alliance leader Zhao doesn't disobey the True Monarch's order. Zhao Xingwu sneered and said disdainfully, "True Monarch's order? A piece of trash like you will never become a true monarch. At this old man's realm, why would I be afraid of a true king? If I really was afraid, this old man would never be able to reach the peak in this lifetime. What a joke. If it wasn't for the catacombs' better cultivation environment and the many older true monarchs, there wouldn't be a true monarch in your generation for 300 years. You," the handsome young man was a bit embarrassed. Red Plum True Monarch slowly raised her hand and said with a faint smile, "Alliance leader Zhao is indeed one of the strongest cultivators below the True Monarch realm. If you have a top-tier rank 9 divine weapon and learn a true monarch's ultimate art." The Moon Prince might not have been Alliance Master Zhao's match before his breakthrough. Both True King Hall and Imperial Court pay attention to experts like Alliance leader Zhao. Zhao Xingwu said in a low voice, "True Monarch Crimson Plum, please speak frankly. I will carefully consider the pros and cons. Right now, I am meat on someone's chopping block. Since I want to live, I will not act on impulse." The Red Plum True Monarch chuckled. Without delay, she quickly said, "The royal court would like to have Alliance leader Zhao set an example. He would be escorted by several true monarchs to Mount Royal Sea to persuade the Land of Rebirth martial artists to surrender." "I can't." Zhao Xingwu rejected him without hesitation. True Monarch Red Plum's expression turned cold. Alliance leader Zhao isn't willing to agree to such a small request? Zhao Xingwu said calmly, "This Zhao said that I joined the evil sect only to become stronger. It was not to betray humanity. If you want to use me as your signboard, I'm sorry I can't comply. Although I've joined an evil sect, I still admire those martial artists who fight against foreign enemies. You can use me for publicity, but I won't stab them with a knife at this time. It's completely different if I don't show up and if I show up. Unless you bring my dead body to publicize, don't even think about it." The Red Plum True Monarch sneered. "So, Alliance leader Zhao has no intention of cooperating with the royal court? Cooperation is only about me. It has nothing to do with humanity. This is my bottom line. It's also my obsession all these years. I want to revive the era of sex and lead them to become stronger. My ultimate goal is to suppress the catacombs, not for my own selfish desires. I oppose Zhang Tao and the others because I think it's unfair. I think they're suppressing my sect martial artists. However, I don't think they're wrong to fight against the catacombs invasion. I admire them for this." Zhao Xingwu was unusually calm. He continued, "I don't want to die, and it's not for my own survival. I have my own goals, my own ideals. It's just that Zhang Tao and I have different ideals. If True Monarch Red Plum True Monarch thinks that I entered the Forbidden Zone to betray humanity, then you're gravely mistaken." "Martial King," the Red Plum True Monarch murmured. Then, she was no longer cold. She smiled and said, actually, I've long realized that someone like Alliance Leader Zhao wouldn't betray so easily. Alliance Leader Zhao wants to revive the era of sections. He wants Martial King and the others to stop bullying sect martial artists. I've heard of this. Since Alliance Leader Zhao isn't willing, I won't force you. However, there are some things that I think we can talk about. Let's talk about the royal court's conditions. A rank 9 divine weapon, the best kind. A true monarch's ultimate art. Although Alliance Leader Zhao might not walk this true monarch's path, it has great reference value. Maybe he can find his own path and walk to the end. I don't think Alliance Leader Zhao needs anything else. Conditions. Zhao Xingwu spoke. It's simple. When all the passages are open, the royal court will open up an uninhabited land in Godland. Alliance Leader Zhao will be in charge. It doesn't matter if you build a city, a dynasty, or even a sect. When that time comes, Alliance Leader Zhao can return to the land of rebirth and recruit his old subordinates, including other resurrected humans. He can enter Godland and open up a new place for resurrected humans to live. Zhao Xingwu frowned slightly. Why? Red Plum True Monarch sighed softly. Martial King and the others have always been hostile toward us. The True Monarch Hall has explained this to them several times. Godland is not to invade the land of rebirth. If we really wanted to invade, with the strength of the land of rebirth, we would have invaded the land of rebirth long ago. However, these are unnecessary sacrifices. That's why Imperial Sea Mountain is on lockdown. In reality, we're only entering the land of rebirth to find one thing, the seed of rebirth. I'm sure Alliance Leader Zhao knows this. Of course, I also admit that when the time comes, we might destroy some places of survival in the land of rebirth. There might even be some deaths and injuries. This is inevitable. However, as long as you migrate to Godland, none of this will happen. Red Plum True Monarch sighed. Unfortunately, Martial King and the others don't listen at all. They only want to be their own heroes. Ridiculous, pathetic. Everyone is being played in the palm of their hands. Are they really trying to resurrect humans? That's not necessarily true. Not only did they lock down Imperial Sea Mountain, but they also locked down the bounded domain. Martial King and the others aren't always stationed at Imperial Sea Mountain. They're active on the ground. Do you really think they're cultivating humans? They're also searching for the seed of rebirth. They locked down Imperial Sea Mountain because they don't want us to search for them. Everything is for themselves. What exactly is the seed of rebirth? Zhao Xingwu asked. Everyone was curious. Red Plum True Monarch seemed to hesitate for a moment before she smiled. Actually, it's not a big secret. The seed of rebirth is the Demon Emperor's great Dao crystallization. When the Demon Emperor became an emperor, he condensed all the Daos in Godland and became an emperor under the unification of all Daos. However, when he became an emperor, he cut off the path of everyone else in Godland. Our path is cut off. Now, the only way is to obtain the Demon Emperor's great Dao crystallization, shatter it, and reappear the path of all Daos. Only then can we enter a higher realm and not be trapped in True Monarch realm. Zhao Xingwu frowned. Emperor realm. Is Emperor realm so powerful? It can actually cut off the path of all Daos. Red Plum True Monarch smiled. That's because the Demon Emperor is very domineering. Actually, becoming an emperor doesn't have to be like this. However, the Demon Emperor doesn't want a second emperor to appear under him. Therefore, when he ruled Godland, he spent countless days to cut off all the Daos of origin. Now, we're walking on the existing Daos and not new ones. Actually, the Daos are limited. There are only these Daos to begin with. It's extremely difficult to open up a new Daos. As a martial artist, I believe that Alliance Leader Zhao can understand our feelings after cutting off the path of martial arts. Therefore, we must go to the land of rebirth. Why would the Demon Emperor's great Dao crystallization appear on Earth? Red Plum True Monarch smiled faintly. I'm not too sure about this. However, rumor has it that it has something to do with some people. Some Emperor Realm experts in the land of rebirth. Of course, whether it's true or not, there's no way to investigate. However, the seed of rebirth is in the land of rebirth. This is true. there's no doubt about it. King Wu and the others are searching for the seed of rebirth so that they can enter the Emperor realm and recreate the era of the Demon Emperor to unify the heavens. King Wu and the others are more ambitious than us. We're only looking for a breakthrough in martial arts. We've never thought about unifying the heavens. Therefore, the war between God-land and the Land of Rebirth was caused by King Wu and the others. Zhao Xingwu frowned. Zhang Tao isn't even 100 years old. Red Plum True Monarch smiled again. I'm just referring to one of them. King Wu is just one of them. Before this, Heavenly King Zhenwang was the representative. Netherworld King is just the spokesperson of Heavenly King Zhenwang. You guys think that Heavenly King Zhenwang is suppressing us. Little do you know, we're the ones holding him back, preventing him from returning to the Land of Rebirth. We're also seeking survival. Once Heavenly King Zhenwang returns to the Land of Rebirth, with his strength, he might be able to find the seed of rebirth quickly and even enter the Emperor realm. Once he enters the Emperor realm. Red Plum True Monarch sighed. That will be the doomsday of Godland and also the doomsday of your Land of Rebirth. Heavenly King Zhenwang's ambition is beyond imagination. Even during the era of the Demon Emperor, the two realms weren't united. Heavenly King Zhenwang's goal is even greater. He wants to unite the two realms and become the true emperor. The Dark Age will definitely come again. True monarchs will be slaves. There won't be a place like today where the monarchs rule together and ordinary humans live. Although we dominate the land, we won't kill the innocent. The people within the borders live in peace. Although it's tough, there's still a chance. However, once we enter the era of the Emperor's unification, it will be a true Dark Age. What we want is to break the crystal and continue the path of 10,000 Daos. However, Heavenly King Zhenwang wants to be like the Demon Emperor, to control 10,000 Daos and become the master of 10,000 Daos. Zhao Xingwu was silent for a long time. That's just your side of the story. Red Plum True Monarch said faintly, I disdain lying. Whether you believe it or not, it's all up to Alliance leader Zhao. However, the war between the two realms is unavoidable. We won't be willing to be enslaved by others. We must break the seed of rebirth and continue the path of 10,000 Daos. However, when that time came, someone had to step forward and let the true kings and martial artists of the Land of Rebirth see through the true colors of the Martial King and his group. The Martial King and the Underworld King might also be pawns. Unfortunately, they have long been bewitched and are simply unable to listen to us. Heavenly King Subduing's ambition made some of the older true kings feel a sense of familiarity. Perhaps? Heavenly King Subduing wasn't someone from the ancient era. In other words, they are the warriors of the ancient martial arts era that you speak of. He has been in hiding since the ancient martial era, all for the sake of becoming the only emperor. Back then, the end of the sect era in the Land of Rebirth might also have been his doing. Zhao Xingwu's pupils constricted. Red Plum True Monarch continued, don't doubt me. We even speculate that the destruction of the domain, the end of the ancient martial era, the immortal god era, and the era of the sects were all related to him. He was the one with true ambition, for such an ambitious person to remain dormant until now. Zhao Xingwu suddenly said, according to what you said, the Heavenly King suppressing Heavenly King should have found the seed of rebirth a long time ago. When the passageway closed, he had enough time to search for it. Ha ha ha. Red Plum True Monarch suddenly laughed and said, search? No, it's easy to say, but it's also very difficult to say. When the passageways are all closed, he won't be able to find it. That's because it's the myriad Daos of Godland. To trigger a reaction from the seed of rebirth, the only way is to open the passageway and connect the two realms. Then, the seed of rebirth will change and trigger a reaction. On the contrary, once the passageway is opened, we won't let him search for it. That's why he's in a dilemma. Only when the passageway is opened can it trigger a reaction from the seed of rebirth and make it appear. However, once it's opened, we will also take action and not let him search for it. If he doesn't open the passageway, he will never find the seed of rebirth. That's why for the past few hundred years, after the passageway opened, he has been guarding Mount Royal Sea and has never left. Zhao Xingwu said again, according to what you said, this is the catacombs myriad Daos. What about Earth? Since Heavenly King Subduing is so powerful and has lived from the ancient martial era until now, could Earth's path to myriad Daos also be severed? It's severed. True monarch Red Plum laughed, the earth that you speak of has already severed its path. As for the exact situation, we aren't sure either. It might be related to the Demon Emperor or the war during the Demon Emperor's era. As for the specifics, no one knows anymore. God Continent's history has also been severed. It's impossible for Heavenly King Subduing to forge a new path by himself. As True Monarch Red Plum said this, she looked at Zhao Xingwu and said, everything this monarch has said is the truth. Whether Alliance head Zhao believes it or not, it's the truth. In the past, we rarely had the chance to communicate with you. All these years, only the Great Sect wasn't bewitched by Heavenly King Subduing. After knowing everything, they chose to cooperate with us. However, the Great Sect wasn't a match for Heavenly King Subduing. In fact, they weren't even a match for Heavenly King Subduing's chess pieces, which were the Netherworld King and the Martial King. Heavenly King Subduing was very powerful. Everyone knew this, including the Hall Master. Even though he didn't want to admit it, he had to admit that the Hall Master might not be a match for Heavenly King Subduing. Moreover, on God Continent's side, some true monarchs weren't willing to take the risk and could only allow Heavenly King Subduing to do as he pleased. This is also to let Alliance head Zhao understand that God Continent, True Monarch Hall, and Royal Court have no intention of invading. We are only seeking survival, just like Alliance head Zhao today. Zhao Xingwu laughed at himself. After a long time, he said, that means, you are the victims? You are the ones who were forced and had no choice but to invade Earth. Everything was for self-preservation? What a joke. True Monarch Red Plum said faintly, perhaps. You might think it's a joke, but that might not be the case. You all believed that we were the ones who invaded you. Didn't all of this come from Star Town? With the appearance of Star Town's era, your new martial era came into being. The founder of the new martial era was also the true monarch of Star Town. In these hundreds of years, it was actually Heavenly King Subduing who led this era. Without Heavenly King Subduing, do you think that King Gu and King Wang could have started the new martial era? Zhao Xingwu was momentarily speechless. Suddenly, he said, what about the other 5 sacred grounds? Them? True Monarch Red Plum sneered. Some of them pretended to be ignorant, but in fact, they also had the intention of becoming the only emperor. Some of them were completely clueless, just like you. Some of them were even planted by Heavenly King Subduing. In the 6 sacred grounds of Land of Rebirth, there are dozens of true monarch powerhouses, but the oldest is Heavenly King Subduing. You may not know, but the first true monarch to appear in Imperial Sea Hill was Heavenly King Subduing. Back then, before we realized the passage was open, Heavenly King Subduing was already active in Imperial Sea Hill and the Bounded Domain. Some of the powerhouses from the other 5 sacred grounds appeared in the later stages. Heavenly King Subduing first appeared in Imperial Sea Hill, probably more than 700 years ago. The second true monarch to appear was Ancient Buddha Yao Guang of the Ancient Buddha Sacred Ground. Can you guess how many years ago Ancient Buddha Yao Guang appeared? 380 years ago? At that time, Ancient Buddha Yao Guang only appeared in Imperial Sea Hill. There was a gap of hundreds of years in between. Of course, during that period, the Temple Master and Heavenly King Subduing were already confronting each other. Confusion flashed across Zhao Xingwu's eyes. He said softly, 700 years ago. 700 years ago, the entrance to the West Mountain Catacombs appeared, which is also what you call the 17 Southern Territories. You're saying that Heaven Subduing King was already active in Mount Royal Sea at that time. Doesn't that mean that he's been around since the first catacombs opened, and, at that time, was he already in a desperate situation? Yes, and he'd already taken the second path at that time. Of course, he wasn't as strong as he is today. Zhao Xingwu had a complicated look in his eyes as he said, from the beginning to the end, it was all part of Heavenly King Zhen's plan? Was he the one who opened the passage? Is it because he wants to revive the seed of rebirth, wield the myriad Tao, and become the only emperor of the 2 realms? Not bad. Hee. Ridiculous. Zhao Xingwu didn't know who he was talking about. It was as if he was talking about the Red Plum True Monarch, or the Heavenly King Zhen. After a long time, Zhao Xingwu exhaled and said, you gave me a 9th grade divine weapon and a true king's ultimate art just to let me migrate humans to the Forbidden Zone to survive when the war starts in the future? So simple? Or do you think I'm stupid? Would you care about the life and death of humans? Don't make yourself sound like a saint. If you could, would you care about the lives of these ants? If there are deaths in order to find the seed of rebirth, I don't think you would care about the lives of these people. You don't even care about the lives of your own people. King Huai gave up on the tens of millions of people in the 18 southern territories just like that. Why would you care about this? Red Plum Monarch chuckled. You don't understand. The seed of rebirth. Actually, it's hard for us to say what it is. Maybe it's a stone, maybe it's a flower, maybe it's a tree, maybe it's the martial Tao of countless people, a will of countless people, a path. Therefore, we can't kill the resurrected humans wantonly. We need them to exist in the forbidden zone. Maybe the resurrected humans and the humans of God's land can live together in the forbidden zone, cultivate together, and survive together. Only then will the myriad Tao path be opened for the true king. This possibility exists, and it's very high. Therefore, when that time comes, we need a prestigious and powerful expert to lead and guide all of this. What about the great sect master? The great sect master. Red Plum Monarch chuckled. Although the great sect master is working with us, he might not be like you and truly care about the humans. Even if this envoy is here, I don't mind telling him. When that time comes, it's hard to say what the great sect master will choose. Of course, the great sect master might have the same thoughts as you. If that's the case, the two of you can join forces to guide everything better and avoid unnecessary trouble. Zhao Xingwu closed his eyes and muttered to himself. After a while, he said, "Aren't you afraid that I'll reach the pinnacle and turn against you at the crucial moment?" "Perhaps, I don't believe you at all. I'm just brushing you off." Red Plum Monarch chuckled. When that time comes, it's actually nothing much. Could a true monarch really change anything? There are 49 true kings in Tianji Royal Court's True King Hall. What we lack are experts like the Hall Master and Heavenly King suppressing Heavenly King. Ordinary true kings are strong, but they won't be able to change the situation. Alliance Master Zhao might become a true king, but to say that you can become an expert that can rival the Hall Master and Heavenly King suppressing Heavenly King in a short period of time, this king doesn't believe it, and no one will believe it. Since that's the case, it doesn't matter whether Alliance Master Zhao believes it or not. When that day comes, Alliance Master Zhao will naturally know how to choose. He will know who is right and who is wrong. In these days, Alliance Master Zhao will look around Tianji City and understand some information about the royal court. Alliance Master Zhao will discover that everything King Wu and the others say is a lie. Lies will be exposed in the end. When Heavenly King suppressing Heavenly King reveals his true colors, Alliance Master Zhao will probably know what to do even without us saying it. It doesn't matter if you have humanity in your heart or if you're dignified. If you have humanity in your heart, you'll agree to cooperate. If you're dignified, selfish, and afraid of death, you'll do it. Alliance Master Zhao, this king should be clear enough. Zhao Xingwu laughed self-deprecatingly and sighed. I understand. It seems that I've overestimated myself. The Forbidden Zone doesn't care about my strength alone, you can't say that. If Alliance Master Zhao really wants to become a true king, it's also very important. True Monarch Red Plum laughed lightly. Perhaps, we'll become comrades the next day and appear on the battlefield together to kill the culprit, the ambitious Heavenly King suppressing Heavenly King. Zhao Xingwu didn't say anything. True Monarch Red Plum didn't mind. She stood up and said, Lu Yun, entertain Alliance Master Zhao and Elder He Chuan. King Lord will talk to them later. This king will leave first. Farewell, Your Excellency. The handsome youth had a respectful expression as he watched True Monarch Red Plum leave. In the hall, Zhao Xingwu was still silent for a long time. Please remember this book's domain name, 9 Heavens Divine Emperor Mobile Version website. Fang Ping could not interfere with the Apex's affairs. Fang Ping could not interfere with the Apex's arrangements either. Fang Ping might be doing very well now, but strength was the foundation. Without strength, everything else was meaningless. Without strength, he would be wanted by the catacombs. Without strength, only the evil sect martial artists would dare to kill him. If he had strength like Zhang Tao, forget about the true king's ultimate art, no one would dare to attack him. Fang Ping was a bystander in the battle against the evil sect. He could not even compare to Chen Yaoting and the other commanders of the Fallen Star Army and Wuan Army. It was not that he was not as good as them, but He was not strong enough. The others were targeting him. If he joined the battle, it would be more dangerous. Therefore, Fang Ping became a bystander. He could only watch helplessly as the others fought. He could only watch helplessly as a legion commander of the fallen star army fell in front of him. All of this made Fang Ping very frustrated, since he started practicing martial arts. Other than the time when he fought and killed to his heart's content in the King battleground, the rest of the time, he was miserable. Running, digging holes, asking powerhouses for help, in short, he was hunted down all the way to rank 8. In the underground mineral vein. Fang Ping cursed in his heart as he thought about it. I'm a rank 8, why am I so miserable? I didn't do anything. Why is everyone watching me? I was wronged in the Xuanda Grotto Heaven battle. Feng Jiuqing was obviously killed by Qinyaozu and the others. Mother *Ker, when Ning died, he called out his name. Did he dig up his ancestral grave? Ji Yao was the same. He did not kill her. Did she have to keep watching him? She even made the monster royal court list him as a wanted man. There was no need to even mention the Hui King. Fang Ping felt that he was really unlucky. Who knew that this old thing had made a bet with old Zhang? He had lost the bet, and now he was blaming himself. Was such a person worthy of being a real king? That was it. He even took the blame for unquestionable Jian, the devil emperor, who had been dead for God knows how long. Was there any justice in this world? Mother *Ker, is it my fault that I'm called the Devil King? Wasn't this given by the Martial Arts Association? I said I wanted to be called the Celestial Emperor. How can this be blamed on me? The more Fang Ping thought about it, the more indignant he became. This was too much. Just because of a title, he became a demon emperor. He was indignant. When he saw that his wealth had been depleted, he became even more indignant, spending money too fast. In the past few days, in order to familiarize himself with his rank 8 powers and hone his brain core, he had expended quite a lot of wealth. Not only that, when the House of Gold was broken, Fang Ping had no choice but to continue repairing it, which cost him a lot of money. If this went on, he would really go bankrupt. Wealth, 28 million points. Vitality, 60,000 calories, 63,500 calories. Mentality, 155 Hz, 3,299 Hz. Power of Destruction, 23 yuan, 23 yuan. Bones honed, 206, 100%. Storage space, 1,000 cubic meters, plus. Energy barrier, 1./minute, plus. Aura simulation, 10 per minute, plus. That's all? Sigh. Fang Ping sighed. He looked at the brain nucleus that had materialized in front of him, feeling helpless. The growth of his mental power had slowed down. It was not as fast as before. The honing of the brain nucleus could still increase his mentality quickly in the beginning, but after a long time, the effect was not as obvious. Fang Ping's mentality had increased by almost 1,000 Hz from 2,000 Hz. It had only been a few days, and the speed was shocking. Now, however, his mentality was still more than 3,000 Hz. Fang Ping's mentality was actually not as good as a normal rank 8 martial artist. A normal rank 8 martial artist, like Lu Polu who had just achieved a breakthrough, now had a mentality of 4,000 Hz. A rank 8 martial artist's mentality could be as low as 4,000 Hz, and as high as 5,000 or 6,000 Hz. Fang Ping, on the other hand, was probably a rank 8 with the weakest mentality. My brain nucleus is still not strong enough. My physique is actually strong enough, but my brain nucleus is not strong enough. The system doesn't even have a mandatory plus sign. This means that forcefully increasing it might cause my brain nucleus to shatter. My brain core isn't sturdy enough. If I want it to be sturdier, I can only use my strength to temper it, using imperishable substances to temper it. But I'm in a hurry to succeed, so I can only expend more strength, which means more wealth. Fang Ping realized that he had entered an endless loop. The less wealth he had, the slower his improvement. When his wealth was high, he would have to go to the catacombs. If he went to the catacombs, he would not have enough time to control his strength. At the end of the day, I still don't have enough time. Fang Ping sighed again. A ball of vitality appeared in his hand, and he began to strip it. This was the method that old Manly had taught him. Martial arts cultivation, strength control. There was no other way. Practice makes perfect. A martial artist's vitality was measured in units of cal. It did not come about for no reason. Vitality. Every unit of vitality was like a cell. It was actually an independent existence. Of course, it was extremely difficult to distinguish. Old Manly told Fang Ping that when Fang Ping could strip the most basic unit of vitality, a unit of vitality, his control of strength would reach an extremely subtle level. At this time, Fang Ping's understanding of vitality and strength control would enter a whole new world. Old Manly could do it. This was thanks to his leisure time. After 10 years of idleness, the old man had nothing to do, so he stripped himself bit by bit for fun. He had dismantled his muscles, bones, and skin many times. Stripping vitality force. Fang Ping did not know if others had done it before, but among the people he knew, only Old Manly had done it. Strength, in everyone's eyes, was a whole entity. Vitality, on the other hand, was a whole entity. It was only now that Fang Ping knew that vitality force was actually made up of countless small units of strength. Of course, he could still feel it. The increase of vitality in units of cal and mentality in units of hertz were all proof. Fang Ping should have realized this more than the average person, because he clearly knew what a unit of vitality was. Fang Ping was currently feeling it carefully. He did not know how strong the vitality force in his hand was. It was about 100 units of strength. Fang Ping tried to let the system recover a unit of strength. At this time a slight change appeared. It was very weak. For Fang Ping, whose vitality had reached more than 60,000 units, the strength of a unit of strength was too little. It was so little that it was almost negligible. If the increase was so weak, it would be even more difficult to strip out this unit of strength. The small ball of vitality force in Fang Ping's hand was slowly dissected by Fang Ping. After dissecting it into more than 10 units, bang! His blood and qi exploded. This won't do. Fang Ping looked helpless. He did not have enough control over his strength. He could not clearly control the strength that was too weak. His own strength was as high as more than 60,000 units. When the vitality ball was dissected to about 10 calories, he could not control it anymore and the vitality force self-destructed. Old Manly can dissect a basic unit. Compared to me now, the difference in strength control is more than 10 times. Fang Ping could not help but admire Old Manly. Little did he know that Old Manly was talking about when he was rank 6. At that time, his vitality was less than 10,000 units. Today, Old Manly had just completed the 5th refinement of Golden Body and entered the 6th refinement. His vitality was more than 90,000 units. Actually, only Fang Ping was slightly better. He had dissected it into about 4 to 5 units of vitality ball. Old Manly, who had already entered the Magic City catacombs, was now dissecting his vitality frantically, afraid that Fang Ping would overtake him. The old man only had this bit of confidence now. Fang Ping, this kid cultivated too fast. Who knew if he would surpass him in rank one day? He had to be able to dissect more than 90,000 units of vitality into more than 90,000 units, then he would have to achieve 100% control over his strength. Even if Fang Ping was stronger than him, he might not be his match. Of course, in front of Fang Ping, Old Manly would not say that he could not do it now. Instead, he would proudly tell Fang Ping that he could even dissect 1 unit of vitality. Fang Ping believed him. Yes, Fang Ping, who had always fooled others, was fooled by Old Li this time. It could not be helped. Old Li's performance was very monstrous. Fang Ping had always thought that Old Manly, a rank 6, could not kill a rank 8. Therefore, in this era, the most monstrous genius was still Old Manly. Perhaps the Old Manly before he was injured was not as monstrous as he was now. However, after being injured for 10 years and lying low for 10 years, Old Manly had transformed and become a true peerless prodigy, constantly killing people above his rank. Fang Ping had also killed people above his rank before, but he was not as good as Old Manly. Therefore, he really believed what Old Manly said. At this moment, Fang Ping was constantly dissecting his strength. This kind of extremely subtle control of strength required a lot of energy and also a lot of vitality. However, this was nothing to Fang Ping. He could recover his mentality and vitality force in the blink of an eye. Fang Ping even tried to exhaust his vitality force and then slowly increase it bit by bit to experience this feeling. And this method was something that only he could do. Other martial artists could not bear to do this. With more than 60,000 cal of vitality, at rank 8, even if one's own recovery ability was strong, after exhausting one's vitality, without energy stones to replenish the consumption, it would take a few days to fully recover with the little energy on Earth. They say that only battles can increase one's control of strength. In fact, battles are just exhausting vitality, allowing people to experience a subtle recovery process of strength. I don't have much experience, because I recover extremely fast, and it happens in an instant. Therefore, maybe the others have realized it, but I'm the only one who has never felt this. Fang Ping knew why he could not even compare to Qin Fengqing and the others. Old Wang and the others were actually slightly better than him. Because these fellows would slowly recover, to experience. But he did not have this kind of experience, he would completely recover in an instant. The drawback of the system was finally exposed this time. Relying too much on the system's recovery ability had also caused Fang Ping to miss many opportunities. The control of strength is actually a kind of subtle splitting of strength. And the outburst of strength, the ultimate skills, and other combat techniques are all a kind of recombination of strength. Fang Ping muttered to himself. Many martial artists started to create their own combat techniques when they reached the middle ranks. Fang Ping had never thought about this, because he did not know how, and it was very difficult to do. Previously, he thought that it was because he had advanced too quickly, and his knowledge could not keep up. Now he realized that was not the case. It was because he did not have a deep control of strength, and did not understand the essence of strength. Combat techniques were actually a kind of reorganization of one's own strength. First split, then recombine, and recombine into a way that was most suitable for oneself. That was a combat technique that was suitable for oneself, split more than 60,000 cal of vitality into more than 60,000 basic strength units, and then rearrange these basic units, arranging them into combat strength that was suitable for him, and using them. That was a combat technique. Old Manly is so unreliable. You only told me now. Fang Ping was very resentful toward Old Manly. So he had only mastered the essence of strength and the essence of combat techniques when he reached rank 8. How embarrassing, he was embarrassed to tell others about this. Old Manly did not know either. If he knew, he would definitely be dumbfounded. Did he need to teach him about this? He felt that as a martial artist, especially a prodigy martial artist, he should be able to feel it. Not a prodigy martial artist. Actually, Old Manly wanted to tell Fang Ping that martial arts universities had courses in this area. However, a certain someone had almost never been to a class in more than 2 years of school. Old Manly had forgotten about this. The others, including Qin Fengqing and the others, had actually been learning about this before they reached rank 3. Even if the books did not explain it in depth, when they reached a certain level, they could also feel it. That was why some of the things that Old Manly and the others considered to be basic knowledge were not told to Fang Ping. Because everyone thought that he understood, not just a few people, but everyone. However, Fang Ping really did not understand. If he knew about this, Fang Ping would definitely curse out loud. I didn't learn martial arts from a young age. My family doesn't even have a martial artist, not even a rank 1. I came from a small county town, and I've only practiced martial arts for a little more than 2 years. Now that I've reached rank 8, how could I have so many feelings? People like Xianxia probably understood. They had been exposed to martial arts since they were young. Old Wang probably understood too, because he was serious about learning from Fang Ping. Before Fang Ping's emergence, these people were not as reckless as they were now, and they still had a lot of time to learn. Ironhead also understood. This guy was an honest kid, and he even taught students. He was the one who taught Han Su and Ling Yi. As for Qin Fengqing, this idiot knew 100%. Because he was a straight-A student, he read books and looked for information every day, wanting to know how to not be affected by his aptitude, and how to maximize his pitiful once-honed strength. Because once honed, in the 3 lower ranks, including the 3 middle ranks, their vitality was not as good as those twice-honed martial artists. Only when one reached peak rank 5, when the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, including the bones, were almost completely honed, would the gap be closed, and when they achieved mentality-vitality fusion, they would enter the era of 10,000 cal vitality. With Qin Fengqing's personality, his vitality was weaker than others. How could he not learn these things and deepen his control over his strength? Only Fang Ping did not care about these things. Because he had improved too quickly, and his vitality and mentality were infinite, he did not feel much. Breaking down vitality to a basic unit of 1 calorie means that my control over my strength has reached 100%. Breaking it down to 10 calories. My control is not even 50%? Fang Ping calculated for a while, and that should be it. 50% was already overestimating himself. He had more than 60,000 cal of vitality. Could he unleash more than 30,000 cal and kill someone in one move? Even if he did, there was still a difference between 30,000 cal and 30,000 cal. Old Man Li and the others rearranged their own strength. A vitality of 30,000 cal could explode with a vitality power of 50,000 cal. Fang Ping. That was 30,000 cal, so it was really 30,000 cal. This was comparable to the gap between the origin path. I still have to continue splitting it up. Fortunately, I have an idea now. I don't have to foolishly hack at it like before. But in the past, when I went to hack for 7 days, why didn't anyone remind me? Fang Ping criticized in his heart. Little did he know that everyone thought he was practicing combat techniques. Slashing and practicing combat techniques was also very necessary. Practice makes perfect. Fang Ping's slashing was not considered a wrong cultivation method. Because of this, of course, no one would remind him. I have to break it down to below 10 calories strength composition as soon as possible. At this time, every time I reduce the gap by 1 cal, my understanding of the true meaning of strength will increase by 3 points. Fang Ping carefully dissected the force. He had only dissected it halfway when it exploded again with a bang. This time, Fang Ping had a target to vent his anger on. He looked at Li Hansong, who was walking toward him, and scolded, "Ironhead, you're too full of yourself, aren't you? You didn't even knock on the door?" Li Hansong was dumbfounded. He turned around and looked. "No door, you're just cultivating in the mining area. There's no cultivation room, where's the door? Besides, I'm such a big, living person. I didn't even conceal my aura. You're a rank 8 powerhouse, how could you not sense it?" As Fang Ping said that, he glanced at him and raised his eyebrows slightly. "Middle stage rank 7 already? Not bad. Continue working hard and strive to achieve upper stage rank 7 as soon as possible. By then, maybe you'll achieve rank 8 directly. I'll leave the weakest rank 8 for you." Fang Ping mumbled to himself. 108, he said he was the weakest. Forget it, I admit it. However, this fellow Ironhead had entered rank 8. His mentality was also weak. He might even be ranked even lower than himself. It was good to have someone at the bottom. Li Hansong did not care about this. He said, "The minister sent someone to send 500 caddies of rank 9 energy stones. He said it's your compensation." "How much?" 500 caddies. Fang Ping's expression was dark. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Where is he?" "He didn't come. He asked Commander Beigong to send it. Commander Beigong sent it, and he left." "He left?" Fang Ping said exasperatedly, 500 caddies of rank 9 energy stones. How much is that? 150 billion. It's not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth, so it's just this little? I was looking forward to getting 3 to 5 trillion. In the end, it's only 150 billion. Li Hansong scratched his head. That's a lot, isn't it? 500 caddies, and it's still rank 9. Fang Ping, sometimes you get nothing when you kill a rank 9. Senior Warlord killed a true king and didn't get anything. 150 billion is considered a lot, isn't it? Li Hansong thought it was really a lot. 500 caddies of rank 9 energy stones. In the past, he would be stunned when he saw it. Forget 500 caddies, when he was in the middle ranks, he would be stunned when he got 5 caddies. Back then, when Fang Ping invited them to fight those fellows in Star City, the reward he gave Old Wang and the rest was 1 caddy of energy stones. At that time, energy stones cost 1 million per gram, 500 million per caddy. Old Wang and the rest were impressed by Fang Ping's wealth. He was a local tycoon. At that time, it was April. It was not long. 1 caddy of energy stones. Everyone thought it was a big profit. It was worth it even if they were beaten to death. In the end, in the blink of an eye, old Zhang sent 500 caddies. Even Fang Ping despised it. Fang Ping despised it indeed, 150 billion. That was not 150 billion wealth points. It was only 15 million points. Okay, his wealth points had dropped below 30 million points. Even if he got these 15 million points, it would not be 50 million points. This was too much of a loss. After cursing for a while, Fang Ping thought for a while. He took out his phone and was about to call old Zhang. Old Zhang must have embezzled 9 high elders. Excluding Zali Koro and Lin Long, there were still 7 of them. The Andes Mountains and the ancient Buddha Holy Land were all involved. With old Zhang's temperament, extorting a few big holy lands would not be this small. He was a desperation realm martial artist. The transportation fee to the peak would not be so little, right? Speaking of transportation fee. Fang Ping's call connected quickly. Zhang Tao said happily, I got a total of 1,000 caddies of energy stones. Don't think it's too little. It's really a lot. Moreover, they refused to admit it. They said that Varna and the others were not evil sect elders. They only got them by force because of my strong martial strength. As for the few independent martial artists, they're all poor. The other evil sect's old lairs have some rank 1 and rank 2 vitality pills. Do you want them? In total, it's less than 10 billion in resources. I didn't take them. I left them for the martial artists who surrounded and annihilated the evil sect, giving them some spoils of war. I got the 1,000 caddies because of my martial strength. Is it too much for me to take 200 caddies? Fang Ping gritted his teeth. Not at all. There's still 800 caddies. Li Jin said that you didn't kill 5th elder and wasted his avatar. He was very upset and thought that you did it on purpose. My avatar killed a rank 9, but he didn't. That's why I snatched your 200 caddies. I couldn't do anything to him. Am I right? Fang Ping gritted his teeth. Yes, you're no match for him. After all, you're second and he's first. I understand. Zhang Tao, Fang Ping continued, then there's still 600 caddies. The remaining 100 caddies. Nan Yinhua said that Li Jin snatched them all. If she didn't, people would misunderstand that she's not a peak. So, she snatched the 100 caddies too. Fang Ping was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He said impatiently, Minister. I'm almost out of money to cultivate. My cultivation has been stagnant recently. At this time, you guys are still snatching from me. Aren't you embarrassed? We agreed that after we kill those rank 9s, everything will be mine. You said that we'd split it 30 to 70. Logically, 300 caddies should be enough for you. I'm considered generous. In the end, I even left half for you. I thought the harvest would be 10 trillion. You got so little stuff, Forget it. I'm too lazy to say anything else. You went to a few holy lands and got 1,000 caddies of energy stones. If you told me earlier that you were so short of money and so shameless, I wouldn't have let you go and embarrass yourself. A dignified martial king personally appeared and got 1,000 caddies of energy stones. Are you trying to dismiss a beggar? Did a few holy lands fool you just like that? Minister Wang and the rest came to help me. I gave them 1,500 caddies of energy stones in total. Just this alone makes me feel ashamed. I think I'm stingy enough. I don't have money now, so I gave them less. When I have money in the future, I'll definitely make up for it. Minister Wang and the rest are only rank 8, right? What about you? Martial King. Martial King. Known as invincible. Even subduing Heavenly King dares to fight. In the end, I went to a few holy lands and they gave me 1,000 caddies. Each family might only have 200 to 300 caddies. The 2 words Martial King are worth more than that. Forget it. I won't talk about it. I'm not the one who's embarrassed anyway. If it were me, I'd smash these energy stones on their faces on the spot. Are they looking down on me? Hey, Minister, I'm hanging up. Don't be angry. Have a good rest. Fang Ping hung up the phone instantly. He snorted in his heart. Forget it. It's only 500 caddies. Forget it. I don't like it. I'll just casually go down to the catacombs. It's better than wasting my breath on you. As for Li Zhan and Nan Yingyue, he remembered these two martial kings in his heart this time. In the past, it was only old Zhang who did this shameless thing. Now, these two were following suit. Could it be that martial artists were ready to be shameless when they reached a desperate situation? On my desperate day, when you'll all cry. Fang Ping made up his mind, wait and see, maybe I don't have to be martial king. I'll also have a vitality of 1,000,000 cal and hammer you to death, at the same time. Capital City. Zhang Tao was a little dazed. Yes, am I, a martial king, so shameless? A few holy lands only gave me 1,000 caddies of energy stones. I thought it was quite a lot before, however, after what Fang Ping said. Wang Qinghai and the rest could earn 1,500 caddies just by running errands. I went to a few holy lands and this is all I got. They're going too far, 1,000 caddies. A few old things, do they think I, a martial king, am easy to bully? Next door, in another office. Wang Qinghai's head hurt. What was wrong with him? Was he talking about energy stones, 1,000 caddies? Was it too little? What was wrong with the minister? When he came back, he was still in high spirits. He got 1,000 caddies, ran errands, and earned a lot. Why did he feel that others were looking down on him now? Crazy! Wang Qinghai cursed in his heart. Did they really think that rank 9 energy stones were cabbages? I remember that in the past, the minister would be all smiles for 1 caddy of energy stones. What's going on now? Sino Nation's martial arts culture seems to have changed a little. Weren't energy stones measured in grams in the past? Old Wang pondered for a while. When did this change in culture start? Right, it started from the Battle of Tiannan. That day, Fang Ping used caddies to measure life essence, shocking everyone. From then on, the unit of caddies was considered to have stepped onto the stage. In the past, we used to use grams. Okay, P.S., let me explain. I think what I wrote was quite clear. Maybe the change in names made everyone confused. Monster plants, demon life royal court, not demons. It's humans, catacombs humans, they're all humans. Guardian royal court and 10,000 demon royal court are demons. Guardian royal court demons are the kind of domestic demons, such as rank 9 monster plants and monsters. 10,000 demon royal court demons are wild demons, the kind of demon that has become a forbidden land in the outer realm. Recently, I've discovered that a lot of book friends are talking about this. Let me explain. Maybe it's my fault, maybe it's your fault. No matter who it is, it's ruined now. I'm still missing a basic update. I'll update it as soon as possible in the next few days. For the next few days, Fang Ping was splitting his vitality. It had to be said that splitting his vitality improved his control over his strength significantly. Especially for martial artists like Fang Ping who had never practiced fine control before. After trying this method for the first time for a few days, he realized that his control over his strength had improved a lot. Fang Ping's closed-door cultivation this time was not focused on elevating his realm. This was probably the first time in more than 2 years that Fang Ping seriously tried to improve his control over his strength. In the past, Fang Ping had always thought that elevating his realm was the most important. The suppression of realms was enough to offset a martial artist's lack of strength control. But now, Fang Ping had a new feeling. With the elevation of realms, unless there was a huge gap, would a normal rank 9 be a match for Li Changxing? The rank 8 Li Changxing was comparable to a powerhouse in the origin path. This was proof. Although it was related to the unification of 10,000 Daos, even if the unification of 10,000 Daos did not have enough strength control, he would not be as strong as old Manly. If he was not strong in the same realm, what could he do even if he was at the peak? Old Zhang was strong. Li Zhen was strong. That was why the effect of these desperation realms on the battlefield was much greater than the average peak. 1 against 2, 1 against 3, they even had the combat power to kill a true king. Such a powerhouse was the existence that deterred the catacombs. Battle King, Martial King, and Hell King. These 3 desperation realms could even fight 6 or 7 true king powerhouses. Including a top powerhouse like subduing Heavenly King, the 4 of them could block 10 true king powerhouses. This was the crushing advantage of same-rank combat strength. Since he could not enter the Emperor realm, the crushing advantage of realms did not exist. It was necessary to become an invincible powerhouse in the same rank. Fang Ping had been in closed-door cultivation from the 11th all the way until the 25th. Only then did he emerge from the underground. Half a month. In this half a month, he could already split his vitality to about 5 calories. The speed was extremely fast because he did not sleep or rest to try. If a normal martial artist wanted to complete this kind of subtle strength control in half a month, their mentality would have long been depleted. My strength control is about 60% now. It's not bad. From 10 calories to 5 calories, there was only so much improvement. The more finely he split, the higher his control. When he split his vitality to 4 calories and could maintain it for a long time, Fang Ping could reach at least about 70% control. 4 calories was Li Changxing's previous level. When Old Man Li reached rank 8, he advanced quickly and did not have much time to adapt. His control over his own strength was actually not as good as before. However, he had that kind of experience. Now that he had settled down and slowly mastered it, he should be able to improve in no time. This was something that Fang Ping could not compare to at the moment. The division of strength not only improved Fang Ping's control, but it also made Fang Ping's use of combat techniques smoother. Zhang Tao and the others had created this combat technique for Fang Ping. Initially, in Fang Ping's eyes, Zhang Tao and the others had only provided him with an idea. Using the golden house to trap the enemy within a small space, he would use his powerful physical strength and vital energy to kill the enemy. Rather than calling it a battle technique, it would be more accurate to call it a method to deal with the enemy. Now, Fang Ping realized the error in his understanding. The combat techniques created by Zhang Tao and the others were not what he understood them to be. The real battle technique was in some moves that he had neglected before, some explosive means of strength. Actually, they were just some small moves used in close combat. This was actually a kind of strength reorganization, which allowed Fang Ping to explode with more powerful strength. Before this, Fang Ping really did not pay much attention to this. Actually, Old Zhang and the others provided me with a variety of strength reorganization plans, which meant that I would try to arrange the strength combinations and see which combination would make my explosive power stronger. Before this, I was always focused on the golden house, so I didn't think about it. The combination of power wasn't something to be messed with. If they were random, they would lose control of the strength and even conflict with the body. If the 10,000 calories vitality was not combined correctly, half of the body would be consumed, and it might only be able to explode with 5,000 calories destructive power. If the combination was right and suitable for Fang Ping, the 10,000 calories might explode with damage of 12,000 calories vitality. Fang Ping, who had reached rank 8, had a clear understanding of strength for the first time. Walking out from underground, Fang Ping inhaled a breath of fresh air and checked his stats again. Wealth, 41 million points vitality, 62,000 calories, 64,000 calories, mentality, 3,210 Hz, 3,355 Hz, destructive force, 24 yuan, bones honed, 206 bones, 100%, storage space, 1,000 cubic meters, plus, energy shield, 1 point/minute, plus, aura simulation, 10 points/minute, plus, in this half a month, his vitality did not increase much, and so did his mentality. However, his combat strength had definitely increased by a large margin. The control of vitality strength was also the control of overall strength. In the past, if Fang Ping could unleash 50% of his own strength, he could only unleash 12 yuans of destruction power. 1 yuans of vitality power was equivalent to 5,000 calories vitality force, so he could unleash 60,000 calories vitality damage. Now, Fang Ping could explode with close to 15 yuan of destructive force, which was 75,000 calories vitality damage. This was the limit that Fang Ping could reach. If he had a better grasp of combat techniques, he might eventually reach 80,000 calories vitality damage. Normal high-ranked martial artists used celestiality to fight. 1 LUN of celestiality was equivalent to 500 calories vitality strength, so he would need more than 160 LUN of celestiality to be able to match Fang Ping. The power of heaven and earth was related to one's mental strength. 160 LUN of celestiality was equivalent to the consumption of 1600 Hz mentality. Merging mentality into vitality force and converting it into celestiality required time and a higher level of control. Generally, only middle-stage rank 8 powerhouses could achieve 160 LUN celestiality outburst. In other words, the current Fang Ping truly possessed the combat strength of a middle-stage rank 8. His combat strength was between rank 8 3rd level and 5th level, depending on how well these powerhouses could control their strength. Destructive force can avoid the flaw of insufficient mentality. Now I'm starting to understand why there are different paths for ancient martial artists. Fang Ping also had an understanding of the ancient martial artists' martial arts path. In the past, he had a rough understanding of it. Now, Fang Ping understood. Powerhouses who walked the path of the physique actually used destructive force as a means of combat to avoid the flaw of insufficient mentality. Powerhouses who walked the path of mentality might turn to celestiality for combat because their physiques were not strong enough. If that's the case, destructive force might be a form of combat strength used by physique martial artists. Martial artists with strong mentality might use celestiality for combat. As for Old Manly, he used vitality force in the truest sense of the word. That was why his explosive power was stronger, but because of that, his vitality was not sufficient. That was why Old Manly was only suitable for quick battles. Martial artists who used celestiality for the same 100,000 calories vitality outburst only needed to have 2000 Hz mentality and 20,000 calories vitality force. Martial artists who used destructive force only needed to have 20 units of destructive force outburst. As for Old Manly, his vitality strength was twice that of a normal person, so he needed to have 50,000 calories vitality force outburst. Under such circumstances, if Old Manly fought a protracted battle, he would not be able to outlast his opponent. That was why he could only end the battle quickly, using absolute destructive power to crush his opponent. No wonder people called him one-sword hero. They really did call him from the middle ranks to the high ranks. Fang Ping could not help but laugh in his heart. He had also discovered some flaws in infinite unification. As expected, the martial arts path would not be so biased. Infinite unification was strong, but it was not so strong that it was invincible. Old Manly was invincible, but that was because of his strong control and explosive power, not because of infinite unification. Fang Ping felt that he had gained a lot from this closed-door cultivation. He had thoroughly sorted out all kinds of problems on the martial arts path. Otherwise, according to his previous muddle-headedness, when he reached rank 9, Fang Ping might not be able to walk out of his own path. A martial artist who did not have a clear understanding of martial arts still wanted to walk out of his own path. It was a fool's dream. In the Crystal Tower. In the hall on the first floor, the tables and chairs that Fang Ping had brought back from the land of boundaries were placed. They shone with golden light. If an ordinary person saw this, they might think that it was the style of a nouveau riche, that these things were built with gold. If an expert saw it, they would only feel shocked. Furniture ornaments made from the torso of a rank 8 monster plant. This was not just a problem of being a nouveau riche, the key was that he was strong. If he was not strong, how could he kill a rank 8 monster plant? In the hall, Xianxia was talking to Bai Ruoshi. When she saw Fang Ping coming out from underground, Xianxia hurriedly said, "Fang Ping, teacher is looking for you." Although Xianxia was Lu Fengru's student now, her first instructor in MCMAU was still Bai Ruoshi. She was also closer to Bai Ruoshi. Lu Fengru actually did not care much about her. Back then, when Bai Ruoshi was injured, she entrusted Xianxia to her. After Bai Ruoshi returned, Lu Fengru did not really treat herself as Xianxia's teacher. Therefore, nowadays, when Xianxia's teacher was mentioned, most people would refer to her as Bai Ruoshi. Fang Ping heard that and smiled. "Teacher Bai, please sit down. Did Fang Yuan cause trouble for you again?" "No, Fang Yuan is quite good." Bai Ruoshi smiled. Previously, when she made the decision to let Fang Yuan do the mission, Fang Ping did not treat her well. However, the last time Fang Yuan stood under Fang Ping's tower for 9 days and 9 nights, After that, Fang Ping did not care about these things anymore. Fang Ping greeted them as he sat down. He looked at Xianxia and said, I remember that I still have some life essence. Use the leaves of the Tianmen tree to make some tea. Since teacher is here, wouldn't it be too shabby to serve her with ordinary tea? Bai Ruoxi did not know whether to laugh or cry. She watched as Xianxia ran off to make tea and shook her head helplessly. After she left, she laughed and said, that's too extravagant. In the entire martial arts world, you're probably the only one who would do this. Fang Ping chuckled. This is the only fun I have. It makes people think that I'm extravagant and rich. Otherwise, I'd really be walking at night in luxurious clothes. Snatching some resources in the catacombs can be said to be difficult, but it can also be said to be simple. I have to enjoy some of it myself. Otherwise, wouldn't my efforts be in vain? Bai Ruoxi laughed again and said softly, what do you plan to do with Yunqi? She's almost treating this place as her home now. Right now, there are 3 points and 1 line, the Martial Arts Society, the Grandmaster Tower, and the Catacombs. You've also reached rank 8, and Yunqi is almost rank 6, Fang Ping leaned on the chair and said with a relaxed expression, that's it for now. I can't say what plans I have. There's no tomorrow. Now, the trend of the Catacombs' full-scale attack is becoming more and more obvious. Monster Life and Monster Plant dynasties are already eyeing us covetously. In the past, each catacombs was a city. We were fighting against a portion of the forces. Instructor Bai also realized that now, there are more and more enemies. 2 cities, 3 cities alliance is already a common occurrence. This situation will continue to worsen. I'm afraid that it won't be long before all parties reach an agreement. When that time comes, that will be the true alliance of one region. When that time comes, I'm afraid that there will be a lot of wars. The outer region will definitely be in chaos first. People like us will have to participate in the war. Talking about these at this time, Fang Ping shook his head slightly and said with a smile, Instructor Bai, aren't you single too? Why didn't you consider it? Bai Ruoxi laughed and said slowly, you know quite a lot. It's not that I didn't consider it. I also graduated from MCMAU 10 years ago, 11 years ago, I was the vice president of MCMAU's Martial Arts Society. At that time, there was also a president. He was also a prodigy of his generation. Of course, he can't be compared to you guys now. However, at that time, he was the president of MCMAU's Martial Arts Society with his peak rank 4 ability. He was also a rare prodigy martial artist. Fang Ping frowned slightly. Without waiting for her to finish, he suddenly laughed and said, let's not talk about this anymore. He knew, 11 years ago, MCMAU had a prodigy president. However, that year, something big happened. Wu Quishan's matter, he led a team into the catacombs, and almost all of them were wiped out. That president was included because the other party was Wu Quishan's student, a 22-year-old peak rank 4 powerhouse. 11 years ago, it was not easy to reach this stage. If it was today, 33 years old, he might have already entered rank 7. As soon as Bai Ruoxi said this, Fang Ping knew what she meant. Bai Ruoxi laughed and said, let me finish. It's not what you think. There's nothing between me and him. It's just that for many years, I've been regretting it. Back then, I admired him very much, but I was ashamed of my own inferiority. I didn't dare to say it. When he died in the catacombs, I cried, regretted it, I'm not as good as Yunqi. If I had Yunqi's courage back then, maybe it would be a completely different life. Maybe I would have died in the catacombs with him. Maybe he wouldn't have gone to the catacombs at all. No matter what, if I dared to say it back then, I wouldn't feel too much regret all these years. At least I had it. Fang Ping, martial artists are all precarious. You're not the only one. You're worried that you'll die in the catacombs, but what about Yunqi? If one day she dies in the catacombs, will you regret that you didn't say something today? Will she regret that she didn't get an accurate answer even before she died? Fang Ping was slightly stunned. After a moment, he suddenly laughed and said, Yunqi, is the tea ready? It's ready. Behind him, Yunqi's face was slightly red. She poured a cup of tea for Fang Ping and Bai Ruoxi. Bai Ruoxi chuckled and did not continue. She picked up the teacup and took a sip, revealing a satisfied expression. Using the life essence to make tea, and the tea leaves were the leaves of a rank 9 monster plant. Not many people could enjoy this kind of enjoyment. Without continuing the topic of Xianxia, Bairuashi quickly returned to the topic at hand. It's like this. Recently, not only Sino Nation, but other parts of the world, there have been some catacombs that have broken out in war. In Java, a catacomb was breached this morning, causing an earthquake and a tsunami. Fortunately, it was on an island, so the civilian casualties were not too high. Only a few hundred people died. Very quickly, it was settled by powerhouses from all over the country. However, the situation now is urgent. The Ministry of Education has sent a letter, and they may announce the catacombs in full in the near future. When that time comes, it may cause some chaos. The Ministry of Education wants all martial arts universities, Department of Investigation Services, and the military to be prepared to prevent people with ulterior motives from taking advantage of the situation. This time, the timing was just right. Coincidentally, most of the evil sex forces were wiped out, and these people did not have the opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Taking advantage of this time to fully announce the catacombs, so that the people can be somewhat prepared, so that when the war really comes, they will not collapse instantly. Recently, the Otherworld Invasion game has been very popular. The younger generation has a clear understanding of the catacombs. The movie is also being promoted, and the guiding work is almost done. At this point, in fact, ordinary people are already suspicious. Moreover, as the number of people who know about it increases, the development of the internet, and the smoothness of the information exchange, it is impossible to hide it. Recently, the discussion on the internet has been very intense. In the past, only rank 3 and above martial artists would know about it. But now, martial arts universities everywhere have completely publicized the catacombs. Coupled with the expansion of enrollment, there are even more martial artists. At this point, there is no need to continue to hide it and let the people speculate. After saying that, Bairuashi continued, moreover, the intention of the various departments is to clear the names of the martial artists and soldiers who died in the catacombs. These years, since the beginning of the neo-martial arts era, martial artists and soldiers have been stationed in the catacombs, 89 years. In these 89 years, the number of soldiers who died in battle is close to 1 million. The number of martial artists who died in battle is close to 200,000. The sacrifice of these millions of people must also be remembered by everyone. It did not sound like a lot. In the 90 years, more than 10,000 soldiers died in battle every year. The number of martial artists was even fewer, only about 2,000 each year. However, it also depends on the era. At that time, the number of martial artists was pitifully small. On average, more than 2,000 martial artists died in battle every year. This was not a small number. At the beginning of the neo-martial arts era, 2,000 people was probably 20% of the country's martial artists. At that time, Sino Nation might only have a little more than 10,000 martial artists. Based on that situation, after 5 years, all the martial artists would have died. Of course, there were fewer catacombs and fewer entrances in the early stages. The number of martial artists who died in the early stages was actually not that high, but the ratio of those who died in battle was definitely not low. As for the soldiers, the troops who entered the catacombs were definitely the most elite batch. More than 10,000 people died in battle every year, which was also an unbearable loss. It was only in the past few years that the flow of information was not convenient. Compared to the huge Sino Nation, 10,000 people was not worth mentioning, which was why there was no turmoil. Is it going to be made public? Fang Ping murmured softly. After a moment, he nodded and said, "It is going to be made public. The ancestors who sacrificed in the catacombs must be remembered. Martial artists also need to be cleared. We are not a group of privileged people who only know how to be greedy and enjoy. Call the Ministry of Education back. MCMAU will cooperate well and do a good job in maintaining stability. The students will receive a mission to cooperate with the government in the near future. Make all preparations and proceed smoothly." There were more than 10,000 MCMAU martial artists. Among the current forces, it was also a huge force. It was still extremely necessary for MCMAU to cooperate. Bairuashi responded and said, not only that, the department wants you to cooperate with some publicity. You, Wang Jinyang, both of you are the prodigies of the current generation. You are also the true grandmaster-level powerhouses who walked out from among the ordinary people. Moreover, both of you are young, and you are the idols of today's teenagers. The hope is still pinned on the teenagers. If you cooperate with the publicity, the effect will be better. Also, there are a few movies that have been filmed recently, all of which are based on the theme of the recent war. This includes the Battle of Skygate and the Battle of Tiannan. You have participated in these battles before. You were even the leader of the Battle of Skygate. Including the upcoming Battle of Forbidden City, it might also be filmed. As the person involved, you can also dispel some of the public's worries. After all, these few battles have been great victories. Fang Ping frowned slightly and said, blindly talking about victory may not be a good thing. Bairuashi nodded and said, that's why we will also hold a public national memorial. To commemorate the millions of brave souls who have sacrificed their lives for peace and to protect mankind all these years. We can let the people feel the tragedy and pressure, but we can't crush them. Therefore, this time, we need your cooperation to give the public some confidence. Fang Ping exhaled softly and said, all right, I have no opinion on this. Since there aren't many things to do recently, I'll make a trip. As he said that, Fang Ping asked, is there anything else? Bairuashi smiled and said, yes, Dean Chen, Dean Su, and Dean who are probably not far from breaking through. There was an overflow of qi earlier. MCMAU may soon have 3 more Grandmaster-level powerhouses. Dean Lu and Dean Tang have also officially entered middle stage rank 7. Dean Huang's skull-honing speed is extremely fast. Maybe in the near future, MCMAU will have another rank 8 powerhouse. Fang Ping heard that and smiled. This is a joyous occasion. Bairuashi continued, other than that, Xiale has already entered rank 6. Zhao Xueme and the others have all entered rank 5. Zhang Yu has also reached upper stage rank 5. He's not far from peak, and rank 6 is also not far away. Among the instructors, their strength is also improving rapidly. These were all matters within MCMAU. Outside the school, there were also joyous events. Fu Chongding's grandfather, the CCMAU instructor, had officially entered rank 7. CCMAU had another Grandmaster-level powerhouse. Nanjiang's Zhang Dingnan had suffered serious injuries in the Nanjiang Catacombs battle. However, these days, not only had his injuries healed, but he had also advanced and entered upper stage rank 7. Zhang Dingnan's breakthrough was something that happened during Fang Ping's high school days. In just over 2 years, Zhang Dingnan could still break through upper stage rank 7 despite his injuries. He was also very talented. NMAU had not produced any grandmasters since the fall of the old NMAU vice-chancellor, except for old Wang. This time, both vice-chancellor and vice-chancellor had both entered mentality vitality oneness. Old Wang's efforts were not in vain. NMAU might soon have 2 grandmaster-level powerhouses. Including old Wang, there would be as many as 3. This was also the first time in history. Other than that, Donglin's governor and Beijiang's military commander, the 2 rank 7 powerhouses who were previously ranked above Fang Ping, had also entered rank 8 in just a short period of time. Needless to say, it had something to do with cultivation methods. Both of them cultivated their brain cores, and their mentality became stronger. Honing the skull required the coordination of mentality, and both of them were only one step away from cultivating the skull. Now that their mentality had become stronger, breaking through to rank 8 was also a matter of course. Among rank 8, CCMAU's old vice-chancellor seemed to be welcoming a second spring. Rumor had it that he had been in closed-door cultivation recently, and rank 9 might be imminent. It was not only the old CCMAU vice-chancellor. After the battle with Elder 8, Nan Yunping had also returned to closed-door cultivation this time. There might be hope for rank 9 as well. Her sister Nan Yunyue had already reached the impasse realm, and she was still stuck at rank 8. This time, she might also feel the huge pressure. Other than these people, Minister Wang of the Education Department, Deputy Commander Zhou of the Military Department, and the Deputy Commander who fought 1 against 3 in the Nanjiang Catacombs that day had all chosen to go into closed-door cultivation recently, and there was hope for rank 9. Also, Fong Ping suddenly understood why the two presidents of the Martial Arts Association dared to rank him last. He heard that among the two presidents, the main one was already in closed-door cultivation, and there seemed to be hope for rank 9. The deputy president, who was also President Liu, was also in closed-door cultivation, and there was hope for rank 8. Once one of them achieved rank 9, and the other rank 8, the Martial Arts Association would be much more powerful. If Fong Ping did not achieve rank 9, they were not afraid of him. The next time a rank 9 dared to threaten them, the two presidents would probably ignore the other party. Unless it was a paragon, Fong Ping had only been in closed-door cultivation for half a month, but the world had changed a lot. Some of the older powerhouses seemed to have broken through the final bottleneck after obtaining the cultivation methods, rapidly completing the coiling of the celestial bridge, the materialization of the brain, and were about to enter the advancement period. The neo-martial arts era was close to 100 years of accumulation. The time was not long, but these days, it ushered in an explosive period. There was hope for Sino Nation's rank 9 Grandmaster ranking to break through 50 people. After Bai Ruoxi finished talking about these news, Fong Ping was also in a good mood. Fighting against the catacombs was not a matter of 1 or 2 people. Without reaching the Emperor realm, people as strong as the subduing Heavenly King and the others could not change the overall situation. However, once powerhouses surged out one after another, and there were a few more paragons, some things would be much easier to handle. Please remember this book's original domain name. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor mobile version website. At the end of October, the government began to build momentum. They did not announce the news at the beginning. The news first spread on the internet. I heard that the game Invasion of the Other World is based on reality? If there really is an alternate world in the human world, would anyone still want to be a martial artist? Has anyone seen the previous movies Battle of Vengeance and Armageddon? I heard that there are prototypes? I heard that many powerhouses died in the alternate world. Is that true? I heard that, on the internet, there were rumors of hearsay everywhere. The news became more and more intense. Countless people participated in the discussion. Was it true? Was the game real? Were the movies real? Did the alternate world really exist? With all kinds of doubts, the discussion became more intense. Countless people sent inquiries to the government. Was it true, especially the parents of some martial arts university students? These days, they called their children 3 times a day. Was it true? Many people had seen the 2 movies that were released recently. Battle of Vengeance was about the battle in Skygate City. The battle was quite tragic. Although not many humans died in the battle, Battle of Vengeance did not focus on high-ranked powerhouses. Instead, it was a movie with middle-ranked and low-ranked martial artists as the main characters. In the movie, a familiar fatty died in the alternate world. The lover of a prodigy martial artist died in the alternate world. Some people's instructors died in the battle. Some people's brothers died in the battle. These people were the main characters of the movie. Battle of Vengeance was about a grudge that spanned 60 years of history. It was a battle between 2 major forces. At the beginning of the movie, the past was recounted through memories. Among them, there was an old man who spanned 60 years of history. Before the Great Battle, he died in the alternate world. It was also because of this old man's death that a series of unforeseen events followed. In the end, Battle of Vengeance hit the main point. The human powerhouses destroyed Skygate City, yes, Skygate City. MCMAU's name was changed, but Skygate City's name remained unchanged. Those who knew, and those who did not would not know. Some of the past deeds of the human leaders in this battle were also presented in the movie. Wu Quishan and Lu Fengru. Their daughter died in the alternate world. Li Chongqing's teacher was that old man. He had almost died at the hands of the Lord of Heaven Gate City. Although the young Fong Ping did not have any family members who had died at the hands of Skygate City's people, he had witnessed the death of the vice-chancellor, his teachers, and his classmates. The entire movie also depicted many of Fong Ping's psychological changes. From practicing martial arts for the sake of power and privilege, to the end, he became a hero and leader who led mankind to defeat their enemies. The government was building up momentum. It was also Fong Ping's first time watching 2 movies. The last time Zhang Tao said he wanted to film, Fong Ping thought it would take a long time. He did not expect it to be aired so soon. With the country taking the lead, some things were too simple. Moreover, most of the actors were martial artists, so the efficiency was even faster. As he watched the movie, scenes flashed through Fang Ping's mind. Out of the many times he went to the catacombs, the one that affected him the most was his first time. The first time he went to the catacombs, he saw many people die. There were teachers, students, and even the old man who had led MCMAU for 60 years. Not only that old man, but many other old grandmasters also rushed to the battlefield and perished together with the enemy. At that moment, Fang Ping was shocked beyond belief. At that moment, Fang Ping truly understood what it meant to be a grandmaster. In the face of a national crisis, what did personal life and death matter? When martial arts were cultivated to the illuminating realm, with a hearty laugh, they would bravely die. That was the backbone of mankind. That day, when he walked out of the catacombs, a powerhouse sang a sad song. Last year on this day in this sect, the faces of people and peach blossoms reflected each other red. Fang Ping felt an indescribable pain, an indescribable desolation. It was also at that time that he felt what a martial artist was, responsibility. When the war began, the powerhouses let the weak retreat, let the young go first, and fought until the last moment, until the end of their lives. It was also from that time onward that Fang Ping improved rapidly. In a short time, he advanced to rank 8. Now, his old friends had passed away. What appeared on the screen was not them, but it still made Fang Ping fall into silence. In the theater, Fang Ping was not the only one. At this moment, a few people had fallen into silence. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Fengqing suddenly laughed and said, "I can't do it. The guy who played me is too useless. He's only rank 3, and he can't even use flight step. What the hell is he doing? Do I look that useless? Also, I kill people with 1 slash. Motherf asterisk cur, this pretty boy is playing a game with him. He slashed him dozens of times, but he's not dead. What the hell is he doing?" Qin Fengqing cursed for a while, feeling that this relatively well-known actor was an insult to him. He's only a rank 3. Can he act like a rank 6 powerhouse? How can you kill people like that? When a martial artist wields a saber, it must be fast, accurate, and ruthless. Every slash must be fatal. Every move must be aimed at killing the enemy. They actually fought back and forth for dozens of rounds. After a while, he defended himself. "I wasn't so miserable that day. I was almost killed. Bullsh asterisk T. I was strong until the end. I kept killing people until my hands went limp. How can that be? Also, what the hell is this director doing? I'm so busy killing people that I don't have time to talk about love. He even found me a girlfriend. My girlfriend screamed and cried during the big battle. Idiot. Since this woman joined the battle, she must be killing the enemy. She's not AF asterisk king fool. Why is she staring at me at this time? Isn't she afraid of being hacked to death? Isn't she afraid of affecting my performance? All in all, the person who made this movie is an idiot. It's complete bullsh asterisk T. Qin Fengqing made the movie sound like there was nothing good about it. Fang Ping and Ironhead were too lazy to reply. If they did not film it like this, would anyone watch it? From the beginning to the end, it was just killing, killing, killing. During the big battle that day, no one had the mood to observe so much. What interaction? All they did was kill. If a movie like this was made, not many people would watch it. Only if they made some of this now would people buy it. Beside him, Li Hansong rolled his eyes and said disdainfully, "I wonder who was it that was killed that day," until he cried for his parents, asking me and old Wang to save him. You should film it and let people know your true colors. At the same time, tell everyone how shameless you, Qin Fengqing, are. You don't even know how many times you've shouted, "Master, save me." Qin Fengqing's face darkened. Ironhead, this bastard. Fine, I'll remember this. Just you wait, I'll let you bring this up every day. Li Hansong did not care about him. After saying that, he asked, "Why aren't the Jiao and the rest here?" Fang Ping laughed. That's normal. We can't give everyone the feeling that the monsters are on our side. That would be a big problem. Demonic beasts were demonic beasts. They were ferocious and vicious. Nowadays, some people don't think deeply. If they say that this is an adaptation of a real event and think that the monsters are on their side, when they become martial artists and enter the catacombs in the future, thinking that they're on the same side, what do you think will happen to them? Death. Li Hongzong understood. He had almost forgotten about this. If he really gave everyone a preconceived impression, when they encountered the monsters in the future, these fools would think that they could communicate with them. Just wait for death. Fang Ping did not continue this topic. Instead, he looked at Li Hongzong and said curiously, speaking of which, I just found out that your parents are still alive. Blame me for being too direct. But I don't think I've heard you mention it. Ironhead, are your parents martial artists too? In the movie, there were also figures of people like Ironhead and Old Wang. Including when they left home at a young age, seeking a breakthrough in martial arts, and finally participating in the big battle, there were some narration. Li Hongzong grinned. Nonsense. Of course my parents are still alive. But when martial artists reach our level, they're too busy. How can they have so much time to go home and reunite with their families? My father is a rank 4 martial artist. Actually, he's from the military department. He's a commander-in-chief in the capital city military department. My mother is a rank 3 martial artist. Now she's also rank 4. She doesn't hold a position in the government. Instead, she started her own company. You know, there aren't many big battles in the capital city catacombs. If there are, it's a big battle between high ranks. That's why my father's place is relatively safe. As Li Hongzong spoke, he looked at Fang Ping and said, Isn't it the same for you? Your family is here in Magic City. You haven't been back for a long time. Fang Ping chuckled. I haven't been back because I have a little ancestor at home. I see that she often runs home, so I haven't gone back. After all, there are many things to do. What about you? Take some time to go home and see more. Your parents are both martial artists. It's more dangerous. Li Hongzong nodded and smiled quickly. Old Wang is the best. Family reunion. I heard that his parents are on the same floor as his in-laws, ha ha ha. A few people in the theater suddenly burst into laughter. Qin Fengqin grinned. Old Wang will probably flip out if he hears this. You don't say, his little wife is quite devoted to him. Didn't you watch the movie? Senior, don't go. Senior, I'll wait for you. Ha ha ha, Qin Fengqin laughed. Wang Jinyang did not have a lot of space in Battle of Vengeance. However, Armageddon was only about the battle in Tiannan. Old Wang was the main character, at least relatively speaking. Armageddon was about a young martial artist who cultivated hard in order to save his teacher. He went deep into the enemy's camp and narrowly escaped death to save his teacher. That was why Old Wang had a lot of space in Armageddon. His little child bride had also been taken out of the movie many times. Fang Ping and the others could not help but laugh. Qin Fengqin continued, If we announce it to the public this time, it'll be better for us. Although my mother doesn't know my exact situation, she knows that I've definitely gone to the catacombs. Fang Ping, on the other hand, if your parents find out, Fang Ping laughed, then sighed softly. Do you really think that your parents and elders are idiots? Some things are already known, but they just don't want to say it. They make you think that they don't know, but in reality, they know very well. It's good to announce it. At least in the movie, I'm invincible. I'm not that dangerous. Having said that, Fang Ping added, Alright, let's not talk about this. We'll just cooperate with the official promotion in a few days. Having said that, Fang Ping tapped the table lightly. After this promotion, I'm preparing to go to the catacombs. You're going to the catacombs? Li Hongzong frowned. Which catacombs? You're in a dangerous situation now. Dangerous or not, it's the same. Even if I'm not wanted, the catacombs will still want to kill me. It's the same. But I can't always stay above ground. Otherwise, how can I cultivate? This time, entering the catacombs, firstly, I want to get more benefits. Secondly, I want to enter the restricted area. Everyone's expression changed. Enter the restricted area. The restricted area was the real danger. There were hundreds of true kings in the huge restricted area. It was not like the Outland. No true king could enter no matter how dangerous it was. It was not that easy for a rank 9 powerhouse to kill Fang Ping. Fang Ping had some ability to escape. Plus, with the rank 9 combat boots on his feet, it was almost impossible for a weak rank 9 to kill Fang Ping. The real threat to Fang Ping were the Origin Path powerhouses. In the Outland, there were not many Origin Path powerhouses. Take the Magic City Catacombs for example. The Skygate City Lord and the Skygate Tree were considered strong. The Skygate City Lord did not step into the Origin Path 11 years ago. It was not long ago that he stepped into the Origin Path. This was considered a powerful one, because he had been fighting with human martial artists all this time. As for the other city lords, less than half of them were Origin Path powerhouses. In the Outland, Fang Ping's safety was still relatively strong. However, in the restricted area, powerhouses were everywhere. The restricted area was too big, 6 billion square kilometers, 600 times the size of Sino Nation, although the population was not as dense as Sino Nation. According to Zhang Peng, the population of the restricted area was only about 10 billion, but this did not include the demons. Moreover, humans did not know much about the restricted area. 10 billion was just Zhang Peng's estimate. How many powerhouses were there in the restricted area? How many true kings? How many rank 9? Humans did not know much about these. When humans entered the restricted area, other than the king battleground, going anywhere else was practically courting death. Not even the top. Li Hansong took a deep breath and said, "Why are you entering the restricted area now? The war is coming soon. Know yourself and the enemy, and find out some information." Fang Ping smiled and said, "Also, isn't I wanted in the restricted area? Then I'll go in openly and give him a hard slap in the face." Li Hansong was speechless. "Are you free?" As for finding out information, Minister Zhang and the others won't be clueless. It's hard to say. Fang Ping shook his head and said, "Old Zhang and the others can't go in either. At most, they can find out some information through those who are guarding the king battleground. What can they know about other places? Also, I have to see how far the 4 royal courts are prepared. If the war really breaks out, if we don't even know the enemy's strength, what's the point? Right now, the only thing we know is that there are 49 true kings in the monster plant's royal court. That's what they announced to the outside world, but is it true? There are strong and weak true kings too, do you know this?" Qin Fengqing looked at him suspiciously and said, "You're going in just to find out information? This isn't your style, right? Fang Ping, why do you want to enter the restricted area?" Fang Ping licked his lips and smiled. "Want to hear the truth?" "Of course. Simple. Taking advantage of the fact that the Monster Plants Royal Court and the Monster Plants Royal Court just cooperated and now there's a crack, I want to go in and do something, so that the 2 royal courts won't cooperate so easily." Fang Ping took a deep breath and said, "Actually, old Zhang and the others have this idea, but they can't do it, and they don't have the ability to do it. Now that the 2 royal courts have cooperated, how can there be no pressure? Right now, there are still some gaps between the 2 sides, especially this time, the Monster Life Royal Court's true king has fallen, now the gap is the biggest, the situation between the 2 sides can be triggered at any moment. However, if no one makes trouble, no one adds fuel to the fire, these guys are all old guys, they can endure it. Endure it, once the storm passes, then it'll be nothing. However, if at this time, we add fuel to the fire, then it'll definitely not pass so easily. If we kill a few more big shots or important people, maybe both sides will fight until their brains splatter." Li Hansong suddenly frowned. "Fang Ping, it's not that simple. The catacombs martial artists know that you can change your aura." Fang Ping smiled. "But they don't know that I can sneak into the restricted area. Over at Imperial Sea Mountain, they can't enter, and we can't enter either. So, no one would expect me to appear in the restricted area at this time. How are you going to get in?" Fang Ping looked at Qin Fengqing with a smile. Qin Fengqing was stunned for a moment. After a while, he murmured, "You mean, the youth martial arts competition?" Beside him, Li Hansong asked doubtfully, "What?" Qin Fengqing explained, "When Fang Ping and I went to the catacombs to mine, this guy pretended to be a catacombs martial artist and got a lot of information. Over at the catacomb cities, I'm not too sure about other cities, but Monster Sunflower City's City Lord's House will hold a youth martial arts competition every year. Geniuses with outstanding performances will be sent to the restricted area. At that time, this guy said he wanted to pretend to be a catacombs martial artist, participate in the competition, and enter the restricted area. Qin Fengqing's memory was very good, he had not forgotten about this until now. As soon as Fang Ping said this, he remembered this, and quickly asked, "Is Monster Sunflower City going to hold a youth martial arts competition?" Fang Ping smiled. "It should be. Recently, there's information in Magic City's catacombs. Some of the small cities and villages near Monster Sunflower City. Young martial artists from these places are all gathering towards Monster Sunflower City. Monster Sunflower City's selection of geniuses are all middle ranks, low ranks usually don't participate. You guys, if I participate, wouldn't it be easy? You look like this." Before Qin Fengqing could finish, Fang Ping suddenly rubbed his cheeks hard. After a while, Fang Ping's appearance changed, Qin Fengqing's face was blank, and after a while, he asked, "How did you do it?" "It's simple." Fang Ping smiled. "Actually, it's not considered difficult. Rank 8 can usually do it, it's just not necessary." The current Fang Ping was very similar to Qin Fengqing. Fang Ping smiled. "What is a golden body?" A golden body powerhouse is already a true existence of gods and Buddhas. Their corporeal bodies are incomparably strong. Being strong is built on the fact that the corporeal body is ever-changing. Broken limbs can regrow, even to the point of being reborn from a single drop of blood. As long as my origin is not destroyed, my mentality is not destroyed, and the existence of indestructible substances, then even if I'm beaten until I'm left with only a drop of blood, I can still be reborn. Of course, this requires time and a lot of indestructible substances. This is a golden body powerhouse. As for changing the cell reorganization, it's not difficult. It's the same principle as splitting vitality force, simpler. Splitting cells is much easier than splitting vitality. This time, I've been in closed-door cultivation for many days, splitting vitality all the time, and I've thought of this. Compared to plastic surgery, this is called authentic and even more awesome. However, for martial artists, changing your appearance is useless. Once your aura is revealed, no matter how you change, you're still you. But for me, that's different. Fang Ping chuckled. At rank 8, to me, being able to reorganize my golden body is like a fish in water. Say, if I get rid of Feng Miexing, replace him, and kill Ji Yao, wouldn't that be very interesting? Li Hansong still frowned. It's fine once, but a few times, other people aren't stupid. Would they really not know that there's a problem? Fang Ping smiled. It doesn't matter. After this once, even if I don't stir up trouble next time, they'll have to guard against the people around them. They'll think, could this guy be Fang Ping in disguise? Moreover, if he doesn't expose himself, then that's even better. Let the two majestic courts fight and become estranged. Even if it's only for a while, it'll make things easier for us. As Fang Ping said that, he added, I won't bring you guys this time. You guys do what you need to do. As for me, I won't tell too many people. It's best if you guys say that I'm still in closed-door cultivation. I trust you guys, that's why I'm mentioning this to you guys. If the evil sect finds out and divulges it, then I'll be in trouble. Although the incident with Qin Fengqing's cauldron has been thoroughly investigated, we still have to be on guard. If there's any secret in the future, just use your mentality to communicate. Other than people like old Zhang who can eavesdrop without a sound, the others can't do it. Moreover, the paragons won't do this all the time. Old Zhang and the rest's mentality covers us. We might not realize it, but the other paragons will still know. That's why we can keep the secret safer this way. Both of them nodded. Qin Fengqing thought for a while and said, You want to sneak into Monster Sunflower City? It's not that simple. Monster Sunflower City's youth martial arts competition definitely has some qualification requirements. Kill someone who's qualified, then impersonate him. Fang Ping chuckled. How simple. However, this matter requires cooperation. We have to make Monster Sunflower City a little more chaotic. If it's not chaotic, then it'll be easier to be exposed. However, if it's chaotic, then it'll be simple. Since MCMAU wants to take over Magic City's catacombs, And now the military department also has the same intention, then we should at least have a good start. There are still many powerhouses in Monster Sunflower City. There are even 2 rank 8s. There are also many rank 7s. If we take this opportunity to kill a batch, then it'll be much easier. Also, I can't impersonate someone who's too weak. It'd be best if they're peak rank 6. It'd be best if they have a rank 8 or 9 at home. If their status is low, no one will pay attention to the Catacombs powerhouse's conduct. If I kill the grandson of Monster Sunflower City's city lord and replace him, even if I go to the restricted area, I'll still have some status. Therefore, I still have to ask around for information. At the same time, I have to kill the elder that I want to replace that person. Otherwise, if they're too familiar, it'll be easy to be exposed. Even if I don't kill them, I have to seriously injure them so that both parties won't have time to interact. This is in line with my expectations. It's difficult for me to go to the catacombs now. It's not suitable for me now. Qin Fengqing, you and Ironhead are in charge of this. Ask around for some information and make preparations. When I come back from the restricted area, I'll completely annihilate Monster Sunflower City. I've been eyeing that big sunflower for a long time. Li Hansong muttered, how about? I go too? Forget it. You'll be exposed if you're 1,000 meters away from me. Don't tell me we can stick together every day? If we separate in the restricted area, not only will you be exposed, I'll be exposed too. That'll be troublesome. If I go, I'll go alone. As Feng Ping said that, he calculated for a while before saying, when I go in, I'll definitely have to kill a group of important people. Do you guys think we should mention this to old Zhang? It's better to say it. At least at the critical moment, if you're exposed, there'll be someone to back you up. Li Hansong said seriously, otherwise, you won't even have someone to back you up. Even if you escape to Mount Imperial Sea, you might not be able to come back. Minister Zhang is still very strong. If he makes a move at the critical moment, he can save your life. Also, we have to listen to the minister's opinion. You're thinking of messing up the 2 royal courts, but it might not be in line with the minister's plans and expectations. If you mess things up, it'll be even more troublesome. That's true. Feng Ping tapped the table lightly. After a while, he said, let's put it this way first. We'll talk about the specifics later. I actually have another purpose for going this time. Feng Ping narrowed his eyes. I'll go and see if the brain nucleus cultivation method has been spread to the restricted area. Both of them frowned. Right now, old Zhang was only passing it on to trustworthy martial artists. If this spread to the restricted area, then it meant that the matter was serious. Old Zhang said that he did not pass it on to Zhao Xingwu. Whether it was true or not, it meant that old Zhang was confident that Zhao Xingwu would not pass it to the restricted area. It would be fine if it did not spread to the restricted area. If it did, then it meant that some of the people who were passing it on now still had problems inside. Seeing the serious expressions on both of their faces, Feng Ping could not help but laugh. I'm just going to take a look. It might not be like this. Also, I'll go and stay for a while longer this time. To be honest, every time I go into the catacombs, it's only for a short period of time. Every time, I'm chased back by someone. Although I've gone down quite a few times, the time I've stayed really isn't much. This time, I'll take advantage of going to the restricted area to admire the environment of the catacombs and look at the beautiful scenery. Qin Fengqing rolled his eyes. Only you could say something like that. Please remember this book's original domain name. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor mobile version website. At the end of October, the government guided public opinion. After a few days of fermenting, under the watchful eyes of countless people, the government held a press conference on November 1st. The alternate world does exist. This time, the official spokesperson of the press conference was none other than old Zhang, who was there to announce the news. At this moment, old Zhang was no longer as genial as he used to be. He was no longer smiling. His expression was extremely serious. The game Invasion of the Alternate World, including the 2 movies that were released recently, are all based on real events. In Battle of Vengeance, the Alliance Martial Arts University. I think many people can see that it's similar to a martial arts university in reality. Magic City Martial Arts University is the prototype. I think many people still remember that in August this year, MCMAU returned from purging the evil sect. They came back victorious and went around the city to praise their achievements. In reality, that was MCMAU's battle of vengeance. They fought for 60 years. MCMAU is not the only one. It's just a microcosm of today's world. Capital City Martial Arts University was founded in 1921. Since 1921, they've been fighting against the catacombs, which is what we call the alternate world martial artists. MCMAU is the same. Everything is real. The truth is crueler than the movies. Zhang Tao's tone was cold. Vice-Chancellor Yu of MCMAU used to be a powerhouse on the rank 8 list. Why did he disappear? In the past 2 years, the number of people on the Grandmaster list has increased, but many familiar faces have also disappeared. Where did these people go? Let me tell you, it's not that their strength has regressed, it's not that they died of illness. Those who have seen Fang Ping's breakthrough know what it means to be a high-ranked powerhouse. Those people died in battle, they died in battle in the catacombs. Although Zhang Tao's tone was calm, it was fluctuating. He said loudly, "What you remember is only some of them, a very small number of them." In the past few years, many people have questioned why martial artists occupy high positions, why they enjoy special privileges. Then let me tell you now, it's because they fought in the front line. In the past 100 years, martial artists and soldiers rushed to the front line, rushed to the battlefield, knowing that they would die, but still calm. In the past few years, almost 1 million soldiers died in battle. 200,000 martial artists died in battle. 1-2 million people. 1-2 million heroic souls. And these are those who died in battle in the catacombs. Some were injured, some were crippled, some bled and cried. They are the real heroes. But heroes are nameless. We don't dare to say it. We can't say it. We were afraid. We were afraid that you wouldn't be able to bear it. We were afraid that you would be frightened. So, we blocked all information. But this does not mean that we have forgotten these heroes. A long time ago, I said that one day, these heroes will get their rightful names, let the world remember it. Don't forget their blood and sacrifice. Don't forget that the peace and stability we have today is due to their sacrifice. Zhang Tao was visibly agitated. For high-ranked powerhouses, especially those who have achieved rank 8 and rank 9, is living for 500 years considered long, not long. For martial arts experts, what was 1,000 years, let alone 500 years? Today, however, the number of high-ranked powerhouses in Sino Nation was 556. Of these 556 people, only 12 were martial artists over 100 years old. More or less, what about the other people over 100 years old, dead? He died in battle in the catacombs. The many years of war had caused them to be covered in wounds and become old before they even reached 100 years of age. In the moment of old age, they are all advancing, all fighting to the end of their lives. Zhang Tao suddenly smiled and said, "I'm very proud. And very proud too, I've lived in such an era. For 100 years, not a single martial artist died of illness or old age in bed. All martial artists must fight. Fight to the end of their lives. Other than these martial artists, there are also our soldiers. They are also heroes, heroes that are even more worthy of admiration. Many of them are not even martial artists, but they still defend the borders. They die in battle in the catacombs and are buried in the catacombs. Day and night, even in death, they do not forget to protect their country. This is the modern era, this is the neo-martial arts era, this is the source of Sino Nation's prosperity. In your eyes, martial artists who enjoy glory and wealth are fighting to the death. Many of them are very, very young. They are all prodigies of their generation. They have been admitted to martial arts universities, and they are envied by everyone. But do you know how many prodigies in your eyes have died in battle in the catacombs in their 20s? The venue of the press conference was quiet. Zhang Tao looked around and chuckled. Since you must know, then I will tell you. You think you need the right to know. Fine, now the right to know is given to you. As for the specific information about the catacombs, I won't say much. After that, the government will announce some policies and release some information about the catacombs. Everyone can go take a look. Whatever you want to know, whatever you wish to know, we will tell you. Now, if there is anything you don't understand, you can ask on the spot. Today, we have invited Fang Ping, Wang Jinyang, and a few other prodigies of this generation to be here. Some people might think that our words are not trustworthy, but I think you will not doubt these prodigies. Because they are just like you. 2 or 3 years ago, they were one of you. They are not the privileged class that you think they are. If you want to know anything, just ask. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Ping, Wang Jinyang, and a few others walked up to the stage. On stage. Fang Ping smiled. I am Fang Ping. Everyone should know me. I come from a small county town in Nanjiang. My father is a worker in a ceramic factory. My mother is a housewife. She used to do odd jobs. I do not come from a martial arts family. I do not have a family background that is enviable, nor do I have powerful ancestors. Of the 5 generations of my family, only my generation has produced a martial artist. Before this, I have always been one of the masses. There are many, many people like me. Every year, most of the students who get into martial arts universities come from ordinary families. After all, there are only so many people in martial arts families. There are millions of martial artists in Sino Nation now, and 80% of them come from ordinary families. That is why Minister Zhang asked me to clarify some of your doubts. It is also to let everyone understand this situation more clearly, without any impersonal emotions. Fang Ping spoke for a while, then quickly said, the media present, if you have any questions, you can ask them now. The existence of the catacombs is a big deal. This time, not only Sino Nation, but the whole world is broadcasting it live. Other countries are also announcing some information, and everyone can compare. Now, the people are the masters of the country. If you want to ask or know anything, you can ask now. As soon as Fang Ping finished speaking, someone below the stage raised his hand excitedly. Fang Ping's eyebrows twitched slightly. What the F***ck? Why was that idiot Lu Dali here? He had not noticed before. Fang Ping glanced at him and ignored him. He pointed at a female reporter and said with a smile, this reporter, you may ask. The female reporter was a little excited. She quickly said, Grandmaster Fang, I am your admirer. I would like to ask, in both Battle of Vengeance and Armageddon, there is a young martial artist named Fang Wu. May I ask, were they filmed based on you? Fang Wu, Fang Ping was helpless. What kind of name was that? He might as well just call it a house. Despite his helplessness, Fang Ping still smiled and said, that's right, they were created based on me. That movie said that you once blew up a royal city, massacred millions. The female reporter was a little nervous. Fang Ping said lightly, everyone, this is a race war. It is a war of survival. Don't ask these childish questions. I can tell you, once the catacombs fully attack, the survival of mankind will be at stake. There are 108 territories in the catacombs, and the war before was only in one of them. In this territory alone, many grandmasters from Sino Nation died in battle. 2 years ago, I think everyone knows about the Great Tiannan earthquake. That time, the catacombs passageway was breached. Although we evacuated in time, tens of thousands of Sino Nation soldiers still died in the catacombs, and almost 1,000 martial artists died in battle. In the Tiannan catacombs battle, Sino Nation suffered heavy losses. If they did not rescue in time that day, tens of millions of people in Tiannan province would be annihilated. Don't think that I'm being an alarmist, there is no need for that. There is no need for me to scare anyone, and there is no need for me to boost the enemy's morale. However, we have to face reality and recognize the difference in strength between us and the enemy. In the face of such a great war, do we still have to consider whether the foreign species were killed by mistake? Are we innocent? If we did not blow up the royal city that day, there might be 100 less people on the Grandmaster ranking today. You may not understand now, and you may not be able to understand. I don't need you to understand. Those who understand will naturally understand, and those who don't, I won't say much. I only hope that everyone is not so naive to think that we still have a chance to live in peace with the catacombs. Let me tell you, there is no such chance. The catacombs humans came here to destroy Earth. They came here to kill. Don't be foolish enough to think that we can negotiate and coexist in the same world. Those who have this kind of thinking are extremely ridiculous. Having said that, Fang Ping said again, next. Very quickly, the second reporter stood up and said hurriedly, Grandmaster Fang, the war has gone on for so many years. Do humans have any hope of winning? Fang Ping laughed. Of course. If not, then what's the point of struggling? Our strength is increasing day by day. Everyone should be able to feel it. In the past, how many high-ranked martial artists were there? How many are there now? It's precisely because we're strong and have the tendency to counterattack that the catacombs have been breaking out in wars recently. They want to disrupt our rhythm while our strength is improving. The evil sect martial artists appeared previously because of the catacombs' instructions. The evil sect is the human world's malignant tumor, traitor, and traitor. These people are all cowards who are kneeling and begging for their lives, but they don't know how ridiculous they are. If we can really survive by compromising, then we wouldn't have been fighting until now. The catacombs' purpose is to slaughter all humans. Grandmaster Fang, why does the catacombs insist on slaughtering humans? Because human blood can be sacrificed to Earth, so that Earth can be integrated into the catacombs and become a part of the catacombs. Fang Ping said lightly, they want to devour our world and strengthen their own. But we came from Earth, and we are also a part of Earth. If we don't die, in their world, we are a virus. They must kill all of us and let us return to Earth. Only then can they devour the entire Earth. Behind Fang Ping, Nan Yunyue, who had also rushed over, asked telepathically, did you teach him to say that? Zhang Tao was speechless. Nonsense. Do I still need to teach him? This guy is better at talking than me. It's useless even if I teach him. He can say whatever he wants and make up whatever he wants. The catacombs' purpose is already unclear. Do you think they can confront the catacombs' martial artists? He's currently the most famous martial artist, and he has a great reputation. If he says that, can you refute his words without solid evidence? Nan Yunyue did not know whether to laugh or cry. He's really good. However, this possibility. I can't say that it's impossible. I can't say that Fang Ping is talking nonsense either. On the stage, another reporter asked, Grandmaster Fang, how do we compare the strength of the enemy? On the whole, the other party is slightly stronger than us. However, they don't get along with each other and are not as united as we are. Unity is strength. That's why after so many years, we have the upper hand. The ratio of casualties is about 1:10. We have 1, and they have 10. Of course, from this, we can also see how strong the other party is. Their casualties are 10 times more than ours, but they can still compete with us, and even suppress us slightly. We must face all of this. Now, the other party has also begun to unite after suffering heavy losses. That's why we need more new blood to fight against the catacombs invasion together and quell the disaster of the catacombs. For 100 years, our ancestors have shed their blood and laid the foundation for us. Today, we can counterattack the catacombs because of the sacrifices of these ancestors. Grandmaster Fang, do we need to enter the catacombs and participate in the battle in the future? Fang Ping said lightly, right now, it's only martial artists and soldiers. In the future, when the war breaks out, we can't rule out this possibility. When our country is on the brink of extinction, even if we die, we must die with dignity. But don't worry, when that time comes, we will die before you. In today's Sino nation, we don't have the habit of letting the weak die. It's always the strong who die first, and the weak who take the lead. This is why Sino nation is becoming stronger and stronger, and the more they fight, the stronger they become. All these years, how many martial artists have died in battle? How many soldiers have died in battle? But have you all been affected? If it wasn't for the fact that we can't hide it anymore, we would rather everyone live a carefree life, live in the present, and not live in worry. You think that we've taken away your right to know, but you don't know that we just want everyone to live a safer and more peaceful life. However, as society advances and information exchange becomes more convenient, you are no longer satisfied with what you have now. Then, we respect everyone's choice. We'll tell you everything. Since you know, then everyone has to take responsibility. At this moment, Lu Dali seized the opportunity and said excitedly, "Grandmaster Fong, the next time you go to the catacombs, can you bring me along? I'm also a peak rank 3 martial artist." Fong Ping was suddenly speechless. This guy was such a good for nothing. How long had it been? Why was he still peak rank 3? Before he became a martial artist, this guy was already rank 3. Middle stage rank 3 then, 2 years later, peak rank 3, Fong Ping remembered that after he walked the path of invincibility among rank 3, this guy was already upper stage rank 3. That time seemed to be August 9th. Now more than a year had passed, and he had only improved so little. Other than that, Fong Ping also saw this guy's work ID, Distance Media. This guy had not left yet. Recently, Fong Ping really did not care too much about the company's matters. The main thing was that going to the catacombs was good at making money, much more than the company. Just a casual trip to the catacombs could earn him tens or hundreds of billions. Therefore, he almost did not care about the company now. It was still Xianxia who was managing it. Hearing Lu Dali's words, if they were in private, Fong Ping would have sent him flying with a slap. Now, Fong Ping was still smiling. It's very dangerous to be with me because my opponents are all high-ranked martial artists in the catacombs. You should also understand the strength of high-ranked martial artists, so if you go to the catacombs, it's best if you listen to the government's arrangements. Lu Dali said excitedly, "Can I film when I go to the catacombs?" Fong Ping was stunned. After a while, he said, "You haven't been to the catacombs before?" "No." Fong Ping was speechless. This guy had actually not been to the catacombs before. F***ck, what a waste. Casual martial artists were not quite the same as martial arts university martial artists. Only middle-ranked casual martial artists would be forced to go to the catacombs. However, Lu Dali was a peak rank 3. Logically, he should have been informed. Fong Ping smiled. The catacombs are a little different from Earth. Electronic equipment can't be used, so you can't film. As soon as he said that, many people felt a little regretful. Fong Ping raised his eyebrows slightly. Some of the reporters present were actually not weak. On the other hand, there were not many normal people. These people's focus was not on the catacombs. Perhaps they had not been to the catacombs before, but they knew about them. Therefore, these people were not too shocked or surprised about the catacombs being publicized. If that was the case, Fong Ping did not point them out. Instead, he pointed to a normal reporter and said, "You ask Fong. Grandmaster Fong." This person was a little uneasy. He said nervously, "Since the alternate world really exists and now it's being publicized to the public, what kind of impact will it have on us normal people? Will the government enter a state of military control? Will we enter a state of wartime control?" Fong Ping smiled. "It's still the same as before. Everyone can continue to live their lives. Of course, if you feel the need to pick up a weapon to protect your life, then go and practice martial arts. Nowadays, pills and other auxiliary drugs are much cheaper. If you want to practice martial arts, you can also go to some martial arts dojos to learn. The tuition fees are also very cheap now. The danger of a breakthrough lies in the period between aspiring martial artists and rank 1. These are all introduced. However, there are many middle-ranked martial artists now. Whether it's martial arts dojos or martial arts universities, there are many middle-ranked martial artists. In the future, the local governments will also set up some free auxiliary breakthrough areas. At this time, if you feel that you're about to break through, then you can go to the auxiliary area and seek help from middle-ranked martial artists. This is free. This is an era of information. If the local government does not do a good job or is not in place, you can complain at any time. I think the government will also help the people who are willing to fight against the catacombs and will not dampen everyone's enthusiasm. Then some of us have relatives in martial arts universities. This, Fong Ping frowned. Since you've entered a martial arts university, you need to pay a price. Of course, if you're not willing to pay a price, we won't blame you. If you're really unwilling to go to the catacombs, unwilling to participate in the war, and afraid of death, it's okay. You can just return all the resources you've used in martial arts universities. What we need is a group of like-minded comrades, not martial artists and cowards who think of running away at any time. All these years, we haven't forced anyone to go to the catacombs to fight. Although this is everyone's responsibility, if you're unwilling to bear this responsibility, we won't care. As long as you don't betray humanity, then you can live your life in peace. Of course, this is excluding martial artists who are middle-ranked and above. This is because we've already told everyone about the catacombs before we became middle-ranked. At this time, if you don't participate in the war, then you're a deserter. There's another way to treat deserters. Of course, this hasn't happened in the past 100 years. However, some people's family and parents' persuasion, as children, they might not be able to refuse. Unless it's the last resort, unless they're at their wits' end, these non-middle-ranked martial artists can retreat. After saying that, Fang Ping was silent for a moment. He then said, however, in the face of a national crisis, is there really a way out? If we don't participate in the war today, it'll be too late in the future. If I don't improve my strength, how can I protect my family? What's the point of enjoying these few years of comfort? Do martial artists only exist for special privileges and enjoyment? Sino Nation doesn't need martial artists like this. The world doesn't need them. Martial artists like this don't deserve to be called martial artists. Withdraw from martial arts universities, hand over resources, cancel all special treatment, and strip martial artist identity. Martial artists aren't just about pure strength. It's also a kind of responsibility, There was a moment of silence. Then, faint applause sounded. Fang Ping did not care about this. He looked around and asked, "Do you have any doubts?" "Grandmaster Fang, you said that the all-out war hasn't started yet. When will it start?" "If it's early, 2 to 3 years. If it's late, 3 to 5 years. That's fast." Many people were shocked. Fang Ping replied, "It's fast indeed. However, even if the war breaks out, it won't reach the final stage immediately. Whether humans win or lose, it will last for a period of time. Maybe a few years, maybe a few decades. Therefore, it's not too late for those who want to become martial artists." Fang Ping answered many questions. He would also let everyone understand some things through other policies and learning. The conference ended quickly. As soon as it ended, Fang Ping's phone rang. The call was from Fang Mingrong. Fang Ping answered the call. The other side of the phone was silent for a long time. After a long time, Fang Mingrong said, "Ping Ping, your mom and I want to practice martial arts too." "Dad, you said it yourself. Fighting against the catacombs is everyone's responsibility. This is the responsibility of all mankind, not yours. I may be old, but when the day comes, I can also go to the battlefield and kill the enemy." Fang Ping sighed softly. After a long time, he said, "Dad, let's talk about it when I get back. Don't think about this. Things aren't that bad. If it really comes to the point where you and Mom have to go to the battlefield, humans will probably be defeated. When that time comes, it won't be enough to change anything." After chatting with his father for a while, Fang Ping hung up. Beside him, Zhang Tao smiled faintly. "Your father is much more honest than you. How did he give birth to a son like you?" Fang Ping rolled his eyes and said gloomily, "Director, your grandchildren are very honest too. Your descendants are so honest. Why are you so unreliable as a grandfather?" Zhang Tao snorted and did not continue. Instead, he spread out his mentality. After a while, he said softly, "It's a little chaotic." The outside world was in an uproar, unlike the press conference, where everyone had seen the world and many people knew the news in advance. In the outside world, however, most of them were normal people. Now, it was a complete mess. Some young people had even packed their luggage and were going to learn martial arts. Some parents were crying and wailing, holding their children back, unwilling to let them go. 200,000 martial artists had died in battle, millions of soldiers. It sounded like a number, but that was based on the fact that it was someone else who had died. Their children were still young. If they went to learn martial arts now, once they entered the catacombs and died in the catacombs, how many people could bear it? Fang Ping smiled. "It's chaotic, but it's only temporary. Director, I don't care about these things anymore. You and your people have been preparing for so many years. The situation hasn't deteriorated to the worst point yet. I believe you can handle it. Director, let's find a place to talk. Zhang Tao looked at him suspiciously. This kid was not going to cause trouble, was he? These few days of peace were hard to come by. These days, Fang Ping was in closed-door cultivation and did not go to the catacombs. He was much more relaxed. This kid went to the catacombs. It was fine before, but now, he had to fight almost every time. It was not easy to feel good for a few days. Was trouble going to happen again? Zhang Tao wanted to ignore him, but when he thought that if this kid acted on his own, he might cause more trouble. Zhang Tao said wearily, "All right, let's talk." He had no other choice. Since when did he have to worry about a rank 8 martial artist causing a huge problem that even he could not handle? No, it seemed like he could not handle it anymore. Previously in Magic City Catacombs, in the King's Battleground, in the Forbidden Catacombs, after a few times, it seemed like he could not handle it on his own. Warlord had fought a few times. P.S. Transitional period, high update, thinking can't keep up. I need to slow down these few days. Give me some time to think about the next plot, how to write it well. More than 3.5 million words, I'm getting a little tired. Please remember this book's domain name. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor mobile version website, the building where the press conference was held. The top floor. The coffee shop. There were very few people in the hall. There were only a few people sitting in 2s and 3s. They were all warriors, and they were all experts. There were viewing windows all around. Capital City was unobstructed. Fang Ping and Zhang Tao found a place to sit. The martial artists around them nodded at them, but no one came forward to disturb them. This place isn't bad, right? Zhang Tao leaned back in his chair, his posture relaxed. Viewing the scenery here is much better than when you were in that tower. Fang Ping said calmly, it's easier to find gossip here. You can listen to it whenever you want. Zhang Tao glanced at him. He became even more indolent, leaning back in his chair. He smiled faintly. Don't give me that. If you do it a few more times, I won't be able to hold back my anger. I'll kill you. He smiled again. Listening to gossip isn't the main goal. Capital City has 2 catacombs. Sino Nation capital is located there. Nothing can go wrong here. I have to patrol frequently to prevent the evil cult from lurking. Do you really think I have nothing better to do? Whether Fang Ping believed it or not, Zhang Tao believed it. As they spoke, the waiter had already served their coffee. The waiters here were just normal people, not martial artists. Fang Ping was surprised that the waiters were not martial artists in a place like this, a place where martial artists came to spend their money. Seeing Fang Ping watching the waiters leave, Zhang Tao smiled. Stop looking. They're just normal people. It's just a place to pass the time. Isn't it a waste for martial artists to stay here? He looked out the window and smiled. It's a mess. It's good that it's a mess. All these years, in order to block the news and not let the people know the truth, many people have died in the catacombs. They have to find a reason, a ridiculous reason. They died in a military exercise. They were stationed at the border. They got into an accident, they died of illness. They were attacked by the evil cult. I'm tired of making up all these excuses. It's annoying too. I don't have to worry about this anymore. It'll save me a lot of trouble. Fang Ping picked up his coffee and took a sip. He frowned slightly and said disappointedly, "Is it really coffee? I thought it would be something good. Do you think everyone is like you, wasteful? I earned it myself. If I don't spend it, it'll be meaningless." The two of them chatted for a while. Fang Ping asked, "Minister, when will the National Memorial begin?" Number 8. Then I might not be able to make it in time. Zhang Tao frowned slightly and asked after a pause, "Tell me, what do you want?" Fang Ping looked around cautiously. Zhang Tao's expression darkened. I'm here. Is there anyone who can eavesdrop on my conversation? Was this kid looking down on him? Even the heaven-subduing Heavenly King wouldn't be able to hide from him. Did he really think he was a pushover? Fang Ping did not mind. He smiled and said, "It's like this. Didn't Senior Warlord kill a monster life royal court's true king? You also said that the monster plant royal court was framed by a true monarch. But at this time, the people of the monster life royal court might not know. Of course, the death of a true king was a big deal, and they would definitely be dissatisfied with the monster plant royal court. At this time, if we can provoke the two sides into fighting each other, even if it's not a long-term conflict, it will be enough to give us a break. The demon royal court will participate in the war. Fang Ping hesitated for a moment, but still admitted the monster life royal court had been sitting on top of the mountain to watch the tigers fight. I played a part, causing the monster life royal court to join the war in advance. I, Fang Ping, am not that great, but I will bear the responsibility. This time, I want to sneak into the restricted area and see if I can find an opportunity to provoke the two royal courts into a conflict. Zhang Tao sighed suddenly. He picked up his coffee and took a sip. After a long time, he said, I knew you couldn't stay idle, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. The Battle of the Forbidden City ended not long ago, and the evil sects attacked not long ago too. You can't even hold it in for a month, right? If you have this time, first improve your ability. When you reach rank 9, you won't be able to stay idle even if you want to. Fang Ping smiled bitterly. I want to, but it's not that simple. At my level, it's not that easy to improve and advance quickly. My imperishable substance, after many uses, is already very little. At this time, I can only rely on external resources to cultivate. Don't you see that every cent of my money is good? There's no other way. At rank 8, my foundation is also almost used up. At this time, I can only rely on myself. Coincidentally, the opportunity has come. Maybe I can even cause the two royal courts to fight, killing two birds with one stone. If you want to go, then it has to be now. If you delay any longer, the storm of this true king's death will be over. At that time, if you want to provoke the two royal courts to fight again, it won't be so easy. Zhang Tao did not speak for a long time. Fang Ping did not care. After a while, he said, Minister, is a true king extremely important to the royal court? Is the death of a true king in monster life royal court insignificant, or is it very important? Very important. Zhang Tao gave an affirmative answer. True kings are not ordinary martial artists. Every true king is a top-notch powerhouse who has stepped on the end of a martial arts path. There are many true kings in the catacombs, but this doesn't mean that true kings are not important. The catacombs started accumulating since the God Continent calendar. Today's true kings are generally about 1,000 years old. There are actually very few newly promoted true kings. In the past 100 years, humans have produced a few paragons. Sino Nation has produced 3. Heaven of Gods and Ancient Buddha Holy Land have also produced 1 each. A total of 5 paragons have been produced. As for the catacombs, currently only Monster Plant's royal court has a newly promoted true king. Monster Life Royal Court's lord will probably advance to true king realm in the near future. Originally, Monster Plant's royal court's lord had a chance, which was 3. However, now that his Tao of origin has been destroyed, there is no hope. In the past 100 years, they have only produced 2 true king powerhouses. Moreover, they belong to 2 royal courts. One can imagine what a true king powerhouse means. The death of Monster Life Royal Court's true king will cause a lot of repercussions. It might even cause some true kings to become afraid of battle. Therefore, Warlord killing the opponent has its pros and cons, Zhang Tao explained briefly. Warlord killing the opponent had its pros and cons. According to his calculations, not killing the opponent might have more pros than cons, but it was hard to say. That day, Warlord did not listen to him and killed the opponent. Perhaps he had his own considerations. Intimidating Monster Life Royal Court's true king might not be any less effective than Zhang Tao's calculations. Fang Ping understood and smiled. Since it's so important, as long as I start a fire, it will cause a huge uproar. At this time, it is still necessary for me to go to the restricted area. There are both public and private motives. As long as it's done properly, I don't think it's too difficult to make the 2 royal courts hostile. These 2 royal courts have always been rivals. Before the war with humans, they fought for many years. Both sides have a deep hatred for each other. Zhang Tao took a slight breath. It's very dangerous. Going deep into the enemy's territory is not as easy as you think. It's fine if it's a normal rank 9, but if you encounter a true king, you might not be able to hide it from the other party. Yes, you can change your chi. It's fine if it's a normal martial artist, but if a true king powerhouse really suspects you and probes your body inch by inch, there will still be a difference. There are some differences in our cultivation system and the catacombs martial artists. Some of our internal structures are also slightly different. It's not like you don't understand. The catacombs martial artists go through a process of energy transformation, but we don't. If both sides are examined in detail, the difference will be huge. Once you're suspected, once a true king powerhouse probes your body inch by inch, you'll be exposed immediately. As for you, an earth martial artist, entering the catacombs, it's not that easy to disguise yourself perfectly. It's not like what you think. They only look at your chi, do you understand? Fang Ping nodded. He was clear about this. When the catacombs martial artists reached rank 3, their hearts would begin to transform into energy. When they reached the middle ranks, they would go through the process of transforming their internal organs into energy. This was not the case for human martial artists. Both sides' martial arts were generally the same, but there were differences in the specific process, which also led to some differences between both sides. There's no need for a true king to probe a middle-ranked martial artist's body, right? There are countless restricted area martial artists, but only so many true kings. Why are they so free? You're too dazzling. When Zhang Tao said this, Fang Ping could not tell if it was a compliment or a disdain. But, the latter was more likely. Zhang Tao said it with a sneer on his face. You're a troublemaker, kid. If you go and something happens, it'll be fine if it happens once or twice, but if it happens repeatedly, it'll be strange if they don't suspect you. Normal middle-ranked martial artists might not even see a true king powerhouse in their entire lives. As for Fang Ping, it was hard to say. Maybe he would meet a true king powerhouse soon. Not continuing this topic, Zhang Tao asked again, do you really want to go? Yes. Then I won't stop you. Of course, I won't help you either. You figure it out yourself. Now that I've appeared at Imperial Sea Mountain, I'm the focus of all powerhouses. 3 days at the end of every month, I'll enter Imperial Sea Mountain to patrol. I won't enter at other times. And my patrol can only patrol 1 or 2 territories. Which territory are you planning to come out from? Near Magic City's catacombs. Zhang Tao nodded slightly and said, that's good too. Help me investigate the situation. If you can enter the Monster Plants Royal Court's Royal City, help me collect information about the Monster Plants Royal Court's Lord. This person. Although his Tao of origin is crippled, it's hard to say that he's really crippled. In short, he's a dangerous person. You don't have to deliberately collect anything, just ask around. Also, in the True King Hall, the Monster Plants Royal Court's Lord is more mysterious. If you can find out some information, then do it. Other than that, you can also collect some gossip. Don't underestimate gossip. So True King and so True King don't get along, they have a hostile relationship. These gossips are extremely useful. Our people can't enter the restricted area. They can only move around the vicinity of the king battlefield and can't get any information. However, once we collect this information and know some of the situation, then we can take advantage of the situation and guide these hostile true kings together at the critical moment. Maybe there will be an unexpected surprise. These information shouldn't be considered top secret in the catacombs. Of course, that's only for the upper echelons. Most of the middle and lower echelons don't know about it. Therefore, gossip is often more important than the information you deliberately collect. Fang Ping smiled. I understand. No wonder the director likes to listen to gossip. Zhang Tao snorted softly. Finally, after some thought, he said, since you're going in this time, then I'll say one more thing. There's a high chance that the catacombs 2 kings are still alive. They're at the king battlefield. If you have the chance to go in, see if you can revive the 2 kings. Fang Ping's expression changed slightly. He said hesitantly, once the 2 kings are revived, then wouldn't there might be internal strife. Nothing can be certain. Zhang Tao smiled. There's no harm in taking a gamble. you just have to protect your own life. Of course, you might not have the chance to go in. Also, don't overestimate the two kings. The two kings probably aren't at the Emperor realm. Maybe they're powerhouses with two paths, maybe three paths. Of course, there's also the possibility that powerhouses who have gone further in one path might not be stronger than the Heavenly King. That can't be, right? Fang Ping was a little surprised. He asked hurriedly, the two kings are that weak? Weak? Zhang Tao sneered. Who gave you the confidence to say that true king powerhouses who have taken two paths are weak? Zhang Tao glanced at him. This kid was really arrogant. Do you think it's that easy to go further in the desperate path? If it's that easy, the Heavenly King wouldn't be the only one who has taken the second path out of so many desperate realms. Some of the old farts in the Holy Lands like the Pantheon of Gods have actually not taken the second path. They're about the same as Warlord, but they've gone further in one path. There are so many true kings in the catacombs. The only one who has taken the second path is the Hall Master of the Hall of True Kings. Otherwise, the catacombs would not have to worry about the Devil Emperor's resurrection. In the battle 1,000 years ago, the Devil Emperor almost single-handedly stirred up the catacombs. According to the situation in the Hall of Myriad Origins, at most 3 powerhouses will enter the catacombs, or at least the Devil Emperor alone. Think about it. What does it mean to attack the catacombs with the power of one person? This is the confidence and strength of a powerhouse who has taken 3 paths. Even if the two kings are strong, there's a limit. Moreover, so many years have passed. Even if they didn't die back then, they must have been seriously injured. Now that they've recovered, they're at most on par with a Hall Master powerhouse. The more it's like this, the easier it is to cause internal strife. If they're strong enough to suppress the Hall Master, then there won't be any internal strife. Fang Ping nodded slightly. Let's wait and see. Besides, the King battleground has already been decided. The next time will be 3 years later. I might not have the chance to go in. That's hard to say. Of course, you don't have to be too stubborn. Zhang Tao said, then warned, don't even think about the Imperial City's mineral veins. In the restricted area, there are more mineral veins than in the outer realm. There are countless mineral veins in the Imperial City. There's even a life essence pool. However, it's also extremely dangerous. In short, if you want to go this time, just treat it as a stroll. Don't purposely make a big fuss. The more deliberate you are, the more troublesome it will be. Fang Ping nodded. He asked again, then, if I kill Ji Yao, will it cause a war between the 2 royal courts? Don't get any ideas about Ji Yao. Zhang Tao did not know whether to laugh or cry. This guy was still staring at that woman. He explained, after these few times, if nothing goes wrong, it's very likely that Ji Yao has the Life King's mentality avatar on her. Under normal circumstances, the Life King might not split these. But now, the situation is different. Ji Yao almost died in your hands a few times. The Monster Life King court is also participating in the war. It won't be the same as before. This time, when you encounter the descendants of the true kings, you better be careful. Who knows, one of them might have this. Especially the descendants of the high-ranked true kings. Now that the situation is not good for us, it's the same for them too. In order to protect these high-ranked descendants, it's very normal for some true kings to split out some mentality avatars. Fang Ping nodded again. After thinking for a while, he asked, Minister, if I get my hands on the mentality avatar, can I use it to attack the opponent? Stop dreaming. Although the spirit power avatar is just a program, this program has its own intelligence, Fang Ping added. What I mean is, I'll pretend to be a descendant of the true kings and release it. Zhang Tao suddenly felt a little tired. This time, he could not help but ask, the thing about you changing your aura, how did you do it? He had never seen this before. Fang Ping had never shown it in front of him either. However, someone in the restricted area had seen this before. In the past, it was not easy to determine whether it was real or fake, so he did not ask. But now, Fang Ping did not hide this too much. He even dared to enter the restricted area. How could Zhang Tao not know whether it was real or fake? Fang Ping chuckled. Minister, you ask me this. I don't know either. Maybe it's an ability from my past life. Anyway, as long as I pay a certain price, I can do it. There's no special method or anything like that. Can you help me hide my aura? That's impossible. What a pity. Xianxia sighed. Otherwise, I'll go to the restricted area for a spin. That'll be more interesting. Xianxia looked regretful. What a pity. Such a heaven-defying ability was controlled by this kid. If it were him, when he went to the restricted area would be in chaos. A top-notch powerhouse who could appear beside them at any time and attack the true kings at any time was hiding beside them. What kind of scene would that be? Everyone was in danger. Did the true kings still have the mind to attack Earth? If they did not kill this hidden person, the true kings would probably not even dare to step out of their houses. Regretful as it was, Xianxia did not force it. He said, if you want to pretend to be a descendant of the true kings, it'll depend on your luck. The weaker true kings' mentality avatars are always silent. They are not the active kind. However, the powerful true kings' mentality avatars will also be in an active period. They can sense everything that is happening around them. Of course, there are not many who have this ability. Also, it depends on how much mentality they can split. Compared to the subduing heavenly king, he can do it. However, the avatars he split contain not much mentality. At this time, they can only be silent. Not everyone is as strong as me. Not everyone is like me. The avatars I gave you all contain a lot of mentality. Kid, you wasted 2 of my avatars. My mentality has been cut by at least 10%. You'll have to deal with this yourself. If it weren't for you, I might have broken through to the Emperor realm by now. Fang Ping rolled his eyes. How dare you say that? After that, Xianxia told him about the situation that he understood. When he was almost done, he said, Minister, I'm going to carry out such a dangerous mission this time. Are you not going to give me a single cent? Xiangtiao's face darkened. Did I ask you to go? You insisted on going and now you're asking me for benefits. I'm so poor. Do I have any benefits for you? I can't bring the mentality avatars. They can't be stored in the storage ring. If I bring them, I'll be easily discovered. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about something else. For example, something like life essence. Give me 80 to 100 caddies. Energy stones or something like that. Give me a few tons too. Or something like the heavenly golden lotus. Give me a few dozen. No. Xianxia rejected him without hesitation. Fang Ping looked sad. He said softly, forget it then. If I die in the catacombs, so be it. Add me to the national memorial on the 8th. Just pretend that I'm dead. Okay. Fang Ping was exhausted. You agreed so quickly. Xianxia might have said that, but he struggled for a long time. With a pained expression, he took out an armor and threw it to Fang Ping. He sighed. I'm borrowing it. Return it to me when you come back. Fang Ping caught it. His eyes lit up. He said, a rank 8 divine weapon armor? If you had this, why didn't you take it out earlier? You still complain about being poor every day. You're already at the top. This is useless to you. Why did you hide it? Isn't that a waste? Xianxia said impatiently, what do you mean hide it? What do you know? This armor was damaged previously. It can't be used anymore. I spent some effort to repair it. It hasn't been repaired for long. I've just repaired it, so I'm lending it to you now. Oh right, this armor is not very auspicious. Use it as you see fit. Inauspicious? The owner who used it is dead. It's fine if he's dead, but the armor is still here. It hasn't disappeared. Don't you think it's inauspicious? Almost all of them were beaten into minced meat the moment they took out their armor. Even the armor was damaged. It's not the first time. It's the 3rd time. You're the 4th, kid. I hope it's not like this time. Fang Ping was speechless. He did not care anymore. Rank 8 armor was good stuff. Divine weapon armor was the most precious type of divine weapon. Even old Zhang was jealous of Iron Head's divine armor. It was obvious how precious it was. The value of a rank 8 divine armor was comparable to that of a rank 9 divine weapon. It was worth at least 100 billion, old Zhang said he was lending it to him. Fang Ping said straightforwardly, this is considered a reward. There's also interest. You owe me a lot of money. This is mine. When I reach rank 9, when I don't need it anymore, I'll give it to someone else. Humph. Zhang Tao humphed. I owe you money, if you dare to say another word, I promise to smack you to death. However, when Fang Ping said reward, he was too lazy to say anything. He would let Fang Ping say whatever he wanted. When this kid was fattened up, he would just take him back. At this point, the matter was considered to have come to an end. After leaving the top floor, Fang Ping met up with old Wang downstairs. Both of them walked outside the building. The pedestrians were in a hurry. Many people formed groups, discussing the catacombs. Some were worried, some were full of fighting spirit, looking eager to try. Wang Jinyang watched for a while. He did not ask about Fang Ping. He said, in the near future, I might go to the land of kings. My realm isn't advancing fast enough. I've only reached middle stage rank 7 now. My speed is too slow. Only going to the land of kings can help me improve quickly. Ji Yao and the rest know that you're good friends with me. It's okay. The land of kings is still somewhat fair. In the rank 7 region, I'm not necessarily afraid of anyone. I'll ask Ironhead and Old Zhao later. If the situation permits, we'll go together. With Ironhead around, even if a rank 8 powerhouse comes across the border, he might not be able to kill us. Fang Ping did not say anything after Old Wang said so. Everyone had their own paths to walk. It was impossible for Fang Ping to always act together with them. Now that he had reached rank 8, Old Wang and the rest had become a burden. Old Wang knew this too, so he did not ask Fang Ping what he wanted to do. He could not participate in what Fang Ping was doing now. Just like Qin Fengqing. Fang Ping and the rest were rank 7. This fellow was rank 6. Qin Fengqing could not participate in what Fang Ping and the rest were doing. Be careful. You too. Genius 1 second to remember this site's address. Mobile version. End of chapter 715. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.